you wanna be a bad man? Yes, you do. Do you wanna taste sweet salvation underneath the summer moon? Do you need another hand now? Yes, you do. Go see Miss Josie down on Columbus Avenue. Down in the city, there's a place that never sleeps. You can see it all up past 57th Street. Music is hot and the drinking there's free. It'll turn you upside down before you count to three. One, you're looking for a helping hand. Two, you need a friendly face. Three, feeling good you can barely stand. You're falling all over the place. One, you're looking for a helping hand. Two, you need a friendly face. Three, feeling good you can barely stand. You're falling all over the place. You own it, they got it, they flown it, you bought it. Ow! Do you wanna be a bad man? Yes, you do. Do you wanna taste sweet salvation underneath the summer moon? Do you need another head now? Yes, you do. Go see Miss Josie down on Columbus Avenue. Columbus Avenue. Ha! Go see Miss Josie down on Columbus Avenue. Columbus Avenue. Ha! Go see Miss Josie down on Columbus Avenue. One, you're looking for a helping hand. Two, you need a friendly face. Three, feeling good you can barely stand. You're falling all over the place. One, you're looking for a helping hand. Two, you need a friendly face. Three, feeling good you can barely stand. You're falling all over the place. You own it, they got it, they flown it, you bought it. Ow! Go see Miss Josie down on Columbus I miss that sexy smile, looking forward to see you. I hope I will lose control. Love you every night, no checking the time, just us loving you all night long. I can let you go, baby, it's the right thing, I already know. And we feel it, I really do, I said the truth, we can't go any road. Need you now, I'm your queen and you the keeper now. It's a kingdom, let's play it how you like. How does it make you feel? Are you gonna change? I'll be whatever, watching like we can dance. You got to move tonight. Stars are watching us in the sky. I wanna last it forever. It's a sexy smile, looking forward to see you. I hope I won't lose control. Love you every night, no checking the time, just us loving you all night long. I can let you go, baby, it's the right we already know. And we feel it, I really do, I said the truth, we can't go any road. Need you now, let's change the clothes, we have a drive. You know how you make me feel alive. Come close to me, I'm obsessed with your different kind of style. Don't you ever leave, step by my side. Hold my hand, cause I don't have much time. I wanna hug you forever. I miss that sexy smile, looking forward to see you. I hope I will lose control. Love you every night, not checking the time, just us loving you all night long. I miss that sexy smile, looking forward to see you. I hope I will lose control.
sport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and welcome on into the continuation here of the Pinnacle Cup Malta Vibes 3 tournament. I am BluScale, joined by Otomo, and we are here to bring you half of the action of the day. How are you feeling so far, Otomo?
I'm feeling really good. I'm just wondering what the hell is up with your background. Do you have these blue things on the back? I don't know if you can see it, but there you go, the books.
The book.
Okay. Well, yeah, I was like, what is in the quantum realm is going on back there? You know, some alternate dimension stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's good to be here on the one. Now we're in the top 8 of the tournament. Today's matches, all elimination. You win, you get an extra 3,000 USD in your pocket, which is always nice. And you lose, you go home. So I like it. I'm happy to be here today.
Yeah, I'm very happy as well. So obviously, as you mentioned, we have a quick look at the brackets right now. Na'Vi and LevelUP. That is going to be the series we're watching. And obviously, as you mentioned, whoever wins does push themselves forwards to that semi-final area. So it's definitely a lot to play for. And as you're mentioning as well, the fact that this is a single elimination tournament, you know, you've got to win every single best of 3. There is no safety net of the lower brackets. It is do or die non-stop.
Yep, and as we can see, it was yesterday. 3 of the invited teams were able to take down the 3 of the qualified teams. The only exception was Vivo Keystars losing to Team Arava 2-0. Okay. Navi came in versus one move. It was a pretty close match. I think one move to game 1. Then Navi in game 2, they brought out the Carry Weaver to counter Faceless Void. And I was like, what? And it worked out. There were many doubters. I, of course, wasn't one of them. But it worked out for Navi. And now they're going to go. Their prize is to go up against LevelUP, who I believe had the best performance in the group stage. Yeah, they were like only dropped 3 games. Game 2, sorry, the second series was really ghastly versus Moneymakers. very one-sided. You know, we never really worried about Luna Galaxy that entire series,
Hmm.
so kind of makes sense they would go 2-0. And Team Tickles versus Navi Junior, Vivo Keystars, and Team Marapa. We didn't cast them, so we don't care.
Nah, that's not our area. You know, we're at this
Yeah,
top half. You know, Harry Freaky Kips,
we're
they
the
got the
best
lower
half.
half. Oh yeah, mate. Always the best half. Always the best half. So hopefully these series that we're going to be covering for today are going to be just as exciting. Let's have a quick look at the schedule of the day. Obviously, Na'Vi and Level Up is going to be the first one coming up momentarily for you guys, followed by Luna Galaxy and KZ Team. Team Tickles against Sibe Team, and then Arava going up against Storm. Out of these four, Otomo, do you think we have the most hype ones, or are there some more scary matchups later on?
I feel like the first game would be the first and the last game would be probably the closest matched.
Mm-hmm.
Just because I think we saw Na'Vi struggle a little bit. Level Up has been doing a really good job. They have some impressive names: Sweet and Strong, Lore Enough, Own Me. Like I've seen these guys can be in the DPC, so I'm expecting a good one. And I think the last one also, even though I don't know Team Arava and Storm much, just because I haven't been able to tune into their games, these are two teams that made through the qualifier.
Yep.
Sorry, through the league. So you'd expect the gap between them to be not huge.
Yeah.
As for Luna Galaxy and Team Tickles, I do think they look like the strongest team. Team sibe looked very strong when I casted them, but I still think Team Tickles is going to take the second and third seed should go to Luna Galaxy and Team Tickles.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, we will see if that is going to be an accurate prediction or not. Let's have a quick look at the 1v1 matchup as well. Obviously, up to date, Na'Vi versus Level Up. And as you mentioned, this feels like it should be a pretty close series. Obviously, Na'Vi winning yesterday up against One Move did go all the way to the 3 games. One Move took game number 1 quite easily. Game number 2 was very close, as you were mentioning. The Weaver actually coming out on top in the end. And then the third game, it looked like One Move would just go out of steam, and Na'Vi just easily took that one. So, yeah, it'd be interesting to see how they throw up against Level Up, the top dogs of Group A. As you're mentioning, only dropping 3 maps in total. So a very, very dominant showing here. And we'll see if that's going to be enough to push them through.
Yeah, interesting thing about Navi is also that they had some very unusual picks. We talked about the Weaver quite a bit, but they also had some other weird picks come out. We saw the Jakiro, Elder Titan, and Shadow Shaman, which, are very rare picks. We're just not seeing them. And Navi's like, yeah, we're bringing them out. All of them were played as, I think, position 5, and they all worked very nicely.
Yeah, they definitely did. It was exciting to see. And we'll see what they're going to bring. Obviously, again, another exciting pick that we actually saw yesterday. Obviously, it's not this series, but it was Luna Galaxy playing the Pudge. Interesting to see that. We'll have a quick look at the rosters as well. As, yeah, this is the lineup for Na'Vi, Shingetsu, Meljul, Malik, Daniel.
Shigetsu. You said Shingetsu again.
I did.
There's no N.
I had a day off, man. I slept. I forgot there was no N. But give me a chance, man. I'll remember. There's no N there.
I correct you not because I'm an asshole. Well, not only that, but also for you to get better.
Yep. That's true. You know, you helped me learn, Otomo. That's it. I like it. I like it. Obviously, we did see these guys perform pretty damn nicely in their series. Felt like Malik was a real dominant force coming out from the off lane, especially on his primal beast when he just became a literal beast in that one, and just there was nothing One Move could do against him. Yeah,
they and as well as the Weaver. The one problem that Navi had was in game 1, they went for the push strat, and they couldn't push and they couldn't adapt to not pushing. Like we talked about the Jakir being a great pick for them, but they end up taking Ice Path very late. I think by like first point level 7 when he had 2 points. So and even though they were taking like decent skirmishes, 2-on-2, 3-on-3 fights, and a Jakir without Ice Path in those situations feels very lackluster. So maybe that's one way you can beat them is that you like sort of bait them into a draft. When then there's very one side like, oh, they're going for a late game draft, but we play very quick, or they're going for a push draft, but we become unbeatable in pushes by taking Coddle Zeus. But overall, Navi still a very impressive team.
Yeah, definitely are. And we'll have a quick look at LevelUp's. Look at their roster, see if they can sort of adapt to those strategies as you were mentioning. What's the gasp for? Is it the lack of picture?
So, no, I was gonna say so bad. He looks like me, but much handsomer. I feel like this guy might have an alternate career in something else because I swear I've seen him deliver pizza a couple of times.
Oh yeah, maybe. I don't think the pizza is correctly ordered a few times. There's some extra sausage involved, I do believe.
And I think he's also like has some work in the medical field, as a doctor maybe. I don't know, but yeah, so, so poor guy, Anyway, so yeah, this is so bad. Sweden Strong owned me low enough, and seven Hesu, seven Hesu. I think that's how we pronounce it. Haven't heard much about seven Hesu, but the rest of the team, I've seen their names come out a few times in this Pinnacle Cup, DPC Tier 2.
Hmm.
And in this tournament so far, also I might have a draft starting very soon. My duo just shows up straight away.
It does.
But in this tournament, they've been very standard with their picks. Vengeful Spirit, Brewmaster, Grimstroke, Warlock. Nothing crazy. The only two picks that I thought were a bit not even unusual, but less common was Carry, Monkey King, and Storm, which they picked twice in this tournament each, and they both won. So
Yeah.
very by the book team, it seems like.
Yeah, well, I mean, if it works, don't fix it. Just keep this
Mm.
ball rolling and see how long they can carry on this strategy and get those Ws. As the draft is now underway, ladies and gentlemen, let's jump on in and see what happens. And the first ban I see there from Navi is a Razor.
What? We
Interesting.
just talked about Level Up not picking anything unusual. They go for the Razor. Wait,
Well-
is it underway or under away? I think you said.
Underway. It's both work.
Does it?
Yeah, it depends if you just want to chuck an extra word in there. Stop trying to catch me out, man. Come on.
No. Listen, I mean, I'm trying to improve my English because it's like my second language and it's your first. So I'll make sure that I'm learning the correct stuff, basically.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough. But so this Razor looks like it has actually been played 4 times so far in this current patch from Level Up, and they have actually won every single game with it. So maybe that is just something Navi are just particularly fearful of. They're just like, yeah, okay, we do not want to see this guy no matter what, and yeah, just decide to ban it out straight off.
And in general, like Razor is amazing if you're planning on picking a carry that doesn't have a whole lot of burst damage and not very mobile, and you also have like a single core that does damage, because then the Razor just gets on top of him, static link, and he can shut him down. I'm trying to think of an example of that would work, like Sven Medusa Gyrocopter. You get on next to him. Sven not so much because his burst damage is amazing, but like Gyrocopter, Medusa, Luna, you get there, stack link them, and within a few seconds it feels like those heroes just do no damage.
Yeah, definitely could be the case. I mean, you're mentioning that the Sven would be the one most comfortable in that, but LevelUp actually chose to ban him rather than that Gyro, so we will see if Navi want to pick that one up, and their first pick is indeed going to be the Gyrocopter. Who could have seen that one coming?
Not me.
Not you, mate. You had
No,
no idea
that's-
that was coming completely out of the blue.
Yeah, it's very cool. Like you see a band and you're like, well, because generally like Gyrocopter, I feel like Razor would be amazing against heroes like Gyrocopter, Luna, and Medusa, because those here they do a lot of spread damage. Like when you calculate, like, oh my god, they're doing like 3,000 damage per hit, but spread out among 17 targets. So each one isn't taking that much, but as the fight goes on, it does add up. But Razor just cuts it down so much within just a couple of seconds. His only problem, of course, would be getting next to people. If you're a Razor, it's like you might have to consider getting a blink at some point, just jump, stack link them. And LevelUp, they go for the Doom. Very good against like the Aghanim Satanic build that Gyrocopter tends to play.
It definitely is. I'm pretty sure, as well as owned me playing it in the off lane, I'm pretty sure I've seen Sweden Strong also run it as the position 4 as well.
Yes.
So yeah, some good bit of flexibility there on the side of LevelUp. And considering how it is such an early Doom, I feel like it's more likely just to end up in that support role in case it gets countered too much in the lane.
True. I mean, it's still flexible, right? But it's when you pick when you open with like an Earth Spirit and then you see a couple counters, you're like, all right, I hope our position 4 has been practicing this hero.
Yeah.
I guess it's not going mid anymore. So then again, Doom is generally one of the heroes that I feel like is almost uncounterable. It's like maybe a Rubik is pretty good against him just because if you steal Devour is great, if you steal Doom is great. I don't think you can steal Infernal Blade. So it's like you get 2 out of 3 steals are amazing. So
yeah,
apart from Rubik, I feel like Doom is he's just fine. Wraith King, I guess, is another counter for him, but who picks that guy?
Nah, we've seen. I can only remember seeing one Wraith King in recent history, and it just got deleted by a PA again and again. So I don't know. I feel like that was the potential showcasing for Wraith King trying to come back into the pro scene, but yeah, he quickly got shut down. Probably not going to be seeing him anytime soon. But we'll see how these bans progress. Na'Vi do remove both the Kotl and the TA right there, sort of touching multiple roles. Meanwhile, LevelUP still thinking about what they want to remove.
Yeah, interesting. The TA ban. TA, as we mentioned, I actually didn't mention this, but we'll talk about, is really good at that instant burst damage, which Navi doesn't want. They want to go for these extended fights because when you have gyrocopter, that is your only option. You just don't have burst damage from this carry. You're gonna have some nice damage, but it comes off. Takes 5 seconds to get there, which is nothing wrong. It's just the style of the hero.
Yep. Yeah, I agree. It's a strong staple. Every single offlaner knows how to play it. It can be super impactful,
Dude.
So always worth ban.
You know what LevelUP needs? You know what LevelUP really needs? Grimstroke. Frickin' Grimstroke. Double Fatal Bonds, double Doom, and strongest of all, double Shadow Word.
Yeah, that could be nice. Yeah, we'll see if they want to go for that combo, as Na'Vi actually go for the PA followed up by the Rubik. So immediately they're like, okay, we are not going to be playing this gyro as our core. It is going to be the PA. So position 5 gyro paired up with the PA in the lane. We'll see how that one does end up panning out. The Rubik as well, as you mentioning, some good spells to steal from Doom, and now also some great ones from the Warlock.
Yeah, I gotta say, LevelUP, I would really be thinking about taking Grimstroke. Just because PA jumps in, it's relatively easy to get her to Soulbind. The only problem is that right now it's not going to be linked to the Gyro Rubik. These guys are going to be very far, but if it's a PA will probably want some other melee hero being picked, and just so you can Soulbind her. You remove Pangolier as an option for Na'Vi. So, and of course you have great combos: double Fatal Bond, double Doom, just. Yeah, a Slot comes out and Invoker. So it's going to be either Invoker 4 or it's going to be the mid Invoker. They're keeping that last pick, or it could be that Doom is their support as well.
Yeah, still a big old question mark right now on how the rest of LevelUP lineup is actually going to continue. As you're mentioning, lots of flex to either be cores or support to multiple roles. So the world is their oyster at this point. Maybe it's going to come down to what Na'Vi are going to choose to pick up and then ban immediately afterwards. Obviously, looking like they've already got their support duo set up. So, going to probably grab their offlaner right now. And who would you want to see in the offlane to go up against the Slark to try and shut him down?
The thing is, it's like you would like... I like Centaur a lot. I think Centaur is very, very solid against the Slug. Just because he goes up, you can do so much burst damage to him during the laning phase. Attacking him, you get hurts back. I'm quite a fan of the Centaur. They add the Pango. Dude, the Grim... Like, come on. You know what I mean? Come on.
Yeah.
Like, it's right there. It's the Grimstroke. Now, I don't know if Navi is going to be leaving it the pool. I feel like it's a big risk. LevelUP has the last pick. I feel like it's a big risk to leave it. But Pangolier comes out here for Navi. A different approach than the one I was thinking. But he is solid against the Slugs because you can jump away very easily.
Yeah. Or do you think this is the mid for Invoker and they are still looking for their offlaner?
There you go. I mean, come on.
Yeah,
it could be the mid for... I'd prefer a different mid, honestly. I'd prefer a ranged mid with some damage. When I see a Pango and a PA, I think you can go for something ranged that can do decently in the lane against Invoker. I think Pango suffers as the lane goes on, especially with all that mana burns. Like, you walk in, he mana burns, you swashbuckle away. You already lost mana, and you didn't get last hits most of the time. So I prefer something ranged for Navi.
Yeah. LevelUP, they do ban out the Night Stalker, so I guess they are thinking that this is Melajul's Pangolier to be taken into that mid. We'll see who else are going to ban. I do actually quite like the Night Stalker ban. We've seen it used in the past with PA to be really effective. You get this massive flying observer ward pretty much, and PA can just happily jump onto anybody they like. Just so much vision to play around is very, very beneficial for this carry. So I do like to see that one removed.
I agree. It's like PA doesn't want to be first in. She wants to be like, okay, do I spot a CM, a poor lion? Is somebody having fun when they shouldn't? Or I'm gonna end their life. So that's how PA plays. Very rarely is it like, oh, I jump on the Tide Hunter. It's like no. Let my Night Stalker give me vision, or someone else. This game, Pangolier is not bad, but also Pangolier likes to have vision in the area as well. So I do feel like you have two jumpers, the PA and the. The term correct, by the way, is assassins. I call them jumpers.
Well, you know,
But they're,
I
they're
suppose
assassins.
it still describes it accurately. They do
Uh,
jump
uh,
around. You know, you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
so they do.
Yeah, they
And
definitely
level up. I gotta say, I know they have last pick, but I am beyond surprised that they left the Grimstroke in the pool.
do.
Like, it is wild to me that they had the option to pick it up. They go for the Slock Invoker. I don't know. I don't call it a mistake because you never know, but it is really interesting how much they value these two rather than the combination with the Grim, which is a hero that they play.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so like it's like, oh, I was suggesting it out of my ass. It's like, no, they play it.
They definitely do.
It's their third most played hero in this tournament. So,
Yeah,
okay,
I don't think they got the greatest win rate actually on Grim though, have they? They've
irrelevant.
they like to play. It doesn't matter if they win, as long as if they're picking it.
It fits the draft. You know, it would have worked. The fact that they pick it is kind of like that. If it was bad, it's on them. You know, that's their issue. And of course, as we mentioned a few times, it could be a support Doom, and we see an offlaner coming out from LevelUP here.
Yeah, there's definitely that possibility. As you were mentioning, the Slark would struggle against a Centaur. Could you maybe make an argument to say that Na'Vi would be similarly struggling in the laning phase? Because PA doesn't really like a Centaur either.
I think it's not as bad. I don't know. I don't feel like it's as bad for the PA, if you ask me. Oh, the line comes out as a ban. So yeah, Na'Vi, they're looking at it. They're thinking, nah, this is a core Doom. This is a core Doom. We want to get rid of a lot of control. Legion Commander is the pick for Na'Vi. Another assassin that could work for them. But so it is going to be the mid Pango. It's fine. I mean, it can work against the Invoker. I do feel like it's favored towards the Invoker, but I am not rank 70 in the region, so obviously the players feel like it's good enough.
Yeah, I mean it is one of Melajul's favorite heroes to play as well in the mid. We've seen him roll with this one again and again, so it's a comfort hero as well. At the end of the day, he should always be able to like swashbuckle away from the EMPs if they're going to be that much of a nuisance for him as well. So I feel it definitely can work out. Be able to make plenty of space for the PA, especially if there's also an LC running around dueling people. But one thing I will say is there's not really a huge amount of burst damage to get those duel victories. Especially now there's a Dragon Knight, very, very tanky boy, and that is going to be their offlaner.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Wait,
no, it's not. No, Doom is the 3.
Yeah, Doom is the 3. Is going to be position 4 Invoker.
Yeah.
They're going to put lower enough on the Dragon Knight in the mid lane. Very tanky hero. You know, I do like that. I feel like I was thinking if they were going to go for a support, they'd pick the Lich instead. But okay, so it's going to be a mid PK. I haven't seen this in a while. And I mean, you know, just the hero has been so out of the meta. Very tanky group from both teams. You know what I mean? LevelUP, they've got Dragon Knight, they've got the Slot, they got the Doom. So that's gonna be pretty hard for them it's gonna be pretty hard for Na'Vi to bring down. Even a TA might struggle.
Yeah, I agree. And do you think the fact that everybody is so tanky that it's actually going to benefit LevelUP perhaps? Because that means the fights will last longer, which means 7 Jessu's going to be getting more Essence Shift stacks as the fight progresses.
Yes.
And then by the end of it, he'll have Gatling gun attack speed and just delete people in seconds.
Probably. I mean, the only thing is that Slark doesn't really like MKB, but you can get Silver Edge, and that's also a fine option for you to just get the break off. I like LevelUp's draft. I think I need to go back. I want to go into the game to actually like completely figure out which one I'm gonna pick. Because sometimes you're like, oh wait, I forgot they had this hero.
Yeah.
But I really like that tri-core. I like the Dragon Knights also becomes a bit of a ranged hero. So you do have like the Slark jumping in, you have the Doom jumping in, and Dragon Knight's still doing decent jump, protecting the back line in case Phantom SS does any shenanigans. We don't like shenanigans around here.
I mean, I like shenanigans. I think shenanigans always entertain no matter what, but we are going to be jumping on into the game, and let's see how this first game of the second day of the playoffs here for the Malta Cup Vibes tournament does go down. And yeah, just have to wait and see to see whether it's the Slark that comes out on top or the PA. You can see actually 7 Jessu is Grandmaster on his Slark, so clearly he's got a lot of practice on this hero.
Yep, that's it. They've won. You see the Grandmaster, you're like, sorry, no. But then we have a Grandmaster on Navi too.
True.
You know, the
Yeah.
Rubik, yeah. So it's like Daniel likes his Rubik quite a lot. But as I said yesterday, there's no position 4 player who's not a Grandmaster on Rubik. And it's kind of like, when you join a team, you're like, can I be position 4? They're like, they don't even ask you about your Rubik. It's just assumed you're going to be Grandmaster.
Yeah, and if you're not, insta-kick. That's it, goodbye. Come back to the pro
Yeah.
scene when you played another couple hundred more games.
The Amar test, you know, you join in, you're like, what's your rank on this hero? 2? Yeah, we're not picking him for you in a pro match. Sorry, buddy.
Yeah, not happening. Yeah, well, it doesn't look like we're going to get too much of a fight. Maybe you're going to get a contest for this top river bounty rune. Depends if Shigetsu as well as Melody want to try and actually commit for it. Looks like Omi's going to secure that one. Meanwhile, Na'Vi pushing into the Radiant jungle, who wins the clicking war. 7Jesu does manage to pick it up, has to leap away. He's got a missile on his case though, but they're too close to the tier 2 for anything for Na'Vi to try and make a kill there.
Alright, so bottom lane, Warlock and Slark versus Rubik and Legion Commander. I think that I would favor the Warlock and the Slark more. You can remove the pounce, but if you upheaval for a couple of seconds, the pounce comes out, you're gonna be slowed for a while. An Orb of Venom on the Slark could do a lot of work. I don't know if he has it yet, but if he gets it, it could be a problem for them. No, he doesn't have it. He's probably not thinking about it. Don't see it as often as before.
I think it's definitely a safe item that he's going to be going for no matter what. As see on this top, just lots of little skirmishes going on. Only trying to push Shingetsu out of the lane. As obviously Malady was bot for a little bit there, so PA was on their own. But creeps underneath the tower. They're going to be the other creep wave coming in, which may be causing Navi's lane to push right now. Ooh, yeah, the creep's just in tower range, so the wave might actually start pushing into LevelUp's favor now.
Top lane. I kind of feel like I'd favor the PA and Gyro, you know? You should be able to sort of jump on owned me, but how strong is the position 4 Invoker? And I think that does give you a fair amount of control.
It does. Yep. Well, how is this mid lane currently going? Currently, we are looking at 5-2 there for Laurenov to the 4-1 and Melodjul, so pretty much bang on even between these two so far. Obviously, it's still very early days. I mean, who would you expect to just come out on top here, or is it just going to be an even trade of farm, considering how Laurenov's probably too tanky to die, and Melodjul was too elusive to get caught even?
Exactly, right? It's like we're just going to be in a farm war. Probably the Pangolier might be getting a little bit more, but it's such a... I feel like I favor the Dragon Knight. You know, you should be able to spam Breathe Fire, and you will be able to get all the creeps. If you get disarmed, it doesn't matter. You know, you still have another way of farming here. Yeah. So I kind of favor the Dragon Knight. I think Dragon Knight's a little bit better.
Yeah, I think as well the fact that Pangoliers generally like to rotate when they get their 6 if possible, and the DK will obviously abuse that, use his Dragon Form to try and push the tower as quickly as possible. We could see like an early tier 1 being taken away as a result. Possible.
In terms of CS so far, no giant like advantage for anyone here. Just a little bit for Malik coming out ahead, but again, not the biggest. I thought the Legion Commander might suffer a little bit. And yeah, the observer's like no net worth advantage, no kills. Well, can we skip? It's like no, we can't skip. This is a very important stage of the game.
It really is. It does set up. It takes a strong lead.
You know what I will say about healing lotuses, whatever you want to call them, is that they do one thing. They make players a little bit more aggressive at the 3-minute mark. Not in this particular game where where it's the Gandhi style. No one wants to hit anyone else. But in most games at the 3-minute mark, everyone sort of goes to it, and we see a bit of a standoff.
Yeah, normally we do, but as you were mentioning, it does just feel like both teams are happy to just make space for their carries, continue the farm. I'm kind of expecting like the first kill to be found when this Pangolier does eventually make his rotation. So it will just come down to whether Melodjul was feeling comfortable to go for like a level 6 move, look for a kill, potentially onto either Owned Me or even 7Jesu if they can find the Slark at the bot. I'll have to just wait and see though.
Look at the Dragon Knight. The double bracers just so he can't be killed. If he goes for, I think he might be going for a Hand of Mice. I like that. Look at that. He's just so tanky. I love bracers. I've been loving bracers since Dota 1. Used to give you like 5 strength, 3 to the other stats. I was like that, and it has the coolest icons of all of the starting apps. Oh dear. Oh dear. Is there any upheavals?
Malik got a grenade on him. Does manage to use the heal though. Will press the attack, keep him
Wow.
going. Does manage to survive. I mean, that's a ton of damage applied to him. Has no tangos or salves remaining. I mean, Daniel does have 1 salve on him, but obviously, as we know, it's not quite as efficient handing it over to your teammates. So, it's not going to be easy here for the LC now.
I gotta say, I'm very shocked to see so bad going 2-1-0 build. You know, 2 in the failed bomb, 1 in the shot with no points in people, because Malik can just dispel all the other abilities, and as you can see, he's going on him, and there's no fail bonds.
7 Jesu is the one who has to actually run away from that one. Takes a lot of damage. Now, so bad, potentially going to get ran down. The right clicks from Daniel coming through. And Malik, he was about to get in range for that melee attack, but it is just the Rubik that picks that one up for free. That's going to be a nice pair of booties for the Rubik.
And yeah, like I said, I'm just surprised that they go for this. I don't know why you wouldn't go for that, people. Feels like it's such an auto pick against the Legion Commander, but again, we don't know.
Yeah,
owned me. They just.
I was gonna say, it's just very meta as well at this stage. Just everyone really prioritizing the upheaval more than anything else. It feels that you know, clearly so bad has his own little game plan in mind. He's gonna do his own thing. See how it does work out, obviously. And up at this top lane, it does just seem like Shigetsu's still able to find his farm, happily progressing, but at the same time, Owned Me has also got very similar in terms of CS. So these guys aren't really interested in hitting each other. They're just really bullying creeps right now. Well, 6-minute rune's going to be spawning. Meanwhile, down at the bot lane, it is actually Malik that ends up falling down there. 7 Jesu finding that kill, maybe to get a second, and he will. Picking off Daniel, running through the trees. Huge advantage. Even Lorinov getting Melodul taken down. Huge turn of events here for LevelUP. 3 kills in the space of about 10 seconds. We'll see if Lorinov can do much damage to this tier 1 as well. Seems like there is no Pango to defend.
And we're seeing a little bit of an network advantage coming up, and even doesn't show on the CS, but all of the LevelUP cores are at the top of, and they're having a fairly fun time. And you know, like LevelUP, one scary thing is that all 3 cores can go for Hand of Midas. You know, we see it a lot with the Dragon Knight. Doom is a very common item. Even Slark doesn't mind getting it just because, you know, he's a hero that loves attack speed. So if Navi think, hey, let's go late, you're like, yeah, you're gonna go late against a team that loves going late.
Yep. Not going to be easy at all. Not at all. Still, as you're mentioning, it's just LevelUP with that slight advantage right now. Obviously, 7 Jesu, very, very happy with himself. I mean, he's still doing fine in CS. There's actually only 5 separating top CS versus bottom. Like, everyone is having a perfectly fine game so far. But yeah, the Slark, the fact that he already has 2 permanent Agi stacks, he's happy.
Overall, Malik? I kind of need Malik to have a good game because I don't think you're going to be seeing a lot of the PA early on. So Malik, he is okay so far, but if he dies a few more times, gets that late blink dagger, he's going to be suffering. And dude, speaking of suffering.
Fortunate enough for him, Malik was still just shy of his level 6. If there was that duel, that would have been 100% a dead Warlock. So very, very fortunate there for so bad not to get caught out in that position. But, you know, he's not going to be so lucky next time. By then, Malik will 100% have his 6 available. Should be so careful he doesn't give away free duel. If you want Melodul, get him pressure. The mid-tornado will not land, but even still, he is able to get away successfully. Malady, though, I think he came over to try and secure the rune, but all that happens is Lorinov gets a free kill. And the tower's probably taking more damage.
Dude, the mid lane has gone really well for LevelUp's. Lorinov has just crushed it so far. I mean, he got that, solo kill on Melodul. Melodul is going to the bottom. He does have the ultimate. He may be able to catch someone. It's a nice rotation, but when you're losing the lane heavily, you'd hope your rotations get you a little bit more of a core kill than just a position 5.
Yeah, not quite the prime grab he was looking for by any means, so hopefully he can find something else soon as he's coming back on into the mid. Daniel was thinking about joining him. Maybe they could try and go for this Dragon Knight. Obviously, the DK form has now finished. Rolling Thunder is available, but Yeah, it doesn't look like Na'Vi are too interested in trying to shut Lauren down. Maybe they might try and go for a kill onto own me right now as Melodor was TP'd up here. Rolling Thunder
that's what he wants.
used. He's a tanky boy. He does have a Vanguard complete. Let's see if he can actually just survive through all of this. I don't think he can. EMP is going to get casually dropped from Sweden strong. Plus Tornado does actually connect onto 2. But all that does is keep Own to be alive long enough it should get to actually get the kill credit for that one.
That's a good one. That's a good one. Unfortunately, he used the Devour right before he died, so you don't get that bonus of him, and he's maxing out Devour, so he's still farming very nicely. And it might sound like no matter what Na'Vi do, I'm saying something bad, but the truth is, it's just like it's great that he was able to get a kill on the Doom, but unfortunately, Doom still had everything. It's like you use your hand of mice, use your Devour, you're like, it's not the worst thing in the world if I die right now.
Yeah, as long as if you do get those spells off. Meanwhile, that distraction was happening. That was the opening for LevelUP to take down that tier 1 mid. So a bit of extra space here for LevelUP, who also has just found Daniel in the trees with the cold snap on top of him. EMP there as well, but even still the Rubik will be able to retreat. Melojul and Malady just showing their presence is enough to make Lauren fall back.
And Lord, what's he going for? The Hand of Midas. So that's 1 Hand of Midas confirmed. What's Doom going for? The Hand of Midas. That's 2. And Seven Hezu is going for Malik, but he's not a man enough to go for Hand of Midas. Actually, it's probably the right thing to get at least one guy who's going to want Midas early on.
I mean, he looks like he's eager to just take these early fights, so I'll be happy to see it. He's still Duke of Jive in, but there's a pounce up in 2 seconds. But Seven Jesu does actually just decide to let him go. Will fall back, but now Lauren is in this bottom lane. DK forms up in 30 seconds. Probably going to see some pressure applied to this tier 1 tower very soon.
Yeah, once the once he has it, he wants to go for it, and he is right at the top. Laurenov. It's not that bad for Na'Vi. They're just slightly behind on all of their roles, right? A little bit. PA is a little bit behind the DK, Malik as well as Melojul a little behind Laurenov as well as. It's like not the biggest deal. It's just as the game continues, that those double Midases feel like they're going to pay off quite a lot.
Yeah, definitely. After
top lane?
They'll definitely pay them off. But so yeah, the smoke move. Sweden strong as well on Lauren off. Maybe trying to see if they can find Shigetsu stepping out of position. Fortunate enough for the PA. They do go to hit up that creep, but I think it's only a matter of time. You know, LevelUP are very patient right now. They know the PA is going to be returning. Actually, never mind, Lauren off. He's not going to wait for the kill. He just pops DK for him. He's like, screw this. I'm just going to kill the tower, guys. You know, that's good enough.
I like it.
Yep.
You know, sometimes it's like, listen, there's a tower right here, and we all want our Hand of Midases. So can we get to work a little bit? And he's gonna have it when it falls. Is he gonna be able to get one more? Needs a couple more hits. Oh, Melojul.
Yeah, lots of rotations coming in from Na'Vi. They want to try and take this one. Nice tornado connects on towards the gyro, keeping it back. Melojul just rolling around this rolling thunder. The cooldown will come. Both are going to land onto OB, but Chaotic offering also get the connection onto the gyro. Malady will just fall. 1 for nothing trade so far. Daniel as well gets spot in the trees there. Will be the second pickoff going towards LevelUP. Everyone else on the side of Na'Vi will retreat. But that was them making the rotations to try and defend. They still lose the tower. They lose 2 supports as well. Just a big victory there for LevelUP. Out of the bot. The action doesn't stop as Malik gets found and Sweden strong actually connecting a double kill there.
I mean, Malik is getting close. I mean, he already has the Blade Mail, but you want the Blink Dagger for him to start fights. And then I have to ask, when he gets the Blink Dagger, you mentioned it, who are you dueling? You know, are you doing the DK or the Doom? That's hard. You want to do Muslycus, it feels very risky. And Invoker as well as Warlock are not the easiest people to catch. If you can catch them, that's great. And you have no real side damage coming out from anyone else. You know, like we don't have like a Zeus or Invoker or some sort of global presence like an NP. Malik, is he going to die again?
Well, they're thinking about going on him, but there are the 2 supports of Na'Vi sat right behind this Legion Commander. So they are willing to take this fight if one comes their way. Are people to start things off? Malik not interested in running out of it, so it's going to be a nearly max duration, but clearly you can see that 7 Jesu just not interested in going for that one.
Daniel might put an Observer Ward just to get a vision on Soba, but Soba's actually between 2 trees. Alright, he decides to cancel it. And it's fine.
I mean, to be honest, that was like 400 damage he did just without people, so, you know, it's chip damage at the end of the day.
It's he's maxing it out now. Now it's level 3. Alright, I'm cool. I like it. Meanwhile, it does feel like it's going to be a big rumble here as Na'Vi, they brought 4 people. Then they're like, no, let's not do that.
Yeah, they will just decide to fall back.
Do you see the win percentage though? It's 73% for level up. That is not.
Damn.
That's not a little bit.
Yeah, that is definitely feeling a bit more one-sided. As Sweden Strong coming up to steal this, Daniel will just get the steal onto the Ghost Walk, and I guess that's enough to force them away. We'll secure one Wisdom Room apiece. Nothing crazy happening there. I guess, like, Sweden Strong knew that he was just going to get, like, telekinesis and thrown away, so there wasn't any point in him actually staying around.
Yeah. Alright, you gotta say though, Shigetsu, he is keeping up in farm. Remember, he's keeping up in farm against Midas holders. Like, Shigetsu's having a fantastic game. This is without Battlefield. Battlefield is coming online. He does have the Orb of Corrosion, and we've seen this on PAs that tend to be a little bit more active. Slark, Air Diffusal into the Echo Saber. So not really focused on his farm, but like he's also doing a really good job. Even Malik as well as Melajul are doing okay considering the state of the game.
Yeah, definitely are finding what they can when they can. Yeah, like mentioning, pretty much everyone else on the side of LevelUP, all the cores going for the Midas, apart from 7 Jesu, which is like a clear indication with this defusal that he's more interested at potentially looking for kills and action elsewhere. That's kind of the only reason you would go for a defusal blade first item, is if you are expecting to be constantly dealing with other heroes.
Yep.
So we'll see if he actually ends up getting into many skirmishes yet.
Yeah, I always feel like I'm almost one of those people who prioritizes greed, just because if the game, unless you're like being super overwhelmed, I'm like, yeah, play greedy, you know. And the games tend to go a little bit later than everyone assumes, so those Hand of Midas are very nice. I don't understand why it makes my teammates mad when I get it on Crystal Maiden, but it's fine.
I think I know why it makes them mad, Otomo. You know,
because they're bad.
Well, because you know, cores would think, wow, that could literally be like 150 Century Wars right there, the amount of money you just spent on that Hand of Midas, Mr. Crystal Maiden.
Only if the Century Wars were on sale, you know, like yeah, maybe then.
Yeah.
Oh, Warlock's, he's got the Trusty Shovel, so that's going to be a couple extra bounty awards coming out for them. LevelUP playing the economy game perfectly so far. They haven't applied, I mean, they've taken the tier 1 mid and top, but they haven't focused so much on playing on the enemy side. There is a, oh, there it goes. Takes Arcane Ruin. Lornoff is going to be okay. Dodges the tornado, so it doesn't get dispelled.
Hold on to that for a bit longer. But, I mean, he'd already actually used his dragon form, so he's not going to get like the reduced cooldown there. So, let's see if you can actually do anything else with this. But yeah, as you mentioned, LevelUP, they just don't seem interested at trying to push their advantage at all. They're all just happy, chilling, trying to progress their farm. Owned Me looks like he does have an Octarine core queued up to be his first major item, I'd say. As Na'Vi, maybe grouping up to try and make a play happen right now, or the 2 supports are sat right behind Shigetsu, maybe just with defense, who knows? We'll have to wait and see.
But to be fair, with the way the game's going, oh, Sweden Strong, I think he might be losing his life. Can he TP in time? It's looking like a dead Sweden Strong.
Yeah, maybe we'll just get caught, ran down. Free kill there.
Okay, here's the thing. I was gonna say, sorry. LevelUP, because the double Midases, the gold you have is inflated. I mean, you remove the Hand of Midas with like 2,000 gold from the Dragonite and Doom, and they're behind the enemy cores. So while it's a great item, you don't buy it and think, let's fight, even if you're ahead. You buy it and you think, let's take our time. Navi has to be the one who makes move. And as long as they're not getting those dual kills on Legion Commander, it's fine for them.
Yeah. And that is
it's boring
definitely
for
the case
us, but it's fine for them.
Yeah, 100%. We want the action, but these guys, you know, they're professionals. They know that sometimes taking the karma route is the better path to victory. But yeah, speaking of Malik, still 0 dual victories on the board. He's definitely suffering a bit there.
Do you see that? Sweden Strong queues up the Hand of Midas too. Oh, you know, the Invoker. I wanted 3 Hand of Midas on LevelUP, and Sweden Strong was like, for you, caster, who I don't really care about anyway, but I'll get it. I'll get it because we want to win. And it's like, why not?
Why not? Yeah, well, I mean, if the game does go long enough, it will pay itself off in the long run. So, yeah, it's not too bad of a decision. Meanwhile, so bad. Okay, he's not going 1 for though. You know, he's playing the actual. He's the sensible position 5. Actually has a gem queued up next. Not like there's any real built-in invis to deal with, but it's a fantastic tool to just get that vision advantage with those observable kills. Down bot, jump in, Malik, control, there's a DD rune as well onto this Dragonite right now. Malik's taking a ton of damage, will just fall. Quick pick off there for LevelUP, and it looks like the rest of Na'Vi just try and run away. Daniel controlled
Nice
by the
upheaval.
upheaval, plus the tornado will land. Melodil actually using his Rolling Thunder right now. See if they can find anyone, but instead he does a U-turn, drives away. Oh, they're on a though. Aggressive blink, trying to find Shigetsu. Not going to find the opportunity to do so. So instead, it's another 2 kills there for LevelUP. They're going to be able to take down this tier 1 tower as well. Just really excellent moves to further their lead here in this game number 1. Oh, never mind. Sweden Strong.
Oh,
PA,
that's good.
yeah, easy peasy crits. Just delete Sweden Strong. Feels real rough, man, but it does happen.
What's PA building? I feel like if you're PA in this game, I would usually say, maybe you want to go for like the BKB and whatnot. But in a game like this, you might consider just going straight up Deso with the over corrosion and trying to get that damage off. And I think he's got Deso on the way and he's going for the Agnes. So yeah, I like this. I think, I mean, you're up against Golem and Doom. BKB is not going to help you too much.
No, I agree, yeah. Plenty of ways for BKB piercing abilities, so just wants to go for pure ability to delete supports as quickly as possible. I mean, Sweden Strong died super fast there without a Deso. Only going to get even worse as the game does go on.
Exactly.
Probably see some Ghost Scepters queued up soon, I would bet.
That's always good. And by the way, we talked about how tanky the LevelUP draft is. If Shigetsu gets the shard, he can also, like, firstly you break, yes, and shift. Oh, the duel!
Onto 7 Jessu. Nice chaotic offering drop though. Try to keep him alive, but it doesn't matter. They just barely get the kill before the duel ends. So there is going to be the first set. 28 damage there in the hands of Malik. And to be honest, that was the perfect target to find as well.
Yeah, I mean, the Dragon Knight, the Doom are fairly tanky. Slark is as well, but not quite the same way. And great showcase of also the Desolator on the PA. 28 damage. It's still a little low for this stage of the game, to be frank with you, but at least Malk is on the board.
Yeah, you know.
And already, sorry.
I was gonna say he started. You know, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, and now he's got that 1 kill. Makes getting the next kill slightly easier, and then easier again.
Ooh. Oh, Malady going to steal the Wisdom Rune. So Na'Vi, clawing their ways through the smallest openings. And they are able to pull themselves back into this game. And so bad he's like, ha ha ha, wait, what?
Yeah, that is very unfortunate. Always sad to lose your Wisdom Rune. I mean, there's no one even to try and steal the one on the Na'Vi side. So it's just gonna be sat there for a while. But I imagine someone on the side of Na'Vi will be the one picking that up. Meanwhile, speaking of Na'Vi, they got this little smoke move up to the top tier 1. Maybe seeing if there was a Doom nearby trying to defend it, but he does back off, and as a result, ends up being a little bit of wasted time there for Na'Vi. Have to just go back to farming.
Low enough is the one they give the gym to. He's got the BKB, he's got the Blink, and he is pretty hard for them to bring down. But if you level up, you kind of realize now they can find pickoffs on Navi's side. The PA and the Legion can shred anyone together. Maybe the Dragon Knight can survive, but even then it's like a close case. So I would think we might see LevelUP starting to stick, and they smoke up. What can they find here? You don't really want to kill the Gyrocopter.
Not really the primary target, but it looks like, they just have to settle for it. No one else on the side of Na'Vi was stepping up at all. A killer's a kill at the end of the day, but probably not going to see any ability to push to tier 2 following this hero advantage. Even a mile away from Roche Pits, they can't go for that either. So at the end of the day, it does just end up being a simple pick-off onto a plus 5.
I wonder if we're going to be seeing any Lincoln Sphere picked up soon for either team. One team has Doom, the other team has Duel. Hey, they both start with a D. Yeah, so that's pretty annoying for both of them.
Yeah, the double Ds, not the ones that most people would like to see, but it's still good. Evolve jump in there from Malik, does get the duel grab on towards So Bad. Can they keep the Warlock alive long enough not to get the duel? They will, but obviously So Bad still does die. Lorinov just straight up BKB TPs out of there. Does not want to hang around, and as a result, a free kill going towards Na'Vi. Even the Dragon Tail stun stolen away there from Daniel, that can be used to brutal effect.
Can we check out if Invoker's still going for the Hand of Midas on the Invoker? Can we see? And he's got it.
He does have it.
Okay. Not that far ahead in net worth of the other supports. And in the meantime, Na'Vi, as we mentioned, just the smallest openings have been working out for them. And when you have these 300 Midases, you don't want to hold hands too much, right? You want to be able to farm the map a little bit. But Na'Vi has just been like, okay, we're getting those dual catches off and we're getting these kills. and now Shigitsu, or sorry, as some people call him Shengetsu, he's got a Deso, and he's got the Aegis. So I was gonna say the Aegis. I don't know why I said the Deso. He's got the Aegis. So how are we gonna kill him twice?
Yeah, it's very, very difficult right now. Feels like maybe Level Up just need to start going for more. Maybe it's skirmish based, just go as a unit, just find the pick off before trying to push any towers or anything like that. Or maybe they just have to completely wait out this Aegis on the side of Shigetsu and take a fight when that is eventually gone. But seems like a lot of wasted time for them. It's actually Na'Vi moving aggressively right now as he's stealing away the creeps inside the Radiant Triangle area. Just nothing Level Up could do to stop him. And they were in a pretty dominant lead in this game at one point. I think we saw it was a 74% win probability as well.
Yep.
And I feel like it's probably down to like nearly
wow.
50-50, I would assume.
Yeah, it is. And look at that.
So,
Deso, the Orb of Corrosion, and the Orb of Destruction. How much is the Orb of Destruction? Is it 5 armor? It's 3. So it's 6. So 6 and what? 6 and 6, 12 armor. That's pretty solid.
that is.
And I think you have the talent, don't you, at level 20 that gives you another -4? What's the talent for the PA? The talent, PA talent, PA. Phantom Assassin, talent.
I don't think there is a minus armor talent, is there?
There
While we're
isn't?
talking about that, Shigetsu
No,
is
no.
just getting dived onto, in danger underneath the tier
He's
2.
out.
It looks like they will lose that Aegis. Melodru just rolling around the Rolling Thunder, trying to make space, jump in. The Jewel does actually connect onto the Slug. It's the perfect target. They managed to take down 7 Jetsu. Out comes the Doom. It lands onto the
Stolen
PA,
Doom.
so eventually the PA will die. The Stolen Doom as well gets dropped. But can they actually find anything off of that? As also Malik does end up falling. Daniel with the TP out will survive. But it's a pretty decent win there coming out from Level Up. They lose the Slug, sure, but they kill the PA twice. Oh, they do actually still use Lorinov. The Doom barely ticking him out there.
To be fair, the Stolen Doom feels very powerful right now, right? Extra duration, extra damage by the Rubik. It is a big deal. And good jump here on Shingitsu. I love that the damage idea is gone for, but does leave you vulnerable when you don't get caught up at the start. You lose the Slug, but Slug's kind of okay. Already threw out all he needs to, use his ultimate already, and then the Doom comes out. But I didn't think the Dragon Knight would die, but I forgot this is a Rubik Stolen Doom.
I was gonna say he still had quite a lot of HP left. He had like a third of his HP bar was still intact, but the Doom just did that much damage. It just took him out. That was pretty damn nice. But I mean, I feel like even though the Dragon Knight still died, Level Up is still very happy with that exchange. Removing the Aegis, they kept their tier 2 alive as well. They still took down multiple cores. Like or maybe it was just an even trade. I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell.
I think you're okay with Level Up just because you get the Aegis out of their hand. And, I mean, getting more kills is nice, but getting the Aegis out of their hand means you can play aggressively. And yeah, I think a Rubik Stolen Doom at this point, it does what, 63 damage pure. You don't heal, and it lasts for almost 20 seconds.
Yep.
So yeah, you take about almost 1,260 damage pure. That's there's nothing you can do about it. So when I saw the Dragon Knight, he was down to about a third of his health. No way he was surviving that.
Yeah, that was really, really brutal. And the fact as well that Daniel survived and he still has this Doom intact, so he's got time to do one more cast of it. I mean, maybe if they use it like as soon as it's off cooldown, there's time for a third? I think that's close. It's very close. Probably not actually.
Well, you might be like forcing it, right? To be like, oh, we gotta use it. Plus, what if you time it just right, but the second one has to come out on like a solo warlock, and you're like, oh, well, that's not ideal. And I think you're probably gonna get one use more out of it. That's it.
Yeah.
At best.
Maybe they're gonna try and use it against Doom himself. They did see Own to be farming up this top wave. He falls back into the jungle. Doesn't look like Na'Vi are going to be able to find him just yet, but they might wait. You know, see if he comes close back into the lane, and they can try and look for that free kill.
Well, Shigitsu is #1 net worth, and so is Melodru's having a good time as well on this Pangolier. It's like, damn, like this is not what we expected. Lordoff beat him in the lane, got an early hand of Midas, and he's still by almost 2,000 gold behind. Navi's just out-farmed the map so well.
Yeah, really perfect moves. And it is a smoke on smoke right now.
10.
See who ends up getting the jump first. Both teams posturing on the other side of the river, not really too aware that where the other team is. Malik jumps on in, can't actually get the dual grab. Someone trying to fight onto Sweden Strong. Instead, just takes a couple of little love taps there from Seth and Jesse. Steals 5 stacks of that.
He's down.
Everyone just falls back right now. Let's see if either team wants to try and continue this pressure. It doesn't look like they're not interested in completely falling back here from Na'Vi, even despite the BKB on cooldown from Malik. Okay, looks like they will now fall back at the same time LevelUP do, so again, both teams dodging the fight for now.
Because, I mean, yeah, BKB is down, but you also don't have Slark's ultimate to work with. So it's like both teams are thinking, we lost a big defensive aspect, we can't fight with it. LevelUP needs to consider getting either Lincoln Spheres or BKBs. We can see Sweden Strong queuing up the Lincoln Sphere. You could put it on whoever's at the front and, you know, just remove those duels. Because those Ds, they can suffocate a person.
They really can. They really, really can. Obviously, did just buy a 4-star, so he's still pretty much every single component away from that Lincoln's. But yeah, with Hand of Midas, we'll help him get there eventually, bit by bit. 7 Jesu as well. I believe, yeah, he has a MKB queued up, so deciding not to go for the Silver Edge plan, wants to just go for the item not reliant on cooldowns. Do you think that's the better choice there?
I guess because you have Invoker on your team, there's going to be good detection on the enemy side anyway. So, you know, you kind of incentivize. If you buy a Silver Edge, you give them double value, you know, because you might catch Invoker, you might catch the Slark with your detection. So for that, you can go with MKB. But in stats-wise, I also felt like the Slark likes the Silver Edge a bit more. But against PA, MKB is fine. I don't think there's anything wrong here either.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Also with a DD on him as well. See if they might try and use that to look for a fight, because this Slark can definitely do a lot of damage. As it looks like the fight's coming down at the bottom. Does actually get found in the trees. Bash with a couple of right clicks is all they need, and the Doom is dead. Immediately, LevelUP have to just start disengaging from this area, or are they? I mean, 7 Jesu's still coming on over. Okay, no, never mind. Now the call is to back off.
So, still in favor of LevelUP though, despite them only having a very minor net worth lead, which I think is going to be evaporating fairly soon once we see Na'Vi farm this area. And Roshan could be up in 40 seconds. Yeah, it's kind of scary. I think it's scarier for LevelUP to fight in the Roche pit, just because the Pangolier is like a god in the area.
Yeah, very difficult to fight into for sure. We'll see how quick that second Roshan is going to be. Potentially up in 30 seconds. We'll have to just wait and see how quick that's going to be. And it looks like Na'Vi might be thinking about applying pressure to this bottom tier 2. I mean, they're constantly grouped up as a squad, making sure that if a fight comes their way, they are more than willing to try and take it. But it doesn't look like LevelUP are really going to commit heroes to focus that one down. As an Abyssal Blade now actually completed up to Shigetsu.
Yeah, I was wondering if Pangolier will be getting a basher fairly soon, but he, you know, he's got like an Agam Scepter. He's just finished up, so. And you want something that goes through the BKB. Duel is nice, but may not always be available. And they're like, yeah, Abyssal on the PA. I'm getting real worried for LevelUP. I think that they played this really well early on, but somehow the few pickoffs from Na'Vi was all they need to turn it around.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen time and time again in this current patch the power of a late game PA to just killing people left, right, and center.
Dude, Doom. Wait, who's got the prospecting aura? Someone's got a prospecting aura. I was like, what? Oh, it's gone. Okay, I thought someone was using the. I thought Doom had eaten the Cobalt creep for gold. No, he's sticking to the Wild Wing. They want as much armor as they can. They have the Crimson Guard as well as the Wild Wing, giving you 3 armor. It's a decent amount, but it's not enough to survive against the PA.
It's not. It looks like the fight is going to be coming pretty damn soon. Smoke breaks. Lorinov is there. Malik obviously doesn't really want to duel the Dragon Knight. And immediately with the pop of the mantle, Lorinov just trying to disengage, poking from afar. It looks like Na'Vi, they see Roshan's up, so they really cannot evacuate this area right now. They have to defend it. See if LevelUP can potentially come out on top. Obviously, DK form has already been used, so LevelUP are kind of on the clock right now to use that while it is available. Meanwhile, the Rolling Thunder comes in from Melagil. He is committing for this fight straight away. Malak as well gets the duel on towards Seed Strong. It's going to be a Dead Invoker. Immediately, he will buy back Lorinov as well, getting very, very low. Wrong range right is coming in. Shigetsu is still yet to even fully commit into this fight. 7 Jesu is just dead as well. A disaster for LevelUP. Gets the grab on towards Omi. 2 crits to the back of what they need to kill the Doom. And the TP is there for so bad to escape. But it's 2 cores gone. That's going to be a free Aegis. And Na'Vi, man, they're looking really scary now.
They are. Again, it's insane that they've been able to take control of the game. And the lack of the late kisser, just and defensively, LevelUP, they're all scared to engage. No one wants to be first in the fight. That's costing them. We didn't see a Doom come out. The Gloom came out relatively, like, I feel like it didn't even matter. and now Navi has complete control of the game and an Aegis on the PA. You're having trouble killing this guy once.
Yeah, now you got to do it twice. I mean, they did successfully do it the last time they got Aegis into the hands of the PA, so there is the chance they could do it again, but I mean, obviously now Shigetsu is even fatter since then with the Abyssal Blade pickup and the Ags. Got his own Lincoln Sphere queued as well to avoid that Doom. And then I'm probably going to assume that Satanic would be his next item of choice.
No, I think he's got Lincoln Sphere coming out on Shigetsu. I like that because, you know, Satanic can be countered if you get doomed. It can happen. So I like the idea of just avoiding the problem. I don't want to get doomed, so I'm going to get the Lincoln Sphere. I'm really, like, I really approve of that decision.
Yeah.
It,
definitely big.
It has my stamp of approval.
It does. I mean, if we compare the net worth as well between Shigetsu as well as 7Jesu, it's quite a big difference right now. Basically, 23,500 gold for the PA, only 17 for the Slark. So it's a full 6,500 gold between them. And maybe this is the punishment for the fact that 7Jesu went for a zero sort of farming style build. He went for early game skirmishes, but they couldn't really find enough of them to make it worthwhile. I mean, he's got 5 points of permanent agi, but that's really not enough at this stage of the game to become a real scary hero.
Unfortunately, it did feel like there was a conflict of ideas for level up. You had 2 of your cores going for Adamite, so they don't want to fight. But you want the Slark wants to fight, but he's not playing on the enemy side because he has no backup. In the meantime, though, Navi, they're knocking at this front door of level up. They have a Lincoln Sphere, a Lotus Orb on the PA, courtesy of his allies. And like, let's put everything on him. You know?
Make you feel as safe as possible. Actually, it does end. Trying to jump in there from 7Jesu, focusing on towards the PA. The actual EMP drag back there, hold him in place. Even still, the shard gets used as well from 7Jesu to retreat. Now Malady getting hit into these long-range right clicks of Lorinov. Actually slowly taking it down. He will fall, but Shippen gets it. She gets it, just jumping on in. Lorinov just barely able to survive. Stolen Doom yet again. Obviously, he drops his own on towards Lady Commander. There is going to be one popped on 7Jesu, forced off out by his teammates. And it looks like the Slark will be able to get away. Yeah, he's actually ticking down too fast. He knows he's gone. Can someone at least deny him? They will have to. But yeah, he's dead for a full minute now. And Na'Vi, they actually just decided to fully back. I thought maybe they might try and force the high ground yet again, considering how the Slark was dead. But yeah, okay, they just want to fall back, not risk anything, just in case he has a buyback available.
I mean, the best thing you can say is at least it wasn't a kill. You know, it was a deny on the Slark, but it's not a good thing. You know, it doesn't feel good. And I'm surprised, by the way, that Level Up, they have a gem in the base, but they're just leaving it there. Was it on the Slark? I don't think it was on the Slark.
It was, yeah. 7Jesu had it in his inventory the whole time.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Just keeping it there then. That makes sense. Well, for Na'Vi, everything's coming out smelling wonderful. You know, he's got Lincoln Sphere on the PA, so once he dies, he's going to swap it with the Aegis, so he's going to come back immune to these single target spells. You have Meljul providing a Lincoln on you. You have Daniel providing those Lotus Orbs. The nice thing, though, is that you can't dispel them with the Tornado, but you have to hit him with the Tornado first.
Yeah, that's true. I feel like they'll chuck the Tornado to purge away the teammates' ones, but then obviously Shigetsu will still have his own activate at the same time, and it's like, there's too many to deal with. There will be first one. Immediately they're going to jump on afterwards right now. Swashbuckle also comes through. Jewel lands on towards Voronov. Can the DK survive right now? Depends how many actual crits come through. The Stolen Doom yet again. Lorenov's going to run back in, but he will slowly tick out that one. Only Impact drops his own Doom on towards Malik, but even still, Na'Vi are coming out on top. They've killed one. The Doom will be, the DK, sorry, ends up getting denied. So 2 heroes gone, 2 cores as well. There is a buyback available for the Dragon Knight, but he won't have his ultimate available. So even if he does come back on in, he's not going to be able to really help out all too much. Shigetsu will finish off the tier 3. He's going to start working on towards the buildings. Is there any way Level Up can actually defend and push them off their barracks?
I look at what Rubik, he takes a level 15, takes a stolen cooldown reduction. So the Doom doesn't take a whole lot for him to get back up, and he's gonna have it in about 40 seconds. That's 2 kills he got with it. Once on the Dragon Knight, and once on the Doom. Of course they were denies, but they were out of the fight, and that's all you care about.
Yeah, they really Welcome back on in, ladies and gentlemen, to the Pinnacle Cup. We do apologise for the long wait. There were some technical issues there, but they are all now resolved, and hopefully we should be jumping back on into the game momentarily. The draft has actually already been done, so there's no waiting around for that. We'll be flying into the game pretty damn soon.
Yeah, a lot of people will be like, hey, start game immediately. And these people will get their wish today. We will go straight into the game. No draft, no fancy schmancy stuff. Unfortunately, sorry, the game is paused, actually. So maybe we will be waiting for, we'll have to wait a little bit for them. But for everyone who wants to know what exactly we're working, maybe we can go into the game. Can we go into the game and we show that people what draft we're working with?
We can't. It looks like the lobby's gonna have to be remade, yeah. So we'll be delayed by a couple of minutes. So hopefully we will work around that issue as well, ladies and gentlemen. Shan't be long at all. We can get the action going. But are you expecting anything particularly crazy to come out from this second map, perhaps, Otomo?
I mean, we based on the draft that we had, we did see a Winter Wyvern being picked. A mid, I was gonna say mid ES, like it's a big thing. PA and as well as Slock will be having their rematch, but I'll work on getting us into the lobby. Just give me a second, because this is being remade and we have to all join. And I'll drag you in because we're in the party.
Drag me in, baby. Drag me in.
But as I always do. And we're in.
There you go. All right, we're ready. We're ready. Yes, okay. We should be starting pretty soon. Yeah, as you mentioned, the draft's already gone, and we did see that Winter Wyvern. So, I mean, they did receive a slight buff in that last patch, didn't they? Like the cooldown, I think, for the Wind's Breath was reduced by like 10 seconds, was it?
12
seconds.
at level 1. Yeah, it went from 38 to 26 at level 1, which means that you have it available. And yeah, I want to hope if it starts, we won't be having like a draft phase. There's going to be hopefully an all pick straight away. We just get what we want, and that's it. And we'll just go straight into what we need. One other thing that we were talking about was that Warlock was picked for level up. It was picked for Navi, I believe. But level up, they went for like a Dark Seer, an Earth Spirit, and we're thinking that seems like a great counter, right? Like, the upheaval comes, you don't really care. And as we mentioned, of course, there's a Winter Wyvern against a PA. That could be a big deal.
Yes.
You Winter's Curse anyone next to the PA, and you're like, I miss him.
Yeah, definitely.
On the same side, the PA does have the Shadow Demon, so even if someone gets Winter's Cursed, if you have an Aether Lens or just great position, you should be able to disrupt them. They'll be fine.
Yeah, so there's like both teams are sort of countering out what the other team has been trying to do. So yeah, like you mentioned, the Winter's Curse could potentially get a few of Navi's teammates killed, and at the same time with the Cold Embrace, whoever gets jumped on by the PA, you'll have that easy save to just reduce all of that physical damage to keep themselves alive as well. So we will have to see. Obviously, we've mentioned it before, but the PA has just seemed like the most guaranteed victory position one we've seen for such a long time, man. Like, Sven has been strong, but it has been sort of like, sometimes he does win, sometimes he does lose. But PA, man, it just very rarely loses at all.
It is. I mean, you just see the hero just one-shotting support. You get the triple dagger, they're just gonna fall. It's just been like very, very, very powerful hero. And unlike a Sven, who needs a few things, she can just jump in whenever she wants. I don't know. I'm a big fan of the PA.
Yeah, we will jump on into the draft right now of game number 2. We'll see if it's has to be the same as it was before the remake came in, or maybe it could be something different. Only time will tell. But considering how quick this is, I'm pretty sure it is just going to be copy and paste there of what they already ran with.
Just go straight away. What do we work with? Yeah, the Dawnbreaker there. The Earth Spirit comes up, and I like how they're keeping the same order of the picks as well. So people. And now the Winter Wyvern comes out. Can you imagine if they don't? Navi's like, whoa, what?
Yeah.
That's not how it went.
Like the game Pairs, where you have to like flip the cards and then you have to remember where the cards were. It's exactly the same as this. It's like, it's a memory game. Can you actually correctly reproduce the same pick order and everything like that going into this second game or not? And it looks like they are able to do so. And then Navi, I believe their last pick was the Earthshaker. Yes, it was. Yep. So it is LevelUP once again going for the Slark to play up into the PA. I think it was Slark picked. No, Slark was the picked after the PA as well in game number 1, wasn't it? Yeah. So clearly interested in playing that in this matchup.
I don't like it. I really don't like the Slug versus PA matchup because because Slug is a hero that doesn't really want MKB, and PA has natural evasion, and Slug isn't a hero that also can compete very well in the farm department. Early on they're roughly the same. Later on she gets the Battle Fury and she just sort of speeds up in farm. So I don't like it. Level Up, they do have a bit of an active draft here, with Lorinov playing the Pangolin, but I feel like PA can shred everyone on Level Up with if she jumps on them. Like not a single one of them can actually take 2 crits to the face.
Yeah.
So it's very worrisome.
I agree. I feel like there's going to be a fair amount of pressure on So Bad this game. Like, as you were mentioning, get a good Winter's Curse just to get an easy hero kill, or also being on point to make sure you get those Cold Embrace saves, whoever Shigetsu is actually going onto in these fights. So only time will tell to see how effective it is going to be, and wherever he can, just keep his teammates alive.
Yeah, a lot of work will be. The support duo from Navi looks very, very strong. You have the Shadow Demon as well as the Warlock. So you have 2 BKB piercing ultimates. Very nice. You also have the Earthshaker with formulas. I don't know. Just looking at the Navi draft looks really strong. Level Up feels like a very, very performing draft. You know what I mean? Like if the Earth Spirit misses a few rolls, you're in trouble. Pangolier has to make sure he lands his rolls, or they're in trouble. Wyvern has to do those good ultimates and saves, or you're in trouble. Like, there's so many things that you have to do. Even Vacuum. There's not exactly the best things you can work with the Vacuum. You know what I mean? What copies are you going to get? The PAs?
Yeah, it's not too particularly easy right now for Level Up. Obviously, their game number 1, they started off really strong, but they just couldn't actually hold on to their lead. This game feels like it might be a bit more difficult to actually get an advantageous start. So it's definitely going to be a more difficult game compared to that first one, it feels, unless, of course, some crazy upsets happen and the lanes just go incredibly well right now for Level Up, and could potentially just flip the script and run over Na'Vi. And I'm kind of thinking as well, because Level Up in game number 1, they did actually go for 3 Hand of Midases.
Yes.
I kind of feel like maybe that just slowed down their game too much and gave so much space for Shigetsu to become big and scary. Because I don't know, I feel like this is kind of a losing strategy to try and play late versus a PA in this current meta.
Well, I personally, I think 3 Hand of Midases is perfectly fine, but maybe you also need to play on the enemy side of the map. You know what I mean? So if you can get a couple of, because there's a couple of duels on the PA, she's dead, and suddenly she isn't there, and Navi starts off strong with a kill on Sweden strong. 2 violent, so we were not going to showcase that one for you guys. And not only do they get the kill, they also get an observer ward.
Yeah, man. I like as well, like Malady knew that the Earth Spirit was going to die, so he actually backed off and made sure that Shigetsu got solo experience. So as a result, he is already over halfway towards his level 2 to start off this lane. That can actually be a really, really scary lead. We'll see if he's going to be able to press this advantage early on or not. We'll have to wait and see. But again, the Darkseer and Earth Spirit pairing is actually quite scary with these Iron Shells onto the Earth Spirit, of course, just rolling on top of people, guaranteeing the Iron Shell connections. It could be a lot of damage. Something they have to watch out for.
Agreed. And Warlock, I don't think you'll be able to hit. But at the same time, you're not against an Legion commander who can dispel your fatal bonds. Like, Upheaval might be useless, but I think there's one of those games where you can just max out fatal bonds to put 2 points in Shadow Wind, and you're gonna be fine in the bottom lane. I think Upheaval early may not be the best. And oh dear lord!
That's another kill. Sweden Strong drops down for the 2nd time this game. Shigetsu already 2 kills to his name, even applying a good amount of pressure to own me right now. He will be able to get under the tower, but that's a lot of damage. Already forcing out the salve. Yeah, this is looking strong. And the fact that Sweden Strong actually is TP still on cooldown, so he has to walk all the way back to this lane.
Shigetsu is also starting off with an Orb of Corrosion, so he is very intent on this heavy harass that's going to be coming out. Can we look at Warlock? Is he going for the Shadow Word build, or is he sticking to Upheaval? And he is sticking to Upheaval. Okay. I mean, to be fair, early on, you're not going to always be able to Iron Shell. Maybe the slow comes out on the Earth Spirit. He can't roll. Like, PA blocks the roll, and you're still going to be able to get the slow. I'm fine with it. I think either option is fine. As long as he maxes out Fatal Bonds, I'm okay with either way.
Yeah, I agree. It's like it feels like the old meta for Warlocks were to get like Shadow Word up to level 3 and then just leave it like that. Just don't bother putting that 4th point in because there wasn't really much value. But yeah, definitely just 1 point is all a lot of players do go for nowadays, just choosing to prioritize the Fatal Bonds and
Ui.
Upheaval. It seems to be pretty effective.
Do you see the CS? All of them going for Navi right now.
Yeah.
It's pretty rough, leading by 4 or 5 creeps in each lane. And even as well as the denies. Look at that, 4, 2, and 6 denies to 3 denies combined on the level up course. So this is a brutal start we're seeing.
It is already a solid 1k gold lead at just 3 minutes in. Just really is fantastic start here from Na'Vi. Even maybe a bit of pressure applied to 7 Jesu as the illusions come through just to try and push him back. How is this mid lane currently looking? Because that is where the smallest disparity between last hits are. 13 and 8 to the 11 and 3. Not much in actual like last hits, but a lot of denies favoring Melajul.
Yeah, that's always been the nice thing about Earthshakers, right? You enchant Totem, you always get that deny, you do so much damage with it. And I think that I feel like the disparity might grow slightly. It's the other lanes where the disparity is growing huge. As she gets to with that early Orb of Corrosion, there's so much damage. And we were saying, like, you know, Darkseer plus Earth Spirit, the double Iron Shell is very strong, but not this time. You know, it doesn't seem to be working.
Yeah, not so far, but I mean, there is the second point into Iron Shell now. That is obviously a very big power spike for this lane. We'll see if that's going to be enough to start changing the outcome whatsoever as, well, ONB just gets pressured once again, has to fall back. Meanwhile, up top, 7 Jesu, he's actually getting ran down right now in the creep wave. 4 stacks of Shadow Poison doing a lot of damage.
No jump.
Will be able to grab the bounty, but actually slows him down. Gets him hit once, but Malik not actually choosing to chase after. We'll just allow the slot to fall back, TPs to his tier 1 tower, but it doesn't really matter. The damage is done, man. He's super low on HP now.
Yeah, they do get a query on Malik, but yeah, 7 Jesu. He is, I think he's gonna be needing at least a salve. Actually, I don't think. Oh yeah, I forgot.
Yeah.
You know, you got that. Okay, you got some love from Oreth, the Winter Wyvern, the Cold Embrace. You generally don't really want to take a point in this this skill early on, but you need it anyway.
Yeah. Definitely going to be a nice tool to help the slot where she doesn't fall behind too damn much. As it is just the whole side is really struggling still. As you look at CS, she gets to miles at the top, 28 and 10. Trying to apply some more pressure to ONB. As you're mentioning, the Surge going to be able to get him outside of that Heeble every single time. It's not the most useful tool in this laning phase, but obviously going to be much more impactful as the game continues. Actually, maybe they might try and go for ONB again. His Surge still on cooldown for 8 seconds. They might just jump back onto him. He's getting really damn low. Quick jump in. That's a kill. Even a courier just to, you know, be the cherry on top. And man, Na'Vi are having a fantastic start to this game number 2.
Yeah, I was thinking, like, you want to force him to use the Surge, because when he uses the Surge, he can't farm, or when they go on him, guess what? You're in a big risk. And Daniel, he's actually getting stacks as well in this Radiant Triangle. So Na'Vi, it's really hard to say just how, like to put in words, just how much of an advantage they're having. Because this is a pro match. You know, you might see something like this in a one-sided pub where one of your guys is quitting, but in a pro match, this is very rare. All 3 lanes going for Na'Vi with their course ahead in CS. They're getting the stacks off. No silver lining for LevelUP, to be honest with you.
Not really at all. It's just pain every single point of the map that you look at. I mean, it could be a crazy idea, but you think considering how Shigetsu's having such a crazy start, do you think he could maybe go for like a first light Desolator instead and just look for constant action rather than going for the more traditional farming build? Or is it just safer to stick to what they know works?
Oh, you already accused up the battlefield, but I was going to say that no, you don't want to go this. So there's this idea. Oh, he's okay. He's okay. He's not okay.
Maybe not. Vacuum back right now. There's no Phantom Strike to get onto his teammates. Still cool down 5 more seconds. Trying to blur, but doesn't matter. Omi charging onto the tower. Actually, he's the one to take some damage, and maybe now some turnaround. The stick charges, making him nice and healthy. But this Fatal Bonds plus the upheaval, that's a lot of damage. He might just jump for it. And he will go in, a couple of right clicks, all they need. Sweet and strong. He actually just rolls into the upheaval, taking a lot of damage as well. And it's actually the PA that comes on top with the double. Laurenov coming through. Nice! Juking right now, avoiding all the connections left of Rolling Thunder. Laurenov, he's got a swashbuckle up. It's level 3. Shigetsu, you can see he's dodging left and right. Still gets hit by quite a lot of it, but he's still pretty damn healthy. He's running up towards the north side. The Darkseer respawning with the TP coming on through. Laurenov, though, shield crash. Will barely get the connection. And there it is. Finally, the PA goes down. 5 kill streak as well. That's a lot of money for the Pango.
Yeah, I mean it is, but what did it cost? What did it cost? You lost 2 people, and you were there for a long time as the Pangolier, and even then it's like I mean, you know, he lost 110 gold for the PA, and of course farming time, but he's still 1,000 gold ahead of everyone else.
Yeah, man, he's had a disgusting game. Absolutely monstrous. We see as well on CS that it's actually Melagil now that has actually taken that first place position, 49 and 20 for the Earthshaker, having a pretty great time himself. But obviously, the net worth difference between him and the Pango is basically even, purely because Lorinov did get that 5 kill streak kill.
This is very scary for LevelUP, but yeah, at least Lorinov gets them on the board with that 1 kill. And man, 7 Jesu, he's like, yeah, let me get you guys another kill here. It's gonna be also 1 agility for them. So things are. I mean, can we say it's a comeback when it's like you're sort of just stop the bleeding? You know, you're like no longer bleeding kills. It's a small positive for LevelUP after what has been a really bad start.
Yeah, it's a step in the right direction, I'd say. It's
There
probably,
you go.
yeah, the better way to look at it. I think in game number 1, 7 Jesu, he had like, I think it was either 2 or 3 kills on towards Malik in like the laning phase, was able to really punish the LC quite a bit, but this time Malik only dying once, so even still Navi, in that regards, is still having a better time here in this second one for sure. As I think there's going to be a lot of pressure coming out from Melagil pretty soon. Well, I mean, he's still 1,000 gold away from his Blink Dagger on this Earthshaker. Once he gets that online, I'm sure he's just going to be running at every damn person he sees.
And then you go for the Agios. I love seeing that DD on the Earthshaker because I think he doesn't actually have max enchant totem. You know, you're going for the max aftershock. Instead, sometimes we see them go like I've seen 0-4-4 builds, and it's worked out for them when they want a lane. But yeah, he's a little bit more conservative putting the point for sure. I think it's fine, especially because you're up against Pango, right? Oh, top lane.
So yeah, trying to go for this kill to 7 Jesu, but he is level 6 on the slot. Gonna try and turn this one around to say Malik maybe get focused on, but Sweden Strongman taking so much damage. A fatal bond going to work. They get that 1 kill. 7 Jesu has to run away, the same as So Bad. And this tier 1 tower might be going down considering how the golem has already been dropped. And yeah, LevelUP, they're just completely retreating from this area.
Alright, so the imp. Interesting. I'm trying to. By the way, you don't find a whole lot of info on the Warlock imp from the spells. It doesn't tell you, but we're gonna have to go with that later. As Melagil, he's top, but misses both with a swashbuckle.
Yeah, Lorinov wants to maybe kill Malady, who just turns around, kind of avoids everything, wants to get off the fatal bonds as he knows he's gonna die. So just trying to get as much value out of it. It actually does spawn 4 of the little imps, but not really sure if that can achieve too much. Lorinov should be able to kill this golem, so a bit of extra gold for himself there. Or actually, are they going to try and leave it for 7 Jesu?
Oh, 4. Oh, yeah, he's dead. Okay.
He gets it.
Good chunk of change, you know, that 100 gold. Daniel, is he gonna be fine? I don't think if you Lorinov can actually get him.
Yeah, I mean, Daniel stealing those 2 bounty runes literally just made 1,000 gold difference, just like that, in that 1 second. You know, you get 500 gold for your whole team, deny 500 away there from LevelUP. Even that is pretty damn impactful.
That has fast economics. However, I want to add that there is a bug. The second one's 54, but the first one I think is around 45 because you get 3 gold a minute. So yeah, slightly less, but it is basically 1,000. Yes. And I can't give them fake news. The viewers, they care. They're someone out there is calculating. He's like, well, actually, that's not right because it's like, dude, come on.
Yeah, it's
actually a difference.
It's actually 998 gold difference. Get it right.
No. 2K Herald caster. I'm like,
awful, man. Unranked them all.
Technically, 2K is above Herald, but still. Oh dear, they found him. Owned me.
Tried to. Oh, he attempted to vacuum up onto the high ground there. Doesn't quite land. And the destruction will set up for 1 more slam with the hammer. Shigetsu actually gets involved there to get the final touch on that kill. So he's going to start trying to rack up his killing spree once again, as he's also only 270 gold away from his Battle Fury now. It's going to be a pretty decent timing for himself there. Meanwhile, 7 Jesu, I think he's actually gone for the Hand of Midas this time around. Yeah, he has. So wants to try and go for that farm and build, because obviously game 1 he did skip it. Fight happening in the river. Control on towards Daniel. Nice Fisher actually gets the block. Maybe gonna block Lorinoff in, but even still, we'll get that final connection. In comes the Dawnbreaker, but everyone able to retreat the area. Not gonna find too much there. A lot of trying to TP out. Nice kick from
Nice
Sweden
push.
Strong. Provides the space for his mid lane to escape. Question is, can he get himself out? One more roll forward. Metal though with the blink off cooldown. Fisher not gonna connect. And just like that, yeah, Metal, he really cannot be bothered to waste any more time chasing this support. Let him go.
Interesting. He had the blink. He chose not to blink either to block the roll or to land the fissure. So he was like, either I get from far away, because if you blink and use the fissure, you may not have enough time to walk in the Chanton. But okay, Melajul, he is interesting. He just lets the kill go. And meanwhile, LevelUP, they do start taking those stacks. How are the stacks? No stacks for Navi. I think they already took them. Oh,
Yeah.
Shigitsu. He wants blood.
Thinking about it. The wall replica will connect just onto Daniel. The roll though for Sweden Strong not quite long enough. Even the
Holy
kick
crap.
missing right now. Can't find anything. There's going to be Echo. Disruption comes out. Maybe actually dodges some of the damage there from the Echo Slam, but it doesn't matter. They will still kill Sweden Strong. 7 Jesu even turns up. But too little too late to save the support, and LevelUP immediately have to run away. But look at that, it's 5,000 gold lead at just 13.5 minutes in. This is a humongous advantage for Na'Vi.
Daniel's a playmaker, man. He dodged the blood grenade and the roll. It's like, how often do you see someone dodge blood grenade? He's like, yeah, and that was very impressive. That was very impressive. But as you said, Shigitsu way ahead in net worth, almost 3,000 into the slot at 13 minutes, and this is a slot with a hand of Midas. So that's fantastic. I think he's got 7 kills. 7 kills on the PA.
Yeah, man. I bet he wishes that he was a permanent stacking hero. You know, wishing he was getting those Agis for free, but unfortunately not the case. I mean, once he gets his Desolator completed, he will start getting something from that. But I mean, he's still. Well, how much is it? That's only about 1,900 gold away, and he will have Desolator up. Not really that far considering how well he's been farming.
Well, Dawnbreaker's gonna go for the Echo Saber. I love Echo Saber on Dawn, and it's such a fun item. And yeah, when she first came out, you can play as a support, get Echo Saber, and be like, yeah, I'm proccing Luminosity, all right, I'm getting you guys the heal.
Yeah.
And we're like, well, it's a bit of a grief. You could heal us with the Holy Locket more, and you're like, yeah, I guess so.
That's not as fun, you know.
No, it's fun.
Gotta still enjoy the game at the end of the day.
Yeah, nothing is more fun than when you get that double hit. And you know, one of them is a crit. It's fun. Dawnbreaker is a very fun hero. My only issues with her is the Celestial Hammer is very hard, not very hard to use, but later on the range is super annoying, and you only go half the distance. I feel like if you go all the distance when you throw it, that's much better for the hero.
Yeah, you know, I spoke before that was probably too powerful. Had to nerf her a little bit, you know. Can't I just have her do whatever the hell she wants.
Okay, it's like this: you throw it, and as Dawnbreaker flies to the hammer, she creates fire behind her. She ate chili or something the previous day.
Spicy stuff. Very spicy. Yeah,
that'll work.
So it is still Na'Vi in the lead in this game, and they are happy just to carry on resuming their farm. Not really feeling too eager to try and press any sort of advantage. Just happily getting the next arms online. Obviously, as we mentioned, gonna have this Desolator online relatively soon. Only 500 gold away, and that will be completed. Melajul as well, working towards the Ags, is going to have that up in 2,000 gold. So again, only a couple more minutes away from that, I'm sure, and then we'll start to see a big power spike there for the Earthshaker to boot. And then, I believe that's probably going to be the time where Na'Vi are going to look for action.
The biggest issue, by the way, holy crap, do we have a lot of gold on this Warlock. Like, he is farm. We're actually giving him soft solo farm. He just goes and up people's a creeper, a lane. He's already got a Force Staff as well. Got the Windlace. Very close to the Aghanim Shard. He's just farming up the storm. Like, look, they're just giving him free farm. Even Melajul is like, whoa, you don't mess with that guy.
Yeah. Just really want him to get that shard online as soon as possible.
I don't think he was able to get too many of those creeps, unfortunately. And then, here's the thing, LevelUP are in a tough spot. You lost the laning stage. I say that like their farm is actually not that behind. You don't feel like fighting. You can't fight because Dawnbreaker's around. You jump on someone, Dawnbreaker shows up. It's super annoying. But you can't also go late, you know, because Shigitsu's just doing a fantastic job. He crushed them in the previous game with the PA. You know how scary he is. So what do you do?
Nothing. just wait, and hopefully that this hand of Midas pickup from 7 Jesu pays off as fast as possible, and he can actually start getting some work done himself. But yeah,
It doesn't-
he's still a long way behind his PA.
I find it very unlikely that he'll be able to outfarm her in a straight up, farm contest. Her with the Battle Fury, him with the Hand of Midas. And so far, that seems to be correct. She is now 3,300 gold ahead of him, and she's got the Deso as well. So I was thinking, well, maybe we'll see Deso on the Dawnbreaker. I was like, nah. Daniel, oh, there you go. Demonic Purge. Are they going to chase? Seems like they don't want to.
Yeah, not
Daniel,
Tier 1 is actually level up coming through. Subject to cancel out the roll in Thunder, but yeah, the SD is still going to end up getting caught. Sweden strong rolling forward. Seeing if you can find anybody else on Na'Vi. Call was all ready to back off, and nobody else will get caught, so it's just the support that gets sacrificed at the end of the day. But, considering the fact that LevelUp are behind, getting a free kill and defending a tower is always going to be beneficial. 7 Jesu as well, the power of a slot, scouting out the fact that there is an observer ward there, so that will also be getting counted out soon.
Yeah, this is what you want to do. It's only just one kill, but you also got D-ward off of it. You get a little bit of map control. The issue is, again, Shigitsu just continuing to outfarm 7 Jesu by a lot. But yeah, these are the moves you need to do. Get pickoffs, play on the enemy side. Get pickoffs, play on the enemy side of the map. My worry is that Navi's still too scary with Shigitsu.
Yeah, they are scary, but doesn't look like LevelUp really care. Melody jumping in quite deep. Meanwhile, 7 Jesu in the backline trying to find Daniel. The hills coming in from the Dawnbreaker. So bad already full, but looks like Melody will just need to trade away. He can't do anything about it. Lockdown in place. Nice vacuum wall. Does connect on towards 2. It's a decent amount of control right now. Maybe Na'Vi's the ones in danger, but even still, the damage coming out from this PA is racking up. Lots of damage, though, just flies through immediately afterwards. He's trying to retreat. Got the Phantom Strike up in a couple of seconds, but it doesn't matter. Still gets taken down from the swashbuckle. Only potentially going to fall here. Lorinov is bound to 1 versus 1, and he will come out on top. After all of that, only one hero survives, and it is Lorinov becoming the king of the hill.
A huge victory for LevelUp. The fact that started, the fight started without them having their Winter Wyvern. Winter Wyvern just killed instantly. She couldn't do anything. And even that, they still took the fight. 4 versus 5. They walk away with Lorinov surviving. Look at how much gold they made out of it. Basically cutting the deficit down to nothing. So, look at that. 1% in their favor.
All right. It's the first time this game that they have been able to get a lead. Now, the question is, can they hold on to it? That's obviously going to be the big decider here. And I feel like the next deciding factor in this game is going to be that first Roshan, which, is still yet to be thought of from either side. But considering how there's a Deso on the PA and everything, I feel like Na'Vi definitely have the capabilities to kill it.
Yeah, but still very scared to go Roche, right? Versus Pango and Winter Wyvern. I mean, I can't think of a scarier duo in the Roche pit. Oh, great. Winter Wyvern comes out, throws her ultimate on literally anyone that's not PA, and they die. Pangolin rolls in, also just going to cause a lot. And he's got the Blink Dagger now on So Bad. I mean, he needs to really work on his positioning. That previous fight was caught, but if he can get it, yeah, he could really set up his team for something.
He definitely can. Either a good kill pick off with the Curse or a nice save with the Cold Embrace.
Ooh.
So double factored there. Their ward will spot out Malady, but it looks like Melodru actually drops the careful, and the call is to back off, and a very wise call that was, as there's quite a few members of LevelUp in the general vicinity. Trying to maybe secure the Roshan for themselves, and yeah, after that last fight, it is pretty much just only Shigetsu there at the top. The other 2 cores on the side of Na'Vi have fallen behind ever so slightly. So they've done a fantastic job of keeping themselves forwards there. And Metagel is 200 gold away from his Ags, yeah. And then I'm sure that's probably going to be a time when Na'Vi might be thinking about making some plays themselves.
Yeah, once it deals with this cap, you'll have it. And at the same time, I mean, we do talk about them being behind, but Dawnbreaker has their BKB, is mentioned Aghanim Scepter on Melagel, so that's a nice big item along with the Aghanim Scepter. What's interesting for me is Malady has got the Hand of Midas queued up, and you look at him as he's on the Warlock. He's just gigafarm. They are really prioritizing this game. I can't tell you how many times I've seen him just solo pushing, and they just give it a free creep wave all the time. They really value the Warlock.
Yeah, they do, and it's shown to maybe work out quite nicely for them. He's getting nice farms. Yeah, we'll see how this Hand of Midas does pan out. Yeah, obviously, we did see the Hand of Midas come out on the position before Invoker last game, which obviously they did end up losing there on the side of LevelUP. So we'll see if it works better on the position 5 instead. Extra greed.
Hey, it's how it should be. It's how it actually should be. Everyone should have a Hand of Midas. We should have built-in Hand of Midases in the future.
Well, I think that if you want that built-in Hand of Midas, you just got to play a Doom. That's about it. But we do see Na'Vi going for a smoke play. It was actually underneath the Observer wards. This player's already been red. Meanwhile, jump off to the side. Echo Slam has been dropped, but Seven Jesse was just able to press his ultimate in time. Shadow Dance going to keep himself alive right now. And the other two supports on LevelUP will just decide to back off. But this is Na'Vi posturing in this area quite aggressively. And maybe now they might try and go for Roche. But just look how many decent Observer wards there are right now here for LevelUP. Really scouting out all these moves. They see Na'Vi gone into the pit. They actually are going to back out as LevelUP coming on in.
Oh.
Yeah, nice chaotic offering drop onto 3, instant crit as well. So bad it's gone. Sweden strong as well, getting super low, but the vacuum wall going to pull them back for now. The PA taking a lot of damage right now. Benadryl, or Laura, sorry, good control there with the Rolling Thunder. Shigetsu still getting pretty down low, poked and prodded continuously, but he will manage to retreat. Maybe Owned Me's going to be the one to get caught with the surge. He does run away, so it's a 2-for-1. Buy back on towards the Earth Spirit as well. So maybe LevelUP want to continue this fight. Obviously, there is no Echo Slam, there is no Chaotic Offering, no Dawnbreaker either. Are still able to feel like they can take this one, despite not having Rolling Thunder, but the Winter Wyvern has respawned, still has their own ultimate available. So yeah, LevelUP can definitely take this.
Yeah, but Na'Vi, they want to give this for free. And dude, now we see the value of that hand of, oh dear.
Okay, grab onto Own B, quick damage, multiple crits come through, still alive, but there is going to be the Winter Skirts coming through. Who is it actually onto? I think it was Malik, who's still tanky enough, he's going to be fine. Still, Shigetsu jumping on in, but the Cold Embrace saving Owned Me. They cannot get the finishing touch, and it is actually the PA that dies, overstepping their bounds without any real assistance from the rest of the team. Owned Me, man! This goddamn Darkseid just will not fall, surviving through everything with the Fatal Bonds. Maybe he will eventually drop, he will, but it doesn't matter. It baits in Malik, who will also drop. They've already lost the Earthshaker, and Na'Vi just get dismantled at the seams. LevelUP, huge victory, and this should be Roche for themselves.
They didn't have the ultimates for it, and you can see like I think the Winter's Curse came out on the PA itself. It's a little hard to kill. Yeah, it looks like the PA. And then what does the Slug do? He may not be able to do damage, but you can still steal stats. And there's 3 people there, so you can choose whatever one you go for. Even Disruption comes out. Shigetsu has no one to really jump to. No BKB. And in the end, dude, how tanky is this Darkseid? He's got Fatal Bonds into Upheaval, and he just doesn't care.
He just survived so damn long. It was actually ridiculous. I mean, we saw just before the PA died there, he jumped onto the Darkseid, and literally like the same tick it felt like as that crit came out. The Cold Embrace was there at exactly the same time from So Bad to actually stop that crit from killing the Darkseid. I mean, I don't know how much of an impact that would have made. Actually, that would have been huge, because then the Phantom Strike would have refreshed, and then Shigetsu would have been able to jump out. So yeah, that Cold Embrace was massive.
It was. I mean, this is why the Winter Wyvern came out. He's doing a good job. He gets just the Blink Dagger. It's like, all right, now I have options. Metal loses his life, and LevelUP they are having a really good time. Of course, Only of course had his own whole team there. So Melajul, they do have the ultimates on Na'Vi, but I don't know if you're going to be able to defend this tier 1. Your Earthshaker is a big part of your team, and that's actually the problem for Na'Vi, is who starts the fight. Who do you put in front? Who's your Underlord, your Tidehunter, kind of hero? None of them really want to be that guy.
No, I guess out of everyone, it kind of has to be the Earthshaker, and then the Dawnbreaker just uses their ultimate to get involved afterwards. I guess that's really the best thing they can factor on. I mean, maybe once the PA eventually gets fat enough, they could just jump in and hopefully get a kill themselves, then the rest of the squad can follow through. But yeah, Simple should get to a little bit away from that, going towards the BKB next. Meanwhile, down at the bot lane, Malik has been called out with the BKB. Can he TP away? We'll try, but yeah, you can't do that. Not when there's a Winston Wyvern nearby. Actually, then just drops the ultimate. Big read just to get on out. Nice plays there from Malik, keeping himself alive.
Yeah, that was very smart. Actually, the BKB is going to be long enough for that. But later on, the Winter Curse, you won't be allowed to do that just because by the time your BKB wears off, like the Winter Curse and the BKB will have almost the same amount of duration.
Yeah,
So
gonna
that
be-
works this time, but won't work again.
100%. Yeah, it's already down to 7 seconds now for himself. And actually, Malik is building a Desolator of his own, so there's going to be 2 there into the hands of Na'Vi. Is that a conscious decision or miscommunication? What do you think that is?
I think it's a bad decision, honestly. You know, it's like the idea, of course, that when you use Starbreaker, you can apply it on multiple heroes, which is nice. But I mean, I feel like your job is just going to be to burst 1 or 2 people down. You don't really care about that spread. It's not like you have a gyrocopter where you're like, oh yeah, I'm really benefiting from everybody being reduced armor. And again, how likely are you to catch? I would have preferred something else. I really would have preferred something else. Even, yeah, really, I don't like this. I don't like this pick at all. And he's committing. He's already bought one piece of it. He has the BKB, so there's no way to pivot into another item.
Yeah, he's just doubling down for the double Deso builds. We will see eventually how it pans out, whether if he maybe should have gone for something else. I mean, I kind of feel like an AC would just generally be better in this game. Just a bit of extra minus armor, makes your guys tankier as well at the same time. Who knows? You know, but he's clearly got an idea behind this. This is something, obviously, that Na'Vi would have discussed amongst themselves. Like, I doubt he would have just started building this item without really addressing the team.
You'd be shocked at how often that happens, right? You'd be like, oh, looks like there's a pause called on here. Admin's like, guys, you do know. Oh, what? Okay.
Just a little refresh, you know. Just
happens.
A little pause, yeah, you know, just making sure that everyone watching can catch up on the action. Just hold it back.
You know, I'm a little surprised they don't go for is that you don't consider taking the like the Aghanim Scepter, because that can be a really good counter for the Winter's Curse. You're up in there for 6 seconds doing damage and healing for your team. So I feel like it would have been worth it.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice. Very, very interesting indeed. As Heaven's Halberd now completed up on there, while we see Malady does drop there at the bot. 7 Jesu getting that free kill. Yeah, the Heaven's Halberd for the Doctor is going to be very nice versus this PA.
We haven't gone back to Malady for a bit, but he did finish the Aghanim Scepter, and he is working his way towards. So he finished the Mahidef Medicine. He's working his way towards the Aghanim Scepter. An item that we discussed yesterday is very odd. That out of all the items, it gives you like the double golem, which is nice, but they have reduced stats, which is weird. Because you know, it's like we mentioned, like if you get an item, if you get the Aghanim Scepter for Terrorblade, it gives you double damage but half the range, and you're like, I like the range. I like it all.
Yeah.
Top lane, Shigitsu.
Yeah, they're trying to go on to right now. We'll just straight up BKB TP out. No Winter Wyvern nearby this time to try and go for that easy lockdown. So it is an escape at the end of the day, but that was the 9-second BKB used purely defensively. So a very nice little win there. Meanwhile, Winter Wyvern will actually get caught off the bottom. Malik and Meladjul both getting on top of him to find that kill. Down for 40 seconds with no buyback. Might see the tier 1, the bot, potentially going down. Who knows?
Yeah, by the way, Roshan could be up in about 2.5 minutes, but yeah, that tier 1's been standing for a while. That's a problem for Na'Vi, because whenever you want to go for Roche, that tower is, if it's a Radiant Roche, that's the best tower for level up. So, not ideal. I remember when some towers are irrelevant just because they're far from Roche. And there's a smoke. Here we go.
Jump in, Echo plus an immediate full-up crit there. 7 Jesu just disappears instantly. The rest of LevelUP are well going to try and run away. They should be able to make it for their high mobility abilities, but yeah, okay. Ends up speed of freebie. Slot gone for a full minute right now, and actually Shigitsu needs to be able to find one more. They gets the bash as well to deny the roll mid-cast. End up speed another free kill there for Shigetsu. More charges for his Desolator as well.
Since 70 seconds, by that's his dieback coming out for Sweden Strong. Na'Vi, do they want to go for some towers here? It feels like you have the time. Yeah. And yeah, Malik has 15 seconds up for his ultimate, which is one of the nicest things about having the Dawnbreaker, is that you can push one lane, she shows him another. We're seeing a lot of Dawnbreaker, Nature's Prophet combos, just because you're like, okay, we can both go to separate lanes, and then we can join the team when needed, in, you know, within 2 seconds.
Definitely. Always going to be able to get involved at a moment's notice. We've seen Meladjul pushing this tier 2, but doesn't look like the PA is really that interested. You know, Shigetsu he's just going to carry on farming, let his team push towers.
Yeah, they're gonna get it without him anyway. So he's like, yeah, I'm efficiency. You know, as Eternal Envy will say, efficiency is the name of the game. I don't think he ever said that, but you know, we'll say he said it.
Yeah, why not?
Why not? Why not?
We can put words in people's mouths. What can they do about it? Absolutely nothing.
We're putting good words though. You know, we're putting good words.
Yeah, let's say that.
Abyssal on the PA coming out very soon, and I love Mali's item build on the Warlock. It is so pubby, but it's still I can't help but loving it. It is Agam Scepter Refresher Orb on the Warlock. I'd love if he goes for the you drop a golem when you die. It's like here, five golems. What do you guys want? I got 5 golems.
Yeah, just have a whole army coming up behind you. Can feel pretty damn good. We will see how long it takes him to build these items. 'Cause obviously, despite the fact that he is a very farmed position 5, he is still a position 5 at the end of the day. It is quite hard to find that one. Meanwhile, aggressive move here from LevelUP. They're actually going to find immediately the connection on towards Malik. Can they turn this around? Focus as well on towards the Shadow Demon. Silence up. Will be able to keep himself alive. Instead, Sweden Strong is the first casualty. Echo as well dropped on towards Loranov. Gets stunned up from Malik. Will eventually fall. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Sevajesu finally kills down you, but it takes so damn long that the rest of LevelUP just get picked apart without their carry to really help out. So it's a 3-for-1. 1 core plus 2 supports go down. At the very least for LevelUP, Roshan is a long spawn, so they can't get that one. Wait, is it even over? Owned me? That's been caught, trying to get himself away. Looks like he will.
Yeah, he's gonna make it out just fine. But I mean, who's gonna be defending these towers? And when Winter Wyvern comes out, she's not gonna be a major threat because she just used her ultimate. So Na'Vi, again, they want to consider going high guard up to them, but Winter Wyvern's basically irrelevant when she comes out. Loranov is gonna be down for about 40 seconds. They do force out the glyph. And it's not going to be refreshed because this is a tier 2. Interesting use of the glyph, actually.
Yeah. Choosing to save that for the high ground. He will take down a free Tormentor. Free shard into the hands of Shigetsu, because I guess literally every single other person on the side of Na'Vi has theirs already. So, again, another nice little free upgrade for the PA.
I think maybe the Dawnbreaker doesn't. Does Dawnbreaker not have it? She's not. Nope, they literally all have it. You know. Oh wait, no, Melajul doesn't. I was like, Melajul doesn't have it. I mean, I definitely prefer Fan of Knives. The Fan of Knives, 60% of your health. You get a 3-second break that hits everyone, and it's on a 15-second cooldown. Like, come on.
Yeah, it can be really disgusting. As well as obviously getting refreshed if you kill some people as well. So just more fans flying out in every single direction. The break, kind of useful as well against the Slark to stop him from stealing the stacks. Obviously, he can purge that away with the Dark Pack, but even still, it's just more issues for them.
It's a lot. I've said it before. I feel like Fan of Knives is way too strong of an Aghanim Shard. And then again, it's also like Aghanim Scepter is just really good for PA. It can't be a shard, you know. She has a lottery when it comes to the shard scepter combination.
Yeah, it really does. Just Ice Frog loving that hero to bits. As Roshan does spawn literally like 2 seconds before nighttime, so he actually has to make the journey to the other side of the map. But they will see him come through the gate. Let's see how quickly they can kill it. But if we see on the minimap there, LevelUP are coming on over. They've realized Roshan could be up. They are right to think that. Let's see if they can find a good opening to actually take this fight, though. The initiation is going to be key to success.
Oh, Shigetsu. He breaks the smoke, but they don't see him because the blur is so small. You have to realize on top of him, and 7 has. Esu is going to be... He's slowed up by the happy hill, but he's going to be fine.
Oh, so bad. Nearly got found. Was able to blink dagger away. Getting
He's
close. Just look at this information being fouled out from the upheavals. Golems, Virgil's going to find the opportunity, but actually the Echo doesn't land onto anything right now. Completely negated. So bad, still in danger. Got a nullified put on top of him. Has to use his ult, but very defensively. No connection there, so Malik might be able to survive this. The rest of the team coming on through. The double Golems do get dropped. Also the Abyssal Blade locking down onto Sweden Strong. The Shaker, well the Earth Spirit, sorry, will be the first casualty. An immediate buyback is there. So they want to try and resume this fight if possible. 5 versus 5. Every ultimate has pretty much already been used. Just the Magnetize and the wall left here on the side of LevelUP. Is that going to be enough, though, to bring them the victory?
Feels... it could be. It could be with the Darks here. We've seen those vacuum wall combinations do a lot of work, but it's pretty damn tough. At the same time, though, Navi's got none of her ultimates. Here we go.
Yeah, Omi jumps on in, gets pulled back, though, from the Earth Spirit. Does actually put him in a decent spot for now. The final golem might drop. There is going to be the wall connects on towards 2. Seven Jesu trying to stand toe-to-toe against Shigetsu right now, but the PA feeling comfortable to carry on going forwards with the BKB. Tons of damage. Kenny gets the crit, a break, a crit, another one lands, and the right clicks are there. The Slark is then actually has to buy back to come back into this one, while the PA man just keeps on jumping around left, right, up, down, doesn't even matter, finding people wherever he goes. Melajul eventually getting ran down over the rest of the level up. Can they keep themselves in this one? Trying to now focus on towards the PA, but Shigetsu just showed he's happy to turn around, man. As long as if the crits keep on coming, Seven Jesu's the one who has to retreat. Lorinov now left behind, will be sacrificed. There comes the wind rifle, but it's onto the PA again. There's just no damage, they can't kill him. And yeah, it drops that just happened because it did just go a little bit wrong there for so bad. Owned B trying to TP out, has to cancel it because Melajul was way too close. Actually gets the totem to try and retreat. There is the cold embrace as well to keep him alive, but I feel like it's just delaying the inevitable, is it though? Seven Jesu actually now coming back, getting involved. Echo gets dropped, and the Slark, he should have stayed away where he belonged because he just gets deleted instantly.
This is the second time Winter Wyvern throws out her ultimate on the PA rather than someone next to the PA. And you can see it's like, Shigetsu did take some damage for sure because there's some illusions that I think like allied illusions of him. But it doesn't matter. I gotta say, so bad he has been playing not so good in this one.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a questionable sort of prioritization with his ultimates. I mean, maybe it was like a heat of the moment kind of thing. He sees a big pile of radiant bodies, clicks on one, and just happens to get unlucky. Then he clicks on the PA instead. Maybe we'll just assume that for the sake, you know, because he is still a very strong player in general. So
of course,
it's very rare to make the same mistake 2 times in a row.
But it did happen though. That's the thing. It did happen. And by the way, the PA, she dropped down pretty low, but the Paladin sword giving you that life steal. You know, she gets a crit and she's like, oh yeah, 2 crits, I'm back to full health. And with no item that gives you life steal apart from the Paladin sword. It's so nice that she gets it. Like it's a Titan Sliver Paladin sword. You get those on the PA, you're super happy.
Yeah, definitely. It just feels like every single PA game I have seen in this patch, it just, once she hits this critical mass of items, she just kills anybody, jumps in, takes a long time to bring down herself unless literally every single person on the enemy squad is trying to focus them down. In which case, the rest of the enemy side is free to do whatever the hell they want. Yeah, it's just rough, man. It really feels like teams need to start prioritizing an earlier ban onto PA.
I agreed. And by the way, despite a 26,000 advantage, the graph says it's only like 80% for Navi. I thought it would be in the 90s. Oh dear. Oh, enough loses his life.
Okay, yeah. Malik just finding
I think
him.
that might be. Was that his dieback? I think it might have been his dieback.
Yeah, I think it was.
Well, he doesn't have any gold. He doesn't have
Oh,
gold
okay.
for his buyback by a lot.
There you go. Well, even still, another hero down. No buyback, as you were mentioning, so this high ground push is going to be pretty damn easy here from Na'Vi, especially with Aegis and Cheese, just to make things even easier. Sever Jesu trying to just sort of split the other lanes and find a little bit of extra farm wherever he can. Meanwhile, his buildings will be taking a lot of damage. Glyph has already been used. Power is gone. Do they even bother using one just for the barracks? Man, Shigetsu still just destroys buildings as fast as heroes.
This Slark versus PA matchup, that's 2 attempts for it, and he gets MKB in both games because like, it's like the best item you can get against the PA, but it still doesn't work. Like Slark is just not built to go for the PA. You want to pick Slark when you're up against a very immobile enemy core, and PA is like, oh, you jump, she jumps right on top of you. You know, she's a clingy ex-girlfriend. She won't let you go.
She will not. She wants literally every single thing you own. And that is definitely what has been happening in this game, man. Just Shigetsu's had his number since the very start. And as a result, Seven Jesu jumping on in, gets a piston in place. There's a lot of damage, actually. Maybe they can get the kill. There is the disruption save. Everyone else from Na'Vi is still on the sidelines waiting to jump. And Shigetsu still gets out. He keeps the edge intact. Got it for another 2.5 minutes, actually. Lorinov. Aggressive jump outside of the base. We'll have to use his Rolling Thunder. Maybe they can try and control Malik right now, but he still has his BKB yet to be popped. Not even going to be forced to do so for now. It's Baby.
Oh dear.
Found the jump. Ooh, Seven Jesu is so lucky there was not a crit just then.
I mean, this is with the PA losing a bit of her agility, but doesn't seem like it's mad. And Slark as a hero, do you know that Slark has the 2nd worst stats gain in the entire game? It's like something like 5.1 total. Only Abaddon's worse, which means that you're not gonna have a whole lot of health or armor naturally. 22
Yeah.
armor in this situation, but in general, the hero is still very easy to bring down.
Again, oh my days, man. Shigetsu just finds him, gets him completely for free. There was nothing the slot could do. Disrupted as well, gonna lock down Swedish Strong. There is going to be Witness Curse. It lands on towards Malik. This is a lot of damage. They actually push the Dawnbreaker away, keeps him alive for now, and said Swedish Strong will die. The Dawn going to be able to retreat. Melodru as well, charging forwards with the Echo, gets the lockdown on towards Omi. As soon as the Cold Embrace is over, so is Omi's life. No, they should get to. He's just camping outside the fountain. Just casually buys a load of mangoes, eats them up instantly. Gonna dive on in, fountain or not, who cares? Just wants to guarantee himself the godlike spree. And because of the blur, he's still alive. Now he's going to go back in. Needs one more hit. Can he kill it? He's so damn low. He gets the crit just before he dies, but it doesn't even matter. He had the ages. And GG is called. Na'Vi takes the first series of the day 2-0.
Oh man, sad to see LevelUP lose like that, because really felt like, I mean, game 1 was okay, but game 2 felt very one-sided for Na'Vi here, and LevelUP, I just feel a little bad about it. But to be fair, that experiment of the slog versus PA was very risky. It failed in game 1. They were trying to repeat it in game 2, and like Na'Vi was like, yeah, we're just gonna be fine with it. We didn't see, like, Lorinov had a tough time in the laning phase just because Melodru was able to get so many of those denies, and so bad. Couple of critical mistakes, I'd say, with those ultimates. You can excuse one, but the second one was also like a tough one. In the end, he was able to get an ultimate on the Dawnbreaker and almost brought him down. Like, you can see just how much value it is, but it's tough. It's tough. He's throwing out those ultimates on the PA. It's just not working.
Yeah, it was too little too late at the end of the day, and he just end up losing. So, I don't know. Maybe they had some sort of idea that, yeah, we'll just let them get the PA, because maybe they're like trying out this Slark as a counter to the PA, perhaps. I mean, obviously, Seven Jesu as well. He is a Grand Master on it, so obviously he knows the power of this hero, and maybe he was just saying to the team that, guys, I'm pretty sure Slark can beat a PA later on, but hey, 2 games in a row, neither of them work, so clearly he is wrong, and PA, man, is just, it's too scary. Too scary.
And let's look at the updated brackets here, see what we're working with. We're down to now 7 teams, which are the 7 teams here. By the way, at the end of the day, we're going to be down to 4 teams. So Na'Vi came in, invited team, took out one move, took out LevelUP. LevelUP, who, by the way, had the best performance among all the teams during our league. And Na'Vi, I feel like they didn't really break much of a sweat here. And they'll be the first team in the semifinals. Guarantees 5,000 USD in their pockets. And that's a 1,000 USD each. That's nice.
Yeah, that's really nice. I'd definitely take that one for sure. Played a bit of Dota 2. It sounds like a pretty sweet setup. But yeah, obviously they will be playing up against either the winner of Lunar Galaxy or KZ team. We'll obviously have a look at the schedule as well to see that that is indeed the match that is coming up next, followed by Team Tickles versus Sibe team, and then Arava versus Storm to finish the day off. So in the next matchup, Lunar Galaxy versus KZ team, which one are you expecting to win and then have to play up against Na'Vi?
I feel like Lunar Galaxy, Hopefully, I mean, we were kind of wrong in this one. We were saying this might be a close one, might be a 2-1, but Na'Vi kind of didn't break a sweat. So hopefully we're wrong again and we get a very close matchup. But I do feel like, I feel like Lunar Galaxy kind of would be able to not walk. I don't want to say that. I mean, this case, this is a very talented team. When you look at these teams, you might think, oh, whether they like, it's like, no, these are all like top 200 immortals. They're all amazing players, but the competitive scene is very different from the pub scene, and I do think that Lunar Galaxy will be bringing down KZ.
Well, we'll have to just wait and see to see what the outcome of that is going to be. Obviously, the carry that Lunar Galaxy was running with is Yuma, and watching obviously know that this guy was just come out of playing another tournament that's happening at the same time. So he's already been in a lot of competitive situations already. He's been like pre-warmed up, and he looks pretty damn scary in general. Obviously, the last game he played as well was on the carry Pudge, which was very cool to see. So maybe we might get that again. Fingers crossed. I hope so.
I like when I see Yuma on these sort of all-in heroes, where it's like you have to, like the Pudge and the Meepo, where you're like, man, this guy can do it all. If like these heroes can do it all, they can go 1 versus 5. To be fair, we have to mention that Pudge was picked to counter a Naga Siren. That was the point of it. It wasn't just like a Pudge versus like a Sven or a Pudge versus like a PA, but still, he did he had a great job getting those hooks off, and he looked really good on the punch.
Yeah, he definitely did. So we'll see what they have in store coming up for us next, as that, again, is the next series. But quite a long break. Still, yeah, about 45 minutes or so before that series starts, as this is a fixed schedule, ladies and gentlemen. So plenty of time for you all to, go out, get a snack, have a relax, stretch your legs, and then come back then for some more amazing games of Dota 2 here for the Pinnacle Cup Malta Vibes Tournament number 3. And yeah, hopefully it's going to be an entertaining one. I'm sure it is. It has to be, no matter what happens.
I hope so too. I mean, we want to see a great game. We want to see a close game. It's easier for us to cast, more enjoyable for you guys to watch. But we're gonna find out about that in about, like we said, 45 minutes. We're gonna take a 4 minutes break. We'll see you guys then. Make sure you walk, get some stretching in, and yeah, we'll see you then.
Oh, esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
I'm your anchor. I told you you're my pole. Through the wind and fire, we try to hold on. We build this ship together, searching for a home. Despite the storm that hit us, we are still on board. Dancing in the moonlight, the world just stops and stares. We got no destination, I'll take you anywhere. All the doors we've opened and all the books we've closed. Words just come together, story that we never told. So far forsaken for my own. You said just keep holding on. If you're about to break, I'll always be your captain. For our failures we have grown. You said just keep holding on. If you're about to break, I'll always be your captain. I'll be your captain. I'll always be your captain. I'll always be your captain. You told me I'm your anchor. I told you you're my pole. Through the wind and fire, we tried to hold on. All the doors we've opened and all the books we've closed. Words that come together, story that we never told. So far forsaken for my own. You said just keep holding on. If you're about to break, I'll always be your captain. For our failures we have grown. You said just keep holding on. If you're about to break, I'll always be your captain. Be your captain. I'll always be your captain.
Seagulls flying overhead, towels down in the sand, little crabs walking over our legs, and we were together just like lovers should have been. Like the changing tides, you have changed your mind, and now you are no longer mine. Last summer, you were holding my hand. Last summer, you were laying in my bed. Last summer, we were more than just friends. But that was last summer. That was last summer. And I miss the salt in my hair. And I miss your emerald stare. And I wish you were still here in your red sundress, watching the sunset by the pier. In your red sundress, watching the sunset by the pier. Last summer, you were holding my hand. Last summer, you were laying in my bed. Last summer, we were more than just friends. But that was last summer. That was last summer. That was last summer. That was last summer. Like the changing tides, you have changed your mind. Now you are no longer mine. With tears in my eyes, I recall the times when I had you by my side. Last summer, you were holding my hand.
such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
I
Oh,
was
there you
muted,
go.
so I'm going to restart there. Welcome back on into the stream, ladies and gentlemen, for the Pinnacle Cup Malta 5s tournament number 3. We've got another exciting game coming up for you guys very, very soon, and it's going to be KZ Team versus Lunar Galaxy. Should be some exciting things coming up here, shouldn't there, Otomo?
We can always hope so. I mean, Luna Galaxy, they are an invited team. They got some pretty big names about them. They are a little carry from Luna Galaxy, from Luna Galaxy called Yuma. They have Divide Llama, Theoloco, one of the best force from South America. So this is a very scary team. And, they're so scary, they're in shadows.
They are, man.
I can't see them.
Yeah, that's it. It keeps the mystery there, keeps the other team guessing, and applies a bit of fear, gets that mental warfare going for sure. But yeah, just a very stable team. Obviously, we did see them play yesterday up against Moneymakers, and they did win that series 2-0. Just some really fantastic games coming out from them. Good coordination and solid Dota all around.
And great drafting as well. Picking like the Brewmaster as well as the Pudge against the Naga Siren to sort of make sure that they have this AoE damage to work against Illusion. So I really like the way that they approach the game. And as mentioned, it does feel like they are going to be... What's the opposite of an underdog? The favorites, right? That's the favorites. The top dogs. They'll be the top dogs coming into this one. And the other team that we're going to look into is KZ Team. This is... At first I was like, I don't know this team. But then I realized when I look at the players, I'm like, this is ex-Monospa and members of the Into the Breach. And they have Pablo standing in today. Desire, their position for is Desire. He's going to be taking a break here. So they do have one of the players from Alliance come in. And I know what chat's thinking. They're like, they have a player from Alliance. They've already won.
Yeah.
It is. But yeah, Pablo, he has been a breath of fresh air for Alliance, and I'm interested to see what he can do for what he's sending in for another team.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like he's got a lot to offer for sure. So we'll see how he's going to work with the rest of the members here of KZ team. Obviously, these guys have been absolutely fantastic. I feel like every single time I've seen Nande play, he's one of those position ones that loves the like early aggression, trying to make moves into the other side of the map using the twin gate. I mean, we've seen it multiple times before. Like he goes for like a Monkey King, something like that. Obviously, you tree dance your way to the gate. You get up there really quick. You find a free kill, and then you're immediately back to your own lane before you know it, resuming your farm. Just yeah, really feels like he's loving this new patch.
All right, hopefully, and I'd be interested to see what they can put up again. The KZ team, I think they have had the most stands in this tournament, though. They have three people standing. They have three people standing in for them over time. So it does kind of put you in that weird situation where, like, we're always kind of playing with something new. You mentioned that Nandi likes playing these very active heroes, and his most played hero this tournament has been the Phantom Assassin, being picked 6 times, has not lost with it once. Like this guy, they've been having a lot. They have been having a lot of good luck with the PA. Another hero that they've been playing a lot of is the Rubik, not as successful. And Vengeful Spirit is also another hero with 100%. I mean, when you think about Venge and PA, maybe not the strongest lane, but lots of minus armor, lots of physical damage, and they often combo these heroes together.
Yeah, they do, and it is just absolutely fantastic. Like you mentioned, with the PA in general, we've just seen this hero be problems for so many other teams. Obviously, if you guys were at home or watching the previous series of Level Up versus Na'Vi, you would have seen a PA appear twice and a PA smash the game twice. Like, there was just really nothing Level Up could do to stop it. And yeah, it's just real savage, really showcasing why the PA is such a problem. And I don't know, I imagine we're going to start to see it banned out more like towards the early parts of the draft, because teams even feel willing to just pick it up like the first pick, second phase, because it's just that strong.
I agree. And we're also seeing it being paired up with a lot of minus armor. We talked about Vengeful Spirit, but another hero that KZ team likes a lot is the Tidehunter. You know, you gush, jump in, and that by itself also just has a lot of minus armor. And a couple other heroes that might be worth talking about for KZ is the Grimstroke and the Shadow Demon. They've been picked 5 times for them during this tournament. And Shadow Demon Jill is a strong hero, but Grimstroke, you inkswell the PA, you jump in. A lot of this does revolve around the PA, but that is what they're picking a lot of. You know, that is their 6 out of 6 victories and picks with this hero. It is a big deal.
Yeah, 100% is just been the hero for them, the hero for so many other teams. So we'll see if he's going to get it. Like I mentioned, they have been quite liking the Monkey King as well. It's actually been a few days since they last picked it up, but Nande is definitely more comfortable rolling with that hero. So definitely going to see that one appear. Again, a similar sort of combinations with the PA in a way, like quite likes the Grimstroke pairing as well, just to get on top of people, land easy Inkswell connections, find kills that way. Yep. So we'll see if any of that does come down, as it looks like the draft is now starting on up, ladies and gentlemen. So let's throw on in and see how this one starts off.
And for people wondering, well, what exactly is at stake? Why is this game worth my time? What's at stake is 3,000 USD, and of course the chance to go all the way. This is a best of 3 single elimination match. So you win, you continue. You lose, you go home. And of course, the grand prize of this tournament, 22,000. That's very nice. That's DPC money. You know, that's very nice. And of course, a trip to Malta, where production has not informed me that we will be there, but maybe if we say we'll be there, they'll feel pressured and they'll give us a ticket. They'll be like, we'll get them a room because they said it, they don't want to be liars. Maybe.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, they're the range for us. That's great. That's what we love to hear.
Thank you.
Yeah, because the other side win to get that $50,000 is that like week-long stay at the 5-star Intercontinental Hotel. So that's also nice. You get a big chunk of money. You basically get a nice working holiday as well at the same time. Sounds like a sweet deal to me.
I know, and I can't wait to be there. But anyway, in the draft, KZ team, they get rid of the Brewmaster, which Snowy Galaxy played amazing on Divine Llama yesterday. You know, it was a huge part of their success against the Naga Siren. And they get rid of the Warlock, which I don't believe KZ team themselves like. You know, it's not here that they want. So they're like, I believe they haven't even picked Warlock this entire patch. So they have saying, you know, let's get rid of it.
Interesting.
And, okay. The Grimstroke is in, the Vengeful Spirit is in, and the PA is in for KZ team. So I'm imagining they're going to open up with one of these, or possibly a Tide Hunter. But I think like
The,
Venge,
Ve-
Grim, or PA.
the Venge is gone. That was actually
Oh,
the
sorry,
first pick
Venge.
from Luna. That one is gone, yeah. But there is still the Invoker in the pool. That's a potential first pick as well. But KZ team actually going for the first grab of the Pangolier. And as you mentioned, considering how the Grimstroke is still in, it's a pretty decent counter versus the Pangolier once he starts using his ult. Would not be surprised at all if Lunar Galaxy just snap that one up right now.
I think so, right? It also means that usually you'll find the Pango and the PA jump at the same time. Like Pango will roll, blink in, PA will jump on whoever he catches and try to burst them down. So, yeah, I mean, that seems like it would be a solid option here for Luna Galaxy. Let's see if that's what they're thinking as well.
Yeah, but they're actually chewing into some reserve times. They're giving this some consideration, maybe weighing up other options. I mean, you did actually predict it the other day. One team going for a Bane was kind of out there. I can't actually remember if the Bane won that game or not, but
no, he lost.
It did lose, yeah.
He lost. He lost by a lot, actually. But yeah, it was. Thank you very much for remembering that.
Yeah.
I feel very very warm and fuzzy inside at the moment.
I know when you do good, Otomo. I know when you do good. I'm always proud of you. But it is actually going to be the gyro pick up there for Lunar Galaxy. Actually survived the first phase of bans, and they do decide to pick it up. It feels like the last few times that we've seen gyro picked up first phase, it's never actually turned out to be the carry.
Yes.
It
Yes.
always gets moved to support.
I like that. I'll be honest. I mean, firstly, this hero, one of the reasons they like it is that it is a flexible hero. You know what I mean? Like, this is one of the strengths of the hero. And if you pick it early, you can still play it one way or another, but you can, just flex to a support. And I think, honestly, I don't think Gyrocopter is as good as a carry as the Sven or the PA. I find that when you have a carry that does a lot of spread damage and not a whole lot of single target, that's usually you set yourself up to lose the carry to carry matchup almost every time,
Yeah.
So I don't want to see the carry gyro too much.
Yeah, maybe the hero has just got that much like stigma built up behind it, like because it is still highly prioritized. Teams may be thinking like, all right, it's not been banned, no one's picked it, let's grab it before they do. And maybe it's just that's the reason why it's always getting picked. Like teams just sort of still thinking it's strong, maybe when it's not as strong as it once was. Considering everything else, who knows? But yeah, Lunar Galaxy do decide to pick up the Doom second. We'll see if that is going to be the hero for Davai Lama, or maybe they might decide to put it into hands of Theodore, perhaps.
They have played a good amount of Wraith King here on KZ team, and he is one of the few heroes that literally he doesn't care about being Doom. Yeah, they picked him 3 times this tournament, solid against him. And they go for the Rubik. Great to steal the Doom.
Oh, yeah.
But the Grimstroke is still in the pool. And I mean, obviously, if you want to take the Rubik, I think you can take it later. I don't think you're like in a rush to take it on. It's like, oh my God, Luna Galaxy is going to steal from us. But Grimstroke would be really strong on Luna. Double Doom, the Ink Scorched Earth, the Great against the Pango. I know Jericho can throw 2 rocks, but I forget if you need to wait for the first one to land or is it when you cast? Do you know?
It's when it lands, and then the second.
Oh yeah, it's not great then. It's not the best.
No, it's a bit clunky to be honest. But yeah, I mean, I can even see KZ team just snapping up the Grimstroke themselves right now. There's not really any reason not to. The hero still feels really strong. There's tons of heroes still left in the pool to pick up to actually combo with it in the lane. Either the PA or the Monkey King is still there for Nande. I mean, maybe they're actually just weighing up whether they want to pick the PA now before, they potentially give the chance for Lunar Galaxy to grab that instead and put the gyro as a support.
Well, so the KZ team's thinking of here. The problem is that it's your choice, right? Is it Grimstroke or PA that KZ team has to really think about? Because I feel like both are really good, but this is one of a few teams where I think you can prioritize the Grimstroke and take the PA. Take the Grimstroke, leave the PA, take the Wraith King, and it's like if you get doomed or jumped on as a Wraith King, you'll survive. I'm sure PA can't just crit him twice in a row and kill him. That's never happened.
Never ever. Is that in the history of Dota 2 is a PA ever 2 or even 1-shot people? It just doesn't happen.
Not a Wraith King. He's called the Wraith King, not the Wraith Peasant.
Nah,
Oh,
well,
okay, they go for Tide Hunter.
all right, Tide, as you were mentioning, that is a pulse 3 they've been very willing to pick up in the past, and they're just going to rinse repeat. Go for it yet again. We'll see that put into the hands of Skylark into the off lane, see what he's able to do with that one, but we will have to see what Lunar Galaxy are going to pick up in response as their third and fourth hero. Maybe the support duo, in which case they'll be guaranteed whether this is going to be a carry Gyro and even an offlane Doom, or maybe they might still try and flex these guys to both be supports and grab different cores altogether.
True.
Only time will tell. I mean, some teams don't like to play Slark against the Tides, as it is just generally good in the lane. You can generally just get free Essence Shift stacks and try and push him out. But I feel like the NKZ team would probably just go for the PA, right? I mean, we've seen what Slark versus PA can do, and it's not much.
No, it's not much at all. Oh, there comes the Queen of Pain, which means that this Pango should suffer quite a bit in the mid lane. And you can't really flex him anymore, right? It's like he's going to be most likely a core. Tyler is going to go top. You're going to put the Pango mid. And there's the Grimstroke. We were harping on about it. It's really strong right now. And you know, it's so good against the Pango as well.
Yep.
It just feels very odd that KZ team kind of just let that one slip through their fingers, I gotta say.
I mean, I know it's not in the meta anymore, but there was once upon a time where teams were very, very willing to play Pangolier support. And do you feel like this maybe is a good game for it? As you're mentioning, there's already tons of things to really make his life a misery, and you don't really want your mid laner to suffer that hard. So do you think there is a possibility they might give that over towards Pablo or Spartan and pick a completely different mid laner?
No, I think you might consider doing is that keep the Pango as a core, put him in off lane, put the Tide mint against the Quap, you know, just she'll throw out her shadow strikes, you won't care, life moves on. And I think that's the way you can actually approach it. It's not the best solution, but it seems a little safer than putting the Pango mid. And to be fair, we've seen Pango mid beat Queen of Pain before. It's not so impossible.
Yeah, just a little bit more difficult, but hey, you know, Wish is a very good mid laner in himself, so maybe he's just more than willing to run up against that awkward lane. Only time will tell, as the last set of bans are now coming out. Lunar Galaxy, potentially after a carry or an offlaner or even a support if they want the Doom. So there's lots and lots of flex on the lineup already. KZ team actually banning the Legion Commander just in case. Meanwhile, KZ team themselves, it's looking like a support, but again, there is some flexibility there. It depends on how much, you know, focus they want to put on this Pango.
Yeah, I mean, it could be Tide 5. You know, I think you think about it, could be Tide 5. You put the Pango off lane, and I don't mind that so much, honestly. PA and versus Tide Hunter. It's a little unusual, to be fair with you, but why not? You know, tell us as Spartans, like, hey, this is your hero. Go in and just ravage, and you don't want to doom him. He'll be a position 5 time. I think that's a way for KC team to do it, but Lunar Galaxy, they're thinking, no, that's not right, and they do ban the Oracle instead. I wonder how the Oracle matchup goes against Doom now that Doom prevents healing.
It'd be interesting, yeah. Like your false promise would literally do nothing. Like you wouldn't be able to say one, they're just guaranteed to die anyway. It'd just be extending their life for like an extra 5 seconds, and maybe they could try to kill.
I guess the only thing would be if you can use it before they die, like before they die and Doom expires, and you throw out a few healings at the end, and that helps you out. You know what I mean? So that would be the way I'd imagine it works.
Yeah, not the easiest thing to pull off though. But yeah, we'll see. As it is also a Dark Willow that Lunar Galaxy decide to ban. Still looking to see what KZ team might try and remove here.
Okay.
Yeah.
A bit. It's a little unusual to see the Dark Willow come out here, just because you don't often see the Dark Willow 5, and it's going to be KZ team here. What could they pick? They have decent team fight with the Ravage as well as the Pango roll. They have Rubik for control, although I feel like that you need a little bit more stun. I think what your basic stun being a lift is not enough. And their single target damage and Roshan capability is pretty impressive. You have PA, Tide, and Pango. So you should be able to take Roshan at that 20-minute mark when he goes to your side.
Yep.
What Could they take a mid, put the Pango off lane? I think that wouldn't be so bad for them. A mid like an OD for the save. I always say OD. You know, no matter what, I'm like, oh yeah.
When in doubt, go back to OD. Seems to be the safe option for sure. But I mean, there is still. Well, I suppose there's still an Earthshaker, but that would struggle as well against the Queen of Pain, so probably not going to see
Okay.
that. They go for the Shadow Demon. Yep.
Why
Why not?
not?
It's a safe pick. You know, it's there's plenty he can bring to the table here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was sort of thinking for Luna Galaxy before the Shadow Demon, whether if PL would have been a good hero, but now seeing the SD, obviously you just end up probably giving away a illusion army yourself. So yeah, probably not going to see that.
Luna Galaxy, we're going to be seeing, is it going to be carry Gyro, or are they going to be picking their carry now? They don't have a whole lot of reserve time. I don't think Gyro versus PA is a good matchup, so I think you want to pick a different carry instead. And who would they consider coming out in the second? Is it going to be the Faceless Void? Snapfire.
Okay.
So it is. Yeah, it's going to be the carry Gyro, and it's going to be Snapfire 5. Snapfire 4 here, as Kidaro is going to be taking the Grimstroke 5, and Theolocor. Of course, yeah, that was obvious, because Snap and Doom is a lovely combination.
Yeah, it can be pretty damn disgusting. So we'll see how that does end up panning out for them. They are on the side of KZ team, obviously Nande on the PA, Skylark taking the Titan off lane, Wish with the mid Pangolier, Pablo on the Rubik as well. So not really any roles going into crazy positions. Everything feels pretty standard going into this one. Who do you think you're favoring here? I think, in my opinion, I'm leaning slightly towards KZ team, but not sure.
Yeah, I think KZ team is undefeated in the Phantom Assassin. Like, that is something worth saying. They have not lost with the PA. You have good minds armor coming out from your allies, but you're up against a Doom Grimstroke combination. I don't know. That's it feels pretty good. I don't know. I'm having a hard time. I want to pick KZ team, but I think. I mean, can you bet against the 100% win rate of this PA on 6 games and into competitive games as well? No. I believe in the Grim Doom. I'm gonna go with Luna Galaxy. Also, I don't want to agree with you.
Well, okay, that's just without saying, though, isn't it, Otomo? Let's be honest. We've always got to have a little bit of difference, as we will jump on into the game right now. And let's see how this game number 1 between Luna Galaxy and... oh, completely forgot the name then. And KZ team, that's it.
KZ.
It just pops its head. It's always the problems, man. Both the team logos at the top show D2 Hustlers and Monos Bar.
I know.
Happens every time.
And I remember at one point they even called themselves, they were calling themselves the X Monaspar. You're like, no, how could you do this?
Yeah.
But yeah, it can be very confusing for sure. Do you have? Oh, it's like a pause. Do you have a button to check the cosmetics of heroes? Do you know how to do that? I'm sure there's a hotkey for it.
You were doing very well.
I don't know. There's normally just like a little symbol on their portraits you can click on.
Yeah,
I guess
but
maybe
doesn't have it.
Yeah, maybe you have to have the observer the observer slot to be able to do that. I think that's the case.
Oh man, well, there's one cosmetic that's interesting me, but I suppose I won't say anything. So anyway, let's moving on here. Well, we're looking at it for the two teams. We know the PA can do a lot. That's the thing. We know the PA can do a lot, but your overall control is really kind of limited on KZ team if you don't have your ultimates, right? It's Disruption and Rubik Lift. The economic state of Uganda, there's nothing wrong with the economic state of Uganda. It's a thriving economy. Jeez.
Yeah, that is not the problem with the pause. It turns out Kodaro just needed to shut his blinds. As we all know, pro players are not a fan of the sun. They got to play in complete darkness. Make sure that the only thing they can see is their monitors to get that bit of tunnel vision going down. It's like when race horses, you put the blinkers on so they can't see anything apart from what's in front of them. Exactly the same here.
On the other side, though, Luna Galaxy, this isn't by a team. They played really impressively yesterday. They have the double Doom with the Grimstroke. What else? What's else? Double Shadow Strike, double Rocket, although that's kind of hard to pull off. The matchup of the Gyro versus the PA, I feel, is heavily favored towards the PA, but the Doom, he could equalize that one a lot. So,
The battle begins.
Might come
I
down
don't know.
to just how good of a game Davai Lama then has at the start.
True.
Maybe if he either starts popping off from the get-go, we could see Lunar Galaxy just completely run over KZ team. If not, we may just very well see this PA do what every single other PA has done since this patch, is just kill people non-stop and eventually just hits that critical mass where there's no way to stop her.
I'm excited to see what Pablo can do on the Rubik here. Fade Bolt with the nerves, man. 5% at level 1. That is a third of it what it could do before, and that's a little sad to see.
It is, yeah. This feels like Rubik. They always try and drop some nerfs towards him, which is sad because he's always so much fun to see. But no matter how they change him, man, the fact that he can just steal spells, he's always going to be relevant. He's going to get picked up no matter what.
You know what I gotta say is that I feel like I was looking at Tyrant to his level 20 talent, the Kraken Shell damage block per anchor smash kill is gotta be one of the worst talents in the entire game, and it's at level 20. You have to get a kill with anchor smash and you get 4 damage block.
Yeah, it's not the best really, is it? In all honesty. Meanwhile, down bot lane, while we're talking about that, Theolacore inches away from death, but he's barely able to get himself back to the safety of the tower. Davai Lama also low, but at the same time, both people on KZ team took a beating, so tons of salves and resources committed on the side of KZ to keep themselves healthy. Doesn't look like there's any salves there for Lunar Galaxy's offlane though, so they might actually be suffering for the next minute. See if KZ could potentially use this health advantage and try and go for another kill attempt.
It's also hard to salve against the PA, you know? Like, you just throw a dagger, you're gonna be in trouble. Alright, Pablo taking a few hits. One more, he's dead.
Nice.
But Grenade gets him in the end.
Perfectly done there for Gadaro. Pretty much a solo kill, it feels. Yuma does get the assist, but it was really the Grimstroke doing a lot of work there towards the end. Nice pick off for himself. And then, yeah, all that gold, gonna be able to get boots online at like pre-3 minutes. That's the dream.
As a sport, right? Like, I can move, you know, and I get love to see it with grenade, and I like the nerf towards where you just can't stack it more. I feel like that's a nice nerf. It doesn't reduce the effectiveness of the item, just makes it so that you can't like put 3 of them, which is fair. But overall, in terms of CS, it's all KZ team in the top 3. But to be fair, for Lunar Galaxy, you have a Doom, so even if he doesn't have as much CS, he's still getting plenty of gold. And First Blood, of course.
Yeah, First Blood's always a nice bonus for Lunar Galaxy there, 100%. And how is this mid lane looking so far? We've not really paid much attention to it as of yet. Currently 16 and 4 to Wish by the looks, and Stoikov on 15 and 2 for himself. So feels pretty much bang on even. I mean, obviously this might start changing as more points get put into the Shadow Strike from Stoikov, and maybe then Wish will start feeling this harassment a bit more.
Yeah, but generally it seems like it's just being fine. By the way, I look at Titan, he's like, come on, bro.
Yeah.
You know, I got 2 points in Kraken Shell, and while I may not have the talent that gives me extra durability, I'm still pretty good. I'm still hard to bring down.
Yeah, 100%. He's going to be able to sit in himself in this lane for a long old time, I feel, just doing whatever the hell he wants. That's the beauty of a Tide, man. No matter how the game feels, I mean, there are some matchups, obviously, that do tear him to pieces, but vast majority of the time, he's just going to be comfortable getting his own CS.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's what he's doing this one. I actually do, you know, out CSing Yuma by a bit. Okay, I will say this talent of plus, I know I'm harped on about it. People are like, can you move up? Like, no, it's so bad. It's as bad, it's worse than the +4 Treants for level 25 Nature's Prophet. It's worse than that in my opinion.
It is. It is odd. Maybe if it was a level 10 talent, maybe it wouldn't be so bad, because then you might actually have a chance to get kills earlier on to rack it up more, but...
Oh no, it's retroactive. So if you get kills on it still adds on.
Oh,
you know?
Okay.
Which is nice, you know?
Yeah,
I mean, that turns it from a 0 out of 10 talent to a 0.5. You know?
Yeah, you can give it a 1. You can give it
No,
a 1.
I'm not gonna give it a 1. It's not a 1. It's not 1. It does not deserve a 1.
It does not. Meanwhile, down bot lane, looks like Theolacore trying to get in towards Nande right now, but instead, maybe he's one in danger. A few poison stacks coming through. Nande, yeah, he's taking too much damage here from the Scorch Staff of Davai Lama. He's got to get himself away. No creeps, but it's not going to need it. Theolacore, can he dodge one more Shadow Poison? He can't! And that will actually get him killed. Very nice done there from Spartan. Persistence is key.
I mean, I mean, he's still they don't get a kill on Nande, but at least Divine Llama doesn't lose his life. But this is and this is a good kill coming here for KZ team.
It is.
And we're one for one right now. And top lane Skylark kind of left alone as Pablo can just stack for him because, as mentioned, he's unkillable. I think we're gonna see a very solo lane top Nande. Fire.
Hey,
Boom.
this gets ran down. Charge on blue. Good rotation there from Kadaro getting involved down to this bot lane. Does secure the kill there on towards the PA. And that is a perfect pickup there for Lunar Galaxy, taking down that number one hero. Everyone to win. Wish also in danger, or is he actually? They're going to try and turn this around, and Stoikov is going to be the first person to go down. They do trade at the end of the day, but even still, it is Wish who gets that gold, gets the experience as well. It's a favorable trade for KZ team at the end of the day.
Yeah, KZ team very happy. I was wondering, like, where is Theolacor going? Because I thought he might go bottom just because he doesn't have to be with Yuma, and it's like nope. I mean, sorry, Kadaro here, and Theolacor is bottom lane. Look at that, so close, and that shield crash doing work.
Yeah,
And-
the damage block came through. Very nice.
Stoichkov messed up. He had a Fairy Fire and 4 magic stick charges. I gotta say, I'm almost kind of surprised to see them die with like 7 magic stick charges, and they had the opportunity because, I mean, it's Pango and a Rubik who already used his lift. There's no stuns there.
Meanwhile, looks like they just go for him again. This time they bring 2 supports to the party, and that is enough to get the kill without costing anything in return. I mean, it looks like Pablo and Spartan came over, but too late to actually make a difference there. So now Wish, he's dead with TP on cooldown as well, so he's going to have to walk himself back to this lane. May very well miss out on a few creeps as a result.
2,000 gold advantage for Luna Galaxy. And looks like LevelUP is trying to scare him off, but who's going to be scared off here? He's got, I think, a ring of health, but no Vanguard, so he is susceptible to this physical damage.
Yeah, I mean, they're just racking up the poison stacks as well.
Boom.
And that's nice from Spartan. He makes sure he pops the poison before actually getting the kill, just so he can make sure Nande gets it, you know. Many people would just keep on racking up those poisons and just blow him up once you get the 4 or the 5 stacks, but yeah, he knows what he's doing. Make sure his carry gets the experience for that one, or the gold, I should say. And actually, Spartan now, he's halfway to his level 6, 7.5 minutes in. It's a very calm Shadow Team. Meanwhile, up top, the aggression is carried on coming through. Stoikov makes his first rotation of the game. We'll get this kill on towards Pablo. Maybe they can try and go Skull and find it as, yeah, in comes Wish here to try and get the counter kill. It will be the grab on towards Kadaro. Cooldown coming through as well, landing quite a few hits onto Wish. There is still a Sonic Wave available, but Stoikov not interested in trying to risk it for more.
And not enough damage between the two of them to bring him down. And smart move here by Stoichkov just to decide, like, yeah, it's not worth it. It's just not worth it. Waiting for the ruin. Can he get it? Oh, Cookie comes out and Theolacor steals it.
Yeah, he managed to pick it up there. Warmth Kiss is also coming through. Wish, there's no way for him to dodge this, or is there? He's trying to juke it left and right, but it's not going to work. Perfect for Warmth Kisses there for Theolacor. Like, why are all these supports so high level? It's 8 minutes in, man. They're all getting their ults.
I mean, Kadaro is 5.5. Theolacor is almost 7. Pablo is the only one who's not even 5. He's only 4 and about 80% to 5. But still, he's a little behind. But at the same time, Spartan's also about to hit 6. So yeah, we're seeing these supports get some EXP, and I love it, dude. I hate the patch when there was 1 Wisdom Ruin, and you'd only reach level. I only reached level 6 at like 15 minutes mark. That was the worst.
Yeah, it was not easy at all. But yeah, a bit of a nice quality of life increase for supports nowadays. But Dalai Lama has hit his own 6, has Doom available, and looking like he wants to go for this one, pulling him back into the Doom. Stoikov is also nearby. Disruption is going to be able to avoid some of this damage, even actually dodging the Scatter Blast right now, trying his best. Fortunately, cannot dodge the Cookie, and eventually he will get ran down. Stoikov getting the credit for that one. Maybe they could even apply a good amount of damage to this tier 1 to boot.
This is very scary. I mean, you expect Nani to have a decent time here, and he doesn't farm as fast as the Gyrocopter until he gets those, until he gets the Battle Fury. And do we actually have stacks? I remember Pablo was stacking, but it's not much. It's just a kind of a double stack, and that's it in the triangle. I mean,
There's just been too much action elsewhere, hasn't really had the opportunity to go and stack. So I mean, this has been quite relatively kill heavy, you know, 12 at sub 10 minutes in. It's actually a solid 2k goal lead as well for Lunar Galaxy at this stage of the game. So they are feeling very comfortable. Obviously, Yuma as well, top farm core, and it's actually Nande who is bottom farm.
Interesting first item coming out for the gyrocopter, by the way. It's the Crystallis. It's like first item Crystallis. Okay, then he's going to go for the Agam Scepter after. Huh. I feel like I don't see Crystallis first item very often on the gyrocopter. Meanwhile, Queen of Pain is going to go for the Orchid. You jump on the Rubik, you jump on the Shadow Demon. These are easy kills for you. Meanwhile, Theolocor, Rod of Atos. We often see this more picked up for the core. Snap hey.
Ravage there. You know, just to get the kill on the Kodaro. Early game, it's not a waste to use it for a support kill. It's definitely valuable. Meanwhile, Yuma has been caught inside the jungle, and Wish going to be able to chain stun him in this absolutely dream location. Absolutely zero things Yuma could do to survive that one, and just like that, 2 quick kills there going to the AFKZ team.
Very well played for them. And look, and who's top of the net worth is Skylark as well as Wish, which means while Nande is suffering, the other 2 cores, they have the tools necessary to make good space for him.
Definitely do. If they can continue making that space there, that is the question, as it looks like KZ bringing 4 heroes to this mid lane right now. Beamhammer picked up for Skylark to start increasing their pushing potential. Obviously already killed his own tier 1. To come to do the same here in the mid. It looks like Lunar Galaxy, they do want to try and defend this, bringing a few heroes over themselves. See how much KZ team want to commit to actually take this objective.
Telecon can TP in if he wants to. And what do we have on Wish? He is very close to the Diffusal Blade, about only less than 400 gold away from it. As in Skylark, like I was mentioned, the Meteor Hammer. The problem is that Nande is not that close to the Battle Fury. That's just going to be the biggest issue. Oh, the Vailama has Doom.
Okay, they're trying to poke onto him. Pablo actually got Devour stolen.
So good.
Yeah, a bit of extra gold for him. He's happy. Level 3 Devour as well.
Oh, that's tasty. Meanwhile, as a Spartan's going to be fine.
Not really pressure. Haste Rune picked up there for Stoikov. Gonna be a nice little bonus. And Pablo, okay, he does actually just go for the Scatter Blast. I thought maybe he might have waited to get 1 more use out of the Devour, but I guess he just wants some an ability that can actually help if a team fight or pick-off situation comes. This is level 4 Scatter Blast as well, so
yeah,
really nice pickup.
Yeah, I mean, I was looking at it's 320 damage, you know, with a Fate Ball that also does an extra, wait, I want to see, like, yeah, Fate Ball is on top of it. So you do a good 650 damage with these 2 spells. More if you can get the Sky Blast, Point Blast, of course. So well worth it.
Yeah, definitely is. Do have a smoke play coming out here from KZ. Heading down to maybe if they could find Davai Lama, but it looks like his spidey senses were tingling. He's not going to get caught out this time.
This is going to be fine here. Overall, 2,000 gold advantage here for Lunar Galaxy. Does that favor them in terms of the win rate? And yeah, there's going to be another solid stack here. It does feel like they're setting up the gyrocopter very nicely. Stoichkov is, you know, a little bit behind compared to everyone else, but not as bad as Nande, who, as we mentioned, is still needs some time to get the Battle Fury.
Yeah.
And you got to wonder, though, if you are Lunar Galaxy, do you want to take fights a little bit more, especially when you have the Doom and the Sonic Wave available? I don't know if we've seen these passive games against the PA. They always get very scary.
They do, yeah. It all comes down to how much pressure you can actually put onto them, and they have done a decent job. Nande 1, 2, and 1. Not really the position he would have liked to have been in. We were saying before this game even started that Nande has been one of those carries which has been willing to make those early rotations to look for kills, but
yes,
just hasn't either felt like he could this game, or maybe there was a conscious decision to decide against it, maybe thinking they wouldn't have actually found any kills. I mean, I suppose he would have been ganking into a Tidehunter lane, so it's not really the easiest one to try and set up for kills, so maybe that was the whole decision there, but yeah, he is still a fairly long way away from his Battle Fury. About
yeah, I know what you mean. It's like if he rotates and he loses his life, then you're like, holy moly, are you behind now?
Yeah.
So, but it also doesn't fit his style that we know, to play more casual farming, because we mentioned like his PA, his Monkey King to be on the very active side. You know, we're like, oh, he's showing up everywhere and just killing people. So, I know what you mean. And the same time, it's one of those very tough decisions. Like when you play Faceless Void and you think, do I TP and throw a Chrono or not?
Yeah.
You know, it's
So
like,
if it works out, great, fantastic, boost your game. If it goes completely wrong, then yeah, you're definitely screwed and you're on catch up. It feels like the entire game. So just choosing to play a bit safer. Meanwhile, the 14-minute Wisdom runes will spawn. Kadaro secures the one for the side of Lunar Galaxy. Meanwhile, no one actually there to pick up KZ team straight away. Just gonna let it cook.
oh, all right. Sushkov does not have the blink for a few seconds, but he could push him away with the ultimate if he needs to.
Yeah, we saw one crit come out there from Nande, but it didn't even do that much damage, to be honest. Like, it's still early days PA, so takes a little bit of time before those coup de grace hits really start doing some scary damage. I mean, he's still 300 gold away from his Battle Fury. He just needs to get that online as soon as possible.
And by the way, the Arcane Ring providing 2 armor makes a difference in these situations, right? It's like that's about 10% more durability against physical armor. And oh man, poor Nande. They're like, no, you're taking too long. Skylark's gonna be working on it.
Yeah, he will take those stacks away. And is he building towards the Lotus Orb? I think that's what he's going.
What is he gonna steal here on the Rubik? Devour, maxed out, baby.
Yeah.
And what's he gonna? Is it not turned on? Is he not getting the creep? I'm not sure if he's not toggling it on or off, or you just can't do it on the Rubik. Because I feel like you can have a creep spell if you have Devour.
Well, it wasn't like toggled there. And I think when you toggle it, have the little border, that's when you don't steal the skill. Yeah, he didn't have that on, so you just don't get the skill, which is a bit weird.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm wondering. I'm like, why not toggle it on? You know, but maybe he's like, I just want the gold. I don't really care about it too much. But you can, I mean, you can steal some pretty solid spells. You can use them. Huh? So wait, production, are they telling us? So can you or can you not use spell steal to get with Devour to get neutral abilities? Can or cannot? That's house eventually.
Yeah, it does eventually. Meanwhile, in the mid, instant silence on Wish TP's on in. Not going to be able to find the grab there. It looks like the call for Lunar Galaxy is just to disengage. The Diffusal Blade there for Wish being a little bit of a nuisance, but even still, Driver Llama able just to walk this one off, not really going to be pressured so far. Meanwhile, Yuma has still just been AFK farming while all of this sort of stuff has been going on. Ags completed plus the Chrysalis, so his farming speed is really going to be up there. And as a result, he's basically 2,000 gold still ahead of Nande, who has now at the very least got his Battle Fury completed. So, you know, the PA is going to be able to find farm a bit faster.
Yeah, that's the silver lining. Your lineup is going to be a little bit more. At least your character is going to be able to farm a little bit faster. And one thing, by the way, we were talking. This is an active game. We had 12 kills in 8 minutes. Since then, we had 2 kills in 8 minutes. And I blame the British caster with hair for that problem. I'm not gonna say who. Could be either one of us.
Some unknown man. Why are you blaming OD Pixel, man? He's not even in this. Right, leave him alone. He's a good guy.
Okay, fine. No.
But it looks like lots of twin gate movements coming in from Lunar Galaxy, heading down to this bot lane en masse. With this observer ward on the high ground, they did actually spot out quite a few members of KZ team. See if they can find Spartan. The jump is going to be there for Stoikov. They do punch away the silence. Maybe they can turn this one around. Sonic Wave comes through, and they're not going to be enough to keep it alive. But the stolen Sonic immediately putting Stoikov into the grave. Rolling Thunder still activated from Wish, but it looks like they're not interested in trying to pursue this even more. You know, they've got the advantageous trade mid laner for a support, so KZ team are happy with that.
And Nande slowly working himself back into the game, but good use of the Lotus Orb, but it's not enough, of course, to get you the kill. And you were hoping to get a lot more out of this Orchid from the Queen of Pain, because, I mean, with the Lotus Orb coming out early, you already have, like, Pangolier, he can roll up if he needs to, if he gets the Lotus Orb. Like, there are enough ways to counter. Oh, okay. 2
more Kisses, dumping everything right now on towards Skylark. They really wanted that man dead. I mean, sure, it's a core kill. It's worth some decent money right there. But I suppose that's a couple of minutes where maybe Nande feels a bit safer, or is he actually? He tries to go for this route. He gets found, cooldown, one will land. Second as well, just flipping. He's used the blur, but he's just too damn slow. And he will actually get caught. I think he stopped to cast blur, which is why he got hit by that second cooldown hit, which slowed him, which means he couldn't get to Spartan in time.
Yeah,
a minor interaction, but maybe that is what just cost him his life.
And in the meantime, we see Theodore zone out as a Spartan. He's like, oh, well, we can just take the tower now. Opening up the map for Luna Galaxy here. So 2 core kills and a tower. But now you don't have Doom for a long time. And this is going to be... I feel like without Doom, you really can't control the PA very well. Or in a team fight, the Titan will always get his Ravage off, which is a very scary ability for you to deal with.
It looks like they were on the hunt up top there to try and see if they could find Pablo, but Spider Sense with Tingling does get the TP out. Caught this time, but even still, bit by bit, Luna Galaxy's pushing their lead here in this game. Number 1, 4,000 gold is the lead so far. Still is 3,000 ahead there for Yuma in front of Nande, despite this Battle Fury being completed. He's trying to work in towards the Ags next. A couple of thousand gold away, then the Pier will have that one completed.
Radiant are scanning.
See how fast that's going to be. As he bumps into a Kintaro. Really going to go on top of him right now, and the crit to the back of the head does get the kill. That's a freebie, but Nande was very happy to get.
By the way, one thing that you have to be worried about right now for Luna Galaxy is that in a few seconds, Roshan's going to be moving to the Radiant side, and they're setting up. You have so much Miner's armor here on your team. You don't have the Deso on the PA, but you still have Gush as well as Lucky Shot, and that could be a problem for them right now. Oh, Nande?
Yeah, he's been caught. Immediate jump, silence, warmless kisses. Can he get himself out of this one? I'm not sure if he can. The silence will just not come off fast enough. Ends up being a freebie there going over towards the Viola Core. A couple more rotations coming in though for the rest of the KZ team, maybe to try and turn this one around. Third Core up on the high ground trying to TP out, but he will get denied. But at the very least, you know, he did just buy time for Stoikov to get his own TP out. So it's a sacrifice he's willingly going to make sure he gets the kills and the carry. So he's fine with that.
That's very clever, right? The Sonic Wave pushed him to the cliff. He's like, all right, might as well just get out of there. But they just plant a Sentry Ward. They get the vision. They drop him there. It's still a huge win for Luna Galaxy because, as mentioned, they want to make sure that this Roshan does not go towards. I was going to call them Ex-Mona spot because that's their logo, but to KZ team because they have the Mice armor, they have the physical damage, they can get it.
Yeah, definitely can. It looks like KZ. We're actually going to go for the Tormentor first. I wonder if they will decide to start heading down over to that Rish area, as you were mentioning. And if they could potentially get the Aegis into the hands of Nande, will make themselves feel a lot better. I mean, he's still super close to his Ags for the PA. Maybe that's just what they're waiting for. And then they'll try and make that Roche move, like in case a fight happens.
I don't know if the Ags is going to make too much of a difference. It's great only if you can block the Doom. If you don't block the Doom, you're going to suffer. And oh dear, Theola Core, that's a close one. Both supports actually almost losing their life there.
So awkward dying to the Tormentor.
Theola Core. Theola Core gets the shard. Okay, man, this shard, it gives you such less. Like it used to give you a full damage gob or whatever you want to call it. That gives you half damage gob, which is not nice. I guess still, I like the bigger jump, of course, but I miss the old days when you drop an actual kiss on the ground.
Well, it was pretty damn strong. Like it was so heavily prioritized in that support role. I think it was. It deserved a little nerf. I don't know. I feel like it's kind of balanced. I don't mind it at all.
I mean, I miss the days when Scatterblast used to stun. Now that was what God intended. He's like, oh yeah.
I mean,
that's what we do it.
It makes a lot more sense it being the other way around, like it is now. Like the cookie being the stunning mechanic.
Smoke on smoke.
Yeah, we'll see who ends up getting the advantage. Skylark. They are going to get the immediate telekinesis. Davalama in. Who's he going to do? Not quite thinking about who he wants to jump on just yet. Skylark will eventually just get ran down. They find Spartan as well. And Wish cliffed a little bit, able to get the Swashbuckle away, but they're going to try and pursue after him with the TP out. Does he successfully retreat? He will. The stolen blink is there as well from Pablo, so he will escape. But regardless, it's a nice win from Luna Galaxy. 2 kills, they don't lose anybody, and it's really close to the Roche bit, so they're going to be able to secure this Aegis.
I love what Luna Galaxy has been doing. They've been playing the bottom lane for a while now, trying to make sure that KZ team doesn't get it. They get a nice solid team fight, and they're just going to go for it. Not the fastest Roche in the world. Actually, it's pretty damn fast now that I look at it.
Yes, it's going quickly.
That's decent. Oh man.
I mean, if you're Luna Galaxy, you just guaranteed giving this to Yuma. Yeah, it looks like it is. He's sat inside it. I was wondering if there could be an argument perhaps to give it to Stoikov instead, but yeah, they just want to make sure this Gyro has a free game. And KZ team are still coming on over. Maybe looking to see if they can pick up some sort of straggler, but they're not going to find it.
Nah, it's well worth to give to Yuma. I like what you were saying here. And they make it out just fine. So Luna Galaxy, kind of in full control of the game here. Yuma's very tanky. How are you going to be able to deal with him? Dalai Lama,
Man,
don't think probably...
that was like really good reactions there for Dalai Lama. Literally, as soon as that blink was there for Pablo, he'd already blinked out to avoid the gank. That was, yeah, fantastic awareness.
You know who's having a really good game is Theolacor. I mean, actually, not just him. I mean, both the position forwards are having a good time. That is part of it because of the free shard that you get, but still, I mean, without the shard, he'd still be 7,200 gold, which is very nice for the Snapfire.
Yeah, definitely is.
Radiant structures
So
are
far,
fortified.
still is this 6,000 gold lead right now for Luna Galaxy. Yuma uncontested there, top farm core of this game. Looks like he's going for the Silver Edge as his next item. Obviously, having that break mechanic versus the PA is going to be very, very useful. So I think he can nearly just buy it. He's, yeah, only 550 gold, and then he actually can just buy Silver Edge straight up. That's going to be a nice power spike for him.
It is, and Nande, and I mean Nande, that feels like he's always been on the back foot. You know what I mean? It's not like he's even, he's not playing particularly bad, but he just gets picked off. He had a tough laning phase. Like the entire game, he's been playing catch up, and he hasn't caught up yet. It's just, but that's what he's trying to do. He's like, I'm trying to catch him, and I can't.
Can't.
Oh.
It looks like maybe they're going to be further behind. A Spartan has been grabbed to try to do some sort of little cute defense, maybe pushing Luna Galaxy off of their tier 2, but that's not going to happen. He just ends up giving away a kill, still going to lose their tower, and maybe Luna Galaxy might just go high grounds. Like, they still have Aegis for 3 minutes. Not really feeling like they're going to be too pressured to fall back. It looks like they're not going to risk it though.
By the way, I like how the both supports let Yuma get the kill with the rocket. They brought them to very low health. They didn't pop the ink swell or anything like that. I think there's like a couple of shots left on the little shredder. You know, it's just like they really funnel everything for Yuma. And I mean, he's been giving them what they need as well.
He really has. Oh, now
Oh,
he spots him right now, but because of the blur break distance, he's not going to get caught.
Radiant's middle tower
He is
under
fine.
attack.
Wait.
Also, sort of a call for Skylark to not get run into the lane either.
wait, Blur has a break distance? Really? I
It's
don't-
it sort of.
What is it? 400, like it's so tiny. It's so tiny.
Yeah, I feel like that probably needs to. I feel like maybe 550 would be a little bit more reasonable,
Radiant's top
something like
tower
that.
is under attack.
It was 600, right? It went from 600 to 400, and like that is such a big deal when you see it in action. Like holy moly, that's a lot. But it's like if it had gone to 500, why couldn't we have gone 500? Can we get 500? I feel like 500 is okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
You know,
here we go.
I might see that change come through. Meanwhile, yeah, easy grab underneath the tier 2. The friendly telekinesis, though, trying to bring Spartan to safety is just not going to be enough. They still do lose the SD. Probably also going to be dropping this second tier 2 tower right now, unless KZT want to try and defend it. I mean, they've already clipped.
Is under attack.
Another creep wave coming soon, but Yuma clearly looking like he just wants to take this one down.
You know what maybe the biggest problem for KZT in this particular game is their lack of aggression. I mean, I was thinking, how many Ravages have we seen in this game?
Is under attack.
One, I think that was for a solo kill.
Is under attack.
It's like, that's it. KZ team, I understand that there's a worry there. You don't want to give them more because you feel like you're behind, but at the same time, you also would like to use your abilities because we haven't seen them. It's not like we're seeing a whole lot of kills from the Galaxy, but at the same time, they're the ones with the Doom Hand device. Oh, Nande!
Yeah, he has been caught. Trying to turn around. He does manage to get rid of the Aegis at the very least, but this man is just dead. It was a fantastic scan. Like, I think Luna Galaxy just chucked into their own triangle, which did connect onto Nande, which is why they just all rotated to that area. Really heads up play from whoever did drop that one. But yeah,
Oh.
free kill, gone for effectively a full minute, and just delaying this PA's game so much as well right now. Basically 5,000 gold behind Yuma.
And by the way, getting the Aegis is not like it's going to matter because it was about to expire anyway in like 40 seconds when he died. So you had already gotten like that maximum farming benefit of it. And it's like Rubik's going to be fine. And if you're Luna Galaxy, you're probably thinking, we can just wait for Roche. And
Oh, we will.
Oh, here we go.
Spotlight coming out. Looks like they're trying to make a fight right now, Luna Galaxy. It depends whether if KZT want to fully commit. The hammer will actually land onto Kitaro, but it doesn't last long at all because the X-Well pop And actually, they found the grab onto one Spartan off to the side. It will just be a freebie there onto the Shadow Demon. And it was a move KZ were trying to make without their PA even being alive. It's quite a risky maneuver, and they do get punished.
Again, no Ravage being used. I mean, not that he really had a chance. Oh, here we go.
It's
May
still
come
not
out now.
done yet. There's going to be the Ravage. Does actually connect on the three.
Yeah.
Nande just immediately gets the quick delete on towards the Olucore. They're trying to poke onto Yuma as well. Obviously, no Aegis pops the BKB, but against the physical damage from Nande is going to be enough. It looks like he will fall back. The Doom is there from Savai Lama. Fake pumped it a bit, but the quick re-engage.
Oh.
Nande with the double. Skylark as well, pursuing after more. Katara trying to TP. The hammer put a stop to that, and once again, a crit to the face. Nande comes out with a triple kill.
Hey, second Ravage of the game gets you what you want. All that control. Only Yuma was close enough to actually be hit. Everyone else was above the cliff, which means they're like, oh, it makes it super easy to play. You see Snilker jump there. That was very far. The Lama doesn't get hit, which means they see Yuma. They're like, let's just go on Yuma. They don't really focus on too much. And then the BKB comes out, and they're like, oh, okay, we can't do it. But check it out. The Doom almost comes out, but he sees the Lincoln Sphere, as well as the Luxor. He's like, all right, I can't go for it. He just ends up losing his life. There is a Doom being used in real life, though.
Yeah, Nande has been called out from this one, but the ball was kisses on top. No way to juke himself out of that position. Ends up being a free kill. Stoikov jumping in quite aggressively right now. Might be able to take a decent fight. Not before he actually ends up paying with his own life. Rolling Thunder as well from Wish to get the kill onto Savai Lama. The Olucore put himself in this bottleneck. Wish actually jumps over the cliff, but it doesn't matter. They still get the kill. But it's a 3 for 2. They do lose Nande, but still they got 2 cores for it. Okay,
It's worth.
Yeah, all the chart says it is straight up KZ team favored.
And I mean, we've been praising Yuma for his farming speed, and it's kind of crazy because it is actually Wish who's second most farmed here. It's not the Doom with the Hand of Midas. It's not the PA who's been farming the whole game. It is the Pangolier who is doing a great job. I love the Lincoln Sphere. He used it on Nande in the previous fight when the Doom was coming out, and it's doing well. He's got the Agons as well as the Diffusal Blade. We'll see what he wants to go for next. Shard, probably then the Basher.
Yeah, pretty nuts. Pablo as well just completed his own X. So now got the double spells to steal, plus plenty of spells that could be upgraded from whatever they steal as well. So go on top of that. Gonna be pretty damn nasty. We'll see what Pablo's gonna be able to do with this one. Only has the Scream of Pain so far, but we'll see what else he's able to pick up.
I like it. I like it a lot. Though with the items of the Rubik here, we might be able to steal Doom and keep it and get something else while you wait, because you're just like, I don't, I have Doom, but it's like got 50 seconds and the fight begins. It's like, you can just keep it, wait a little bit more.
Roshan was nearly an instant spawn, by the way. I think it was like 3 or 4 seconds, so that is already up. We'll see if either team can get there early and secure it. There's a couple of members by the looks from Lunar Galaxy heading down to that south side. Maybe they might try and fortify the location as a free shard going into the hands there of Wish. Always a nice little bonus for him.
Oh, Grimstroke has gone for this item build that I love when you go up against heavy physical damage. It's the double Wraith, but bottom lane, Yuma is walking. Oh, no, Skylark cancels his TP. Okay.
Oh, let's see Theodore though. Trying to survive with the Ghost Scepter, backing off. He doesn't really have any teammates nearby, and just an easy dagger crit, man. Oh, that's PA so dumb. So dumb.
It has the evasion, but unfortunately doesn't proc. If he had a couple of Wraith bans, I don't know.
Who knows?
Could have been.
We can see, man. Lunar Galaxy, they're inside the Roche pit already, down to a quarter HP. Looks like KZ team are starting to come over this direction, but it's too damn late. Aids and Cheese is going to be going into the hands of Lunar Galaxy, and the immediate choice is just TP out. They are not interested in any sort of engagement right now.
Taking it 4 versus 5, even the Aegis, why take the risk? One thing that for Lunar Galaxy is they don't really have ways to protect Yuma. There's no Lincoln Spheres. I don't think you even have Force Staffs. You don't have Lotus Orbs. It's like, if Yuma's gone on, you look at him, you're like, I hope you've been farming enough. Because you're supposed to go and do nothing. You look at the other side, you have Disruption Glimmer, you have Rubik with the Shard and the Force Staff, so you have ways to sort of enable the PA if she's in a bad spot.
100%. Hey, do you think this is still that like scary late game PA style of game, or do you think maybe if this goes super late, Yuma might actually be able to out carry the PA?
No, I've never seen it happen. I mean, I can definitely be like, oh, yes, maybe they can win on Luna Galaxy, but not because Yuma's stronger than PA. That's never happening. You know, it's inherently in favor of the PA this matchup.
It's definitely starting to look like it more because there wasn't a strong lead for Uni Galaxy in this game. Uni Galaxy, Luna Galaxy, but they are. It hasn't completely slipped out of their grasp, but they did lose a large portion of the advantages they were able to build up earlier on. And it looks like they're going to try push down this final tier 2, considering how they do have Aegis and She's still intact. We'll see if KZ team will be interested in defending it. They're kind of thinking about it. Into will fall. Okay, they just want to hold on to high ground instead.
Okay, to be fair, there is one defensive aspect that I mentioned from the Galaxy. It's the shard on the Grimstroke. Alright, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. However, I'm very worried if Rubik steals Doom. If Rubik steals Doom, I feel like the Galaxy is going to lose every fight straight up because he can have 2 spells. You already have the Aether Lens. The spell, we've seen in the previous game. You Doom a DK half-life, he still dies. Oh dear.
So got that. Nande has been caught and he is dead. That is a free kill.
No buyback.
I'm just looking at Nande's item. He has 2 Desolators. What?
Huh?
What? How? What? I don't know. That is bonkers. But even still, it doesn't even matter. Luna Galaxy trying to dive towards the base. There is the anchor that gets tossed on towards Stoikov, but gets dealt with pretty damn quickly. Wish though with this Rolling Thunder trying to make some work happen. Nice usage there of the Soul Bind Disruptions, trying to keep it alive. One gets his rain on through. Out comes the Ravage. It doesn't actually connect onto Theonical though, so a couple more lands for those Water Kisses to apply. Buyback there from the Rubik, but it doesn't even matter. KZ team are crumbling at the seams. They've lost Wish. Now down to a 2v5, but Luna Galaxy, they're all very low. So maybe they haven't got enough resources to fully commit for this push, but I mean, actually, never mind. It's still such a long time before anyone on KZ team can respawn.
Plus, you have the cheese and the Aegis if you need to use it, right? Like, that's perfectly fine. Theolicor finishes the Lotus Orb, and he's healthy. The Vylama is the only one who really suffering. He goes back. He's like, guys, I can't contribute anymore. I think that's a fair choice for him to farm. In the meantime, you look at them. You don't have Pinnacle coming out for 50 seconds. You have Ravage available. I don't know if the Galaxy will consider going forward. They do. They're like, you know what? We want both tier 3s at least. And they might go back. Yeah, Yuma's like, let me just pop them. Oh, no. I guess Satanic is back almost half health.
Alright, Telekinesis. They're trying to hold him back with the disruption as well. Nande is here. Jump in from Skylark. Try to poke a prod on towards this gyro. He still has Sages for a minute and a half. But Nande is quick in. He gets the kill to 1, gets the kill to 2. Still looking for 4. The Ghost Scepter is going to be there at least. Pinnacle will be safe. Nande, though, trying to run away. Will manage to get the jump over towards Spartan. Cooldown coming through. Only barely clips on towards the Shadow Demon, but not enough to get the kill. And now maybe Yuma's built for Pikachu. Telekinesis is going to lock him down with the side, blocking the place. He's trying to pop this Satanic and survive, but the Crimson Nard here too much. Pinnacle also dropping, and the PA, such a huge problem this game. They just barely able to put the TP out there for the Grim, but the damage is done. Huge kills found there from KZ team. Pushes Luna Galaxy outside of their base, and once again, really showing how strong this PA can be.
I mean, Luna Galaxy, that was very risky for them to stay as long as they did. And with the PA coming out, she just bursted them down there. And by the way, I was wondering, do you, like, if you have 2 Desos, do you gain damage on both? You only gain damage on 1. And it's not like you're getting 4 damage, just like, you know, that you still just get 2. So, very odd that you buy the second Deso. That's really strange.
Yeah, we're not like, there's not some bug or something where the armor reduction stacks, is there? Like, that could literally be the only reason this makes sense.
No, I really don't think that's how it works. I really don't think that's how it works. And, I mean, I feel like damage-wise, you might have wanted the Nullifier, just so you can remove, like, the Ink Swell. I think that's kind of it. Maybe the Ghost Scepter as well, but strange to see the double Deso, baby.
Yeah.
I don't Lady, I don't know why I said double D. I said baby. I don't know.
we don't know anything. But yeah, I mean, I feel like if KZ team lose, everyone's gonna probably be saying Nande, why the hell did you get 2 Desolators? If KZ team win, then people are gonna be saying, oh, okay, double Deso, maybe it's not so bad. But yeah, like you say, it definitely feels like there are so many other items which would just be more impactful than having this random second Desolator. Unless for some reason this is actually an accident and he forgot he already had one built and built a second. I don't know.
Well, like his fear is finished on Nande, so He can't block the Doom. I think you still kind of want the BKB in this game. There is the Cookie, the Rocket, the Grimstroke, and he's going for the MKB. So really all out, all in for the damage. Okay, I mean that could work. It's very risky though. It's a high risk, high reward. That's the best way of saying it. It's high risk, high reward. Not going for the BKB when you have a slot at least for one of the Desos, but you just bought that. Super weird. This double Deso.
Yeah, it is quite odd. Maybe he thought that you get stacks for both of them when you kill one hero.
I would imagine that because that's the one thing I was looking at. I was like, maybe he's getting 4 damage, but no. And Skylark, he's got a Hex available. So as we mentioned, this Gyrocopter, it does feel like it's getting easier and easier to control a Basher on Wish, and just the Hex on the Tidehunter. Yeah, I'm a little worried for Yuma.
Radiant
Yeah, it was nice. You jump in, you hex, you're dead in the water as well. Speaking of, they found this grab on towards the Doom. They even dropped the stolen Soulbind, but David Lama's still going to run himself away.
Oh, dear.
Does now pair up on towards the Quap, jump on it. Nande gets a quick kill. Strike up as well. The double crits are in. They got the control. Kidara will survive, but a quick Fade Bolt to the back of the face will kill him as well. 3 people are gone. Lucky enough for Lunar Galaxy, there is not a Roshan to take, but even still, just hemorrhaging heroes.
Dude, the win rate is just shooting up from 90% now to 60 from Luna Galaxy. And they don't have buybacks on the Queen of Pain. She's just buying items. She's like, I'm gonna be fine. No, you're not gonna be fine. Not in this trade. You might consider getting an Octarine Core. There's no nullifier on the PA, so you might as well get it. Because these jumps, they're just killing them.
Yeah, it is. It's just brutal. Finding more and more action right now as it actually is KZ team up on the high ground.
All right, let's click on the tower. Let's see if it does. If we get double Deso. No, just 1 Deso.
Yeah.
Debuff.
1 minus 6 armor. It's interesting. Maybe he's thinking like for the price, 3,200 gold or 3,500, whatever it is, and then it could potentially be plus 80 damage. Maybe he's thinking like if you get max stacks, maybe it's like best in slot for just pure damage output.
Yes.
I don't know. It's really grasping at straws.
Hey, it's working. We don't need to grasp on anything. It's working. So that's the correct option. That's how I justify it. Like, if it works, that's good. If it doesn't work, that's when we can flame them.
Yeah, 100%. As
there you go. This they equalize in Raxus, dude. This is kind of a miracle comeback from KZ team at the moment. They are fully like equal, and you have the matchup. You have the PA versus Gyro matchup.
It is. Now let's see if they can hold on to this lead as the smoke move coming on in right now. Stoikov puts himself up on the cliff, but so does Skylark. 2 heroes on top of each other. He is pretty tanky, both off the BKBs. 4 staff on his team, but we'll get into the low ground. Soulbind also coming out onto the 2. So it looks like KZ team will try to run. There's going to be the double team connection. Rolling Thunder as well. Could have a wish to get stuck in this little high ground situation. Now he has to just run away. It's actually a stomp that gets stolen from Pablo, not the ideal one he wanted. So after all of that, the Tide is dead. None able to crit. Chucking his daggers around, but he can't find the kill.
And that's going to be Skylark dead with no buyback. SS Spartan already uses bike. Who is this? Oh no, if Spartan dead, it's going to be a 3 versus 5 defense right now for KZ team. Nande is like thinking, do I jump in? But it's too risky. He has buyback. And I think he might be the only person on his team. Oh no, there's also buyback on the Pangolier. So these 2 people have buyback, but Yuma, can be jumped in and killed instantly?
Maybe. They have to have the potential. There is a... Oh, jump in actually from the Doom. David Lama trying to focus on towards Wish, but he will be fine. The daggers from the side being thrown up from Nande. Looks like Stoikov was trying to find him hiding in that blur, but he didn't quite get the full connection. Instead, just throwing rockets. Yuma still just happy to stand his ground right now. The daggers come in and Nande jumps in. Instant crit is all he needs to find the kill. Absolutely disgusting game. And that is just immediately Lunar Galaxy like, alright, let's just run. What can we do?
He's got no buyback, and guess what? Roshan is up. It's a Radiant Rosh. I'm very surprised Stoichkov didn't give him the cheese, but he's like, no, delicious, mine. And the rocket won't make in time. No, it won't make time by a lot. This is good looking like Roshan. It's going to be the 3rd Rosh of the game. Aghanim Scepter. Who do you really want to give it to, actually? I feel like almost all of them have it, right? Shadow Demon, maybe? Shadow Demon.
I feel like either Shadow Demon or maybe Skylark. For the AoE Gush, more armor reduction to land onto loads of people makes it easier for the PA to blow people up.
I think I prefer it for the Shadow Demon on, obviously. The double charges is great, like 2 demonic purges and 2 demonic cleanses is really good.
Yeah, it is 100%.
It's a break, by the way. That's something that. Although I don't think there's anything here actually. I don't think there's a single passive on Luna Galaxy. And yep, he takes it.
Yeah.
Yeah, is there a passive on Luna Galaxy? I don't think so.
I don't think there is, no. All activatable spells.
No passives. I feel like everyone should get 1 passive. They're so much fun.
This isn't League of Legends, mate. Let's not go there. We don't need to make sure everyone has a passive. Let's keep it fresh. But even still, that is Aegis, Cheese, and the free axe going into the hands of KZT right now. Once again, the net worth lead basically being brought back to absolutely nothing. And actually on the hunt, who did they find? They got this grab quickly on towards the Doom. Immediately bumps the BKB, trying to TP out, but actually gets cancelled. So he has to stand his ground instead. The immediate kills on towards Katara. Now done by Llama, going to get focused. Chain stun to the end of the earth. They even actually got a disruption block on towards Stoikov.
They have
Manages
buybacks.
to get the flick up to high ground. They immediately will buy back as Yuma's now getting pressured close to the base. Mormon's Kiss is flying out on towards Wish. They're really going to try and pursue after, but there is going to be a rapid turnaround. Connects onto 3, and now Nande's going to get to work. Crit, everybody. Rampage is there. Can he get any more? Focusing on towards Dalai Lama. That's a 4th Rampage.
It's
the
called.
5th, though, is not there. Chi-Chi is called. And that is the first win going towards KZ team.
It's 7 for 7 for Nande's PA. You know, it's unbeaten so far in this tournament right now. And we were kind of saying, we were like, that is looking very strong for them. And this was worst case scenario for him, by the way. He went for like the early Orb of Corrosion, couldn't get any kills. He wasn't able to rotate around the map. He got caught multiple times and he got doomed. And, you know, we were saying like, oh, he's getting a pretty late Battle Fury. He builds 2 Desos and wins the game. Like, I don't know. I don't get it.
Yeah, man. The double Deso build, it's so wacky, but for some reason, I think that's probably got more to do with the fact on how strong PA is, more than the double Deso build. Like, I don't know, maybe Nande was memeing there, just saying we could win no matter what the hell I pick up, or it was an accident. I have absolutely no clue. But either way, it was still a fun game to watch. It's another clear example of PA being a real menace in this patch.
I mean, this hero, she is, maybe apart from Sven, like the best 1v1. And they had the gyrocopter. We were thinking it's going to be support gyrocopter, you're going to pick something else. But no, they stuck to the core gyrocopter. And it's a matchup that is massively favored towards the PA. I thought that the Doom with the Grimstock, I think we only saw double Doom once, by the way. So it's like, you know, when we talk, we also talk about like, we're like double Doom, double Doom. And this happens one time and you go, oh, well.
Yeah.
I mean,
and I think it was literally at the very end, and it was onto the Tide plus a support. So if they managed to get like double Doom onto the PA plus Pango, probably would have been a completely different scenario. Maybe they could have closed out this game, but Nande just never really put himself in a position where he could get easily hit from the Doom. Just right place, right time, nearly every situation. I mean, he did die a couple of times in the game. How many deaths did he actually have? Okay, he had 7. He actually
7.
Died.
Seven's a lot.
He did actually die quite a few times, but I mean, he still was doing all the damage. 55,500 damage in that game in total, so a heck of a lot done. And yeah, just a real fantastic start to the series here for KZ team.
As much as I was, you know, we praised Nande, I was very surprised bottom lane when I saw Yuma pushing, and he had like 20% health and no mana. And then you're sitting there thinking, you're like, that's not gonna go well. I mean, it's a gyrocopter. Maybe he was thinking I could activate Satanic before the creeps come. He did that trick before, but didn't work. And there's Tushkov with the cheese in the forest. He's like, delicious, but didn't give it to his friend. And in the end, I feel like that decision was what cost Luna Galaxy. But it's only one game. It's only one game.
It is indeed only one game. We will see what Luna Galaxy are going to do going into that second one. In my opinion, I think it's either pick or ban the PA. Like, just don't, man. This hero is so dumb. Like, I really do feel like we're going to start seeing a transition of teams stop prioritizing gyro in the early parts, and definitely PA. It just seems so much just better. I mean, sure, you could put gyro support, but even still, that's not really that great at all at the end of the day. But yeah, that is just game number 1, ladies and gentlemen. The second one will be coming up in about 5 or 10 minutes time, so do not go anywhere. We will be back very soon.
You told me I'm your anchor. I told you you're my pole. Through the wind and fire, we try to hold on. We build this ship together, searching for a home. Despite the storm that hit us, we are still on board. Dancing in the moonlight, the world just stopped and stares. We got no destination, I'll take you anywhere. All the doors we've opened and all the books we've closed. Words just come together, story that we never told. So far saying for my own, you said just keep holding on. If you're about to break, I'll always be your captain. From our failures we have grown. You said just keep holding on. If you're about to break, I always
Oh, esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Welcome back on in, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. The continuation here of the Pinnacle Cup Malta Vibes 3 tournament. And the series here is Lunar Galaxy versus KZ team, who are up one game right now. Any sort of prediction do you think that's going to happen into this second one, Otomo?
Well, you mentioned it before, but I do think PA is going to be very heavily contested. We have seen her picked 3 times today with 3 victories. So this is a hero that's just looking very strong. I do also want to highlight Wish's Pangolier. I thought I was looking at one point in the game, and Yuma was at the top 22,000. You look at Wish, he's number 2, and he's at like. By the way, what is up with my green screen? I'm so sorry. And he was like 20,000 as well, so just like right behind. So he was doing a lot of work on this Pangolier. So I feel like that's something you also have to look at. You're like, you can't really let that go through. And he was up against the counter, the Grimstroke. So it did feel kind of shocking to see that he's that good. It's like, oh, you have a counter for me? Just one, That's underestimating the guy. But Pango as well as PA4 is too strong right now for KZ.
Well, we'll see if maybe Lunar Galaxy might address that and potentially have to ban them in the first phase. But obviously that will mean they have to let slip 2 other heroes, which they've been removing. I think they've been banning they banned Venge, they've been banning Treant Protector. Do you think any of those should just be let through instead and get rid of this PA Pango?
No, Venge you can ban. Venge you can ban. Treant Protector and GL for me has been kind of like, oh, it's fine. I've seen it. I know it's good, but a lot of times I look at it and I don't. You don't see like we've seen some giant overgrowths. Don't get me wrong. But you also know that you can Lotus or Manta style BKB Yule Scepter out of it. So it doesn't feel as bad. Whereas the Venge save is better. I think we have the draft actually getting ready to set up. So we're gonna go into that. There you go. Look at these. Look at this. I'm very sad this is going to be our last series together with Pinnacle for this one. We're not going to get fired. We might get fired, actually. Who knows? But officially, it's our last one.
Officially, yeah. I mean, you might get fired, not me. But,
why would I get fired? What did I do?
I won't get into it. But yeah, let's see how this one does go down. Obviously, let's see if these bans get adjusted. There is the Venge plus Earth Spirit that get removed from Lunar Galaxy. So potentially with their next 2 bans, they might try and touch onto the Pango or the PA. Only time will tell. Where KZ team themselves do remove the Brewmaster. Has been one of the favored heroes for Davai Lama so far. So it makes sense to remove that one. TA also being removed.
Okay.
Yeah, touching some good ones.
First pick goes to KZ team if they want it. And they get Dawnbreaker is removed by Luna Galaxy. And we'll see. They get rid of Nature Spot. Okay. All right. PA Snindles in the pool. And so is the Treant. By the way, while I don't find the Treant impressive, like as much as some of the other meta supports, like the Avenge or the Shadow Demon, he's probably one of the best against the PA, just because you give all your allies like that plus 18 armor. Like that is very powerful, and it is in the pool. So we might see KZ take the PA, and then they get Luna Galaxy takes a Treant as a counter. It's possible.
It's possible. Maybe KZ team are weighing that up right now, actually using some of their reserve time to give this third ban some good consideration. Maybe they're thinking about first picking the Pango, in which case maybe they might just ban the Grim now, perhaps?
Maybe, but I don't really think the Grim. I didn't really think that we saw too much of the Grimstroke the previous game. It's very, very. We saw a couple of decent Inkswell pops, but that was about it. I was looking. I was like, nothing outstanding. Not that he's bad in any way, but nothing outstanding from that Grimstroke.
No, nothing too much. And it is the Trio Protector that they decide to ban, and their first pick. Is it just going to be the Pango? Put that into the hands of Wish once more, because maybe they might be feeling like it's too soon to go for first pick PA. And
Warlock.
all right, neither. Yeah, the Warlock gets picked up instead.
Interesting. Warlock is not really amazing as PA, just because she can jump in and out of upheaval. Of course, the ultimate is good, but other than that, it's fine. But in general, of course, Warlock is a very solid hero. We've seen Fatal Bonds cause nightmares in this tournament. And I love it. You jump in with like a Sven and a Fatal Bond target, Pangolier goes up for Luna Galaxy. So they also feel like Wish's Pangolier is something they just like, no, never again.
No, they will give it to their own and see if they can do a decent performance as well. Potentially use it to carry themselves for victory. We'll have to wait and see. But I feel like KZ team, they are going to be already quite happy to go for that Grimstroke pick. As you mentioned before, the Soulbind into Fatal Bonds is... It's an old combo. When Grim first came out, people were spamming the hell out of it. And it's still strong now, so could definitely see that hero getting picked up.
I think so too. I mean, we haven't seen it in a long time, but I remember once when like the double Fatal Bond came out, and someone was just like, one guy died, and the rest of his team died as well. It is not as useful as before, just because there goes the PA ban. Makes sense. KZ is like, we're not gonna get, we don't have the next pick. We don't think we can ban enough. Like, we can't get it. We can't get enough counters for it. Might as well. So. Yeah, the fatal bonds now. The secondary, if someone's already fatal bonded, it's unlikely to fatal bond them again if they're creeps. So it's not as useful as it used to be.
Yeah, very true.
But still, so good. I love the lines of damage. When you hit someone that shows the line, you get so many lines when it's double fatal bonds. I like it.
Yeah, it's like this little red lightning flying in every single direction. Can become quite a massive particle effect show, like someone's having a rave, but. We will see. Still one more ban to come out here from Luna Galaxy. Obviously, just the one that they want to use. I mean, do you think they might just ban the Grim, considering that it is a good counter with the Warlock plus counter to the Pangolier at the same time?
Possibly. I wouldn't mind it, actually, just because... But then again, you also leave the Bloodseeker in the pool, unless you're thinking of taking it, So you might... And you could take the Grimstroke. You could ban the Bloodseeker, take the Grimstroke, or the other way around. So... I think that might be the decision right now that they're thinking of is there's Bloodseeker, there's Grimstroke, they get out of the Bloodseeker. Will they take the Grimstroke?
They won't. Kotl instead. All right, generally, we've seen Pangolier Kotl be used quite effectively in the past. You chuck the Chakra Magic over, and then you get like a second Swashbuckle plus Shield Crash in many situations, and you can actually do quite a lot of work with that. So, yeah, we'll see if that is going to be the actual intention with this Kotl pickup here from Luna Galaxy. Still though, second and third pick to come for KZ, and it's actually going to be the Rubik. All right.
Okay. All right. No double fatal bonds. And you see Keeper of Light come out, which means that it's unlikely to see a Grimstroke come out as a 4. So I think we're past the Grimstroke. We're like, okay, no point in talking about the Grimstroke anymore, just because he's not going to come up. And let's see, what do they want? A KZ team. You have the Rubik, you have the Warlock. The spells to steal are okay. You know what I mean? It's like Chakra is great if you can get on the Rubik. Swashbuckles, fine. Rolling Thunder is pretty good, but generally these spells, like you use them more for mobility than really going in as a Rubik.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. And the third pick. Oh, it's gonna be the Ember Spirit. Well, it's that is a hero which has been struggling massively as of late. This just hero feels like when you pick it up, it's just a GG. That really does just that's just how it feels. Like no team has really been able to use this guy successfully in a long time.
Yeah, it's not like you have the Coddle where we used to see the double sleight of fist. You don't have like a Mirana arrow to come. It's man, yeah, I'm not a fan of it.
Well, actually, looking at KZ team's stats, they've played it 3 times in competitive for this patch, and they've actually won all 3 games of it. So clearly, it is something which has actually been working out in their hands. Will be interesting to see if whether they can make it 4 for 4 here.
Doesn't count. You know, they're probably picking it very early in the tournaments against like some of the easier opponents. Doesn't count. No. That's not how I know. The Ember Spirit, he's not unpickable. It's just that he feels like feels weak.
Yeah.
And we'll see what Wish can do, what magic he can do. For Luna Galaxy, are we seeing another support and maybe the carry come out? Leave your mid for last. They're taking a decent amount of time with this pick.
Yeah, they really are. And looks like the hero choice. It's gonna be a Skywrath Mage. Obviously, built-in silence is nice to catch the Ember Spirit out of position. Maybe then you can set up for like a chain stun from the Pango, perhaps. Not really any guaranteed lockdown to combo with the Mystic Flare, unless they're thinking about picking up a Legion Commander right now, which again is fantastic catch for this Ember.
I wouldn't mind the Legion Commander, but and I would also like it just because you can remove like the Searing Chains as well. Oftentimes Ember Spirit is able to get the Searing Chains from a mile away. You know, if you're using Legion Commander, you're just like, oh, okay, I can just dispel my ally. Press the attack. I can press the attack on my ally. Just to make sure that we don't want to get complaints. You guys don't know the name of the spells. Like, no, we do. And the Doom comes out. I like this. I like this more than the Legion Commander for one reason, because I do think that Skywrath, Keeper of the Light, and Pango. Okay, Skywrath and Keeper of the Light, they're not going to the fight. Or Pango is a second entry. You know, you want someone else to go in first. You would like the Doom to go in. You know, big burly Doom, some aura, some BKBs, walking in on fire. KZ team, they have no one who can stand up to him, and it's hard to pick anyone who will be able to stand up to him. It's a Doom.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I can see that. I feel like in my opinion, I'd still prefer the LC. Just seems like a clearer combo with Sky, just to try and remove the Ember from the equation. But you know, we will see how the Doom does work out. It has been picked up quite a few times. I think this is the third time, we've seen it already today.
Yeah.
So lots of teams have still been prioritizing this guy quite a lot. But I think every time again that we've seen it, it has been up against a Rubik. So got to be careful he doesn't give away those Dooms. But there is actually going to be a Faceless Void pickup from KZ team. I feel like it's looking quite nice. Obviously, if he gets doomed, he's screwed. But if he doesn't, should be a decent game for him.
They get rid of Yuma's Meepo, which is pretty powerful here. I like that bet coming out from them. They don't have much damage inside the crown. I mean, upheaval with Fatal Bonds, with a Fate Bolt, with Slide. It's not that. I've seen worse. Worse. But I do think you might want to get a range attacker anyway in the mid lane, just because it'll be pretty hard for Legas to get on top of him. You know, something like, I dare say it, Sniper. You know?
Then play Ember Spirit offlane.
Oh yeah, right. I forgot. Yeah, the Ember Spirit. No. You're right. You need an offlane instead. Yeah, it has to be a melee offlane. Actually, it has to be someone who Doom will want to Doom, because it can be Faceless Void Ember Spirit going in first. Man, I completely forgot that they have Ember Spirit mid. I was like, I don't know why. I'm blaming you.
Thanks, buddy. I think maybe I was gonna say Dawnbreaker, but it's actually already been banned out, so never mind. Not going to be seeing that one. Anything else popping to mind here? Can't think of anything in particular for a meaty offlane that they'd want to doom.
Centaur, maybe? Centaur's always good. Gives you a solid lane. I mean, Centaur Rubik has been coming out a lot. Who is it going to be? They go with the Legion Commander. And this is interesting because I feel like everyone on KZT prefers, like, if they have vision, they can take fights. But if they don't have vision, it's kind of tough who you're going to put in the front as the sacrifice.
Yeah, indeed. It's an interesting choice. We'll see how it does work out. Lunar Galaxy now looking for their carry hero. Wants to be someone who can lane effectively versus an LC and Rubik. Still have a fun time whilst he's doing that.
All right.
See what they're
Ursa or Wraith King? That's the one I'm thinking about.
Yeah.
I had a doubt it's either of them, but I feel like that's the one you'd want to go with. They go with the Troll Warlord. Similar concept that he's a decent laner. His ultimate allows him to survive the chrono and the duel. So okay. But it's also Troll Warlord. So I'm not picking him. I'm gonna go with KZ on this one.
Yeah, I think I'm going to agree. I think the last few times I've seen a Troll Warlord come out in pro play, it's kind of looked underwhelming. Like
Yep.
he's not really been able to achieve what he wants to in many situations. So we'll see how this works out. I think as well, like picking it into a Legion Commander can feel kind of awkward, like in those later duels. So we'll see how this does work out at the end of the day. But yeah, I think I'm with you. I'm going to go in towards KZ team as well.
Well, the one thing that Lunar Galaxy has going for them, though, is that you can't put the Troll Warlord right in front of the whole team, and you can sort of see the face for the time walks. And you instantly press ulti. Now they will have to get that shot so that you can bait, and but you just also have to be careful because you might jump in, you don't bait fast enough. Dabai Lama comes in and dooms you. There's a lot of who jumps who first, but at least Lunar Galaxy can have Yuma on the front line, which I like. I like that a lot. I don't think that's enough though. It is going to be it's a faceless void after all. And I don't bet against that guy.
No. Yeah, I feel like sometimes faceless void drafts can feel weird when there's no one doing damage, but as we stated earlier, there are a few ways that they could be popping it in with the Fatal Bonds, the Sleight of Fist coming through. Maybe if Pablo on the Rubik can also steal something to add on to that, we'll just have to wait and see. But yeah, okay. I think I'm leaning towards KZ team as we are now into game number 1. Let's all see how this one goes down.
Prepare
Yeah,
for
actually,
battle.
stolen spells, man. Doom is so premium, but I gotta say, there's not a whole, and like maybe Chakra Magic, but there's not a whole lot of super amazing spells, for the Rubik to steal. Like Mystic Flare is good, but so super expensive mana cost. You need to pair it up with like the Chronosphere, so it's like just okay. Kalo's got Chakra, that's decent. Doom Devours, it's like Doom is the best. Anything else other than that is just kind of like meh. It's like it's okay, it's not bad, but it's just okay.
Yeah, I think I agree. I mean, maybe as you mentioned, the Chakra Magic could just be a good one, considering how it is obviously being paired with an Ember Spirit. You just get those like constant Sleight of Fist coming out. If you do manage to pick that one up, could be interesting to see. We will just have to wait to see what spells Pablo actually can grab.
30 seconds to
I'm interested about Stoikov's starter items as well. Just 1 set of tangos and 5 iron branches. Just going mass stats.
I like it. And the thing, and plus you can also like use most of them just to eat, so you're getting like a decent amount of value. So like you're getting starting off with 6 tangos. You go half health. You use it. I like it. I always feel bad doing that as a support, just because I'm like my Iron Branch. I grew you from a seed, basically. I don't want you to eat you, but you kind of have
the
to
battle
sometimes.
begins.
Skylark might be in danger right now, coming over for the room. We'll be able to purge away the slow, but the blood grenade is there. Takes a bit of damage for his efforts, but even still, he will be able to survive the end of the day. Make sure he does still get caught out. But that was actually 3 bounties as well going over towards the Lunar Galaxy. So yeah, definitely a pretty nice start here to the second game.
For sure. If let's see, Legion Commander has a lot of nice dual targets, right? You mentioned that if you jump on the troll with like a blade mail, that's great. But even the Pango is not super durable, and both of these supports are squishy as hell. Skylark is just taking it to the face right now.
Yeah, he definitely is getting bullied a fair amount. So we'll see how this mid lane goes down as well. I feel like it's maybe slightly Ember Spirit favored.
I tend to almost, I feel like I favor the Pango, not so much in the lane phase, but just because later on he gives you so much control. in
Yeah.
these fights. I think he can lane just fine. But yeah, if you go for like max flame guard, there's very little that the Pango can do, or even just getting 2 points is more than enough to withstand the shield crash, and you don't have any other magic damage. So yeah, I can see Ember winning this.
Yeah. And maybe that's what he needs. Obviously, as we mentioned, amongst so many other teams, Ember Spirit hasn't felt the best, but obviously KZ team 100% win rate with this guy so far. Looking to see if they can keep that statistic intact. Have to wait and see. As yeah, see this
Dude.
bot lane, everyone's just trading farm. Nothing crazy's happening.
How the hell does Kadara have 5 CS? You know, like, what's he exactly working with here on this Coddle? Is it just like he got a small cap and he got all 5?
I think it was like
going on?
I think it was like the first Illuminate blast of the game. It killed like 3 of the creeps or something like that. It's still a little bit of a way from his offlaner, but well, these things happen. I really can see this bot lane trying to pump out a lot of damage here from Luna, just forcing these guys on the side of KZ back. It does do that.
He was messing up for me because I was like, okay, Ember Spirit at the top, then I'm like, what? Coddle? Because you look at the bottom, you're like, it supports, you see the 0, 0, 0, 0 on everyone. You're like, that makes sense. But then I was like, no, he's not. And the Llama's taking some damage, but should be able to make it out alive, very close to the ring of health. After which, he's still killable, but harassing him becomes a lot less worthwhile.
Yeah, I agree. Should just be able to find his own farm. Especially seems like he's up against a faceless void. Not really the most aggressive of heroes in the early levels, so it probably just will become a trading farm sort of sequence at the end of the day. Meanwhile, looking at CS, the mid is actually starting to go a bit more towards Wish as of yet. 16 and 0 to 13 and 2. I mean, it's actually pretty damn even. But we'll see if that starts changing at all in the near future.
Yeah, I mean, you look at them; they both have the same amount of health, a little bit, comparable mana, comparable CS. It's not. He is pulling ahead, but we'll see in a few minutes just exactly who's going to be winning it here. It could be a dangerous lane for either. I'd say the Pango has more kill potential early on than the Ember Spirit, but again, it's just such a skill-based matchup overall. Oh, Spartans, he's burning. He's burning.
He is. A lot of damage. Nande as well. Time Walk still on cooldown 15 seconds. Will be able to avoid the Illuminate. Will be able to get himself away. The drop of the upheaval just to sort of make sure Dalai Lama doesn't carry on diving too hard. But yeah, Nande's already taken a heck of a beating. No regen for him. None for Spartan either. Actually, Warlock has just had some tangos delivered. Going to pass them over, but even still, a lot of pressure being applied here in this offlane.
Yeah, as we've seen before, Warlocks, they don't tend to go for Shadow Word, not even 1 value point, which I think is, it's like, a value point, it's pretty solid. What does it give you, 15 heal? It's 150 for 120 mana. It's not that bad. By the way, you want to know a bit of trivia?
Go on then.
Back in Dota 1, this skill used to give you 10, 20, 30, 40, and I wrote this gigantic email to Ice Frog, comparing this spell to like Shadow Demon's Shadow Wave, Omnight's heal, and all that. And I was like, Warlock's heal is kind of crappy. Can you increase it by like these numbers? And the next patch came out. So
wow, there you go. You impacted the meta. I like it.
For like 15 years, it's been. I remember at one point he changed it to like 18, and I was like, no, bring it back. What are you doing here? So it is back to the numbers that I told him to do it. Yeah. Roughly 18 years ago, like holy crap.
That's it, mate. That's your claim to fame.
It is actually. And that one and a couple of bugs. I have an email from him, where I sent him this bug and he said thanks. It had an exclamation mark, so he's really grateful,
Like when you send someone a massive text and they just respond with K. It's like, oh, thanks.
Hey, he implemented it. All right, he implemented it. But in the meantime. By the way, our observer was telling us that there's 0 kills this game, and it's like, it's not my fault. I'd love it if they kill each other.
Yeah, and, definitely a very passive start to this one, 5.5 minutes in, but it is still, at the end of the day, a solid 1k gold lead for Luna Galaxy. Obviously, the Devour and the Doom does help out. Actually, speaking of, trying to apply a bit of pressure inside this upheaval, he's super slow. Nande just can't bash, though. Literally not getting any single procs. But regardless, it's some chip damage done. We'll force Dalai Lama back.
And the Vanguard's doing so much work here for Dalai Lama. And in general, apart from Wish, the rest of KZ team is struggling, It's not the worst thing though if you can get your Legion Commander to get a couple of dual victories. Wish, waiting for the ruin. Who's it gonna go for? It actually goes to Soshkov.
Yeah, gets an invis. Not the best rune in the world, but it's still something. Actually jumps over towards Remnant, where Pablo was actually setting up for this kill on Skadaro. And there it is. First blood finally picked up. Wish getting the credit for that one. Tons of gold for him. Stoikov trying to pressure after him. Not going to be able to find it. Instead, Wish will just go for the bottle refill on the enemy bounty.
That's a big one. Starting off with their kill on Ember Spirit like that, which means that he's going to be allowed to rotate. He is having the best time for the lane, and Yuma.
Yeah, a lot of pressure being applied to the troll, but run through the trees. He will be a-okay. Not called out on this one.
Looking at the net worth though, really struggling on Skylark here, and and just the cores in general on the dire side. Only Wish having a good game, but he did that in previous game. Like this guy tends to do. I know he gave a lot of attention to Nande, but I feel like Wish deserves just as much credit, honestly.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, you see the watch that on Spartan there. It's so sad. He puts down the ward, it immediately gets dewarded, and then Fiona Core just TPs in front of him to make sure he can't even get the win experience. Feels like the biggest waste of time for Spartan, but you know, these things do just end up happening.
Top lane, Doom is very close to that level 6. I feel like once he reaches level 6, you just want to throw up straight up Doom on Nande and just chase him down. We'll see if that's going to be an idea that they go for. They are maybe teleporting here. Kidaro's here as well, so they really want to get this kill on Nande.
See if they can get it. So with the silent setup, the Illuminate
There you
Blast
go.
chipping him down. We all sit back, basically back up to full HP, but even still Kidaro's going to start poking.
They need
from front end.
rotations.
Blood Grenade is there. Nice usage of the time dilation, lands onto 3. Unfortunately, it's just going to be minor bit of consolation as there's no way to survive with the Doom on top of them. Ends up being a kill given over towards the Theodore.
Telegraphed move by Luna Galaxy, but pays off. You know, Doom is about to hit 6. You can even see Theolocor just using his Luminate on the creeps because they want to get the kill. They want to like just get the kill as soon as they can. Don't waste Kidaro's time as well in this one. And it works out perfectly. The best kill you can get on the enemy carry.
Yeah, it was fantastic pressure applied. Speaking of pressure going into the mid lane, Jewel is there. Can they kill Stoikov fast enough? Just barely. And there is the first victory on the board for Skylark. 10 damage of him. He did a little bit of chip damage to the tower. It looks like they're also scouting out to see if there was any stacks made in the triangle there, but unfortunately for Wish, can't steal any.
Nicely done here for KZ's team with that. I wonder if they'll be happy with it overall. You know, you lost your carry top, but you get your first dual victory on the enemy mid. You know, comes out fairly even. You do have the Chronosphere. I wonder if we'll see Nande sort of rotating around the map, throwing it out, or if he's going to be content to farm. He did TP top, so I don't expect we're seeing him anytime soon.
Yeah, just wants to go back to the AFK farming style. Obviously does have the Hand of Midas queued up first, still 1,000 gold away. So he's just going to be looking at trying to recover his game as much as possible right now.
Divine Lamb.
Yeah, it's just diving onto the tower, making him feel a little bit pressured. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Stoikov does actually get a grab on towards Pablo at this bot lane area.
It doesn't even have to use his ultimate for it, so it's kind of just a free kill here. And Skylark, he does have the duel, but can't just kill a straight up troll lord by himself. Same thing, I feel like they have a couple of problems, right? Killing the Doom is also another issue for them. This guy, Doom's got Vanguard, he's at the top by himself. He can do just whatever he wants. Midwine, Kitaro.
No. Yeah, it's fine. As these right clicks coming through Stoikov again, not having to commit his ult, but so much pressure that he can apply. Wish as well, maybe in danger. Silence is about to end, but they don't even follow through with the Rolling Thunder. Now they will.
Doom's here.
He's coming on and see if he can land a good ultimate connection on towards Wish. That's going to be his prime attack. Actually, doesn't have any mana to do so. Maybe he was hoping for something from Viola Core. Skylark. Oh, the Rolling Thunder actually ends, but doesn't push him up to the high ground. He actually stays down in the river and ends up just being a kill over towards Yuma. Lots of rotations there from Lunar Galaxy, but I suppose at the end of the day, they do get a core kill for it.
Yeah, I think, and they also started off the kill with Spartan as well, so they're very happy with it. They need to use the Doom. It's slightly favoring KZ team. Nande, he's got the Chronosphere. He has to be worried. Divine Llama, we're seeing that there's just Doom into Inferno Blade and Scorcher. If you wanted someone, you kill them just because there's no healing. Oh dear.
Oh, Spartan down to the bot has been caught, but is the space there to let him retreat? He will survive this time. Giving away any free money whatsoever. Even still, this game does just feel like it could go either way. No team really been able to build a sizable lead. I mean, it is 2k gold advantage on the side of Lunar Galaxy, but again, the Doom does sort of mess those numbers a little bit because of the Devour gold.
And the Hand of Midas is coming up. And I guess I love the change to Legion Commander that press the attack gives you movement speed, not attack speed. Because a lot of times when you use it to save someone. So you know when you use it, you used to give it attacks, but you throw it on yourself, you jump in and you're like, well, that's nice. But now it's like, oh, my friend is in trouble. You put it, you give them movement speed, they can run away, as well as you move stuns and stuff. It's a very nice change for the build. I feel like it fits it so much better.
Does feel quite nice little change here and there. Okay, both teams just sort of sticking to the status quo yet again. Blade Mail obviously queued up first for Skylark, probably then see the Blink Dagger immediately after that one to try and catch either the Troll or the Pangolin out of position. Let's wait for that one. Meanwhile, talking about out of position, up top, down by Llama, has been found by 3 people. He's going to try and waste as much time as possible here, but it feels inevitable that he will just be dying.
And they don't want to use a Chronosphere, they don't use big ultimates. And he's like, he tries to, he goes to the other side, his team's nowhere near around to help him. So this is very good for Lunar Galaxy. Sorry, for a KZ team. You didn't have to use any of your ultimates, and you get the kill on probably the most valuable person. I'd say getting a kill on Pangol would be even better. And just in general, Skylark and Nade just not getting the farm in this game. Like, they are quite far behind. This is a smoke, though.
Yeah, let's see. Lunar Galaxy heading up through the dire jungle right now. As obviously they do actually see Nande farming up the wave. Spartan is here to maybe lend a helping hand. He does have Chaotic Offering.
He needs to be there next to him. Oh, there we go.
Misses. They're going to drop the Chaotic Offering plus the Chronosphere. Straight up Nande just TPs out there. Spartan didn't start challenging his own TP soon enough, so it looks like he will just get ran down eventually. I mean, they get a kill for their efforts there, Lunar Galaxy. They also force out both Chrono and the Rock Drop. So it's still not too bad of a gank.
Yeah, I think the bigger is actually getting those two abilities to fall. Yes, like, getting no Golem and no Chronos from you can really do whatever you want in the map. Skylark is going to be able to make that.
So many solar binds, yeah, he just can't get away. He's at a cruel space the entire time. Yeah. Once again, nice pick up there for Luna.
By the way, Ember Spirit wants to go for the Radiance. That's unusual to see on Ember Spirit, to say the least. You don't see that very often, but it could work. And oh dear, they need to start protecting this this Wisdom Rune here.
Yeah, Wish comes over, but that Swashbuckle, it takes away all of his mana right now. Guitarro does start trying to go for the rune, but yeah, Wish just gets ran down. Point blank Swash, man, did so much work. They do manage to steal the Chakram. Actually, got to be careful. These Ancients, they're killing the supports of KZ. Spartan has to smoke to survive. Meanwhile, down to the south, Skylark maybe looking to try and get the cutoff if he can. The Rolling Thunder is here from Stoikov. They're trying to control him up, but Skylark trying to charge past that. Wants to get the grab on Steelcore. If he can find it, we'll get the jewel now. Plus the Blade Mail Doom coming out. Who gets the jewel victory?
Close.
Nobody, but Skylark will just die. Pablo maybe wants to get the recover kill. It's going to cost him his life, though. Everyone's doubling down to kill a support, but it just ends up costing them 3 lives there for the KZ team. Very greedy and a huge punish to come out.
Oh dear, you're really suffering. Wish going for this Radiance means that he doesn't want 5 early. When you get a Radiance, you want to be like, I just want to sort of AFK farm a lot because I'm going for Radiance. He's going to try to get the kill here on the Yolko. I think he's going to get it. That's nice for him, but might pay for it with his life.
He will. Yeah. Again, support for a core. It's just not the trade they were looking for. Not quite sure what's happening to KZ team, man. They've got a serious case of Bloodlust right now.
Yeah, so there's certainly a serious case of something going on here. And by the way, he also goes for the Blade Mail on the Ember Spirit. Maybe he's thinking they're not going to hit him, but they're fine with that. I don't get the Blade Mail Radiance build on Ember is very confusing to me.
Unless this is something that they've done the last few times they've played Ember Spirit. We're on top. Baltron's used. Is there a root? Okay, gets one. Gets a second,
Oh.
has to use Chrono defensively. Skylark is also here. They might try and go for this one. Jewel is available. Coming in from Wish. There is going to be Shackles plus the Jewel. And Yuma, unfortunately, oversteps his mark and just ends up giving away a kill in response. Nice turnaround there from KZ team. Maybe they can find Kadaro TPing out. He's fine.
I gotta say, that is one of the oddest movements I've seen today. He's like, oh, so Spartan he's thinking about dropping the rock. He just slams his staff a few times, but he keeps it. Like Yuma, for some reason, ultis very early to try to get a kill on the Faceless Void, who we know has the Chronosphere. He knows as well because it's been a while. And it's like, what, are you gonna root him so he doesn't chrono? That doesn't work.
Yeah.
Very surprising. And now there's some damage on Nande. Still needs a lot more before I feel like he can go toe to toe with the enemy carry.
Yeah, 100%. A lot longer time before he becomes really scary. Meanwhile, up top, once again, KZ team trying to get aggressive right now. Diving underneath Kadaro. TP coming in from the Pangolier with a slight fierce to get the kill.
Well done.
And they back on out. All right. Get a freebie this time. Once again, not punished. So KZ team, they are finding kills here and there, but it's not really changing this net worth advantage all too much. 6,000 still leading towards Luna, but actually they're going to go back on towards the Troll Warlord. They have Jewel available. There it is.
Huge
this
kill.
Going to be a kill just in time.
Oh dear, that's 2 deaths by Yuma and suffering over the team. So I'm not quite sure why he's insisting on farming top. They have 2 observer wards in the area for KZ team, and he just... If you lose this on Luna Galaxy, you go back and think maybe sending the Troll World there top was... I don't know who made that decision, but that was a bad one.
Yeah, twice in a row he comes basically to the same area and gets jeweled and killed immediately. Just maybe losing a bit of focus right now from Luna Galaxy. They do obviously have the lead, but if they carry on making these sort of small mistakes, bit by bit, we could see KZ team coming back on into this one. As there was actually a Octarine complete up for Davai Lama as well.
Check out what Keeper of Light has. He's got the Pavis and the Glimmer Cape. Okay. You know, whenever you hit... That's a way... No matter what you're hitting him with, you're going to be reducing damage. Meanwhile, top lane, Pablo... he's in trouble. His team is coming in there. They get a duel.
Lands on towards Pangolin. Do they have damage to get
Big
the kill?
target.
No, they do not. LC's actually the one to die right now. And Wish gets rooted, locked in place, and just killed. And Yuma continues the punishment right now. Gets a triple. And alright, we're talking about Luna Galaxy making mistakes, but then KZ team coming with a big one of their own.
Yeah, that was... I mean, you didn't have Chronosphere available, plus the Nande wasn't there. It was a very expensive attempt here, and I think the root comes out in Never Spirit, so he can't use all his spells. Where are we on this Radiance? And he's got the Sacred Relic, but it's still a super late Radiance right now. 19 minutes, still needs about 1,000 gold to get it.
Yeah, it's an interesting build for sure. So only time will tell if it actually does work out, as we just see on this replay. I mean, they were pretty close to getting that dual victory against the Pango, but it was just, yeah, like a half a second more, and they maybe would have got that one. But as a result, 3 kills and an Aegis into the hands of Yuma, and once again, Luna Galaxy in the driver's seat here of this game number 2.
Well, now top lane. By the way, they still have the Doom. So if you're Nande, you always have to be worried. That's the scariest thing, is that we haven't even been seeing Doom. He's just been farming, and Yuma, despite the deaths, he's okay. Oh dear, yeah, Skarlak, he is behind the Coddle. I know Coddle is generally one of the more better farming supports out there, but still, Skarlak only has about 2 dual victories.
Yeah, he's been suffering a bit. I mean, his lane wasn't all too easy. I mean, again, those dual victories were a nice bonus. Did help out his game a little bit, but still needs a bit more to really start feeling a bit more comfortable. Yeah, Spartan. Yeah, he's just dead. This poor old guy's been dying quite a lot.
Well, Skarlak does have the Blink Dagger, so he does still has 38 damage. So you generally want to use it just sort of to jump and catch probably the Pangolier. Catching the Doom is risky just because he's so damn tanky, and catching the Troll Ward isn't worth it while he has the Aegis. But Skarlak has got to be able to get those big duels off.
Yeah, indeed. He's trying to build a Heaven's Halberd next as well, which obviously is a fantastic tool versus the Troll, just to help kite around his ult as much as possible. So we'll see how that one does work out when he's eventually going to be able to complete it up. how's Nande's farm looking?
Decent.
Yeah, 1,000 gold away from completed BKB.
Radiant are
So we'll make him a bit more survivable, but obviously there is still the Doom that can just go straight through that and stop him from really running away.
I like that he's prioritizing the shard, by the way. He's prioritizing like defensive items. BKB, shard into Lincoln Sphere. And he's like thinking, alright, if I can just get a good Chronosphere, I can probably just kill a support. It's going to be good enough. And they're going to go for the Tormentor. Oi, it goes to Spartan. Okay, that's nice. You do get the better upheaval. You get the better imps as well.
Yep.
I still don't know what are the stats of the improved imp. Oh, and Ember Spirit has the Radiance. So, couple of solid items coming out for them.
Yeah, I know what you mean about the shard upgrade. It says increases the power of all imp summons. Like, can you give us a number? Can you say how much they've been improved?
I didn't even know. By the way, I had to click today on the imp to know its health. It's 80 health. I was like, really? It's 80? I have no idea. It was 80. Like, and when you say improve, are we talking like double, triple, quad?
Yeah.
You know, 20 health extra? What is improved?
Yeah, it is odd. I mean, maybe you'd say they didn't want to put a big line of text to describe it, but then that's definitely not the case when you consider the line of text you get with the Ags from Skywrath Mage. Like, they are more than willing to put a book in there.
I mean, Sky Mage, you can also summarize it, you know? It's you throw one extra spell. It's not exactly like it's like they're like, no, he's just gonna throw it.
Yeah, it is a bit odd for sure.
Dire's middle tower is
They can be particularly vague on a lot of these things.
It certainly can, but there it is. The first tier 2 of the game gets taken up there for the side of Lunar Galaxy. Still with this Aegis as well for another minute and 50 seconds. Doesn't look like Lunar Galaxy are too eager at finding or forcing a situation to use that one out. Just going to carry on securing farm for Una as much as possible, where Hazy team looks like they're going to try and take this tier 1 bottom. They will succeed in that at the very least.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
That's nice. That's good for Wish. And that's, as we mentioned, the critical tower, because now Roshan, it becomes a little bit more of an option. Of course, you have to wait at 4 minutes minimum for him to come out, but at least in a minute and a bit, you are going to lose the Aegis on Lunar Galaxy. Damn, they are 12,000 gold ahead. A lot of it comes down to, you know, the Theodore having an amazing game with the Coddle. Yuma's way up there. You're still up against Chronosphere, but ouch.
I've got a question for you about like mechanics, right? So Hand of Midas, obviously when you use it against the creep, you get 2.1 times experience, right?
Yes.
Oh, actually, hang on, I'll finish that later, as it looks like bot lane Skylark has been doomed. Okay, yeah, they obviously
He's out.
Right, yeah, so the Hand of Midas gives you 2.1 times experience. But if there's another person nearby, does that experience still get shared? Okay, never mind. A Spartan also going to get caught. Stoikov.
They might Chrono?
Trying away. Chrono is going to be there. Do they have to pull up damage though? I'm not too
No
sure.
damage.
Nande, Yuma is getting involved. Technically, just throwing it back in. Stoikov's taking a bit of a beating, but even still, it will be Nande who ends up dropping. Wish gets the counter kill.
Bang.
But with the battle trance, Yuma gets a double for himself. Just is more action going into the favor of Lunar Galaxy.
Oh, I think the experience is only for you. You know, I don't think. Okay. Yeah, it's only for you. I think. Actually, that Rubik lift, by the way, kind of cost him. He puts him closer to Nande, which means that it was easier for him to start getting those roots off. So it's a 4-for-1 trade overall, and I'm waiting for this Wish Radiance to start like doing work, because it is so different from when he played in Game 1. Game 1, he took the Pango. He was like making space for the team. Yes, he was like 4-4, but he had like 20-something assists. In this game, Radiance, Blade Mail, Ember Spirit. Super different style, where it's just like, I mean, he's focusing on farm. He's been farming the whole game thinking, I gotta get Radiance, I gotta get Radiance.
Since getting it, what's it really done?
Right? And by the way, just now, Nande, his defensive item build means that he doesn't do too much damage. He really needs the rest of his team to pick it up. I don't get it.
It's an interesting one. They never know, might work out at the very end, but it looks like a fight is coming their way. Lunar Galaxy trying to invade the dire triangle.
Yeah,
Telekinesis will push them back. Pablo going for TP out. Will not make it, actually gets connection from the Atos. Spartan as well. Yuma on top of him with the root, probably just going to bring
There's
down
a
the wall
Doom.
up by the tier 3s. Yeah, they're thinking about diving after Nande. Yuma's just committed for this one, but even so, there is one more time walk. They're going to jump forwards, they get the Doom. BKB was there, at least for Nande, to try and get himself inside the pit, but the root, just as he's about to get inside the well for safety, he gets denied. Root as well, continuously landing on towards the Nemesis Grip. There is actually the Jewel landing on towards Yuma, but it actually
damage.
comes out on top. They steal it away, and all the TP's out from the rest of Lunar Galaxy. They dive in deep, but they force out a couple of buybacks there.
I think you're okay with this for either side. You know, if you're Luna Galaxy, you're like, you know, we got buybacks. If you are KZ team, you got a couple of kills. I think one of them was a dual victory. No, I don't think it was a dual victory actually.
Yeah.
So it's nice, and now you're gonna have Chronosphere as well as Golem coming up fairly soon. So it might be you can take a fight with that. Unfortunately, there's no Roshan, so even though you use the buybacks, you're not gonna get too much out of it. Yeah, you have Chronosphere. This would be a good time if you can find a couple of pickoffs. You know, Chrono, then you have to keep it going for another fight. The Vailama would be a great target.
It really would. I mean, Nande is 1,000 gold away from his Mjolnir. Maybe they're going to wait for that to be up, and then they might try and look for that aggressive play. But definitely, the Doom is going to be back up online for sure. So maybe Lunar Galaxy might be ready to take a fight themselves. I mean, maybe Roshan could also be fast as well, potentially up in just 20 seconds time. That's why I see Meanwhile, down to the south, Jewel. Skyluck. Looks like he got a solo duel victory there at the bottom part of the map. Nice pick up for him, Pablo. Unfortunately, not quite going to be so lucky. Even a tip there from Lama, the BM.
Oh, it calls him CTM?
What does CTM mean?
Come to me, I think.
Oh.
Like, alright, that's...
Man's getting sassy. He's sassy right now.
Unless there's some sort of, you know, Zoomer slang that I'm not sure of. And it's going to be... I can't see the mouse. Could you move the mouse? I think I see it's 2 minutes something. Alright, thank you. So it's a fairly long Roche here, and everyone will be up for it. It's also going to be likely a Radiant Roche when the fight, you know, breaks off over it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can already see Lunar Galaxy starting to sort of fortify this area. I mean, there is still 2.5 minutes where it could be at the dire side, so yeah, they will head over to there just in case. And looking like KZ team are all huddled up in their own triangle area as well. Maybe thinking about going for a smoke play. We'll see if they want to wait for the Rubik to be alive, though.
Ember Spirit good. The Shiva's guide is also interesting. I don't know. I cannot predict what Wish's items at all. You know, like later on he's gonna be like Dagon. You're like, yeah, well, it fits with the pattern that we've been working with.
Wish doesn't need to explain himself to anyone. You know, he lets the game speak for itself. I mean, they're behind for now, but we could see that definitely change. As it is Lunar Galaxy putting themselves into an aggressive position inside the dive base. Jump on in! Nande does get the most chrono land on towards 3. There is going to be the risk of coming out. They get the burst damage on towards the Pinnacle. That is one. Jewel also landing on towards the Pango. Wish getting involved. They get the kill onto the Doom and the Pango. This is a fantastic fight so far for KZ. Yuma trying to focus down onto the Ogre, also the Golem. They will manage to get that one, but he's rooted up. Still has Battle Trance off of cooldown. Probably be forced to use it, and there it is. Can he get any roots? There is going to be the man to dodge, avoid the Atos, and the creeps actually distract him right now. And now is almost over. Let's see if KZ team can fully bait him around. They're controlling him up. He just cannot survive through this. Try and run away. There is actually going to be the Pavis. The damage block may be enough to keep him alive, but the supports are actually distracting a few members of KZ team. Skylark actually dies before Yuma drops, but eventually the troll does still perish. A big victory there for KZ.
Cutting the net worth of defenses by half. And what do they what are they next to? Roshan is just going to pop up in 5 seconds here. And I mean, they should know it's a long one.
Oh, they should
know. Come on! Oh man, someone mistimed the shit out of it if they don't know. And Wish, Slight, Spartan. No, guys, it's right there.
I suppose they only got 20 seconds before it goes Radiant side either way, so I guess they're just going to try and set up for that one. But the Troll Warlord up in 40 seconds.
I've always wanted
Lunar Galaxy are also over here thinking maybe if this Roshan was going on, but it's just not. Let's see.
And I mean, I think they might have enough time, and they're trying to bait here with this Ember Spirit. Roshan is responds. He's going to be right. Great start to the fight with the 3-man chrono. The Golem Kill drops at the same time, which means that you don't really get benefit of the stun, but you do get the burn damage. And Upheaval was king in this fight. 2 times Yuma's control. This is the first time where he's just I can't do anything. He's caught in the Upheaval. I love this. I love this, what they were able to do with the Upheaval. I feel like Spartan was the MVP in this fight.
Yeah, it is a clear showcase on why teams do still prioritize this Warlock so much. He can do a hell of a lot of work, really, just by pressing that one button and sitting there AFK, it feels. But yeah,
W, yeah.
It's just a massive, massive win. Yeah, like you mentioned, cut the net worth lead by half, and probably going to be getting another fight very soon. Chronosphere up in 10 seconds, Golem in 15. So all the KZ team have to do is wait a little bit, and then they're definitely going to be ready to take this 5-on-5 fight.
Wish.
Galaxy going to go for this as well. Dalai Lama way in, gets the jump. There is going to be the Doom. Ember Spirit in danger, trying to get the 4 staffs out. The team trying to provide him with safety. It doesn't matter. Kadaro is in the perfect spot to try and get the full grab right now. Stoikov just rolling around, causing havoc. The Doom will tick out the Ember eventually. Also getting the kill onto Pablo.
Oh dear.
Actually going to drop the Chrono. Does he have the damage on his own? The buyback from Wish going to be able to get involved. Stoikov trying to run away. He's not going to be fast enough. He will die. Dalai Lama as well. Probably going to get controlled. Spartan going to get the trade off there. But doesn't matter. Skylark is getting stopped behind the creeps. He blocked between the trees. Gonna buy back as well. KZ team do not want to sacrifice this fight and give away the next Roshan. They're doubling down.
It's 3 versus 3. Divine Llama fairly killable. We'll see if they want to go for it. Good use of the low start to keep Divine Llama alive, but they have all their cores on the dire side.
They do. Down to a 3v3, but one support into the mix there of Lunar Galaxy. Both teams now playing very cautiously, but Yuma, he actually just says, "Nah, screw this, I'm going to go right into the pit and start whacking onto this guy." The KZ team, they might not predict this is happening. They're nowhere near. It doesn't look like they're actually going to come over and contest it. We see Wish going for this Arcane Rune mid. Yeah, they've just given it up. It's going to be Aegis and Cheese going into the hands of Lunar Galaxy.
And the double buybacks, particularly on Wish, who can throw like a remnant. That's why he did. You threw a remnant buyback, you have something to go into your OK being doomed. But now you don't have that option in the next fight. Very unfortunate. To be fair, I don't think KZ team can actually take down the troll in that situation. He had his ultimate. He's got Satanic, BKB, and Sanjin Yasha. So how do you bring him down? 65% win rate here for Lunar Galaxy. That seems fair to me. As Wish, you might need Hex. I feel like Hex is really going to be valuable here.
Yeah, I think so too. It'll be a valuable pickup. Question is, who's the one who wants to be building Hex?
Maybe Wish. It feels like he's going for all sorts of weird items, and Pablo needs to get it to focus on stealing Doom. I don't think I've seen one stolen Doom in this game, and you need it. Like you take a Doom, you throw it on a Troll Warlord. He doesn't get any of the value of the Satanic. He doesn't get any value out of that healing from his ultimate. You really, not right now, of course, because Aegis, woohoo. But you do need it still.
100%. And we'll see if Pablo can get that opportunity. As looks like Wish actually queued a Lincoln Sphere, just sick of getting doomed right now. Dalai Lama, by an aggressive jump on his own, considering how he had no teammates nearby. We see the TPs now coming through. That was ballsy to say the least.
That's how the man plays, all right? He's confident.
Yep.
That's what it takes.
Just throwing everything in there all the time. He does not care, but it still is a strong net worth lead for Lunar Galaxy. All 3 cores top of the net worth chart right now. About 4,000 between Nande as well as Yuma. But, at 34 minutes in, it's not insurmountable by any means.
Yes.
It definitely feels like KZ team can still take these fights with advantage. I mean, we've seen it happen before in the past. If everything goes right for them, they can definitely come out ahead.
Yeah. And Shard goes on Legion Commander. We've seen her jump and try and catch the Troll Warlord. Now it's like you have a little bit of armor, which will help you. Even with the Blade Mail and stuff, you can still be killed before he dies if there are a few teammates around. So that helps. But overall, Troll Warlord, I mean, the rest of the guys, they're thinking, maybe we should start going high ground. You have about 3 minutes left on this Aegis, and you want to see what the enemy team can do here. Stolen Doom, I mean, there is no Stolen Doom, but if you can steal Doom, that's the big deal. That is sort of the win condition right now.
Yeah, that is the primary target for Pablo for sure. It all comes down to whether he's in the right position to steal that one as Wish. Now just completed his Lincoln Sphere, so he has one. Nande also has one. Don't think, yeah, none queued up or anything from the supports. Not going to see one coming out from them, but as well as Skylark. Actually going for the Nullifier his next item.
Check out what we've got on Pablo, by the way. He's got Eye of the Vizier, maxed out Arcane Supremacy, and Aether Lens. I'm pressing on his spell steal, like on the map. It's like basically the entire screen he can steal. Like he's got some insane range on his abilities.
Definitely does. Global range spell steal, definitely what you need to try and get that Doom as much as possible. But we can clearly see KZ team are just happy to sit high ground for the next couple of minutes. Obviously only a minute and 40 seconds remaining of this Aegis of Lunar Galaxy. It doesn't seem like they're trying to force out to it. Maybe they will. Nande in a very aggressive spot right now. Okay, will fall back, not going to get caught. So that could have looked dicey. One root, maybe Nande could have fallen there. Spot B. MKB also completed now for him, so a lot of damage source. Also a Wind Waker into the hands of the Cottle.
Oh, that is going to be a problem. You have to now, because you almost always have to at least chrono 2 people now. And if you chrono 1, you might as well just chrono the Cottle himself, but that is not fun. And Yuma, we can see the upheaval along with the damage coming out from Wish. You can do some serious damage over time here.
Yeah,
doesn't want to use his ulti, but there you go. Satanic is used.
Okay, yeah, pretty much back up to full HP. Obviously, relatively short cooldown, only up in 30 seconds, so not long to wait at all. But yeah, 45 seconds off the Aegis, and it looks like on the position, Lunar Galaxy have just decided to fall back.
Okay, that's. I mean, they're back to the same net worth advantage they had before, but their win rate has increased to almost as high as it's ever been in this game. It's 482. And is there any item coming out here that's crazy? Skylark is going for the Nullifier. He's gonna need some time for it still. Nande, he got the MKB, so that missed chance from the Troller. You always forget it, but Troller does have a missed chance, you know, when he throws those melee whirling axes. And it's a lot. It's 60%.
Yeah,
you know?
it is pretty bonkers.
That is, and it lasts for, okay, it lasts for 3, no, it lasts for 5 seconds. For 60%, that's higher than PA's natural blur. So MKB does feel very required in this game.
Yeah. And it's not like one of those games where you can get a Silver Edge to counter the dodge either. Like, you have to get the MKB. The only option.
Yeah.
But I mean, it works perfectly fine for a Faceless Void. It doesn't feel too sad about building an item. But yeah, they've managed to successfully wait out the Aegis without being baited into a fight. Their buybacks are also coming off of cooldown in a minute and a half, so Wish as well as Skylark will have those available. And now they're actually starting to move out their base as a 5-man unit to see if they can actually find any chances to get a kill.
We are seeing the Lunar Galaxy get ready to deal with people in the Chronosphere. We have Basher on the Pangolier, so he can swashbuckle from a mile away, plus he has the swashbuckle range, and as we mentioned, the Wind Waker. So now it's kind of like Chronosphere doesn't guarantee you that the fight's going to go well. Not as much at least as before. But Nande is doubling down. He wants to go for the Molyneux and then he wants to go Refresh Orb. There is no buybacks on anyone for KZ team except the Rubik, which isn't, you know, too scary.
No. That's really not. Quite surprised Nande's not been saving for buyback. I guess he just wants to hit his power spikes as quickly as possible, and hopefully, you know, if you just kill everybody, then you don't need to buy back because they're all dead. Maybe that's just the plan, but it is very risky. High risk, high reward.
That's how we like to play Dota, baby. And that's the best way to play Dota. That's how Davai Lama does it. He just blinks randomly into a creep wave, and he's like, whatever happens, happens. Oh, Nande. Okay.
A little bit of cliff in.
A little bit of, you know. Is he? I mean, he's been there for a while. You know, he's thinking. There you go.
Oh, what? He just jumps back up to like, I don't know. He's just chilling, you know. He's training to be an observer at the end of the day. What it is. Yuma is halfway to his level 25, and then I'm guessing he's going for Whirling Axes, his magic immunity, or is the strong? I think the strong dispel probably isn't that worthwhile.
I mean, you are able to remove what? Upheaval? No, not upheaval, sorry. Fatal Bonds? Yeah, I don't think either one of them is particularly amazing, to be honest with you. You know, like the missed chance is If you're not, you already have MKB, so you don't care. You know, so yeah, I'm not a big fan. Oh, all right, Nande. Oh, Nande, look at that, Kidaro. That was ballsy.
He
He
is,
doesn't.
yeah.
By the way, Nullifier picked up just as we see the Aeon disc coming out here. So if you are a Legion Commander, you would love to duel this this Skywrath Mage, and make sure you throw the Nullifier right before you do.
Yeah, going to guarantee that kill for sure. And I mean, do you think it is the Scaraf needs to focus, or is it the Cottle because of that Wind Waker? Just if they could potentially find it. Oh, someone misclicked their BKB. That is Yuma's on cooldown now for 80
Dire's
seconds.
bottom tower is under
That's
Actually, I think he might have done it underneath that Watcher. Oh, actually, no. Is that a Radiant Watcher? It's the Radiant control, that one.
looks like a Radiant, yeah. And by the way, there is the Hurricane. I forgot what the name of this item is for the Ember Spirit, but more passive damage. You know, the Flame God, the Radiance, and he's also got this. I forget Storm Crafter. I think it's a Storm Crafter. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Warlock sticking to this Philosopher's Stone. Still no buybacks on anyone besides. Well, which just gets his. Okay, that's fine.
Right. Well, move out from KZT, trying to take control of their triangle area, just as it looks like the majority of Lunar Galaxy back off. But both teams realise that Roshan could be up right now. 30 more seconds, and it will respawn. It's like whoever can win this fight is going to get Aegis, and maybe they will actually be the ones in control of this game number 2. There's a lot on the board, obviously. Only one win away from KZT pushing themselves forwards here in the Pinnacle Cup Multi-Vibes Tournament 3. Where it is Lunar Galaxy to have to win this and win another one immediately after. Okay, they do get a grab on towards Wish, popping that Lincoln Sphere, but he's still able to get the jump away. Actually doesn't jump too far, just off to the side, so maybe they're in a position for KZ to try and press the advantage and go again.
They know there's no Rolling Thunder. I like when Nani jumps in, he's a bit too far to Chrono, so he's like, it's not worth it for me, and he backs out. And Doom, he's scared to throw out these Dooms because he can see there's 2 Lincoln Spheres, so whereas before he would have jumped and just caught Nande straight up. That's not happening for them. Theola Core. They will see the Illuminate come out. Alright, Lincoln Sphere is broken. Whenever that is broken, you feel a lot more vulnerable.
The back line, around. They found Skylark, got the Doom control, but they actually stole the Doom! There it is, they actually put it immediately onto the Walls Patrol Warlord. That is the perfect grab. Yuma controlled and dead. Asked to buy back immediately. Do you get the trade as well? Multiple spawns dropping on KZ. Everyone using their buybacks right now. Dabai Lama trying to run away, but Wish denying the chance to retreat. Will push after him.
4 buybacks.
They've got to be careful. Yuma has come back into this engagement. No buyback for the LC, so there is going to be the numbers advantage for Lunar Galaxy right now. Wish complete the TP, so will Nande. So they get out. It cost them 2 buybacks on their supports, but a buyback from the Doom and Troll Warlord is massive.
Yeah, unfortunately, because Rubik died, he doesn't get to keep the Doom, but it is still good for them. Unfortunately, at the end of the day, it is a victory. I mean, so unfortunate for KZT, of course. For Lunar Galaxy, they're the ones who walk away happy. Yes, you use 2 buybacks, but you get Roshan, and you get the Agam Scepter as well and the Cheese. So it's still a victory for Lunar Galaxy. Like that, it's great move by KZ team, but not enough to take that victory. Oh, it's going to be a Troll Warlord who takes the Agam Scepter. Okay.
Yeah, it's not too bad. It's like lots of dispels coming through, so yeah, I guess it's nice. It's a little quality bonus.
I mean, the cooldown also goes down by a decent amount, so it's fine. And to be fair, it's not like you have the best team to get. Your supports don't really, they're not amazing, was it? Like, you know, it's like, Will-O-Wisp is fine. Same thing with Shield of the Scion. Pangolier doesn't actually have it. I think Pangolier would have been better, just so that you get that extra couple of hits. Makes it much easier to proc Shield Bash, Skull Basher. Sorry.
Yeah, I agree. Actually, I feel like that probably could have been the better choice, but you know, I guess they just really want to turn Yuma into the big scary raid boss this game. He's effectively 6-slotted already. He could still get Moon Shard, plus sell the Battle Fury, replace that with a different item. So he's definitely a beefy boy. 32,000 net worth, 7k ahead of that of the Faceless Void.
But no buyback, which is a big deal. Like, I mean, yes, if they push too far, which they have done before, the only reason they haven't taken bot racks is because they pushed very hard in one fight, and suddenly it's like, oh crap, you know, we lose too many people. So no buyback on the Troll Warlord, but he does have the Aegis. Oh, Yuma, very brave.
Okay, Telekinesis is there to throw back the Troll Warlord. No one from KZ getting called out. It's risky plays, but I mean, last Aegis, Lunar Galaxy couldn't actually use it in time before it timed out. But, I mean, maybe they don't even need to use it this time, considering how Yuma doesn't have buyback, you know, so... But do you think it's worth using the Aegis while they have it, or sort of just making the Aegis there to wait for his buyback to go off cooldown?
I think I'm glad I don't have to make these decisions.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because late game decision making is a really tough one. So you don't often reach 45 minutes in Dota. Something like 80% of games are done at this point. You have to decide what is more valuable, a buyback or a fight advantage with the Aegis. You know, and it's a tough one. For now, it seems like Lunar Galaxies, they're not too much in a hurry, but they do have 2.5 minutes left on the Aegis, and I think they're just content to keep them on the enemy inside their own base and just growing their net worth. It is 30,000.
Yeah, they are definitely ahead in this one. I mean, what's the win probability looking like as well? Actually, never mind talking about that. We got the Doom that lands on towards Nande. 4 stuff, not going to get him far enough. He's still locked in place, but a second one maybe. But the roots holding him down. Finally, he will be able to retreat. It's actually Kadaru to be the first drop right now. Out comes the Chronosphere. The Doom still going, but it doesn't matter. Nande just beat him through. That is a dieback technically from him, as they already expended another buyback on towards the Skyrap. They got the grab though on towards Pablo. Yuma trying to get the grab on towards Wish, but this Emma Split still very elusive. Nande jumping in quite aggressively, gets rooted, controlled off to the side right now. Mystic Flare as well. Wish trying to shed the damage, but still the Faceless Void is dead. Yuma getting low, but he has the age at the very least. Buyback coming out from the Faceless Void. Looks like KZ team are still trying to make some plays happen. They actually passed the Satanic heals back up Yuma, so he still has Aegis for a minute and a half. See how much KZ team want to try and take this fight right now. Bashing on towards Wish. Root stunned is there. Gets the jump off towards the side with the Remnant, but still he's running out of resources and he runs out of life. He is dead. 2 minutes. Might be forced to use that buyback as there's still a creep wave here in the mid. He's going to be able to take that backdoor protection down. But you can see Nande just running away, same as Skylark. They do not want to get caught.
No bounties, nothing to really collect here. I think he killed a couple of creepers in the mid lane, but it's going to be only the cores. I feel like we've been here before, where only the cores from KZ team are alive, and Pangli has got he's got Hex.
Big grab onto Nande, multi-control, Mystic Flare as well. He's gone for 2 minutes, no buyback. We could very well see the end of the game. Skylar's going to turn around. There is another fire, land on Kadaru. He gets the kills, a lot of damage on the Stoikov as well. He's definitely able to pump out a lot of work. Wish does buyback to stop the push from Yuma, who is just shredding buildings right now. Looks like he has to go cut the waves. So that's actually a failed gank at the very least. Like Skylark gets a 1v3, comes out alive. But yeah, the creep waves are still going to be coming into the base. The backdoor protection is not going to be a factor right now as Yuma just tearing these buildings a new one. 4 people are up. They're still trying to poke from afar. The
10 seconds.
Only 10 seconds left. Can heal back up here with the Satanic right now. Out comes the upheaval to slow this down with the bash action from Stoikov. Puts it to an immediate halt. Actually, it's Pango. Maybe he's going to get called out. Jump in from Skylark. Jewel still on cooldown for 3 seconds. We can't get the full connection. They will survive for now. Backs out. Yuma not going to be able to find anyone either. Just roots from Wish, throwing out the Syrian chains, plus the Yules, holding him down. But the recall actually from Theolacor brings Davalama back into the fray. They're ready with the Doom.
It's a 4 versus 5 fight, but I mean, if you're KZ, you're the one at disadvantage. You don't have Chronosphere. They just don't have Skylark Mage. Not really the most valuable hero right now. You gotta get an amazing duel off to win this.
Yeah, meaning Stoikov is already in deep with the Rolling Thunder. Found this grab on towards Pablo. Does use the to throw himself out. Spartan though, not going to be so fortunate. He will still die. Golem dropped as well. Gets dealt with very quickly. Doesn't have buyback himself. So they're going to have to sacrifice this bottom set of barracks. Let's see if Lunar Galaxy can maybe take the top set before the Faceless Void respawn.
They have Glyph. They still have the Glyph though. They've been saving it up the whole time, just trying to lay. I think it's going to be pretty risky if you want to time this. The Faceless Void should be up by the time they go for this Mega Creeps, but yeah, it's very close.
It really is. Not easy at all now for KZ team to hold themselves here in this game number 2. Glyph is now going to be used. Delaying this out. Faceless Void will be respawning. Bring it on, just a Syrian change. Top of the far, Telekinesis is there. Buster Jewel lands on towards Yuma. Is there a save? AoE Doom coming out. Yuma's getting very low, but he will be able to survive. He gets the battle chance off. Now the big turnaround comes through. Nande controlled. The Faceless Void is immediately dead. And I believe that is probably the end of the game as the aggression just does not stop. But there it is. GG call from KZ team. And we're going to see it game number 3.
Nande is so unfortunate. I don't know if Davai Lama jumps into next to his troll world, keeping him safe with that AoE Doom. And you can see Nande, he just time walks into it and loses his life. Very unfortunate. They held on until he comes back, and then he made kind of a critical mistake there. And unfortunately, for KC team, they lose. Luna Galaxy, that was really well played. I feel like from the start of the game, they kind of had control. They never really felt like it was. A couple of times their net worth lead got cut. There was a few buybacks, and we were like, oh, it's a bit dicey. But overall, Luna Galaxy played this super clean. Like, they never rushed. And now they were just like, let's go late game. We're going to be comfortable with that. And yeah, that was very impressive by them. Really good play for them.
It definitely was. It was, great game of Dota 2 in general. Very close to a couple of times KZ team maybe bouncing back, but it really was just great teamwork in general. They're coming out from Luna Galaxy. Yuma was just quite a big old problem there on the Troll Warlords, but even still, it does feel like there were so many good plays coming out from Davai Lama to make space for him and make sure it didn't die. As you were mentioning, in that last fight was the big one. And
I want to shout out to Spartan though I feel like it was the biggest problem for Yuma. Just so many times he gets the upheaval right on. There's nothing Yuma can do about it. And KZT, they put up a really good challenge. But that early game, they fell behind. They couldn't really recover. We saw it from the start. They were really behind in terms of net worth. Like, what was it? Yeah, about the 30-minute mark, they were 20,000 behind. So good try. But I like seeing this. I like going all 3 games when we're going to have a best of 3. You want them both to fight for their chance to advance. And we're going to see that in the next game.
Yeah, we will. Which, ladies and gentlemen, will be coming up in about 5 or 10 minutes time. So more Dota 2 action coming your way. We'll see you soon.
Do you wanna be a bad man? Yes, you do. Do you wanna taste sweet salvation underneath the summer moon? Do you need another hand now? Yes, you do. Go see Miss Josie down on Columbus Avenue. Down in the city, there's a place that never sleeps. You can see it all up past 57th Street. Music is hot and the drinking there's free. It'll turn you upside down before you count to 3. 1, you're looking for a helping hand. 2, you need a friendly face. 3, feeling good you can barely stand. You're falling all over the place. 1, you're looking for a helping hand. 2, you need a friendly face. 3, feeling good you can barely stand. You're falling all over the place. You own it, they got it, they flown it, you bought it. Ow! Do you wanna be a bad man? Yes, you do. Do you wanna taste sweet salvation underneath the summer moon? Do you need another hand now? Yes, you do. Go see Miss Josie
such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
We are back, ladies and gentlemen, here for the continuation of Lunar Galaxy going up against KZ team here for the Pinnacle Cup Multipliers tournament number 3. And so, 1 apiece now, down to a best of 1. It's getting exciting.
Yeah, it is. It is getting exciting. KZ team took game 1, Lunar Galaxy to game 2. But I will say, I think KZ's team's victory was more impressive. You know, they were on a big deficit. They managed to farm up. But that does tell us, though, is that no matter what, Lunar Galaxy seems to be coming out after the lane stage. You know, they all seem to come out ahead, do well for themselves. In game 2, Yuma, despite making a couple of mistakes being caught out, doesn't matter. Didn't slow his farm at all. Number 1 the entire game.
Yeah, he did. He was just a real farming powerhouse at the end of the day, and he was just too damn big, really, for KZ team to deal with whatsoever. But, you know, we'll see how this next draft goes down, whether if PA is going to get banned out yet again. I'm assuming it's going to be KZ team with first pick, in which case they're not going to ban the PA. Actually, they had first pick last time, didn't they?
We're doing the coin toss right now because you usually do the coin toss after for game 1 and game 3. So let's see what they're going. KZ team wins, so the coin toss, and let's see what they're gonna pick. They're taking their time. I'll be updating you guys literally as I see the results right in front of me in the lobby. Wait for it. Wait for any day now. Like holy crap!
Oh man, not a snap pick. Oh, they choose Radiant rather than first pick. Interesting, man.
All right, Lunar Galaxy, are you going to be line up the gas? Will they take second pick? Imagine taking second pick and having Dire. That seems like an instant loss right there.
Or is it the beginnings of new meta, Otomo, and this is actually the instant win? You know, these things can happen.
It seems a little unlikely. And I got to say, though, KZ team was a little confusing that game, too, with the Ember Spirit pick. They pick Ember Spirit, which is already a hero that we find iffy. and then he goes for Blade Mail Radiance,
Yeah.
and that was just kind of super unusual to say the least.
It was definitely out there. A bit bonkers, and it did not pay off. Obviously, I was mentioning at the start that they had 100% win rate this patch on their Ember Spirit. That is
Yep.
now no longer the case. Finally got their first loss on it. I mean, I'd be interested to know whether if that is how he built the Ember like every single
Before?
time, whether if it was this crazy build, but who knows? Maybe that it was the recipe for success, but it just wasn't enough in that last game.
No, but Lonely Galaxy still hasn't picked first or second pick. This is an elimination best of one at this point. There's no lower bracket in this tournament. If you win this, you earn $3,000 extra. Both teams have secured 2K in the pockets, but going from 2K to 5K, from what I've heard, is pretty good. And you, of course, have that chance to go all the way in the Pinnacle Cup for 22,000 finals, a trip to Malta where we are going to be there with the rest of the crew in a 5-star hotel. So there is a lot on the line here.
Oh yeah, definitely a lot on the line, and we'll see who does obviously come out on top. And again, the victor of this will be going up against Na'Vi, who have also been looking pretty damn strong. 2-1 against one move, did just 2-0 level up as well. And as we were talking about earlier, level up were looking like the strongest team in the group stages.
Yes.
They were destroying so many people, and the fact that they lost 2-0 seems pretty crazy. So maybe either team who does go up against Na'Vi might feel a little bit nervous.
I feel like that, especially because like Level, as we said, they went undefeated, they had best score, but Navi just rolled over. It's also like with this series where there were good signs of life from KZ team in game 2. Where it's like we're like, this could happen. Like just because the other team was also ahead does not mean it was a one-sided match.
Yeah.
So
agree.
when the Galaxy, so I felt like game 2 was close. Game 1 was certainly very close. I mean, it's but Navi they have no trouble so far. And second pick, wow! So it is second pick Dire.
That's kind of crazy. That is actually kind of crazy. So Lunar Galaxy gonna try out going for second pick choice. We'll see how that does actually pan out for them. I mean, it might make a very minor difference, but it's just intriguing to see that literally every other pro team has always been going for first pick. But yeah, well, let's wait and see what they got in store for this one.
Maybe they have some sort of crazy last pick. I mean, it's this situation you're going to throw up some cheese, right? Your last pick is like, haha, they never saw it. The Huskar support or something like that. You just that's that. I feel like that's why you would go second pick. If you're not on purpose picking it, then what are you doing?
No idea. Absolutely no idea. But, this is probably going to be one of those situations where we'll see them take second pick. And if they win the game, then maybe people start saying, okay, second pick isn't that bad. If they lose, then we'll say, no, okay, it's definitely just stick with first pick, get that guaranteed hero on the board straight away.
But by the way, this has been definitely a bit of a long one here. The teams have been not in a rush to start the game. It's like they're like, okay, let's take a break. To be fair, this has been a pretty brutal series so far. Well, there we go. We're gonna go into the game. Yeah, 2 45-minute games that we had. So it makes sense that they're taking a little bit of a break here. So Lunar Galaxy KZ team, we are going to be going to the draft any second now. Best of one at this point. KZ to game 1, Lunar Galaxy to game 2, 3,000 USD on the line, as well as your tournament life.
Yeah, there's a lot riding on this one right now. A lot of pressure. Some teams can crack under that. Other teams can use it to bolster their abilities and, play with their backups against the wall. We'll see which one that is obviously going to be. As once again, KZ team first banning the Brewmaster. Like, very, very scared of Dabai Lama's capabilities and playing that hero. Do you think they might ban his Doom now? Like, that's 2 times in a row he's played it. And he's looked relatively strong both times.
Yeah, since Doom has been changed that you can't heal, that has been massive for his killing potential. You know what I mean? Because before you used to put the Doom on, it was what 30 damage pure or something level 1, and the other guy's got like 20 health regen. And you go, okay, you couldn't use items which nobody cared about. But now you can use items, but it doesn't matter because you can't heal. So your magic wand and all that stuff just doesn't add up. So I do feel like the hero he's so much better at killing people now.
Yeah.
And that is a scary thing about that. Will this KZ team think that's worth banning? I don't know.
Maybe. I don't know. I feel like it might be worth just a respect ban going his way, but that is not going to be the case. Instead, they
There
do
you go.
decide to go back in for the first pick, Pangolier. That has been the priority pickup for both teams this series so far. And so going to be Wish's second time on that one. And Lunar Galaxy, they
Oh.
will be able to pick up the Treant Protector.
Okay, so they have that, the best TA counter in the game based on statistics. All right, some people will be like, "Well, I believe that," and I'm like, "Yes, I know," but based on statistics, Treant Protector beats PA more than any other hero. Thanks to that, mostly thanks to that living armor keeping everyone alive. I like the start, and here you go. The Doom band comes out. They think, okay, Grimstroke might be something that they want. Could combo it with the Doom. Let's not go down that road, and they get rid of it. There is still a Bloodseeker, and there's still a Grimstroke in the pool. But I gotta say, I almost think that you'd want the Bloodseeker to come out just because PA shreds him.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I probably agree with that assessment. I mean, we did see KZ Team use their last ban in that second game to actually remove the PA just to make sure the other team didn't get it. See if Lunar Galaxy do a similar thing right now. I mean, they do actually have pick priority going forward to the second phase. So maybe they're thinking about potentially grabbing it themselves. We'll have to wait and see. I mean, obviously, Nande absolutely loves playing this hero. I'm not quite sure if Yuma's obviously spammed it a whole lot.
I don't know. Bloodseeker, to me in general, just feels a little bit more like an offlane here than a carry. Obviously, we've seen it come out in both roles, but the damage is limited. However, if you can get a double rupture, you can put an ink swell on top of him. There are things you can do. Overall, the Lunar Galaxy taking their time with this band. Grimstroke. No, they don't want Grimstroke. What do they want? What would they like to get rid of here? What? Phantom Assassin? I mean, even having a Treant, there you go.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking. Even having a Treant is no guarantee you're going to do well against the PA, and I think that is the safer option because Nande on Faceless Void and Nande on PA, two different beasts entirely.
Yeah, 100%. One hero that you can easily solo 5 heroes. Meanwhile, the other one, you definitely need a bit more backup from your team before you become a scary powerhouse for sure. So, just getting rid of the worst of those two choices, and let's see which potential Pangolier counter they're going to go for right now, whether it is going to be that Bloodseeker or the Grimstroke. Only time will tell. I feel like Grim's probably safer to pick up first, but they're actually going for the Skywrath Mage. Okay.
All right. So no Grimstroke option coming out for Lunar Galaxy at all. Interesting that, between the Treant and the Skywrath Mage, they don't really... It's not a whole lot of control. You have Silence and Overgrowth, but you can just Manta or BKB out of both of them. Even I think Lotus Orb is just fine. So, not loving this combination of supports. It gives you a great laning phase, though. You put the Skywrath Mage. I think you go Skywrath Mage plus a sort of a high damage off laner. You're up against a Slog. That's going to be a very big problem for them. And KZ team obviously goes for the Grimstroke. Okay. And along with the Shadow Demon. Great save coming out from the Shadow Demon.
Yeah, it can't just be any overgrowths into Mystic Flare. The SD should be in a good position majority of the time to get any saves if that combo comes out. So I do like to see it. But we'll see what the third and fourth pickup right now is going to be from Lunar Galaxy. I mean, you would assume it'd probably be their mid laner and off, leave their carry as the final pick of the game. Just try and secure a decent counter against the Pangolier now.
I mean, it's only worth doing if you're going to last pick a Meepo, right? And we've seen KZ team ban it against Yuma. So their last pick is either going to be their carry or their mid. But which one do they feel like they want to get the biggest surprise factors? Because they wanted last pick. And it's going to, okay, of course, Beastmaster comes up. Beastmaster and Skywrath Mage. This is a high damage offlane duo, which means KZ team can't go for something like a Slark. You take a Slark, you suffer.
Yep. 100%. I mean, do you think this might not be a too bad game for a Sven, perhaps?
Yeah, I like Sven just because he's super durable. I wouldn't mind Sven coming out here for Lunar Galaxy. For KZ team. It works fairly well with the Grimstroke. It would be nice. Let's see. Or you could pick something range just so you can keep your distance. That we'll see if that's something KZ team thinks of. Lunar Galaxy, they have taken a long time with this second phase of bans and picks.
Yeah, they have. Down to 37 seconds of reserve time, and the hero choice, it's going to be a puck. All right, not too bad. I mean, you got multiple ways of stopping the Rolling Thunder from coming out the Pangolier. Maybe then you can set up for like the Beastmaster to come in for further roar and just burst the guy down before he can actually get much work done. It's not terrible in the lane against him either. Yeah, I like this pick.
I think it's fine. I think it's fine. The only problem is that you have to sort of always choose between going for the Pango or going for the Grim and Shadow Demon. These guys can generally be fairly apart from each other. Shadow Demon also has the save. So, yeah, I'm okay with this. Feels a bit squishy on Luna Galaxy though. Scarlet Mage and Puck are very squishy, and Treant Protector's not too durable. Beastmaster is a good guy to have in the front line. Then again, KZ team, you can obviously say the same thing. Grimstroke, Shadi, and Pango, not the most durable. What are they going to take here? You only know what you're going up against. Actually, sorry, in the offlane duo. Yeah, Puck, Mid, and Pango, you know that. So you have to pick what do you want to match up here.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's probably not even a bad time just to grab their carry, right? Because they're not gonna get the overall last pick anyway, so they're gonna get kind of countered no matter what. So maybe now it is just grabbing a hero which they don't mind playing up against this offlane pairing of Lunar Galaxy to secure it before it can be removed.
I agree. Another reason is I think that if you pick a carry, you will find out what Lunar Galaxy is a bit afraid of with their bans. You know what I mean? Like they'll ban out a couple of offlanes, you'll be like, oh, they're going for these kind of offlanes they don't want us to pick. Whereas if you pick an offlane, I mean, you still know the matchup you're going up against, which is the Beastmaster Skywrath Mage.
Yep.
So just snatch up your carry, see what offlane that they're afraid of, and try to pick something in that vein. Hope for the best.
Mm-hmm. See what that choice is going to be. 50 seconds of reserve time still left. Trying to think of what main carries are jumping to my mind at this stage, but they don't mind playing up against that. I think TA might be okay. I mean, you got the Boars that can actually get rid of the refraction charges quite easily, so maybe the TA will suffer as well.
TA is banned.
Oh, TA is banned. Yeah, they banned it themselves.
Yeah,
okay,
that's
not
very
see
early.
that one. All right.
The KZ team, they've gone a long time. Whatever we see, we've seen Terrorblade come out sometimes, a Beastmaster Scarlet Mage. It does okay later on, but you suffer. And in general, there's just not a whole lot of very durable front lines. It's going to be the Terrorblade. There you go.
Okay.
Man, we're on fire today, aren't we, my friend?
Oh yeah, mate. Cooking, mate. Absolutely cooking. As obviously TB does get picked up. Very nice with the SD as well. Just get an extra couple of TB illusions when you get into those fights. Just really ramp up the DPS a hell of a lot. And we see KZ team ban out the PL. So they themselves are now looking for their offlaner.
Yep.
Anyone jumping out to you?
The problem is that it's very hard for you because you don't know what the enemy carry is.
Yeah.
But I imagine they're going to be banning out the Meepo next. And then what do you want for KZ team? It's a hero.
Maybe they need some actual good AoE control, because really all they have right now is the Pangolier's Rolling Thunder.
Yeah.
That is about it. I mean, I think Lunar Galaxy obviously have the same read there as they ban up the Tide Hunter. Also the Night Stalker getting removed. Yeah, I like that.
Legend Commander is in the pool. Great for you to get some of that lockdown here if you want it. And you get to save. You have another save for allies, right? You have a way to dispel them, and you also have a way to use the Shadow Demon Disruption. So you have 2 saves. Problem is that she's not like the Beastmaster. She can sort of stand in front. You usually want someone else to be there so you can jump and duel them. So I feel, but it's still a solid option. I'm thinking Legion is okay, and then I'm thinking some sport of some other like Mars or what do they go with here? Something like a Mars, some sort of front line kind of guy. Underlord for the control would be fairly solid as well.
Yeah, Undo would definitely work out. I was sort of thinking, I mean, they've definitely shown KZ team that they've been willing to play Visage a few times. Like they currently have a 100% win rate on that hero. I'm not sure how well it really works into this draft, but no, it is going to be Underlord. You called it. Well done.
Nice. Visage. I didn't want to say that was a bad decision. I let a KZ team say it. You know, like Visage. Stick to play-by-play, sir. You know. Lunar Galaxy, they have the Meepo available. Meepo, Grimstock fairly, like, he loves getting soul binds on him. Terrorblade, I think I don't know, Meepo would be risky for Yuma if they want to go for it. I don't think he does too well against the Underlord. Relatively easy for you to control at least one of them. So, and plus you're up against Pango, so it's also easy to roll on one of them. So I don't love it.
No, yeah, I agree. I think
Slark.
probably not going to see that one come out.
I think
Slark?
if you're Luna Galaxy, you might consider taking the Slark. Actually, Slark would be fairly solid for you. Weak illusions for the Shadow Demon, in and out for the Terrorblade, does decently and against the Underlord. I'd like to see the Slark.
Yeah, that definitely sounds like a very good shout. We'll see if that is what they're going to go for, and it is the Slark. 2 for 2, mate. Well done.
Are you kidding? I got like 7 in this. I mentioned the Terrorblade,
True.
the Underlord, the Slark, Pango. Like, come on, man. I got at least like half the drafts right,
He did. Yeah.
I'll-
in your
I'll ex-
position as the analyst, mate.
I'll accept commends from the chat for this, So yeah, I gave you guys the draft in advance. What more could you ask for? And
Well,
this,
I think chat will commend you if you predict which team you think's going to win and they actually win. That's when they'll really all be on your side.
oh,
There you
dude,
go.
that's oh man. Let's see. I'll be honest. On Luna Galaxy, I kind of only like the Beastmaster and the Slark. I feel like Puck is meh this game. Chain Protector is whatever because there's a lot of magic damage from KZ team. KZ team, they've got Bush on Pango, which is like a superstar. I'm gonna go with KZ. You know what? I'm gonna go with KZ team on this one, baby.
Yeah.
KZ team. Put your grandma. Put the house as well. The car. No, guys, just don't bet anything you're not comfortable putting in. Put like $3. That's it.
Yeah. that's probably a bit safer. Yeah. I mean,
Be
you were saying.
responsible, Jesus.
Yeah. I mean, you were saying yesterday, Tomo, you were willing to bet your nan. So we'll see if that's going to be the case this time. Obviously, KZ team. Yeah, I feel like they definitely could end up taking this game. I feel like though, if Yuma has a strong start on this Slark, as you mentioned, it does feel relatively good against these the lineup of KZ so far. So yeah, I think it might come down quite dependent on just how successful he is in that lane. If maybe he gets punished at all from Skylark and Pablo both. But yeah, I feel like in general, yeah, I think I'm gonna go with you. I think KZ team's got this.
Nah, man. No, we need to separate. The dynamic duo has to go a different way. But yeah, all right. Now we might both be wrong, but we'll see how it goes. That guy has lovely hair. I get so jealous when I see people with these big, beautiful, lovely hair, and I'm like, the good old days.
That's all right. You can get a hair transplant or something, mate. It's not too late. You can get it chucked on if you want. No?
No. There's so many risks to it. I've done a lot of research. It's not going to work. But you know what? Enough of looking at my shiny head. Let's go into the game. Let's look at what we're working here. KZ team versus Luna Galaxy. Best of 1, effectively. Elimination on the line. If you win, we call you awesome. If you lose, you're still awesome, but you're going to be awesome outside of Pinnacle Cup. Yeah,
definitely. I mean, they don't go empty-handed at the very least. They do get a little something for their efforts. I think it's $2,000 which they have secured so far, which is a nice little bonus. But obviously, a big pay jump, get an extra 3K if they do end up taking this best of 1. So 100%, there is a lot to play for here.
Money,
Oh yeah, money.
Sweet money. And have you won any tournaments? Do you ever compete professionally, get a couple of tournament wins under the belt?
Well, way back when I was a part of like a little esports team, and we went to one of the local LANs in the UK.
Okay.
I think we ended like 4th or 3rd or something like that. Not too great.
Oh.
And then immediately afterwards, like the team kind of like disbanded, so it didn't really go anywhere. So unfortunately not. But that's how life goes. Those who can do, those who can't teach, those who can't teach, talk shit and become a play-by-play caster. That's how it works.
Exactly. I took the words right out of not just my mouth, my soul. Basically. So that's how it's gonna work. All right. So mid lane is going to be the Puck versus the Pangolier. I mean, Puck is very elusive, and I think his lockdown is going to be a big part of this game. But I feel like wish on the Pango. He was a superstar in game 1. Pango has not lost any games this series, by the way. 100% win rate so far.
Looking very, very strong. We'll see if Wish can have a similar showing right now. As obviously paired up against the Puck, like he should be able to just come slightly on top in terms of CS. Like in general, doesn't have to commit too much to secure them. But obviously, it's all going to come down to whether if one of these guys starts making some really strong rotations once they hit their 6, because that is the benefit of a Puck and Pangolier. They're both happy to rotate.
Yeah. Although Pangolier feels a little bit more effective when without the ultimates, right? Like you, Orb of Corrosion, Swashbuckler, you do so much damage. Puck is easier to dodge those illusory orbs, you know. So again, yeah, just overall I favor the Pango. So far the laning phase is going slightly Puck favored, but it's not the biggest deal. Although top lane, bottom lane.
Yeah, oh, well, that's a big one right now. They do get the first blood found. Davalama ran down. Maybe can we get a +1 onto the Ola core? The concussive shot will slow down Nunde. Not going to get caught out, but Spartan, can he carry on landing these shadow poisons? The third will connect. One more, that's probably enough to get the kill. And there it is. Down goes the Skywrath, and Spartan looks like he's probably just going to go sacrifice himself to the tower as well. Come back in, full HP, full mana.
That is well played by the Shadow Demon, and no one's going to be showing. I think there's going to be some experience. Oh dear.
Yeah, Davalama gets solo experience. The Ola still gets the gold bounty as well. So unfortunately, that sacrifice not quite as good as it could have been. Like,
you mean the feed?
Yeah, technically, yes, it was feed. It was 100% feed.
To be fair, I think that was a bit risky. I mean, you could have gone to like Roshan. I know there would have been a longer death timer, but when I was looking, I was like, Divine Lava died a long time ago. You sure you want to go for this, buddy? Right.
Yeah, it was risky. Did not pay off, but you know, sometimes these things do just end up happening. So far, looks like at the top lane, Yuma is doing quite nicely in terms of CS. 12-1 for himself against the 9 or 10-4 there of Skylark. So relatively similar. But we'll see if that dynamic starts changing as more levels play. I feel like this Underlord can be really devastating once he starts getting a few levels into that Firestorm.
I wonder if Underlord is going Rod of Atos, you know what I mean? Because you're looking at it, you're like, there's a Puck, there's a Slark, Rod of Atos could go a long way towards controlling them. Because you don't really have a whole lot of lockdown. It's like Disruption, which isn't really a stun, Grimstrokes, Phantom Embrace, and Inkswell, which, you know, those are interesting. So basically, Pit of Malice is your stun. You might as well add the Rob Atos. Oh, he's Stushkov.
Yeah, a lot of damage comes through. Wish applying some decent pressure, but we'll just have to fall back. Obviously, a couple of bottle charges left for both sides. We're going to look to try and just get the 4-minute water rune refills when they come up in a couple of minutes. Unless there's any some rotations from the supports, maybe to deny those at all. We'll have to wait and see. Hopefully it's going to be okay.
Davalama's suffering a little bit here on the bottom lane. They switch actually. Oh, sorry, no, I thought that was Slug for a second. I don't know how it was looking, but Davalama is suffering in terms of CS. I'm sorry. I need to get glasses. The thing is, it's a little. We're not getting the like super high clean feed, and one more hit.
Yeah, Spark comes through. Yeah, that should be it. Oh, nice to show from
Nice.
the Axis, but maybe the turnaround right now is Metamorphosis has been popped. Nande trying to actually just hit the ball. Spy will eventually fall down. Can Nande get anything out of this? No, he cannot. It's actually maybe he's going to die. The concussion shot gets the kill. Double kill there towards Pinnacle. Fantastic turn of events there for them. Meanwhile, at the top lane, Pablo also falls down. Yuma getting a kill for himself.
Wish you got, you know, they needed to start working miracles here for them. As Spartan does get the kill on Theodore, so it's not, you know, a complete disaster here at the bottom lane, but.
That was Theodore denying himself to the tier 2, so no one even gets experience for it, but a little bit of money is helpful, I suppose, at the end of the day. But you also actually see Pablo is now TP'd down to the bot. Maybe they're going to look to try and go for a kill, but I mean, still 100 seconds without Metamorphosis. It's not going to be easy. They're going to go for it either way. Disrupt and set things off. Inkswell coming out on towards Pablo. Gonna try and lock him down, but Nande's taking a heck of a lot of beatings for this one. Even the rotation coming in from the Tree of Protector, they will kill Davalama, but if they lose Nande, it's just not worth it. Kataro will fall eventually there. Double kill given over towards Spartan. Pablo, though, also gonna fall. So it's a 2 for 2, but getting the kill onto the TB is huge there for Lunar Galaxy.
Yeah, but then again, Davalama also really wants to equal the laning stage, so I don't think it's that bad for either side. You know, we've seen so many times. Oh, Stuchkov, yeah, just going zoned out. Wish has been crushing it this lane.
Yes. I mean, the one thing which makes this really favoring Lunar Galaxy, though, is the fact that Davalama had his TP, where Nande does not, and he's having to do the Walk of Shame all the way back to his lane. Misses out on a bit of CS there and experience to boot. It does, you know, feels the pain from that one. And yeah, as a result, he's actually bottom of the CS chart as well.
Is under attack.
It's still not the biggest deal for if Nande can farm. But you know, we've talked about it. I don't think Nande is as comfortable with these very heavy farming carries as he is with the other ones, right? Like
Yeah.
the PA with jumping around, the Monkey King as well. Whereas TB and Faceless Void are very much like, I'm gonna farm. I will say though that TB is a bit easier to play than a Faceless Void. Whereas like Faceless Void is like, I mess up the chrono, that's it. You know, my life is over. Yuma? All
Yeah,
right,
trying
very
to
close.
hunt down Damalama as well. The Shadow Poison stacks rack up. Ends up being another kill right now. That Spartan is having a monster game. 5-2-1 on himself. He's happy.
Radiant's
He's
middle
very
tower
happy.
is under
He's
attack.
been MVP this series, dude. Like, a game 2 with the Warlock, he was controlling humans so many of these fights. They lost, but, you know, you gotta give credit where credit's due. The guy played like a god in that game. In this game, I've seen him just running those shadow points every time. Yuma, taking a few hits. And Underlord's going to go for the Meteor Hammer.
Alright, Mario.
Dyers are scanning.
That's what it sounded like.
Dyer's middle tower.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, that was funny. But yeah, the Meteor Hammer is going to be nice just to help shove these towers through, but obviously they're playing up against the Tree of Protectors that will slow down that game a fair
Radiant's
bit.
bottom
Meanwhile,
tower is
down
under
at the
attack.
bot, Dante getting pressured, forcing him away from the creeps. Even still, he will survive. Tier 1 maybe going to be okay as well, as there is a potential rotation coming out here from Wish to join in with the rest of the squad. Rolling Thunder's ready, Swashbuckle will land from afar.
No roar.
Spartan, not going to go for the disruption, obviously does not want to disjoint the Rolling Thunder if possible. Roar is not been leveled whatsoever. Damalama completely skipping that one. As a result, maybe we'll still die. Out comes the Dream Coil as well. Immediately they wish will to snap it. Not too effective at the level 1. Nande trying to become a big body, putting himself there at the front. Is actually holding on to his 6th point just in case he needs a Sunder, but not forced to level it just yet. Meanwhile, actually Wish runs into everybody right now in the River Rune. Disruption there is going to land on towards the puck, trying to keep Shloikov back as Wish going to be able to bully down
Ooh.
Kitaro. They find the puck as well. It's another 2 big kills there coming up from KZ team. And the big one there being Spartan, now racking up his killing spree. Now mega kill.
By the way, I like how you said the Vailama didn't take roar. I meant like he's level 5. That's why he doesn't have that. So.
Oh, right.
You know, the eyesight's taking it. Hey, we've been here 6 hours. That's alright. That's alright. We can make mistakes.
Yeah, there's only so long you can stare at a computer screen before your vision goes. Meanwhile, Skylark into real danger right now. Going to use the ultimate here from the start, but it doesn't matter. Will just still be able to run him down. Actually, going to maybe go for a +1 right now. Pablo offers himself a bit of meat on a plate. Double kill for Yuma, completely soloed. That's a lot of gold, that's a lot of experience, and as a result, this guy is very much at the top of the charts.
And I mean, I'd love to see the net worth once we go back to it. And Kitaro, good use of the ink swell just getting on. And I thought Stoichkov would be able to make it out of that situation, but unfortunately for him, that did not happen. Someone's disrupting the top lane though.
Yeah, Spartan, they even use the Fiend's Gate to get on in.
Jeez.
That is a massive kill. Spartan is just carrying KZ team through this game right now, almost hitting level 7 at 9.5 minutes in.
Alright, he has. If you guys might be thinking, well, how many kills does Spartan have? He's 7, 2, and 3, so he's been involved in every single kill. And it's not even close. Like Wish has got 2 kills, Nande's got 1, and then Pablo and Skylark are feeding. I mean, they haven't gotten a kill on the board yet.
Yeah, it's actually nuts, man. He's having such a great game. All trying to find Kidaro. We'll actually run straight into the Trid. There's going to be the disruption right now. TP's coming in from the rest of the Lunar Galaxy. There is actually going to be the leash grab onto Skylark. Maybe he's going to turn himself around. A lot of damage coming through. Wish as well with the Rolling Thunder connecting onto Yuma. Will be able to survive, but his ultimate is now on cooldown. Potentially has to be careful how far he wants to pursue, but instead Stoichkov getting involved. Triple silences on this man. What can he do? There is going to be the Dream Ball lock him in place. Disruption up in a second, but the Roar to get the kill puts him into the dirt. Wish charging forwards though. Does get the trade on towards the Pinnacle, but immediately Yuma wants to get a retaliation kill, and they will find it. The Pangolier falls. Lots of kills get traded to and fro. But look how much gold Spartan was actually worth there. Jesus, 7 kill streak going over towards the Otomo.
Oh, that is a lot. That is a lot. Almost, what, 800? Is that 800 gold?
Yeah.
A little bit more than that, actually. And Yuma on the top of the net worth, even though he wasn't the one who got the kill. It was actually Theolacor who got. I thought it was the Roar that got him. But you look at that, with 1 kill, Theodore jumps to the highest net worth among the sports, almost equaling Nande.
Yeah, he's
Hey.
up there now. That is massive. Yeah, got Rod of Atos as well, completed 70 golds. That is a very nice timing.
You know what also would be interesting is that it's going to be a Hand of Midas on Nande's Terrorblade. Huh.
Not something you see all too often. I mean, I guess he's just saying that he's had that rough of a game. He wants some way of trying to recover, but yeah, that's an odd one for sure.
It is, and then he's going to go for, Dragon Lance as well. Not going for the standard Yasha first item that we usually see, because you get attack speed, movement speed. It's not like a farming accelerator like a Battle Fury, but it's certainly a farming accelerator. Meanwhile, Pablo, he needs to get that level
Radiant's
6.
top tower is under
Same
attack.
Luna Galaxy, the same thing with Kadaro not having his level 6 already. So the position 4s are having an incredible farm. The position 5 is still behind in terms of net worth and, well, not in terms of experience at least.
They are for now, as
Radiant's top tower is
KZ
under attack.
trying to hunt for somebody with this smoke, but Davai Lama, he just sort of knew it was coming his way. He does back off in time. Maybe going to show himself in the lane right now, but too close to the tier 1 tower for KZ team to do anything about. Just have to leave him be. Although, Spartan trying to start things off right now. Got the grab onto Theodore, trying to TP out. 3 stacks on the poison. The stun comes just in time. And Spartan once again going to start building up his killing spree from scratch.
8 kills only on this guy. He's having a fantastic game. Actually, I don't know how to add it. He's actually level 5. Position 5. I was saying the position 4s are doing well. He is the position 5 on the team.
Yeah.
It's Pablo who's struggling right now, but he has level 6, which is, that's good enough if you can get that early soulbind. Whereas as a Spartan is at level 8.
Yeah, man, he's literally only 1 level behind Davai Lama and Nande right now. Just becoming a real powerhouse of his own. The real true carry of KZ team. See how much faith they can put on this man's back. He's performing fantastically well. Still though, it is Yuma comfortably top of the net worth chart, 1200 gold ahead of Nande so far. We'll see if he can continue this going, as he's got the Echo Saber going in for the defusal, and then going to be the Aghanims after that.
Oh, but Skylark might be in trouble. It looks like they're making a beeline for him, and he needs to go back. He is fairly tanky-ish, but I think he might also... Oh, he looks pretty dead-ish as well.
Oh yeah, not tanky enough anywhere near to survive in that one. Just easily clapped him down. He is gone. And maybe with this many people nearby, they might attempt to roast, but actually, looks like a smoke has been popped. Obviously, 14-minute Wisdom Rune spawning very, very soon. Pablo is here. Yuma coming forwards. Gonna try and snatch this, but there is going to be the silence. Guarantees the grab for Pablo, but can Yuma get a kill for his efforts? Looks like he will. So even though Yuma doesn't get the Wisdom Rune, he gets a free kill, free solo experience, and another bit of permanent magic.
Mid lane, Davai Lama.
Oh, getting close. Fiend's Gate trying to cut off his retreat. The Pit of Malice will just about connect, but he's still going to be able to survive there. The living armor coming in clutch from Kadaro.
Yeah, unfortunately though, that means he can't use it to steal a Wisdom Rune or anything else, so it's not ideal. Kadaro, I thought he might fake the I'm gonna take the gate, and they don't do that, but didn't do that. Oh, Wish wants to fight.
Something, yeah. Well, looks like good decision there for Luna Galaxy just to disengage. Not gonna be able to find anybody this time. Sort of buying time right now. It's like Nande is happily trying to recover his farm in the triangle area. Finally, he is not bottom farm core. Has actually managed to replace his own offlaner.
That was the problem, is that Skylark went for this Meteor Hammer, yet all the towers on Luna Galaxy are fairly healthy. You of course have to say, well, there's a Trinity on the team. True, and he's living armor level 3, but still, those towers, they're not falling.
I don't know. How much life is actually the top tier 1 on? Still on half HP. Obviously, the Treant Protector is a big factor about why this push isn't going as quick as he would have liked. How many points are there into living armor? He's
3.
actually going to max it. Yeah, he's really prioritizing this one from Kadaro.
I think that's fine. I mean, the game doesn't seem to be too... there doesn't seem to be too much aggression for the enemy side. They don't have great pushers as is. So it's like you're like, let me just really make sure that we lose none of those towers. Nande is going to start going up to the top 3 net worth very soon, but yeah, you need your team to give you a little bit more space right now.
Yeah, a lot more space is required as it is a solid 4k gold lead right now for Lunar Galaxy. Even taking control of the Radiant Triangle right now. Really are just trying to make sure there is no space for KZ team to work with. They do also, as a result of the Slark, manage to find a free D wards. That's always very nice. So hard to let any sort of decent vision get going when you're up against the Slark. Even find the tier 1 tower mids. Kara though, quite aggressively positioned. Maybe he wants to wait to see if anyone from KZ team step out, but not going to work.
Scott, like, he wants to go for the pipe, and I feel like that'll go a long way to mitigating the damage. You know, it's like Puck, Skyrat Mage, Treant Protectors, all magic damage, so a pipe will help. But it just feels like this is a repeat of game 2, you know, where it's just Lunar Galaxy making all the moves, and we're KZ trying to come back. Might get a kill on Theodore here. No, that doesn't seem like it.
Yeah, I mean, it's already looking a bit scary. It might be worth you phoning up your nan and apologising for putting her into such an awkward position, Otomo. Not looking good.
She'll understand, you know. I was never her favorite grandkid to begin with, you know. She's like, I figured you'd be the scum who does this to me, and I'm like, yeah, I'm sorry, but sorry, Dad.
That's what you get for not giving me enough cookies, damn you. Very well spotted.
No.
AB in danger, Mystic Flare Step. He actually feels pretty tanky. It doesn't do all too much damage, and as a result, Theodore is going to be the one to die from this. But at the very least, Yuma offering up his support as a sacrifice, and that is the space he needs to run away.
Almost 700 gold. Not too bad for KZ team here. But we're here, Roar. I think it's on Nande. Nande?
Yeah, locking down. Jump forwards in from Stoikov as well. They got the kill. TP is down. That's a huge target for fire. Yuma now also getting involved. Going to get the quick damn kill there on towards Pablo. Everyone else from KZ team are trying to retreat. But it looks like Stoikov has denied any sort of way to get out there from the Underlord. The Skylark will fall. It's another 3 kills going over towards Lunar Galaxy. 8 permanent agi now for Yuma.
What's the win percentage? Because this is looking insanely good for Lunar Galaxy right now. You have the push draft and a Treant Protector on your side, so you know inherently the map feels like it's much easier for you to access. The Vailama, I think he might be losing his life.
He's trying his best to. He's got the Thunderhide nearby. There is also Stoikov off to the side, but yeah, they're not interested at all trying to help out. He will just fall. But I mean, all that really does, picking up the kills, put a dent in the net worth lead that Lunar Galaxy have been able to build up so far. 6,000 golds ahead, all 3 cores as well, top of the net worth. Feeling very comfortable here.
And plus he didn't have Roar anyway, so while I feel like you can still do a lot of beast even without Roar, but oh dear, Spartan.
They're trying to go for this one. Overgrowth has been committed by the tier 2. Mystic Flare on towards the Shadow Demon. Survives at 20 HP. He will be able to get himself out of that one. Kadara is actually the person to fall. They're going to hunt to see if they can find Theodore. Hiding in the trees. Pablo coming for the cutoff. But actually maybe go too far south. No, they do not. They will find him. And eventually the Sky will also fall. So the support duo there getting picked off. That is something for KZ, but Yuma, he's actually getting involved right now. Where is his team? They are nowhere to be seen. He's just going for this one. I think he might have been off more than Pikachu, or has he? Standing his ground. There is going to actually be the Sunder that comes through, keeping his mid lane alive. What a huge play there from Nande. And as a result, it's actually the Slark to die. That was 1,000 gold just for that one kill.
I mean, we've seen this in game 2 as well. Like Yuma with a Troll Warlord multiple times push a lane, even to cost him his life a little bit too aggressively. And I was thinking the whole time, I was like, where's the puck? Where's the puck? Puck shows up, but the God Sunder from Nande. And look at that. Nande very much scratching at that top of net worth. Okay. Bit of a hard kill without the Dream Coil.
Yeah, very hard kill. I don't think they knew that immediately. They're like, hang on, why are we even hitting this guy? Let's just leave. Let's go do our own thing.
It does the shield crash, and they're like, well, he's smart. Oh dear.
They go for it again. Dream Call or not? Look at the damage. All right,
got it.
Who cares? They don't need it, mate. What the hell do we know? Absolutely nothing. Absolutely annihilated Wish in that situation. Skylark was just an innocent bystander watching his teammate die.
And actually, the Treant Root does a lot of damage. It's something like, well, where is it? It's 200 damage. You know, that's not a little bit, and he didn't get the shield off this time because they landed the shield crash first. So a little bit unfortunate there for him.
Definitely a nice pick off. But it already feels like the strong lead that Lunar Galaxy once had. I mean, they are still in the lead, but not quite as much as it once was. I mean, obviously, if they get this Roche, that is going to be a nice little bonus to put themselves back into the strong position. But yeah.
You know, when we look at net worth lead, we don't often talk about, but advantage in net worth lead is also a big deal. Like at their highest, they were in a 19% advantage. Now they're 12. So, you know, because like it's just not the biggest deal anymore for them. But the Aegis helps. Yuma's Aegis will be a big deal. They have trouble locking this guy anyway. Getting 2 kills feels almost impossible.
Yeah, it's going to be extremely hard. Especially once he also gets the Ag Shard online. Just even more ways of surviving through absolutely everything. Even taking the Wisdom Rune for himself at the same time Nande does. So Carrie's making sure they get the lion's share of that XP.
Well, let's see. What are we looking at in terms of items? The Wish, he's almost got the Aghanim Scepter. Terrorblade is going for the Butterfly. We've seen Slark trying to get MKB to hit people who have high evasion. Often ends up pretty badly for them. So I like this item coming up from Nande. I do hope he goes for BKB after, though. Feels like that control will be needed.
Definitely. And Nande is becoming very scary, though. Like he is teetering between that top farmed position right now. Going for the Butterfly next going to be a fantastic way of surviving against the Slark. I mean, although Slark is one of those heroes where they don't mind building a Silver Edge or something like that. So it's not going to be too bad. Actually, no, what's that? Silver Edge doesn't do anything against Butterfly. What am I talking about?
No.
Has to be the MKB. I'm tripping balls, mate. I was just immediately thinking of the PA for some reason. I've seen it too many times.
It's like evasion means PA. And by the way, Stushkov, he's got a Skya Sanj as well as a Witchblade, which is why he did so much damage in that fight. I got the kill on the Pangolier. Like, yeah, the silence was a big deal, but also he hits really hard right now.
Very scary in his own right. And look like this tier 2 the bot lane will fall. Potentially Lunar Galaxy might try and go high ground, but it looks like KZ team, they're already prepared. They're up at this high ground position. Maybe seeing if Lunar Galaxy walk into their open arms or not, but that does not look like it's going to be the case. Instead, it's a plan to smoke, maybe wrap around, see if they can find anybody farming up the triangle area. I mean,
I was there.
I was going to say, couldn't KZ team see those little Leak Seed kills following absolutely nothing?
I think you can, but you might think that maybe someone like teleport away. Oh, Nande, he couldn't.
Alright, trying to go on towards the TB. Good disruption. Holding back the Slug for now. Maybe we can re-engage. Yuma is getting control. We'll have to leap away. Slug off with the coil. Does some good damage onto Pablo, but even still the Grim will be fine. Nobody ends up falling down this time. Fresh BKB just been delivered as well for Dabai Lama. Going to help himself in these fights. Still, nothing serious was committed there.
If you KZT might be thinking of going for an aggressive play right now. You know, Dream Coil is down. That's a lot of the control that we're seeing from Lunar Galaxy. But you're also scared to go there. That is an area that they might have wards. It's awkward. You know, you're like, okay, they probably got the area locked down. Aghanim Scepter is finished on Wish. Smoke comes up, but Pablo's still very low. He has not healed up. Feels like he's gonna be target number uno, as they say.
It is very risky for him, but you know, we'll see if that is costly at all. I mean, there is some decent just AoE damage that does come out from Luna. So could just get picked up for that. Meanwhile, yeah, Destruction on towards Kintaro, but the immediate jump in from the park going into the backlands. There is also the overgrowth right now, but the Trid trying to run himself away. Rolling Thunder's probably going to be able to finish him off, and he will eventually fall. Meanwhile, in the backline, Sukov trying to do his thing as well, focusing on towards the Grim. Sunder actually comes up. Nande is trying to keep his support alive. Maybe that's going to be costly right now, as Yuma is now getting involved. Miss Slasher Hammer does drop, but it's not going to make any difference, and Nande will fall! It's costing him his life. Wish is also going to drop right now, and all of a sudden, KZ team in absolute despair and confusion and try and run away. The Inkswell, there's a huge heal there from Pablo at the very least, but he still dies, diving into the base to get this kill to Skylark, inches away from the fountain, but he still dies. Spartan as well, please, no, please don't do it, leave me alone. Yuma says, no, you will die. It sacrifices the Aegis for that final kill, but it is every single person dead there for KZ team.
I mean, 50 seconds was only left on the Aegis, so well worth it for Yuma to go for that, I suppose. And, you know, flashy, I like it.
Yep.
But, every time I've seen a Sunder to save a support, I always think to myself, no, dude, just kick him. You know, like force snap him into his death. Why? No need to Sunder him. Let him go.
Yeah.
And it worked well for Nani the first time around, to be fair. But he was in the forest. He was far, like they couldn't find him. It was an offensive Sunder as well. I think no, it was a defensive Sunder as well. But this time, not ideal. And now this is the biggest advantage we've seen so far for Luna Galaxy.
Yeah, it was an extremely costly mistake. Very, very costly. Maybe that was Nande sort of getting carried away from when he did the Sunder save for the Pango, and maybe he thought they could make a similar situation happen. But yeah, considering how it was just to support, yeah, like you, it's just not worth the risk. Just let them die, man. It's their job. They're there to die for you guys. And yeah, big punish now. As a result, 14,000 gold lead here for Luna Galaxy. Sizable chunk ahead. And also the big thing is 13 permanent agi as well for the Slug.
That does add up, right? The permit agi. Gee, and now you have to think about, like, there's no one who's really farming that well on on KZ team. Yes, Nande is there, but before he was like kind of close. Now he's 2,000 mined all the cores of Luna Galaxy. And TB is very much a hero that feels like you have to be at least equal net worth to fight. He's not like a Slark who can sort of jump in and out, where net worth is a little bit less important. And Slark is number one. Sorry, up there. Oh, dear.
Yeah,
That's a good kill.
Jumping in. Yeah, they have found Kadaro. Eventually the Treant will end up dropping down. Yuma was nearby, but yeah, absolutely no reason for him to get involved with that one. Just let the support die.
Doesn't feel like it really matters that Kadaro keeps dying. He's often, you know, front for the team, giving them vision, and they don't mind. He's pushing out the lanes a little bit with the Nature's Grasp, so it's not been a problem. He dies, and their net worth, you know, deficit grows actually.
Yeah, has been doing a fantastic job, as well as the fact that there is still yet to be a single tier 1 tower killed on the side of KZ team. Like every single one is still intact. Not full HP by any means, but they're still a long ways away from dropping.
Oh yeah, I said I was like, does that mean they're close to dying? Like, no, just the mid one's about half, but the top and the bottom are basically full health at this stage. And the Beastmaster, he's got the BKB, he's got the Helm of the Overlord, he's got a Cloak of Flames, and he goes for Daggers. At that point, I think he becomes one of those nearly unkillable, you know, heroes. The Vailama, really insane performance in this one.
Yeah, has been working out tremendously. I mean, he actually has a Dagon queued. Is that memes? Or
No.
He's actually going for it.
Oh, no, it's definitely. Wait, does it give you? I think it gives you a spell life still now, doesn't it? So that's that's okay.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting.
I want to see it. You know, go for it. I think the spell life is something. Oh, Spartan.
Yuma just going to be able to get another free kill right now. Absolutely nothing the SD could do to survive that one. Meanwhile, Dava Lama's going to casually take a tier 2 on his own while all the distractions going on. Maybe not over. Dreamcoil will actually latch nice use of the Manta there. Nande will make sure he gets himself out of that one. Yuma as well, already popping BKB. Going to focus now on towards Skylark. The Rolling Thunder from Wish, not able to hold him back. And all these stats, man, being stolen away. There is going to be the Thunder once again, trying to keep the cause alive. Is it going to make any difference? Look, now Lama's now focused towards Nande. Can they finish off Axis? It's not going to finish him, as he will make his way back into the safety of the pit. And it's Damai Lama who's the one to actually fall down right now, getting super aggressive.
Yeah, we've seen this happen a few times now in this series. Luna Galaxy going a bit too far. To be fair though, Yuma jumped in. His team felt like they had to back him up. Nande, good save on Skylark. Very risky, but worked out. So I thought he might die just to the drumming bash. Sorry, the drums coming out from the Beastmaster, but he managed to make that alive. Good use of the pipe as well.
Yeah, it was very useful. Meanwhile though, Nande, he's not going to get found. He does back out in time. That could have been dicey. But yeah, still, Roshan number 2 is a full minute away. So we'll see which team's going to find the opportunity to go for that one. As actually it looks like KZ team trying a little move outside of their base. Just the 2 supports that are actually smoked up for now. They will see Kadaro stepping up. And the Treant is dead. Looks like he actually just went AFK there. He just stood completely still. He's like, yeah, okay, I'm dead. Whatever.
I mean, that's That's been the Kadaro, move. He's like, I'll just bait them, and yeah, loses life again. It's not the biggest deal. It's not the biggest deal. It does cut slightly into the net worth, but again, it doesn't feel like it's too much problem.
Tentacle's also building a Dagon. They're gonna have 2 Dagons on Luna. What? This is meme gaming for sure now, 100%.
I mean, Nande doesn't have a BKB. You might as well just dig on him to death. Puck is going to have that overwhelming blink, which gives you a bit of damage. Like, yeah, I think their goal is just to, just bring down Nande as soon as they can.
Just zap, zap, zap to the face, and probably will just end up dying. That is going to be hilarious to see happen. But
maybe, I was gonna say, maybe he tries to, Sunder save an ally. He has no health, and you're like,
Could be. But yeah, Roshan now up. Looks like they should be going over towards Lunar Galaxy for free. The scan there from KZ Team does actually land. So you know this is going on, but wait, are they not interested? Okay, they will go in for it. They just backed out of the pit for a little bit, but they're going to roll straight back on him. Get this Aegis into the hands of Yuma. Then they can just freely either continuously look for another fight or even just shove high ground perhaps.
Yeah, the Beastmaster makes any lineup good at taking Roshan here. So they're doing a fairly good job here. And now Yuma killing him again. We've said before, it's very hard to kill him once. Good luck killing him again. What is the win percentage? I'm thinking it's like 80% for the Galaxy. Oh, 73. Okay. So that's
not quite respectable there. I mean, we can see actually as these minutes have been going by, despite it has been non-stop aggression from Lunar Galaxy, bit by bit, the probability is slowly heading into the favor of KZ. I mean, how much of that is just down to the TB effect? Late game TB is always scary.
I don't know. I don't feel like this is one of those games where TB can 1 versus 5 the enemy team, but we'll see. I don't know. I'm not feeling too confident in the TB like going 1 versus 5. I think it's more just because Kadar has lost his life a few times and the net worth is percentage-wise decreasing.
Yeah, I agree. Still, creeps coming in mid lane and bot. See if this is the opportunity Lunar Galaxy are waiting for. Maybe just go up to the high ground right now. Obviously, 4 people are back, and actually the TP coming in from the Grim as well. So everyone from KZ are now in the base, ready to defend if needs be. Just say that just as Stoikov TP's up to the top. And they've really tried to keep these tier 1 towers alive. They are not letting a single one fall.
Yeah, but you might as well make a good use of your position 5 3 and protector. I was like, no, I'm not giving away anything here. Well, but that does mean that if you win a fight as KZ team, there's a lot of money bags on the map.
100%.
Well, it's like all these towers just waiting. Look at the mid tower. Like, come on, give it to him. He even takes the living armor heal per second talent just to mess with them.
Just really keep the base going for as long as possible. Was he healing up the top one now?
Mid. Mid needs some love. Come on, bro. It's available. Give it some love.
He will give it time. Yeah, actually, he's got 11 armor off cooldown, but he's not using it.
Yeah. That's what I'm looking at. I'm like, what are you doing?
Maybe he's saving it, just in case a fight comes their way. Wants to make sure it is available there to save one of his cores, perhaps. As Dagon now completed there for Fiola Core. Looks like it's going to be used to kill illusions. It's still going to be quite effective in that regard, I suppose.
Hey, it's giving him the spell lifesteal. I feel like that's fairly decent for him, He's got 200 health. The spell lifesteal can go a long way to keep him alive. It's certainly different, Not something I'm expecting. But then he's pairing up with Ceremony Robe. He does a lot of damage. Don't try it in your pubs. That's all I can go with.
But to be honest, I think Dagon's like one of those items where it's okay to try in your pubs. Like pro game, you very rarely see it. It's definitely a pub item. Let's be honest.
Also, you're saying that support Terrorblade we saw the other day is good to try because it's in a pub. Oh, Yuma jumps in.
No, so yeah, he's in. Disruption though is going to be there. Does just have to immediately leap out. Not going to find the opportunity to get a free kill now. Still a minute and 45 left off this Aegis. Doesn't really feel like Lunar Galaxy are going to get an opportunity to actually fully use this item whilst it's in their inventory. And they are still holding on to a strong lead this game.
Ooh.
But a Cypher Vice now completed the Skylark. That's a good little bit of extra control there for the Slug. Or even the Puck.
Yeah. By the way, he sold his Meteor Hammer? He had
did.
it. Oh
Yeah.
my, oh my. Because I'm like, I don't think that's a disassemblable item from what I know. So he just sells out the Meteor Hammer and goes for the Hex. He's keeping the Philosopher's Stone as well, just so he can get the extra gold while he waits. Like, damn.
Top tower is under
Those when
attack.
you're AFK in base, why not? Just at least get something out of this map. And yeah, I do actually like the idea to sell the Meteor Hammer. Like, he's literally had 0 pushing power out of it this game. It's kind of hard to land it on heroes in those teamfight situations. So yeah, just help bump up that Cypher Vice a little bit earlier. Hopefully that is going to be the real difference here when their teamfights eventually start happening again. And we can just see that Lunar Galaxy are just continuously making sure every lane is shoved. Every single time they see a TB illusion, they kill it immediately. They really want to try and bottleneck the base.
And I imagine you're going to wait until the next Roche. While boring, you know, this is the style to win games. You are growing your net worth advantage. I remember I talked to 33 from Tundra. And I was like, you guys, you know, you've been accused of being boring. What do you guys do? He says, listen, when we have them in their base and we're outside the farm, outside of the base farming, they're bored and we're bored. We're getting gold, they're not getting gold. So we don't mind being bored and getting gold. That's just how they want TI.
Yeah, it's a sound strategy. Not the most entertaining, but it does work at the end of the day. I mean, I suppose when there's a lot of money on the line, who really cares if it's boring or not, man? It's a lot of money. Meanwhile, aggressive move being made for KZ. They found the opportunity to find the overgrowth. Full stuff doesn't get him to the low ground. He's trying to run away. There is going to be the overgrowth now lands, but off to the side right now, Dalai Lama amongst 4 heroes on his own.
Oh, wow.
Just cannot survive the cheese. Gets put over to him. He's going to actually be A-OK right now. Wishler still getting the lockdown. Wants to burst down this Beastmaster if they can. It's just not going to work. All 5 members of KZ still alive. Nande once again stepping forwards. These right clicks hurt quite a lot onto Dalai Lama. Yuma stepping up himself. BKB gets popped, standing his ground. The structure save is going to be there. Keep it going. Nande comes back out this one. Can he get the Sunder? He does. Has the Sunder his teammates though, but he's still going to just end up dying. He cannot survive against the persistence of Yuma. He does not have buyback either. Spartan is also going to fall. So now it's down to a 3 versus 4. Can KZ team keep themselves here in this game number 3?
It's going to be 3 versus 4 once the Oracle comes back. And man, the lack of the BKB for the tail makes it really hard for him to really do what he wants. As Newman, as you said, he just stays on top. That cheese! Holy moly, that cheese. I think it was it Stushkov like jumps in just to give it to him and keeps the Vadlam alive. Oh, well.
Connection. Pablo in some real danger right now. Yuma not going to be able to fully chase him there. The use of the Psychic Headband pushing him away. Shloikov though, maybe in danger himself, has to retreat. Oh, Wish he actually gets stuck on the cliff. Absolute disaster situation for him. Can't find anything, but I suppose, you know, all they had to do was buy it back on Spartan, and they do keep their high ground alive until Yuma just does that and then runs away. All right.
No one saw that Rolling Thunder. No one has it on tape or anything like that. That did not happen just now. And fortunately, man, as a Spartan, do you remember that he was the most farm support by miles, and now he's the poorest support by quite a bit. So a little bit unfortunate. They need to pair up the Hex with the Soul Bind. We're seeing the Soul Bind not really land the way you want it to. But overall, they do hold from KZ team. They still haven't lost the game.
They are holding on for sure. And, you know, there is, you know, buyback could be available for the TP, just needs gold for it, so that's not been expended. Meanwhile, the Skylark steps out of his base just for a moment, gets controlled immediately. Out comes the Dream Core as well, but the Soulbind off to the back lines. But look how quickly Wish just died. He disappeared in a second. Once again, the Sunder trying to keep his cores alive. Disruption save is going to be there for a bit longer. Skylark, meanwhile, Spartan jumping over towards it. Yuma gets the grab. But still, multiple people dropping down, multiple buybacks being expended. KZ using absolutely everything right now to keep themselves in this series. But look at that, you know, Lunar Galaxy, they poke in, they get 3 kills, they back out, not sustaining any losses. Even still doing chip damage to these buildings, taking it away. And can they keep going for more right now? As TB does have Mera available, gets hit from the silence, will be able to back off. Even still, jump in from Luna. Can't get the grab. Or even still, you know, it's just keeping them all back. More buildings end up dropping down. And the top set is going to be the next focus here from Lunar Galaxy. Still 25 without the Underlords.
Radiant's top tower.
Doesn't look like there's any creeps left.
Sushkov is just keeping them keeping them well controlled, and in general they're having a really tough time of getting these kills. Between the Beastmaster with his drums, you have the armor coming out from the tree end, and also let's actually look at that fight just now. Skylark, he just, the Thunder comes out trying to keep him alive. It's nice to do that, but that just means Nande can't fight. Nande is walking around with like 20% health, and he's like, I can't do anything. And I don't know if he goes through so much effort to keep him alive, and it's just not worth it.
Yeah, he's way too slow, too immobile. He's just free food every single time. I mean, I think Nande's meta when that fight started was actually on cooldown. Maybe that's why he felt it was okay to sunder up the teammate, because he knew he wouldn't be able to fight. Perhaps that was the reason why. But yeah, as you're mentioning, it doesn't actually make any difference at the end of the day. They still lose multiple heroes. Davai Lama has now got his Dagon level 3, just putting a lot of gold into that. He's happy.
I like it, dude. I feel like it actually works. A solid lifesteal, works well. You see the Thunder come off, you go bzzzt, with 600 damage, 800 max, decent cast range during the melee range. This is... I don't know if we're going to see this at TI, but this is a pretty good item for this game.
Yeah, it is working out for sure. It's funny to see it actually appear, as Roshan number 3 has now respawned. And everyone from Lunar Galaxy is nearby to go for this one. But as we can see, KZ team know this is potentially going to be up now, and they are all heading on over to try and contest this. They cannot let this one go out.
But unfortunately, there's a D rune on the Slark, so he's going to be taking it pretty fast. He is 6 slotted. The Slark is as fast as he goes. Are they gonna... If they wait a second more, it's not gonna happen. I don't think it is. Yeah, they wait way too long. And they're just gonna back out now.
Yeah, Aegis as well. Picked up by Stoikov. Does he use that for himself? I don't think so. No, he actually does hand over towards the Odacor, so got the old double spells going to be flying out every damn angle. Meanwhile, off to the side right now, they have actually found Yuma. Very aggressive position. The Aegis already been taken away. This is a fantastic start for the KZ team. Can they continue it going right now? Yuma with his second life, immediately focusing on towards Nande, charging in deep smart control. Big overgrip lands on towards 3. They're trying to disengage Yuma. They're trying to go towards Nande. Has to sunder his own support to stay alive, but all that does is delay his death by a second. He will drop no matter what. Doesn't have buyback. And just like that, it looks like the end potentially as KZ team lose 3. No buybacks to be seen whatsoever. And there it is. GG is called. KZ team are done. And Lunar Galaxy push themselves forward.
The invited team proceeds yet again. And we're going to have 2 invited teams going up against each other tomorrow between Navi and Lunar Galaxy. It feels very much like the same thing that happened in Game 2, which was Lunar Galaxy won the laning phase, and they just kept pushing in. This time they didn't lose a single tower, by the way, which is a lot. Big kudos to Kadaro keeping them alive. And Davai Lama just pushes them. We see a lot of what Yumo's doing. It's like very impressive. He jumps in. Same thing with Stushkov, but being able to just push the lanes always very early. We saw KZ team just huddled in their high ground. They can't go out, and when they do go out, they can't even get towers. So I really like this Luna's strategy of playing like Tundra. Just win the lane phase, keep them in, farm, win TI.
Yeah, it worked perfectly. It was the correct plays, and they just came out on top. Really, really fantastic stuff. It did just feel like KZ team couldn't find the opportunity to do anything. Like you mentioned, it was pretty much they were forced to turtle the entire time. Not so ideal. But we will have a look at the brackets to see what's how that series affects all these standings. As you mentioned, it is going to be Lunar Galaxy going forwards to play up against Na'Vi, which will be the games starting up tomorrow. So it's going to be very, very exciting to see who comes out on top there and puts their place in the grand finals.
Yeah, but that's not all the data we have for you guys today. We're only halfway done here, as Team Tickles will be going up against sibe Esports, and Team Arava will be going up against. Yeah, they moved it away from me the last second. Thank you very much. Thank you. That's all right. It's all right. We're going to go up against Storm. So Team Tickles versus sibe will be next. Team Tickles has looked really good, and I mean the trend has been the invited team is almost always. Go all the way. I remember in the last Pinnacle, all 8 invited teams made it. Sorry, all 4 invited teams made it to the top 4. So we'll see about that. Last match will be Team Arava versus Stone, where Team Arava was able to beat Vivo Keystars yesterday, but ping is an issue when you're playing from South America all the way to Europe.
Yeah, it does definitely become an issue a lot of times. So hopefully that doesn't play a part going into those future series. One thing I will say, about mentioning all the invited teams coming out on top, Team Arava is so far the only ones to actually knock out an invited team, destroying Keystars 2-0. So maybe that's it. Maybe they are the saviors of the Pinnacle Cup Malta Vibes 3. They're the ones that are going to go from the groups to the grand finals and win it. And just show invited teams ain't nothing. Don't do those shifty eyes. You know it's possible.
Yes, I mean, well, you know what? We're definitely gonna have a group stage team make it to top 4, 100%. You can take that to the bank and snuff it, right? That's what you do anyway. But however, as much as we would like to be here all day, unfortunately, me and BluScale, we're only booked for the first 2 games. They're gonna be replaced, improved, if you would say, by Harry freaking Kips.
Yeah, you could say that. Maybe. But yeah, they are going to be the ones covering those final 2 series of the day for you guys. Going to be able to bring all the excitement to your lovely ears. And hopefully, everyone, you do stick around for that one. And I mean, it shouldn't be too long of a break because, that series,
We
the
are
next
delayed,
series, it was scheduled to start half an hour ago. So we'll be running into it pretty quickly. Probably like a 15, maybe 20-minute break, but probably close to the 15 mark, I would say. But yeah, that is the end of us 2. Hopefully you all have enjoyed the cast, and we will see you all in the future. Toodaloo.
Oh, esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. And some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
You told me I'm your anchor. I told you you're my pole. Through the wind and fire, we try to hold on. We build this ship together, searching for a home. Despite the storm that hit us, we are still on board. Dancing in the moonlight, the world just stopped and stares. We got no destination, I'll take you anywhere. All the doors we've opened and all the books we've closed. Words just come together, story that we never told. So far saying for my own, you said just keep on my own. You said just keep holding on. If you're about to break, I'll always be your captain. For our failures we have grown. You said just keep holding on. If you're about to break, I'll always be your captain. Be your captain. I'll always be your captain.
esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
The teams of Group A are no longer a part of the Pinnacle Cup Malta Vibes 3. It seems like they just couldn't handle the directly invited teams. For Group B, that is not going to be the case, kids, because yesterday Vivo Kidstars got eliminated by Team Arava, so at least one team... Oh, actually, scratch that. Storm is still a part of the tournament, right? They were from Group A, so the info I just gave you guys, it wasn't true, and of course got hyped up there a little bit, but overall LevelUP, the ones that were looking the best, didn't do too well. But we can focus on Team Tickles versus sibe. We've already seen LevelUP go, KZ team go. Who's going home from this series, Skips?
From this series? Well, it's going to be very hard for me to side with sibe. Like, normally if I look at a matchup like this versus like at least a bunch of established names that also played really well yesterday, I'm going to be looking, okay, are there any like up and comers on sibe, or like any old experienced people that could perhaps be, you know, grabbing this fairly unknown squad together and boosting them up. But I don't really see a reason for them to outperform their names right now, and their names are not very big. I have to say, it doesn't happen that often that I'm in a lobby with a bunch of people that I know. Nesphere. That's it, and that's normally there's more names that I recognize.
Yeah. Okay. Let's go into the rosters first of Team
Yes,
Tickles, so that we see people that you do know, Kips, right? Because you are you are now giving the big disrespect to see, like, I don't know them, so they're bad. Yeah, but it is how it is. You're gonna have to make a name for yourself. Shad, Xantic, Boom, Narman, and Ducalis, though, these guys they need no introduction, right?
No, they don't. I mean, Ads looked super smooth on his Invoker twice yesterday. We did a bunch of praising Boom, I think, for how well he's been developing on the offlane, even though he's had a rough time of it all over. I'm waiting for these guys to be challenged because this is a very fresh squad and they are supposed to run into some roadblocks at some point. So I don't want to see this just be straight to the top. I want to see these guys get challenged a little bit.
Okay. Fresh squad, fresh haircuts as well. But let's go into their opponents so that we can get more acquainted with them. Nesfiri, Race, Klasno, Kruto, Emptiness, and Rain are gonna be here. Their position 5, who was Aztecor, he was replaced by Rain, who is now most likely going to be playing for the entirety of the tournament. For Rain, I don't know who he is, but the other guys were already part of sibe for quite some time. They didn't do too well in the Eastern European DPC Division 2, but they're doing okay in this tournament so far.
Interesting to me is that Ryan has a. Do you recognize that jersey? Because he's the only one who's proper decked out here.
No. Do you?
No, me neither. So that's something that maybe he's going to teach us why we should have known.
Another red flag from Kips. He has a jersey I don't recognize. You're not good enough. Like, you're gonna lose to Team Tickles. And yeah, definitely Team Tickles are coming in as the favorites. But I don't think that you can really kind of cross out any of the teams in this tournament at this moment, especially after yesterday. We saw that KD Stars, who are a TI team, just got smacked down 2-0 by Team Arava. Yeah, we can put the ping issue there and stuff like that, but you mentioned that from Kyrgyzstan, you don't have that great of a ping either. So overall, they were just a better team yesterday. That's why they went through. Still, Team Tickles, undeniably, they are the ones we're going to be looking at. And if I would have to make a decision how this series is going to go, I would say 2-0 Team Tickles. I don't know if you agree.
Yeah, I would agree here as well. And that means that just like normally when we do a match like this, right, the standards, get dropped a little bit. It's like, okay, we're not looking for these guys to win first and foremost. We're going to look for these guys to put up a fight, actually come out of the lanes well. That's something that we saw from several of the underdog teams previously, where they actually had really good laning stages, which is something that, you got to give yourself a shot against this team. Are they going to do that? What's the draft look like? What's the attitudes of the players look like? Are they intimidated? I don't want to see them being intimidated, right? That's always you get the shot to play up against a couple of the big names. Like, you should be hungry to put them down. You should be hungry to show these uppity casters that they should have been knowing your names all along. That's what I want to see.
Okay. That's something that we are hoping to see, all of us, me, the viewers as well, and of course Kips has already given her input of it. But we have a draft on our hands, so let's get into it before we start talking about some of the other things that do interest me. And that is, were you surprised by the results of the previous 2 series, that Navi beat LevelUP and Luna Galaxy beat KZ team?
I mean, more like the Navi LevelUP game went a little easier for Navi than I expected.
Okay.
And the KZ team Luna one went exactly as I thought, which is Luna fighting absolutely tooth and nail to get the stubborn Greeks down, which I think I said yesterday as well.
Yep.
That was quite a show they put up, and you gotta love a team like that, right?
Yeah, for sure. I've been a big fan of the Greek squad for a very long time. Big thing though, LevelUP Bootcamp might be cursed, right? I know that KZ team aren't in the LevelUP Bootcamp at the moment, but that is the facilities that they have mostly used, those players. I know that Spartan, I don't know if I told you the story, I think I did, that he is very well known in our city of Novi Sad as when he's done with Dota, he goes out partying, right? So he just goes to the street. Oh, there's that Dota playing Greek. Oh, he's coming to our party or whatever the hell there is. So it seems like the bootcamp didn't work that well for the 2 teams, at least in this tournament. Though, for the team that wins this entire tournament, the Malta Vibes 3, they're gonna be getting an exclusive 5-star hotel with the bootcamp in Malta. So that is something that I personally would love to experience, and I'm guessing a lot of the players here as well. If Kips, you would take your team there, would it be more of a vacation or more of a practice ground?
I definitely do think that you take the time there to really practice your team building.
Okay.
Not so much the Dota part.
Okay, makes sense, makes sense. So let's focus on the draft here. Invoker on one side, Pango on the other. Sibe starts off with the Invoker. We'll see where they play it. Is it gonna be a mid lane or a support Invoker? Which one do you prefer currently? You know, with all of the changes that happened, are you a big support Invoker proponent, or are you still seeing him as more of a core?
I still see him as more of a core. Like, the fact is that Invoker doesn't really lose any lanes at the moment, which always feels really good. And then you get a phenomenal tempo hero out of it that also scales well. Like, sign me up. Yeah, totally a first pick hero here.
Okay, so they played it only once, Sibe, and they lost. And I want to see who played the Invoker here, because okay, so it was in the middle lane. So it is something that they ran already. Didn't play it as a position 4. I've even seen a position 5 Invoker in this tournament. Wasn't too impressed though, I have to say.
No, like Invoker without levels, like I can see Invoker without farm, but Invoker without levels is just sad. So I would like to be spared the Invoker +5 experience as well, please.
Okay, if you say so. I'd like to see it work, as you know, sometimes the position 4s take the go behind their 5s, allow them to get more farm. It's not impossible to get a little bit more from a safe lane as a support, but yeah, I do agree that it is unconventional, hard to make it work, and it's not like the Invoker is your best laning buddy if you're a carry.
No, not so great. I mean, well, what are you gonna do? Secure range creeps with sunstrikes?
Okay, Kips, she really hates this support Invoker. He can secure it with the tornado, right? That is the approach. It does enough damage. It also, the enemies don't want to get close. It can work. You're sounding it worse than it is, right? I'm trying here. The Beastmaster and the Warlock, that is what Sibe will get rid of. And Team Tickles, they have one ban in this phase. So what's it gonna be? Like a Grimstroke comes to mind, as you already have a Pango?
Yeah, Grimstroke would be really good to cover for that Pango. Get yourself some setup. Or sorry, excuse me, like against the Pango. Alternatively, you know, the mid lane's already covered, so you don't need to think about the puck. And they go for the Bloodseeker, which is another protective one for the Pangolier. So that makes a lot of sense. And they pull up that Nature's Prophet again. Yesterday, the Nature's Prophet, it looked strong in the lane. Then, if you're not snowballing with this hero, it does look like you're almost, I don't want to say doom your team to split pushing, but that is sort of what happens in that game at least, because you're not much of a team fighter. And as soon as this moment comes where you start showing up to these ganks and instead you just get murdered instead, a Nature's Prophet doesn't really do any guarding, he doesn't really do any healing. And yeah, there comes that Grimstroke pick.
Yep.
Which you predicted.
I agree with the Nature's Prophet, right? But the thing is that this hero can do so much early on that it is insane. You TP somewhere, the amount of damage that you do with just a couple of right clicks is insane. You actually have a lockdown with the Sprout, because those are the builds that people go for right now, maxing the TP and the Sprout. So I like it. And whenever I see a Sven, we saw yesterday just how badly the Sven dealt with the Nature's Prophet. I always want to see a Battle Fury carry versus the Nature's Prophet, because you're not going to be carrying a Quelling Blade as a Sven, and you need those early 4 staffs if you are to ever get out of the Sprout.
Absolutely. Like, I don't know how young the audience is these days, like if they were there for the days of Sprout Easy, but I remember. Pepperidge Farm remembers. And yeah, Sven versus Nature's Prophet is just sad. We had a phase where he didn't care because he would always go for the Agnum Scepter build, and he would just be Supermaning all over the place. But that also does not happen anymore. So yeah, I do agree. This is 4-staff building time for Seabass supports. Otherwise, this Sven is gonna have a bad time.
Though we know Grimstrokes, they want to go for the Ether Lens, then they want to protect themselves with the Glimmer Cape, so good luck, Sven. You're not getting 4-staffed out, as there is a hero that builds easily into a 4-staff all the time. The Enchantress comes out. 2 very right-click heavy supports for Team Tickles, if both of these are supports, and we can assume that they are. But I guess the Pango does bring a lot in the lockdown department.
Yeah, and in the team fight department, right? So, like, if I look at these three and the damage output of these two supports plus the Pangolier on like the Pangolier rotates somewhere for a gank, that's scary, and that output comes really early as well. Plus the Enchantress, I think the Enchanted Purge in this game is also very good, taking off the Sven armor, taking off Alacrity, for example. There's some really good functions for that as well. So I really like this pick actually. Normally
Yep.
I'd say no to two right clicky supports like that, but you're right, this Pangolier really makes them feel like a threat instead.
True, and also purging off the Inkswell as well, and that means Sven running in with a lot of armor with the Inkswell or Grah, and then all of it is gone in a second, and suddenly you're slowed down to a crawl. Plus, if the Enchantress isn't dying to a cleave, if you want to go for her directly as a Sven, good luck. It's gonna take you forever to get those hits in.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm a big fan as well. Though, what do they go for their other cores? It will be a tide, so another team fight hero that will be going their way. Does care about the Phantom's Embrace, though. That is a spell that he hates playing against. And the Primal Beast on their side, I love the Primal Beast here, though. This hero just looks amazing against what Team Tickles have.
It absolutely does not care about any kind of control that the Ancient and Nature's Prophet could bring. In general, gets just really tanky as well versus the right click. They're going to have trouble bringing this guy down no matter what. And he pairs up great with the Grimstroke, once again with that Inkswell going in. So just because Team Tickles picked two phenomenal team fighters, I don't think they have the team fight upper hand just yet with the Invoker Primal Beast on the field.
Yep, I guess. But I'm just continuing to look at this Primal Beast and how perfect of a game it is for him. You can catch the Rolling Thunder if you have the BKB. If you get an Axe later on, you can break the Tidehunter. You don't care about the Sprout, you just trample out of it, or Onslaught, doesn't really matter for you. The Enchantress is a hero that you deal with so easily because you do not rely on your right clicks. Your Uproar cannot be purged, so good luck with the Enchant versus that.
Yeah.
It is just a perfect hero all around, and I'm surprised it actually made it so far into the draft.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised as well, especially because if you look at one of the most popular carries right now that is still open would be the Phantom Assassin, very popular together with the Tidehunter as well. But that threat of a break coming from the Primal Beast is also a problem for her.
Yep.
And we're actually seeing some very interesting offlane bans here from Team Tickles, by the way. That's a Night Stalker ban.
They are thinking...
And is scared of him eating the creeps?
Yeah, but they're thinking that this is going to be a support Primal Beast. I have to say, in this game, I would really like to see a core Primal Beast. It doesn't matter that it might be in the offlane, though there is still a possibility of this being a position 4 Invoker and the Primal Beast just being sent to the mid lane. It is not out of the question.
Yeah, Primal Beast, just fine first Pango.
Yep, that's pretty okay.
Still banned PA though.
I guess the Grimstroke and the Invoker just die versus that hero at any point in the game or in the later portions of the game, and it is way too strong in the current meta, so it makes sense, right?
It does. I was like, nah, they're geared up against it, right? The PA versus Sven matchup is favorable for the PA, but not that much. Team-wide armor, like there used to be a time where you'd pick Sven up as a counter, right?
Yep. Not anymore. Like plus 20 armor from the Warcry. Yeah, I don't care. I still kill. That's just how it works. Though this does open up the Slark for Team Tickles. The techies. I haven't seen any techies in this tournament, and I'm very glad that we are gonna be seeing it right now. It definitely now puts the Primal Beast in the offlane position. So, what do you think? Is this a Slark pick for Team Tickles?
Ooh, a Slark pick, you say?
Yep.
Yeah, sure thing. I mean, they will be heavily reliant on physical damage, right? We still don't have any magic damage whatsoever on the field, and it's going to be really hard to bring that in with your carry pick, right? Like, if I think about like, okay, mixed damage carry, I guess I would think about Gyrocopter. He was first banned, so no, we're going all in on, and that's not a PA but a TA.
Yep, it is gonna be a TA. A lot of minus armor though. If the Tidehunter at some point gets an Axe, it's gonna be insane. So you
Yes.
have the Lucky Shot, you have the Melt Strike, you have the Gush, and then you have everybody just punching the enemies. This Warcry is gonna be very important, but then again, Team Tickles, they want to focus on one target, and you purge Warcry from that one target, and you just destroy them. So I'm liking this. Plus, when you look at sibe, other than the Grimstroke Kingswell, you don't really have a lot of things to go through the refractions. The trample helps,
Primal
but
Beast.
it is
Yeah.
not that much, I guess.
Like, she does get absolutely ruined in the mid lane by Primal Beast, and she will be up against him in the lane now. Of course, the fact that she's going to have a support with her will help, but
But an H's Prophet support.
yeah, exactly. I'm not sure if he can actually do enough. Like, there is a chance here that this Primal Beast actually makes Shad's lane an absolute hell. It is very possible.
Okay, you need to give me now a prediction for this game, because I'm very torn. I can see ups and downs on both lineups really.
Yeah, listen, if this was not Team Tickles versus sibe, like if this was not 5 very well-known players against a bunch of people with markedly less big names, then I would find sibe to have the better draft here, actually. And I would be expecting them to take the win. Because I'm not trusting this Templar Assassin's lane. I don't like full physical damage lineups because they really struggle in the early to mid game if they don't snowball the hell out of the game. But yeah, like if sibe just doesn't press their advantages, then it doesn't matter, and they're going to get absolutely mopped up by the physical damage as soon as, let's say, Blink Deso hits for Shad.
Yeah, I like
Blink
that.
Deso TB.
I like that assessment, as well as, you know, these physical damage lineups. They are very snowbally, and you need to do everything right. They're not hard to execute, but one little mistake can cost you so much. So that is what they should be afraid of here. But considering that these guys know what they're doing, that it's not that hard to execute, I feel like Team Tickles are going to be hitting their timings. We're not getting into the game just yet because there is a pause for now. From what I'm seeing, at least, we don't have a classic reason for it, but sibe did ask for a second. So guys, you should expect that we should be getting ourselves into the game as soon as possible. Gibbs, we're already an hour behind schedule because the last series went to 3 games, very long 3 games that. Are you expecting at least one of the 2 series that we're watching today to give us a decider?
I think the second one has absolutely the highest chance of doing that. This one, I'm still solidly expecting that 2-0, but you never really know what a Seneco team is going to do, right?
True.
And we do have Storm up versus Arava. Arava showing off some very sophisticated Dota yesterday, but maybe they also had a lot more reasons to feel very focused and very, you know, it's a TI team you're talking about. Like, they had every single reason to get all those underdog feelings in. Whereas versus Storm, Seneco has ice in his veins.
Yeah, that is true. That is. We are ready to get ourselves into the game, and this time around the techies will be taking us in and staying in the game like he did so many times in the Malta Vibes 1 and 2, where he was very popular. But now we are going to be seeing him once again. What are your thoughts about this hero?
Techies, I mean, he is still such a big damage source, right? And if you have control coming from your cores, let's say if you have a Primal Beast, if you have a carry with a stun, right? Like, it feels so good to have a techie sitting behind that, because the cores don't really have to move all that much to make things happen. It could just be the techie sneaking through the trees, jumping out and laying down the law. So big techies fan here, but only with certain types of drafts.
Okay, makes sense. For now, I can assume though we are not gonna be having any action here in level 1, as both teams are kind of on their respective sides, respecting the enemies, don't want to get too much into a fight. Is that maybe gonna change? Does sibe try to force something out?
You have the Primal Beast. It's always going to be tempting to just shove him into the enemy's face and see what you can do with it.
Man, this hero is so tanky. He almost has 900 HP and 4 armor. Good luck killing that early on, even with the melt strike. And the tide wasn't in this vicinity, so you wouldn't have the gush. I guess with minus armor you could go through the HP pretty fast, but they will not be doing it right now. So it will be 2 for 2 in terms of runes, if I saw that correctly, and no surprises happening before the lanes do start.
And now for me, everything is about this top lane. The other two, I mean, it's going to be a Sven up versus a Tide Hunter. He's going to suffer a little bit. I think the Tide's going to have a good lane there. Mid lane should be a 50-50 depending on skill, but top is the place where Shad could get his lane absolutely ruined. Klaus and Kruto here can run away with this game if he plays this lane right. I do believe that.
You heard that, Observer? We're looking at the top lane. We don't care about anything else. He might go through all of those trees of the Sprout, but it was still doing a ton of damage to him. And actually, that trample that he went for, it hurt him more than it hurt the side of Team Tickles. And this is, I guess, gonna be the thing. Can Ducalis apply so much pressure in this lane? Did he start with the Blightstone as well? Yes, he did. That's gonna be a lot of minus armor though that you have to be dealing with as these heroes from sibe.
The techies and Klaus and Kruto both carrying a crawling blade here. Required versus the MP these days.
Everybody buys it. You see, even the Grimstroke has a quelling blade. That's not something that you see, but it is a necessity. I think even with that, forcing a 5 to buy it and just attacking the economy of the enemy in those ways makes this hero just from that viable and super annoying for the laning stage of the other team.
Dude, that is so much money from your starting goal spent into an item that you might not even use.
True. Ducalis is in trouble, and this time around the trample will be good enough. The blood grenade flown through, but of course there will be no return kills there in favor of Team Tickles. And as you mentioned, this top lane, it is very interesting, and it is where our first blood did happen.
And a lot is going to come down to the regen management, especially on Plasma Kruto's side here.
We'll see. The mana could be the issue, but we'll see if they want to push out the wave right now to secure the healing Lotus. Meanwhile, mid lane, a slight lead currently for the Pango. Let's see if the Invoker can last it under the tier 2. A little bit too tough, right? Because that tower has way too much damage.
Yeah, exactly. And these poor creeps just never come within last hit range.
Yep. Meanwhile, bottom lane, the Satyr Mind Stealer was trying to steal the minds of sibe, but it won't be purging off that much mana, so as you not being able to sustain through it. They'll be fine now. Klaus Kruto going in again. Shad is just standing his ground. I'm not sure that's gonna work out. With the onslaught, he's still fighting. Let's go until the end. You and me, Klaus Kruto. Actually, Shad makes a decision to run away. Ducalis wants to do the same. We know Nature's Prophet is pretty speedy, but the Primal Beast is the only one with the boots ready to get this kill. The Sprout comes out, but eats through it easily, and that will be another one. This time around, it's Emptiness that gets himself a kill.
And at least Shad is not dying here yet, but you can see the problem here already. There's no build that the TA can go that will actually save her from a go. All she can do is not position badly in the first place and then hope to go for the NP once he tries to save her.
Yep, I guess, right? Yeah, go for my supports, please, right? You know what Sing Sing says. Why are you killing me? Kill my shitty supports, right? That's what you want. And Klaus Kruto, he has gone a little bit too far. Now Shad is going to be standing his ground, and you have just lost this lane that was won to you. Okay, at least Emptiness died after Shad, so he will be getting the experience. It could have been even worse.
Yeah, and I'm not sure how wasted I was because he was very low. He did not bring himself any regen whatsoever. I think he was looking to die there, especially because he also still wasted a salve from Shad there. He's going to be back at exactly the same time in the lane. I'm not sure if he lost that lane right there.
Now, Atlantic, he kills the race. Nice rotation from Ducalis despite dying near the game. And this is the power of these two supports. They can rotate whenever they want. The Tidehunter is already doing well on the bottom lane, so leaving him alone for a little bit not going to be a problem. And here, with all of the minus armor on the tower, it's actually going to fall this early on.
Yeah, that is very impressive. I mean, you have that threat already with either of these supports, but especially with both the NP and the Ench on the board, that's pretty huge. And now Erase is going to not feel as safe in his middle lane, cannot really get help very fast when he gets laid into like this.
Yeah, he is not feeling safe at all as they're killing him. He has the sticks, will be saving him for the time being. Xantic being turned around upon, and he will be going down. He threw out those tips earlier, so probably going to be getting some of those back. But this Mr. Mustachio getting the seed shots out, it might actually bring down the techies, and it will. Narman gets the kill using the neutral creeps, and that's gonna be a pretty nice one for them. But still, when it comes to the trade, well, sibe come out ahead.
Once again, and especially, normally I'd say, okay, losing that mid tower early on doesn't matter that much unless you're going to really be ganking mid, but you have two heroes with jungle potential, and you can really make use of that extra terrain instead of, you know, still having to tend to your lanes. Top lane might need some tending from time to time, though. Shad is constantly getting shoved back, getting threatened. Kruto is on top of him once again.
Up, help is coming. He won't have the refraction charges. It will be going down. Kruto, he has the armor from the upper, so I'm not seeing Ducalis getting the kill as Emptiness actually turns around, and they're gonna be killing him as well. Thank you, Ducalis. We were looking for a bonus, and here comes a Xantic to say that was just a bait. I was looking for a double kill, and he died. For that as nice footwork from Emptiness, hiding in the trees as well. If this Rolling Thunder doesn't connect, I'm not sure if you're getting the kill, and that's some really impressive movement from him. In the end, he will still die, but definitely put on a show.
Yeah, that was cute. I like that a lot. Makes you think that he might be a Pango player himself, you know?
True.
He knows exactly what the radius is.
It's not easy to dodge the Pango roll whatsoever.
No.
And Shad again might get targeted, especially with Invoker rotating. Having okay, he still doesn't have the urn on the Invoker. It's only being delivered right now. So I'm guessing that you don't want to go for the TA just yet. Very nicely done.
Maybe
there.
not, but at the very least, the Primal Beast now has the phase boots completed. I think he might have actually lived the previous engagement if he just had brought the armor to himself already, but he was waiting for the full phase. And that does still put him under 0 armor as bot lane.
Ravage, Meteor Hammer, Nest Sphere, pulled back by the Hurricane, and a couple of right clicks will finish him off. The armor from the Warcry being only level 1 isn't going to be enough. Looking at the net worth, all 3 of the cores of Team Tickles are topping the chart. Their Nature's Prophet is the most farmed support, so every single position currently in their favor. And well, sibe, they're gonna be needing to change this in the near future, because we talked about the snowball potential of Team Tickles, and it's starting to ramp up.
I mean, this is just 8 minutes, and they've already lost 2 outer towers, and that means that the goal difference is just going to ramp up. There's going to be so much empty terrain, especially between sibe and any attempts on getting Shad. Like, Shad has level 6. He doesn't actually need to be in the top lane anymore.
Yeah, definitely not.
Frankly, the only reason that you leave him here, and this is like advanced mind games, right? Like, if you keep on showing up here, then Kruto, who is the only one who can make things happen with just levels over on the sibe side, will still think that he can kill you, and he might stay top. And then the rest of your team completely mops up the rest of the map.
There's also this argument I've heard from a lot of TA players that sometimes your lane is going super badly and you go into the jungle around level 4, but then once you hit level 6 on a TA you return because the traps are way too powerful. So maybe he decides to stay there and bait something in. If he's surrounded by traps, it's not going to be that much damage from the Primal Beast, right?
No, especially not with the trample relying on speed or like distance moved, and the slows being so powerful after they've been down for this long.
Let's see, they're going for Shad now with the smoke, and well, smoke has broken, Inkswell being used, coming in with the blast off, they're doing their best, and well, he wasn't surrounded by traps, but he's surrounded by mines, and literally Kruto was smashing him into the mine. That's a really bad way to go.
At least he's quick.
Yep, true. Yeah, somebody takes you and then smashes you in the mine. Oh, you didn't die? Does it again. It really is a brutal way to murder somebody. But sibe, well, they don't really care. They just wanted the kill. And finally, they do have earned charges on the invoker, so that will give them the opportunity to go for more kills.
Yeah, now it's not just up to this primal beast anymore to make things happen. This invoker is now a threat in and of himself. Of course, if he can keep himself off the map to actually be that threat, because Pangolier has been constantly shoving in this mid wave and this invoker is constantly showing. The fact that he made it to top there was pretty lucky for him.
I'm a big fan of the TA going for a blink and then for the shard after the Dragonlance. Whenever I see the Deso, it feels like the shard is way too late. So I'm hoping that that he might change the approach here. Though I've seen a lot of TAs now prefer the Deso. I don't know how you feel about the build-up.
It's so hard to argue against the Deso, especially in this game where you're working with all of the extra minus armor from your team, right? And the physicality of it. Like, you also add utility to your team because your team also right clicks. Like
Okay, so you're a Deso
I'm sorry,
fan.
you do not have an ally in me.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I saw that you hesitated for a second just not to hurt my feelings, so that's gonna be good enough from a friend's perspective here. So thank you, Kips, for trying to stay on my side, but it was just impossible. I'm gonna have to take the L there as Team Tickles. They are still holding their 4K goal lead. They're still at the top of the network chart. Any big items that sibe might get that could change something? I'm seeing the diffusal blade on the Pango that will be a big item timing, but I don't see anything on sibe that changes things significantly.
No, me neither, because for the Invoker, we're still going to look at like the classic Spirit Vessel into the Midas buildup, but that vessel is going to have to do a lot of work as he goes for Ducats here. I don't think you're going to get that.
Well, with Rolling Thunder coming over, he actually allows Ducalis to just die. Didn't care to save him whatsoever. That's Xanthic. He wants the kill on the Invoker and might just be able to get it. The Silence comes through after the Ravage. Nice Tornado. There will be a slow. Where's the Vision? Pavis now being used. That's an item I haven't seen for a long time. And Xanthic still has the haste. Super speedy. Goes to the side. Swashbuckle. Emptiness is dead. It is a 1-for-1. A support died on each side. Overall, I don't think sibe are gonna be too mad about it.
No, that could have ended a lot worse, especially for their Invoker. It did spend a charge, though. But yeah, but Ravage is down, which means that all of these tricks from Boom and his tower pushing shenanigans are a little less threatening right now. They're going for it.
Well, let's see now. Also the Soulbind holding hands. Yeah, I'm gonna trample you together. And Dingswell is gonna be huge, but here comes the Swashbuckle doing a ton of damage. Silence onto the TA, standing on the ground, needs to remove that silence, won't be able to do so. Goes down. It will be Rain going down too, as a Tornado lifts up Xanthic. Think about fighting still. Swashbuckle doing a lot of damage, goes for the shield crash. He's gonna have that shield for the time being, but dies anyways. Emptiness dropping pretty low. Pavis protecting him for the time being. He's just turning around fighting. Has the mischance there, or the disarm onto the enemies, but the reactive taser isn't going to be enough to keep him alive. In the end, they lose 4 heroes on the side of sibe. They did take down 2 cores, but I'd say it's a small price to pay considering that you won the team fight in the end.
Yeah, now this tower here is also under threat from BluScale. He thinks better of it. Erase does look very strong still, but the biggest problem there is that Nesphere also died without, I feel, contributing too much. He didn't have a god strength for that at all, so he just showed up in order to get lost in the sauce.
I'm here, guys. I'm here, and well,
I'm
not
helping.
any longer. Yeah, nobody was able to do so. One thing we haven't discussed though that came to mind right now: reactive taser, deafening blast versus a right-click heavy lineup. That can be huge, right?
Yeah, completely agreed with you. They have a lot of ways to, I don't want to say disengage, but certainly you could see in the fight there that Tickles needed a lot of time to bring these heroes down, and they needed to focus fire. That's the other thing. If you have a physical damage line like this, you need to focus fire one by one. And it means that you don't get to do a lot of creative footwork. Just on one guy and then on the other.
Arman, he's dead. Nope, he's still surviving. Spirit Vessel is gonna finish him off. The Sunstrike being used, and that is the thing that cooks the deer. It will be Emptiness going down as well. So return kill. Team Tickles, they never allow a clean kill to happen.
is under attack.
They have always made them pay with blood. And here on the top lane as well, this Brangolier is already in position. So even though the Invoker is now sneaking his way in,
Radiant are
I don't think they actually are going to get to touch Shad at all.
It
Not even
is-
really going to get to touch this tower.
Radiant's
Well, with the Pango, with an arcane rune there, it is very hard to do. He's
Yeah.
going for an early shard. A lot of the Pangos that I've seen lately just skip on that one until later on. Why is it so important in this game?
In this case, I think it really just has to do with the fact that Magic Immunity is living in this game. And you are going to be your team fight. That's your kudo.
Poor Klasno Kruto just goes down. Ravage being used onto only the Grimstroke. Is that a bonus skill that they will get? It would be a bummer if they don't bring him down. Swashbuckle, Atlantic, a little bit too much damage, and in the end, they get 2 as well. I guess Boom got scared that they won't be able to kill the Primal Beast, so went for the Ravage, but it landed him another kill, so it's not that big of a deal.
And this is beautiful timing for Tickles because they're going to walk straight into the Roche pit now. They've got the Desolator over on that TA. It means that now all 3 other towers are down. No matter where the Roshan would be, it would be decently hard for Tickles to, or sorry, excuse me, for sibe to bring in enough reinforcements. So this is going to be an uncontested Roche. I wonder if you even give it to Shad at this point.
I think you do, right? Because now he's gonna start being active on the map. If he gets the Aegis,
Yeah.
he's the one that's gonna be pushing the tier 2s. That's how it feels.
I do, but he's gotta definitely buy that blink first
True,
and
true.
not wait for the Aghanims that he's got queued up there.
No
Otherwise
towers
it
per
just-
sibe. But the Sven is
No.
topping the network chart. I'm still looking at this Sven, and to me it doesn't scream a hero that deals with the TA properly. So I'm not sure how to feel about it, despite him having a solid amount of net worth.
I'm not really sure either. Like, what you're hoping for here is that you get to kill a bunch of her team in one go, because the TA shouldn't really be your problem. I want to say.
Okay.
I think it's mostly up to the Invoker and the Primal Beast to one of them to juggle her around a bit and deal with the rest of them for a while. Or, you know, once the Primal Beast is on the TA, you just need a source of damage on top of that, and the Sven can do that, right? But he's not
Yep.
the main answer to her. You're never going to be.
Okay. Emptiness has been caught. He tries to go through the Sprout there. Will be held by the Nature's Call. Still trying to run himself away. Reactive Taser will be the thing that allows him to leave. Nothing between the 2 supports that can stop the TP. And that is a downside of the Team Tickles lineup. Their supports, they cannot cancel TPs. And even their cores are unable to do so if they do not use their ultis.
And you see the power of the disarm is going to come through here as
Yep.
well, which is, I think it would be a pretty nice game for the Primal Beast to build a halberd as well. Of course, he's going to go for BKB first, but after that,
Yep, makes sense. Halberd does really make a lot of sense, as they did let go of the top tier 1 now, Team Tickles, because they have something much more valuable on their in their sights, and that is gonna be a tier 2 on the bottom first. It will be a glyph being used, but the Satyr Tormentor, he can easily survive through the right clicks, and then Shad can continue dishing in the damage into this tower until the next creep wave does come over.
yep, that is all fine and dandy. And on the top lane, you can see sibe would really rather trade a hero here or get some sort of pick off, because they know they can't deal enough damage to the tower to trade it.
Nesphere. There's
Going
the
for it,
Sven
yeah.
counter. He cannot move. He does have the Inkswell on him, so the movement speed does help, but that is a BKB usage that will just be used to run away at Xantic. Soulbind was used on him, but nobody comes even close, so he's gonna be free to do whatever he wants. 9-second BKB down the drain.
Dire's top tower
And now I once again am going to have to decide, as techies, well, he's going to get away with cutting that wave.
Yep.
Nice job.
Is this something that we are to expect from sibe, to just go for a lot of wave cutting in this game?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, because if once they're grouped up on Tickles, like whoever goes in first is going to cop a hell of a lot of damage. And it makes it so easy for them to focus fire, right? The first person to go in, you just all click him. And they're going to be gone real fast.
Makes sense, makes sense. The bottom tier 2 did fall. The mid tier 1 team Tickles did retain it. This time around, the Techies doesn't have a TP. Lucky for him, he wasn't spotted by an armor, or was he? Does he know? It seems like they know exactly where it is. Emptiness. They have found you. Actually, they're looking towards Nesphere. The ward does get taken down, but Sven doesn't have the BKB at the moment. The impetus is they hurt, and they're gonna allow Nesphere to run away from now. Swashbuckler from Atlantic off the mark, and the Sven still running himself away. 10 seconds until he has a TP, going for the one here on the twin gates and gets himself away by the impetus. It is following him. Nesphere, is he gonna live through this one? No, because Atlantic kills him before it even comes over. It would have been really cool
That's
if
a
he had
shame.
died that way, but yeah, it is what it is. The Tidehunter being found. Ravage at the ready, he goes for it, turns around, reduces their damage, and he's waiting for his teammates to come over. The Soulbind has been used, and the Tidehunter is looking very much dead. Deafening Blast, nope, he's not
Nope.
nearly dead enough, as they needed a lot more to bring him down. Dinks, while removing the stun from Class Kruto, giving him a little bit more in terms of HP, and now the Tidehunter is turning around, dropping down hammers on his dead enemies' bodies. This guy a little bit too tanky for sibe to bring down.
Pride putting in a ton of work, really recognizing that the only one he has to be afraid of is the Sven in this game, but the rest of his team can deal with the Sven, so you buy that pipe, and who, well, I guess they would have needed to actually have the Pulverize together with the Grimstroke ult in order to make something of that fight over on sibe, but they just couldn't quite get the timing together.
Yeah, it was tough. And also the procs of the Kraken Shell. You thought, oh, the Spirit Vessel is on him, it's gonna kill him, and then the second it gets used, the Kraken Shell pops it off, and there's absolutely no damage coming through onto the Tidehunter. sibe, they're going for a smoke. I don't know, even now this feels like a desperation smoke, just trying to get out on the map and do something, but
Well, their vision is gone as well.
True.
Look at how little they have to work with. They're running into the darkness.
True. And what is the play then in a situation like this? How do
Well,
you even
they get a
start it off?
freebie.
Maybe?
Oh, no, they don't.
No, they don't. They're still chasing, though. They feel like they have to go for it, and this is a dive that might work out. The Sven going for the God Strength, and they will destroy Shad. That is a great way to start the fight. Soulbind onto the tools of the supports, and Nesphere, while they're in place, why they can't run away, just gonna be cutting them down. They will be losing the Grimstroke, and now the Sven has to go for a BKB, turning around onto Norman, thinking he can maybe get the kill. Without the God Strength, it's gonna be impossible. No Basher on Atlantic just yet, so they cannot really stop the BKB TP out. Class Kruto trying to run away from the Meteor Hammer will be able to do so, but running away and surviving, that's gonna be a really tough thing to do. They will be using the whip on the beast, and they will bring it to its knees as they bring down another hero. But again, sibe, I'd say this is as good as it gets, as Narman finds emptiness. The question is, do you have enough for the kill, as he really is lacking mana?
Gets out again, a little bit lacking on the direct disables over on the Tickles lineup as well. So that is honestly sibe making out like bandits, especially after the first attempt on the TA missed. The fact that they still get a good enough connection to kill her before the backup arrives is huge. Like, this is not just any kind of backup. This is a Ravage. This is a Rolling Thunder. If you don't have her dead at that point, she turns, and you might as well call it.
So some big things are coming out right now for the Nature's Prophet to allow them to cancel those TPs. First is the Aghanim Scepter. He has the Shard as well, so they're going to be having the vision with the Curse of the Old Growth, but he also wants to have an 8 toss. So 2 ways to root his opponents and not allow them to TP out right in front of him. That's going to be pretty big, as sibe have gotten out a couple of times, as you mentioned it, like bandits. Not going to be happening that much any longer.
At the very least, though, the Primal Beast is very close to his BKB. Hopefully that will really pump him up to the place where he can actually participate in these teamfights again without dying, or at least taking some people with him. And they're also going to secure their own shard here, which is going to go towards the race.
Yep, the 2 supports already have it. The Inkswell and the Reactive Taser are there. And I think having the early shard on the Techies and the Grimstroke is a necessity in this game in particular. For Grimstroke, we always see it, but Sven has been found, has to go for a BKB Soulbind, and poor Rain, he just has to give his life away. No amount of heals from the Inkswell are saving you from that.
Yep, and unfortunately another BKB charge popped defensively here for Nesphere.
Primal Beast. He tries to run away with the Onslaught. The Nature's Wrath was used. Yep, no BKB just yet. He didn't bite. He's actually thinking about getting the blink. He doesn't want a BKB. Okay, now he buys out. So not going to be losing that much gold. And the Meteor Hammer dropping on top of him to finish him off. That will be another time that the Primal Beast was slain.
Well, okay, next time you might take people with him.
Yep, that is true. That is true. But look at his net worth, Gibbs. He's below the Nature's Prophet, who is really farmed. And the same is true for the Enchantress. It's not like the Nature's Prophet is just that much farmed. It's that the Primal Beast has absolutely nothing.
I mean, I do disagree with you a little bit. I do also think that the supports overall on Tickles are ridiculously farmed because, you know, that Techies is not a bad farmer in himself. Like,
True.
he usually really takes a hold of this map, and he is having real trouble keeping up with that Nature's Prophet right now.
He has 7 kills on the techies, and he's behind both of the supports. So yeah, it makes sense. Now that I look at the Grimstroke net worth, I understand just how farmed these guys actually are.
This man is dangling. Just like one hand. Save me, brother.
Doesn't know what to do. There is a BKB on the TA now, so another big item. There is a Aghanim Scepter on the Pango. So Team Tickles are getting their next round of items that will allow them to have a successful Roche fight. Is there like the Silver Edge of the Sven? Is that the thing that can equalize things? I mean, breaking the Tidehunter and killing him would be an amazing way to start off the fight.
It would be, yeah, and especially now that you have BKBs on at least your other going in core. It means that you might even be able to survive a Ravage more or less unscathed.
Nice roll up, and there's the Ravage onto
is
on the Sven, so he's gonna be fine. Pango going in onto range, trying to finish him off. Will be able to do so, but he loses his life in the process. Now, boom! Next on the menu, the Sven is super fast, but a nice Sprout. How do you get out of it? They're trapped, Gibbs, and they're being destroyed by the TA from the back. Shad will be joining the fight, and this is the real murderer of Team Tickles, as now they're not gonna be tickling any longer. They're gonna be one-shotting everybody. Boom! Comes over to finish off Emptiness, and at least the Invoker and the Primal Beast get themselves away. I feel like Erase, he hasn't taken any damage from a hero for a very long time, as he is keeping his distance.
He is, yeah, but it also meant that he was not in any kind of range to use his Force Staff right there, when he is the one who went for the oh-so-necessary Force Staff to actually get people out of that Sprout. So, yeah, that looks better on your report, but currently he is 2, 1, and 6 on an Invoker, which is really just it's a playmaking hero these days. I do think he maybe has left his team a little too much in the lurch this game.
Yep. Sprout stronger than Ravage in that fight. The Sven does have his Quelling Blade now in the inventories, and he will be going for a Harpoon.
So sad.
Those are multiple ways to get out of the Sprout.
Yeah, you're going to have something to harpoon yourself onto for sure.
Still, Aegis Cheese. Second Roche usually the time where you can go high ground sometimes. Nice pipe usage there. Saves him from the mines. It will be the Nature's Prophet surviving. Actually, Deafening Blast almost finishes him off. Running away from the Sunstrike. It was very close. And this mine should bring him down. The Sticky finishes him off. They lose 2 of the supports. Claim 1 in the process. So again, a victory for Team Tickles, especially if they bring down Nesphere. The Meteor Hammer is coming. He has to be KB. Rolling Thunder from Azantic. He doesn't even want to chase.
And that would have been a great engagement if it's just a 2 supports lost there, but instead, losing the BKB on the Sven means that the high ground is absolutely uncontested. They're hovering. Erase and Glass would love to do something here, but there's still BKB up on TA. I'm not sure you can do this.
Sven, he used his ulti. He's thinking about coming in. Let's see what he can do.
Sentry waiting for him.
Has the Alacrity on himself, so really he packs a punch, but he's not hitting anybody really. They're delaying. The supports are back, and Tickles, they're getting cold feet here. Silence onto the Tide. That's not something that I wanted to see, because now you don't have it for quite some time.
Yeah, that spell has a nasty little cooldown on it. Justified.
There it is. Rax is gone. Range Raxes, they drop down as well. It's the Tide Meteor Hammer lingering damage that brings them both down.
I am such a big fan of Meteor Hammer Tide. I'm very happy that's it's one of the accepted builds again. Maybe the build even.
Yeah, it's the build. I don't think I've seen a Tide without it every game. It just makes so
As it
much
should
sense.
be.
True, true. Early on, you get the Ravage, everybody's running away from you. And then you want to run away from me? No problem. All of your towers, they will fall.
Exactly, and then you get to farm with it a little bit. It just complements his kit so well.
Octarine on the Invoker saw a lot more cooldown reduction for him. The Sven is approaching level 20. Is that level 20 talent giving Warcry armor something that can change this game, Kips, considering how much Team Tickles are relying on their right clicks?
I want to see them at the very least put it to the test.
Okay.
Like that's going to be your shot. At this point I'm not sure it's going to be enough because your damage output itself is lacking as well. I think you might get kited out a lot still on the Sven and your other heroes don't contribute as much. But you'll get the opportunity to stand in there and well, that was not it.
That was not it, and boom, now he also has the Aghanim Scepter and the Shard, throwing out those anchors towards the enemies as if sibe weren't heavy enough already in this game.
Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
They have anybody that's gonna be able to carry them though? Do they have anybody that can change things? And Rain, well, he's not gonna be the one. Jumping in, nice blast off, gonna be stunning both of them. Here comes the meteor, that's gonna be a lot of damage, but also the cheese being used. Pango took a lot of damage on the side, but he still didn't go down, so haven't taken down a single hero. In Shad still having that Aegis for a minute and a half. He doesn't care if he goes down. Cluster Crypto trying to get away from the impetus shots, but getting away from those will only make them hurt more. Nesphere from the other side coming into the Ravage, 1 versus 5. He wants to fight and he's just gonna be slain. He did his best, right? He led the fight for his team, but it didn't end up doing anything for him.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a whimper at the end there. You could see that they had the right idea, trying to keep Shad busy in the center together with the Tidehunter and try to curve around, see if they could find anybody on the flanks, but that was a problem for a side at that point in the game where you can't afford to be together, so you can't focus fire, but if you don't focus fire, you don't have the damage anymore. So it was always going to be hard to get back into that game. And I think at that point, yeah, maybe you wait for the level 20 and you walk straight on into them, say, damn it all, we're gonna do this like men.
He went into the back lines and he found the Pango. And you know, Pango, he's all about dueling and stuff, but well, he just ran away from the Sven. It makes sense. This guy is a couple of categories ahead of him, though. Team Tickles, they looked a couple of categories above Team sibe in this game number 1. We are going to be taking it on to a short break, but after we return, we're going to be finding out if sibe has what it takes to win at least one game.
Seagulls flying overhead, towels down in the sand. Little crabs walking over our legs, and we were together just like lovers should have been. Like the changing tides, you have changed your mind, and now you are no longer mine. Last summer you were holding my hand. Last summer you were laying in my bed. Last summer we were more than just friends. But that was last summer. That was last summer. And I miss the salt in my hair. And I miss your emerald stare. And I wish you were still here in your red sundress, watching the sunset by the pier. In your red sundress, watching the sunset by the pier. Last summer, you were holding my hand. Last summer, you were laying in my bed. Last summer, we were more than just friends. But that was last summer. That was last summer. That was last summer. That was last summer. Like the changing tides, you have changed your mind. Now you are no longer mine. With tears in my eyes, I recall the times when I had you by my side. Last summer, you were holding my hand. Last summer, you were laying in my bed. Last summer, we were more than just friends. That was last summer. That was last summer when you were holding my hand. Last summer, you were laying in my bed. Last summer, we were more than just friends. But that was last summer. That was last summer. That was last summer. That was last summer.
Oh, esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Game 1 looked easy for Team Tickles, but to be honest, they did come into the series as the favorites here at the Pinnacle Cup Malta Vibes 3, a tournament brought to you by Gaming Malta, a home of gaming excellence. If you want to check them out, it's gamingmalta.org, so you can see what they're all about. I'm Harry Freak, joining me is Skips, and we are actually the only casters that you're going to be seeing until the end of this tournament. Skips, we have this best of 3, 3 more best of 3s, and then a best of 5, and that is it for the Pinnacle Cup Malta Vibes 3. Considering that you only joined us in the playoffs here, I'm hoping that you're having enough fun to make these 4 days worth it.
Hey, listen, with Arava's win yesterday, I'm already golden. Anything can happen now. I can draw off of that for like an entire week, maybe 2. Like that's good enough for me. So anything we get now is a bonus, and who knows? There is a lot of potential for upsets left still, and especially in this series here, right? Because I do think that the draft showed some potential from sibe. And I think it's very easy to see as well where if you put like a little more oomph in, you can get really big wins, like the Invoker getting involved a little bit more. You can probably pick a better support for that top lane as well, because we saw Shad having to back off time and again. I think there is a way to play that lane to make it a lot harder on him. So their draft enabled them to have I don't want to say like a decent game, but you can see they have the ideas, and they're not necessarily bad players either. So who knows? Maybe Team Tickles is gonna drop the ball a little bit here. They did seem to like challenging themselves in the draft a little bit, as we saw in their game versus Navi Junior.
sibe were at the top of Group B. They, if I'm not mistaken, no, they lost to KZ team. That's the only one that they lost, but they won a game versus them, a very long 52-minute game, a hard-fought battle, and they came out ahead in that one. But yeah, they were at the top of Group B. They were 9-3 and had 6 points, so they are definitely looking pretty solid as a team. And as you mentioned, their draft was on point. But again, these 4 teams that were directly invited, yep, of course, KD Stars did lose yesterday, but they're invited directly into the playoffs for a reason. They are a little bit better currently in form than the teams that we had during the group stages, and it is showing, right? A lot of the games that they have played have been 2-0s.
Yeah, absolutely. And I always like it when you can see in a tournament that a clear attention has been paid to who gets the invites and who has to fight their way through, and it's not just like, hey, we invited these guys because their logo looks better, right? It's so everyone's like, no, like if we bring them in earlier, we just make them play a bunch of stomps. That's not a win for us as an organizer. That's not a win for us as a viewer. So instead, we let them wait a little bit until the real challengers can come through to see if we can get some upsets on these invited teams.
And we're not gonna make our view. Let's get into it to see what the teams have in store in game number 2, sibe versus Team Tickles. It is gonna be first pick for Tickles, and of course they're then gonna be on the dire side because this is the standard the teams have been going for. Though was it Team Tickles yesterday that have chosen the dire, right?
It was. They got Dire second pick, I believe, and they first picked Gyrocopter as well.
Okay.
So that's one of the things that I was talking about with Tickles, like challenging themselves a little bit. I'm not sure how much of that draft was like Otomo.
Okay.
I have my suspicions that they were testing the limits a little bit. So let's see if they try to do that again.
Yeah, I'd like to know the current competitive situation in terms of Radiant and the Dire. If Knoxville is maybe watching the stream, maybe he can give us the info, not only for this tournament, but for all the tournaments that have been played in 734 B and C, I guess.
Let me see if I can look that up for you.
Oh, you think? So I don't need Knoxville. I have Kips. Yeah, that's why I have him my analyst. Why am I looking for someone on the outsides? Kips, you should be knowing the answer. No, I told you I'm not gonna be throwing you under the bus with hard questions, and this is a tough one to find, right? Or is it not?
The source that I use usually takes a little bit of time to browse through, but I'll be getting back to you on this one. While
Okay.
we have some picks coming out anyway. I'm noticing that the Nature's Prophet has been removed.
Oh, pretty surprising, because that hero is not strong at all. It is a hero
Yep.
that I would always like to play against. To buy a Quelling Blade on a Grimstroke, that's what I've always wanted in my life. And sibe, they will go for the Primal Beast again. Last game, you had a lot of faith in the Primal Beast. You put a lot of weight onto Klasno Kruto's shoulders, and he didn't deliver. Do you think maybe they give the Primal Beast to somebody else? Or maybe he's like, guys, I made a mistake. I wasn't as good on the Primal Beast as was expected of me, and now I'm going to be doing a much better job.
I think it's very possible that he's saying like, "Hey, I can win any lane as long as the NP is not in it." Like that's a very common call. Like
Maybe. True. That could be true. Though usually I look at the Primal Beast as an NP counter, but this new NP is a little bit tough to deal with, right? You go with the Melt Strike, the NP teleports, gets the bonus damage, and then you have the bonus damage from the refractions and from the teleportation of this guy just smacking you down. No matter how much armor you have early on, it's gonna hurt.
So competitive meta of the last 2 weeks has a 51.6% win rate for a Radiant actually. So it's really not that big at all.
See, it's close. I think that's the closest that it gets. Of course, TI is gonna be showing if there really is balance, because that's where the best teams go against each other. But overall, when I look at the map, it seems pretty well balanced for me. I've been playing this game forever, and it was never as balanced, I think.
No, I agree. I mean, the fact that Roshan just actually literally changes locations to balance things out really matters. His location was always the big sticking point in the symmetry of the map, and I like the solution. I just, now we gotta fine tune it a little bit so that he actually sticks to his schedule instead of like taking a weekend off now and then.
Yeah, it happens still. Though I haven't seen a bug for quite some time. Anyways, though, Warlock from sibe, Pango, and the Earthshaker here for Team Tickles. Warlock is actually pretty decent at stopping the Earthshaker combo. You come in with the Echo, you're like, I'm gonna continue with the stuns, and then the Golem drops, and it just completely turns around the fight. So a lot of kind of turn potential in team fights here. If sibe starts it off first, Fissure can pretty much break up any combo, especially going in with the Pulverize. On the other hand, we have one of the best combo breakers in the game, being the Chaotic Offering.
Yeah, I would actually find it very tempting as sibe to pick up a Clockwork here. Complements the Warlock pretty nicely, I think. Get you very much a do something hero on your boss 4. Get somebody to join into running into things with the Primal Beast, and you've got yourself the best Earthshaker counter in the game.
Yep, true. I would love to see it as well. It's good versus the Pango. It's good versus the Shaker. As a Pango player, if you're playing versus a Clock, you hate it because one mistake and you could just be stuck in cogs doing nothing. For a Shaker, I don't even want to talk about it. There is a bunch of games that I've played a Shaker, and there is just this Clockwork following me and annoying me. I still remember one game. It was a competitive game. I was playing versus Elements Pro Gaming, and they had RMN coming in as the stand-in. I was a Shaker. He was a Clockwork. He was so freaking annoying. And he was just staying on top of me all the time. It was very tough to play.
Yep, and now versus the Sven as well. Like this is a phenomenal Clockwork pick right here. Just divide this team fight up. All these melee boys that all bounce off of your cogs. I love it. Please give my boy Rattletrap a chance here.
Let's see if it is gonna be Rattle Trap that gets picked up. I wouldn't like him laning with the Primal Beast, but you still have this chance of putting the Primal Beast in the mid lane. Though his melee position fours really have been kind of overlooked. We see the Earth Spirit and the Tusk from time to time, but a clock very rarely. But yeah, I agree. If there was ever a clockwork game, this is one. That's not a clockwork?
It's not, but, you know, these two picks are basically the same one pick anyway. I might want to debate that clockwork a little bit more, whereas the Phantom Assassin, if you don't pick her up in this phase, she's most likely going to get banned, so just
Very true.
grab her up.
Yeah, though I would still be surprised if the clockwork comes out. It's gonna be the Shadow Demon. So purging off the Sven armor, it's even if you use it after the demonic purge purges every half a second, so no war cry for anybody. PA, she's gonna have her eyes set on somebody that the Shadow Demon chooses. So I'm not hating this pick. I think it's quite nice. It is annoying to the Sven playing versus the demonic purge all the time. Your BKB doesn't matter anything in fights.
Oh, you get kited to hell and back. It is the worst. And you also have decent saving potential versus a lot of, like, you can see where the Pangolier and the Earthshaker, they're going to be focusing on roughly the same areas, right? That there's going to be literally an epicenter of the fight. And now, especially with the Darkseer, like, this is, Team Tickles are aiming for that wombo combo. And a Shadow Demon is a perfect hero to save somebody caught in the middle of that.
But I have to say, I'm loving the Team Tickles lineup. It is so good, Gibbs. They have solid lanes now. Darkseer deals well with the PA. He loves to play versus a hero that spams spells, and that is exactly what the PA does, because then you have the sticks, you have the mana to work with. Sven, he loves playing with the Darkseer and with the Centaur. You go in, you get one kill, and then you get kited. When there is a surge, it is completely different. Of course, still we can talk about that demonic purge being great versus what the Darkseer contributes, but you cannot demonically purge everybody. Somebody will be able to move around.
Exactly. And that Darkseer, like, both the Earthshaker as well as Pangolier like to stick on top of people. You're going to have an Ion Shell on all of those. Like, this is once again one of those lineups with a really lot of nice internal synergy. Now, the only thing I'm worried about for them here is that they currently have 4 melee heroes. And they are banning out the Tidehunter. I think that you might also want to get rid of the Timbersaw. That would be a decent idea, but I'm sure there's other things that sibe can come up with that would really harm a very limited range lineup like this.
Yeah, limited range, no range. We can say it any way we like, but yeah, it is tough to play this kind of a lineup. Yeah, for sure, because you start running in, and there's this golem and the onslaught. Those are the main spells, and if you do not get that initial kill on Team Tickles, that can be dangerous. But there's also different ways to play this kind of a lineup, right? You don't really have to commit wholeheartedly with it, as you do have the Pango to poke, and then you can find the perfect opening if you want to.
Yeah, like that would be the ideal scenario, right? You poke with the Pangolier until somebody on sibe snaps and they feel forced to commit, and then you dunk the rest of the wombo combo on top of their heads.
That is something I would like to see, right? And the Warlock and the Shadow Demon, they're gonna have to be very careful in how they position in the fights and how they even reveal their own positioning. As a random fissure with the Sven blinking on top of you, running in on you, could just win the fight for Team Tickles. So I think sibe do have the tools to deal with this lineup, but it does require a lot of discipline, really good positioning, and it does require you not to be super far behind, which can happen when you're playing versus lineup like Team Tickles, right? Because you're expecting them to run at you at all times, you're together, but they might just be farming.
Yeah, and I think I actually stumbled on the same thing here with sibe. sibe needs to hard commit as well. Both of their cores are very much I'm in now and I'm not coming out unless either they are dead or I am dead, right? Like the PA sometimes makes it out again, but that's pretty rare. And they have not a lot of poke of their own, so it's going to be hard for them to force Team Tickles to hard commit as well. The Team Tickles in that regard, their spells have a lot more range, and now with the disruptor as well, these fights might be hard for sibe. If Team Tickles doesn't overdo it on the, oh, we are gonna wombo combo this one guy right now. This is poke though. This is long range information. This is, I mean, another melee hero, but Beastmaster is not necessarily that high commitment.
I don't know. Now when I'm seeing this disruptor, I'm just loving their lineup, because what they're gonna do is that they're gonna be like, we're running at you, go, you want to run away, come on, run away, and then you're not sure what to do actually, because if you start running away, you break your positioning, and there's gonna be a glimpse bringing you back. If you decide to commit because they're doing that to you, you could be running into that potential wombo combo where once Team Tickles has a good view of what's happening in the fight, they will destroy you. So I think if played properly, that this Team Tickles lineup is not going to lose, and they are coming in as the favorite. So I would be very, very much surprised if this is not a 2-0.
Yep, completely agreed on that. Like, I think they shored up, I don't even want to say they shored up the weakness of their team, rather they just doubled down on what made them already strong, while also recognizing that sibe had kind of the same weakness in their lineup. And we talked about the synergy yesterday. I kind of mentioned it today here as well. But these internal synergy lineups, you have so much outplay potential on them as well. And they have the stuns here. They have a lot of maneuverability. Even if these teams were equal, I would say that this time the draft win is going to Team Tickles. And that puts sibe at a way bigger disadvantage than they had last game.
At a pretty big disadvantage. I'm looking at the lineup of sibe, and I'm thinking it has to be Team Tickles that don't play their lineup properly for you to win. As again, we will be having a pause, so wait a little bit longer before we actually get ourselves into the game. But overall, not a lot of faith in them here. There was one guy in the chat who has so much faith in Team sibe and was constantly saying, if they play better, they can win, and that is some wise words, Gibbs, right?
I do agree. Most of my coaching career was built on saying, "Hey guys, if we play better, we can win this," because you're always right if you say that, and people love it when you do that.
Drafts,
it's very
what?
yeah.
You didn't trust in your draft, Skips. You're like, yo guys, I drafted badly, but if you guys play better, then everything is gonna be fine.
It's the other way around. It's like, no, my draft is not the problem. You guys played it wrong.
Oh, okay.
Also, I only drafted one tournament. I drafted the Summit. That was a lot of fun though.
So when you're with the team, what's your, let's say it's a competitive situation, so we're not talking about the preparations for the tournament. What is your main goal to give your team if it's not only the draft? Is it info? Is it to scout the enemies? What's your what is kind of the job you gave yourself that you think has delivered most to the team that, let's say, you're coaching at the time?
I want them to feel confident in that we have trained the right way, that we have prepared the right way, and that we have controlled all of the factors that we could outside of the game that's going to be played now, so that they can let everything else go and they don't have to doubt like their preparation or their emotional state or whatever, because we've balanced that out as much as possible and they can just focus on the game. That is the ideal situation.
Okay, that is a good way to coach a team, to just bring them comfort when it's time to play the game. And the time to play the game is now, as we get ourselves into game number 2 of Team sibe versus Team Tickles. And Tickles, they are already in a smoke looking to find something, and they do have a solid amount of lockdown to get that first blood.
Absolutely. I mean, these early fights often, especially with an Earthshaker in the game, is really just all about where does the fissure go, right? Does the fissure go? That is a 5-man fatal ones.
Oh, come on, Tickles, you're a team. Be together. Fight us. Nope, they don't want to do it, and they're just going to be giving the ward away. Their enemies, of course, they're going to know that there's the ward from sibe there as well, so it gets the warded immediately. No reason to wait longer for that one.
I like that voice line there, though. Like, really? You just did that?
Yep.
Yeah, sorry, we got 5-man fatal bonded before the horn. That's yeah, we did do that.
Imagine you decide to fight still. That would hurt. That would really hurt.
Oh yeah. But Team Tickles weren't born yesterday.
True.
Actually, they were sort of formed yesterday.
Yeah, formed but not born, right? So
No.
it makes sense, right? So maybe they went through puberty yesterday. Shad, he gets the stun on emptiness. Let's see how much damage he can do into him, as there will be a glimpse if Ducalis can just close the gap, and it seems that his Raptor just isn't that fast. He will send Klaus Nokruta away, however, still it's nowhere near enough damage as you would want to put into the enemy heroes here in the offlane.
Yeah, and that means that Shad is now going to be under the assault of the Wild Axes, which is you're always quite bothered by a melee hero versus a Beastmaster. Nothing to do about it really if you can't
Radiant's courier has been killed.
kill him. He is going to be either spamming you out with axes or with the boar. Neither is pleasant.
Okay, so top lane, those axis spam not gonna be that big as if you use the disruption at the same moment, right? So definitely not good in terms of communication there. Narman, he is playing with this wave quite a lot, putting himself in a position where he could get blocked in by Rain. As that's not gonna be happening, and they create themselves a different lane here right in front of the Roche pit. Why are the kids playing in front of my cave? Why is this happening? That can be very annoying.
I imagine him putting his earbuds in. It is Friday night though. The kids are staying out very late. They're playing some loud music. I know it's happening outside my window right now. I don't see where Roche should have an easier time of it.
Are you gonna be that old lady that doesn't like when the kids are playing in front of their window? I have a friend who always tells me I'm definitely gonna be the old guy that takes away the ball from the children and is always making problems. And I always laugh it off.
Once I have a garden, that's me. And right now I'm just in an apartment, and it's like there's way more of them than there are of me. So I'm not taking that fight.
Oh, if they're in my garden, I'm biting, but in front of the flat, that's all nice. They have nowhere else to play, anyways. Though, one thing, Erase, look at his mouse. Does he have like a handler for his cables there?
Yeah.
Is that what that is?
I mean, people call it a bungee. I think you see it a lot more in CS:GO, and it was a lot more common before wireless mouses became more reliable as well. It's to make sure that the mouse cord does not get in the way of your movements at any point.
Okay, cool. I need to buy that. I really like it.
You often drive over your mouse cable?
I have done a good job now with cable management, as I did use a couple of those tighteners or whatever they're called, right? So
You're an
now
adult.
it's good, right? But I used to do it quite a lot, so now it's better. But I still like that idea. It looks cool. It looks professional. Oh, he did get the Healing Lotus there on the Shadow Demon. Now you know that you're not going to be able to get the kill. The Glimpse will be used, sending Klaus Nokruta away, but the Hawk is still flying onto the head of Shad. Emptiness baiting in with the Healing Lotus that he just picked up, but he's still going to be going down only to the creep, so it's not a first blood. The Kalis being slowed down. The Hawk onto the Sven. He tanks it for his buddy, but now the Hawk will have a different target. This looks like much easier food for it, and the Stormhammer doesn't even bring down the Hawk, as Shad did want to get himself a little bit more in terms of CS. Not going to be happening.
Yeah. Lotus there, just making all of the difference. It's one of those ways that you can see that people aren't fighting over it for nothing. It's these small things that can really make a difference. And these small sub-objectives, if you can optimize that out, you are going to get the most out of the map in general. And that's a lot of time management. Like, sometimes I'm glad that I'm not coaching all that seriously anymore, because can you imagine having to make up a schedule for where your players need to be?
Yeah,
So
that
much
can
to do.
be. Yeah, it is so much to do. Though, you know what they say. You should just look at it differently. You shouldn't say, "Oh, I have to work." No, I get to go to work. Oh, you see
Yes.
how we're bringing in some philosophy as well here, life
Yeah, you're
coaching
coaching
too.
me.
Yeah, that's right. There is a lot of a CS advantage here for sibe, especially in the PA versus the Darkseer lane. Is that to be expected?
That is more or less to be expected. PA is one of those heroes that yeah, she is going to be annoyed because she's a melee hero, but at the same time, you will actually get the opportunity to last hit with your dagger. You will get the opportunity to disengage. There's not really any kill threat over on her, and especially if this Darkseid plays too close to the creep wave, he is going to still take a ton of damage from the fatal bonds as well.
And I saw he was hiding in the trees there with Boom, and the fatal bond still connected. Also, one point in the Shadow Word, just to offset the damage from the shells, is Boom is committing, and now he's running away. Has been slowed down quite a lot. Nesphere comes over, won't be able to get too many hits in. Arman gonna be slowed down, won't be able to finish off Rain, and now he has put himself in an uncomfortable position as there is an orb of corrosion on Nesphere. Boom comes over, returns the fight. Nesphere now, is he gonna fight until death? Nope, it would only be his own, and it is not worth it as he gives his life away to Boom. And now in this lane where he's not ahead any longer after that death.
Yeah, he is not even like he could buy any items or anything with that extra gold that he got from the kill there, so that's
Not good.
a little over aggressive.
And also Xantic, he gets his bottle refilled. This is gonna secure the first power rune for sure. It is gonna be on the bottom lane, and the Shaker first one to make it there. The question is, can the Primal Beast make it towards that illusion before the Pango? And the answer is a quick no. So despite good CSing at the start for sibe, they still didn't win the laning stage. They actually lost all 3 of the lanes if you look at it.
Yeah, if you look like at the comparative net worth, they're just about. But I'd say this is about even, especially if you look at the levels here. You're completely fine, especially with this kill. Erase. That's a very nice early rotation.
For sure. That's a pretty big
refill?
one. He gets his ball refilled. Yep, everything done perfectly. He's like, I didn't get the rune, but that doesn't mean I'm not dangerous. And he most definitely is. Now, stealing of the rune. That is what they want to go for. Shad used the God Strength just to push in the wave a little bit more. Glimpse was used. And they're turning around on Klaus Nakruto. So, oh, actually a Pulverize to stop the Rolling Thunder. And Xantic is actually dead.
Nice.
Oh, beautifully done by Erase now twice in a row. That Bungie coming into play, it will cost them. Actually, no, both Wisdom runes into the hands of sibe. This is just beautiful for them. Both of their supports are the ones that get the experience. That's going to be a big deal. As Team Tickle supports, they rely on their level 6s quite a lot.
They do, yeah. And you also have a Shadow Demon up versus the Disruptor there. If you make sure to disrupt him at the right time, you win that rune trade as well. And I hesitate to put this fully to sibe's credit because it feels like this was made very easy by the way that Team Tickles was in full view of that tower, knowing that there was a TP scroll most likely available on that Primal Beast, and they still went for it. It's very easy to just press TP on Erase there and make that happen, right? I don't want to fully give them credit, but at the same time, this does give them the leverage to actually start doing some more things of their own right now.
I definitely was agree. They could have killed the Shadow Demon and got the rune, but instead they wanted more kills and it cost them. Now they're gonna be slowed down. Arman, Upheaval is not moving away from Erase, and that double damage, it really does hurt. Usually it's the Shaker that has those right clicks that punish you, take away half of your HP, but now it's gonna be Erase that is gonna be bringing in the damage.
He looks absolutely terrifying in the set with the double damage.
Yep. Really does. And the thing is, the double damage does increase your trample damage as well, so it's or it's only strength. Right? No, it's attack damage multiplier, so the DD does give your trample to be stronger.
It sure does. So yeah, look at how easily you cleared that creep wave right there. Beautiful.
Yep. The viewers didn't see it on screen as we are keeping it 18 plus, as we are talking about 18 plus. Guys, if you want to use the odds, go to pinnacle.gg, but you need to be 18 plus to do so, and you can bet on the odds that we have for this match and some of the other matches that might not be Dota related, but we know all of you guys are Dota fans, Dota enthusiasts that want to make it a little bit more spicy for yourselves, but we do encourage you to bet safely as not to put more than you're actually willing to spend. And well, this Darkseer's life, he definitely didn't take it easy, didn't take it slowly, and didn't play that lane responsibly, as he will be taken down.
And Erase now really picking up steam. This is the kind of game you want for your mid-primal beast. You've got all those levels, you're going to be leveraging them into being an absolute terror on the map, and you really don't need items for this. You don't need items for your mobility, you don't need it for your tankiness, you've got everything built in. And he's just gonna go for a blade mail to make it extra hard for people to punish him for going in like a madman. And a haste. Hell yeah.
It's
Time to rock.
blade mail is the item. Oh, he doesn't have the shard just yet, does he? Ah, you don't understand the joke. It's time to rock throw, right? It is very funny. You see, it is funny. I'm happy now. Anyways, the Callis running away, the demonic purge onto him. So, well, that war cry not gonna be helping one bit. And here comes right over the kinetic field. Erase comes over to get the kill to show just how powerful he can be.
Radiant's bottom tower
Yep.
is under
And
attack.
I would be politely applauding because I would really not want him to go for me next. And surprisingly enough, actually, that nobody's on the mid lane right now. Tickles seem really focused on this bot tower, but not to the point where they dare commit for it. So Nesphere is still here, has not retreated into the jungle, will still be holding on to this tower. I think you're right that especially the level situation for the supports, if you tick over to that, there's still no level 6s on the support for Team Tickles, and that makes it so bloody hard for them to do anything right now. You've got 6 and even 7 over on sibe right now. Like this Shadow Demon, getting a lot of experience from sitting next to his stacks while the Beastmaster is taking them. He is loving life right now.
Shaker is level 4, right? So,
Yes.
well, level 6, it's hard to talk about it when you don't even have level 5. And this is one thing that we haven't discussed during the draft. The damage from Team Tickles, they don't have a lot of it. Ducalis in a lot of trouble now, but Erase doesn't get the kill, meaning that the glimpse could bring him back. Narman comes over, he's thinking, oh, I'm gonna echo him, it's minute 12. No, my friend, you do not have your level 6. Neither does the Disruptor, and they won't even attempt to get that kill because they don't have enough to bring him down.
Yep, and this is where the wombo combo draft does, you're completely right, lack a little bit of damage if they're not all stacking and all like, you know, fitting together like these beautiful puzzle pieces. They don't have a lot of fire and forget this deals damage spells. It's not like there's a Coddle somewhere in the back blasting away. It's basically just this Pangolier right now, and he would love to have some assistance from his supports, but they can do that right now. The Goblins will hit 6 right now. There's something.
There is something. The Static Storm is a spell that can allow you to get the kill, but sibe are already on the move. They want to kill the Shaker again, it seems like. Sven would be a better kill, but even the Shaker isn't half bad. Delaying the Echo Slam even further would be nice.
Echo Slam and that Blink Dagger, something that he is in sync all of his note, but they found ads.
Oh, he's in trouble. He'll be fine. The Pulverize wasn't used. And here comes the Sven. We talked about the damage. There's the damage dealer. And a couple of hits. Erase gets destroyed. It will be the tower that actually finishes him off. But now they want more. Shad running forward. He doesn't have the war cry any longer, but he has the stun. And the right clicks inside of the kinetic field, stuck with the Sven in the octagon there, or whatever circle. The Sven, of course, is going to be the stronger warrior.
Yeah, I don't care what shape it is. If there's a Sven in there, I would rather just die.
For sure, for sure. Well, you are gonna, if you're with a Sven stuck in a battle arena, yeah, I guess you would want to die from different causes, as the Sven just deals way too much damage. They go for a smoke. They want to fight still.
They've got that level 6 over on the Earthshaker right now. They've got a Static Storm at the ready. For sure, this is the moment to strike back, strike hard, especially because maybe they don't see this coming.
Classic Ruta has been found. He cannot scream as he is being silenced. He would love to roar, running himself away, pulled back. The Static Storm again. Now the Echo Slam does come through, but only from those fatal balls. They're all dying. Classic Ruta, he's still alive, running away. It will be the Shield Crash that finishes him off. But Azantic is not going. He has to kill this Golem if he wants to survive. There's the Demonic Purge, and Azantic is most definitely gonna die. This was not worth it, especially with Nesphere getting the kill. Shad running away, not having his ulti. He wasn't able to assist his team in any way.
Hey, you remember yesterday when I was hating on Warlock?
Yep.
I'm not gonna do that again.
Okay, thank you. I've been loving the Warlock, especially the upheaval.
the upheaval and his positioning there. You have to have a little patience. They fully engage over onto one of your cores, and then he drops everything from the high ground. That was the ideal place to be as a warlock, and I don't care that you don't really need to make plays for it. Like, all you needed to do was just wait a second.
And he waited. It was perfect at that time. The fatal bonds literally killed 3 heroes of Team Pickles. I was about to say Pickles, and do you know that
Pickles.
little girl when she's interviewed and she's like, "I love pickles." You know that one?
I don't think I do, but it's conjuring images anyway, because
Because you love pickles.
not as a kid, mind you. I'm very impressed by
okay.
kids who like pickles, but now as an adult, hell yeah. Shot?
Narman.
Yeah, that's a blade mill, buddy.
That is something you don't want to fight against. So he was killing himself, and usually the Sven is the one with more armor, but the uproar it trumps the level 2 Warcry.
Not a god strength wasted though. He's going to get to take some juicy stacks. I still don't think that Shad has had more stacks for him than the Beastmaster has had though. Like, I think economy wise, Sibe have played this game very well so far.
And sibe going for the Roche. They will be taking it down. The upheaval was already used, so if anybody from Team Tickles decides to go in there, they're gonna be slowed down to a crawl, but they don't even know that this is happening. It will be an easy takedown, and really if you would fight this, you would probably lose versus the Ancient Black Dragon. They give the Aegis to Race, as I guess the PA doesn't really want to be joining fights that much.
No, not yet. And I think that's one of the reasons that we've been seeing this gold difference steadily creep in the way of Suda, is that the Sven has actually been involved. He is his team damage. They need him. But there is other ways to deal damage over on Suda right now, and they have also just hit this phenomenal timing with the Helm of the Overlord. 16 minutes on the dot, that's when you want to have it on this Beastmaster. And the tier 2s are going to start falling now, and you don't need to PA for that. You just don't. Team Tickles is going to have to commit everybody, and they might still not win the fight.
Glyph was used. That would be the
Should've gone
first
for her.
tier 2 of the game. Oh, they want the PA.
That's fair.
He's not the one. The Aegis, and he's out. That was... I thought that they were gonna commit more, to be honest.
I think Dugalis is right there. Glimpse at the ready.
Got cold feet. A little bit scared from what happened versus the Beastmaster, but this hero is a lot less tanky than the Beastmaster. Has only 1300 HP. Still, they decided it was the smarter move to just let it go. Next time they meet Nesphere, he's most likely gonna have a BKB, so will be a much harder kill. And Kips, Sibe, they're in a really good position in this game.
Yeah, they are. They got handed a nice transition out of the laning stage, or let's say a nice step up into it, right? A little greedy from Team Tickles, and they took that opportunity with both hands, and now they're looking good farm-wise, they're looking good in ways that they're playing them up. But Beastmaster makes it very easy. I say that while Beastmaster runs into... Oh!
That looked pretty fast. Did he finish his blink? He did. So
Yes,
at least he has bought his blink. Next item on the menu will be a shard. This is one thing that Team Tickles do have, is their supports contribute a lot to a team fight. I'm not saying Sibe's don't, but there is more outplay potential from Team Tickles. Sibe, you know, this Warlock will, you know that the Golem will come through, you know that the Save will come through from the Shadow Demon, you know what to expect. From a Shaker and from a Disruptor, you can make a positioning mistake and just get absolutely obliterated by them. As speak about being obliterated, Boom is in trouble, trying to get himself away, but here comes the Xanthic with the save, and the Sven using the God Strength, running into the backline. That's gonna be a very dead Shadow Demon. The Golem will follow as well, and probably his master right after it, as Shad is cleaving down everybody.
I think that's a pretty wise disengagement from Sibe. Like, if they are in proper position, they can definitely take a fight 4v5, but that was not proper position. No, sir. That Golem drops on a single hero when most of the others of Sibe are not in a position to follow up. That you're showing your hand a little bit. You were not. Your heart wasn't in that. You know you're buying time for the PA, who is flying into BKB right now, so she will be involved in this next fight.
Armin is in trouble. He's dying to the Ancient Black Dragon, and just look at Klasnokruto running forward, no fear whatsoever. He is gonna be spawning a Hawk there to control the skies even more. Dragons and Hawks, that is a Beastmaster if I've ever seen one.
A fearful army, indeed.
So what's next that we can expect in this game? The Aegis is gonna be there for a minute and a half more. What does sibe want to do? Is the mid lane tower the next objective?
I think it honestly should have been on the menu a little earlier instead of laying down on the bot flank. Sure, that's the middle of the map these days, but without Roshan there, there's not actually an objective left on said map middle, so...
Okay.
Mid tower going down, and you're going to be pressing the advantage with the fresh PKB of your PA right now. Hopefully helping some more pickoffs take place, take some couple more outer towers to really push it home, the Overlord home. Because at some point, this Sven, and this is interesting though, Shad is actually going for the Lincoln Sphere first. So even in the game versus the Phantom Assassin, we don't have the Silver Edge coming up just yet.
He's going for a Lincoln, so he wants to stop the roar. Race, he is there when the tower falls, but Tickles are trying to push him back and then glimpse him in once more, as they won't be able to do so. The call is trying to find a Chad from the other side. There will be an echo. What a jump in, and that is gonna be one destroyed erase. He'll be taken down. He still does have the Aegis and the PA coming from the other side. First he wants Narman. The stun will be there, not using the BKB, so it's gonna be taking a little bit longer. Now the BKB is used, but Narman is still alive. The kinetic field static sword was used. The race still very healthy. Shad gonna be using his war cry there, giving the armor to his teammates. Clasto Kuto trying to find a target, and the upheaval will be sending them away, as well as those fatal bonds. Narman actually not dying. It was the greed of the PA that allowed him to live.
Yeah, and both teams with a very disciplined disengage there. Tickles needs to get away from the fatal bonds. sibe needs to get away from the wall. And both of them are like, you know what, this was good. This was good enough. Everybody got a win. Aegis was used. Disruptor died, but that, as a spectator, that does look like a much ado about nothing, doesn't it?
Yeah, pretty much, right? There was a buyback on Rain, so I guess if he dies just before the next Roche, that could be huge, right? That is the only thing that I'm seeing from that fight that could make a difference.
And we're going to see the PA, I think, finish the Desolator around the same time as this Lincoln's. Yeah, it's going to come in from the Sven. And that is going to be a big deal, because right now the thing he is most scared about is still getting kited. And the Beastmaster Roar is the biggest part of that, so being protected.
He changed his mind.
What?
Yep, he wants an MKB. He wants to be the one killing the PA.
But he's not going to, because there's the Roar and the Demonic Purge.
I know. But I guess you could say maybe he cannot stay in the backlines in a fight. I think he has to commit, but the idea could be that you're hiding and waiting for the PA to kill your supports, and then you come in and you kill the PA after everything was used. That is a dangerous way to play the Sven versus a Phantom Assassin.
Exactly, because who in your team is going to bait? I guess it has to be Ads. Ads has to be the one to get the fight going, and then you can come in second. But
once your supports will have Ghost Scepters, maybe it's gonna be different. Nice Fisher there. That's gonna be a Xantic that as well. Nope. Chaotic Offering gonna be dropped. BKB from Shad gets himself away from the upheaval. The upheaval is still going, but the kinetic field will make sure that Erase cannot run himself away, as now the upheaval will be stopped. They bring down the Golem as well. Here comes the PA. The shield crash, giving him the armor and the stun onto the PA. Retailing something. Kim Sandege will be able to bring him down. Clasto Kuto next on the menu. He has roared already, and now he will scream in pain, delivered by Shad, who gets himself a triple kill. That's without the MKB. What happens when he has a full thing?
yeah, I mean, what the hell was that fight, sibe? Really? Like, you get caught in the river and then you walk in one by one anyway. That's Team Tickles knows perfectly how to.
This is what we talked about in the draft, where if you make a misstep on sibe, you're gonna get destroyed. Though I think those missteps were made easier by Erase not buying a BKB in this game and going for a heart. I think it was a greedy decision.
I think so as well. In this case, I mean, we've seen how well it worked out for Blizzy before, right? So it feels hard to say that this investment is not going to pay off, but certainly in that fight right there, like, you can just disengage. Sure, you lose the supports, whatever. You just press your BKB, you walk away, you live to fight another day. And that he went full commit when his team is really sometimes not in a position to full commit.
Unfortunately, that is the case. PA also not popping the BKB twice in a row. It has been Nesphere that was not wanting to use his BKB early. I feel like he's okay with having the 6-second BKB in this game because you want to jump in and destroy somebody. And now you've just made so that the enemy supports have the Ghost Scepters. So even with an 8, 9, even if you had a 15-second BKB, you're not really going to be doing that much with it.
Exactly. You are not going to take down, because that's what that would be, right? It's okay, fine. I need the long BKB because I need to hit them a couple of times harder because I'm going to go for the tankier targets. That would be it then. But then your team needs to be locking down either ads or boom. That's a tough task.
Yeah, not an easy task whatsoever. Sven is now level 20, so it's 25 armor that the Warcry will be giving. Rolling Thunder, Atlantic just going in. He has the shield rune as well, so good luck killing this guy. Just going in on all of them. Lotus Orb on him. You don't want to use the Roar. The BKB from Klausokrutok defending him. Echo Slam. They're destroying. Poor Erase. There will be a Roar onto the Sven, trying to finish him off. Turning around Nesphere. There will be a ball drop. And look at the crits. Nesphere now definitely showing how it's done. Destroying everybody. The Fissure will keep them away. Team Tickles, they've lost this fight. They did bring down 2 heroes, however, so it's not the worst thing in the world, but the PA showing the might, the power, and the potential.
I love games like this where just two teams both hard commit. They don't have any options to dance around it. We gotta go in to drop down the spells. And Team Tickles is just a little less patient in this one here. They commit everything onto this hard, which is like, yeah, that is what Erase wanted. And as a result, they're all melee. They're grouping up for this beautiful golem, these fatal bonds. And of course, the big crit coming in over the top of it with the Battle Fury. It's, who has the wombo combo draft now, Tickles?
Yep. I have to say though, Rain has been the MVP for his team. His positioning in the fights has been amazing. The fights where he dies at the start, those are the fights that Team Tickles win, right? So if he holds a nice position, it is a big deal. And I think the idea of Azantic going for that Rolling Thunder, or at least I thought it was to find Rain, and they just, oh, we want to kill Klasnokruto, oh, we want to kill Erased. No, you need, or Erase, sorry. You need to kill the Warlock, and the Roche falls down super fast to Team Tickles. They don't get there in time.
Yeah, you need to kill the Warlock or you need to play a split fight. But if you play a split fight, your Sven's in danger. I guess he has the Lincoln Sphere now though, so they can try this again.
There's the Static Storm. Klasokruto still has the BKB, turning around with the Roar, won't be using it. It does get taken down, giving him Diego. Seems to have been the smart move. Ghost Scepter, protecting Lucalis, he'll be fine. Nesphere's BKB, it is going to be expiring fairly soon, so you have to be careful. He does have the cheese, jumps to the side, going to be glimpsed back. They are not allowing him to run away. The Fissure keeping in place. Lucalis smashed in the ground, will be going down. That is dead. Nesphere Shad destroyed him with a couple of hits. The Echo Slam, Narman, he has to be very careful through that Blade Mail, but he's keeping Klasokruto and Erase in place. And this guy with the Ogre Seal Totem tries to get away, but the onslaught won't be happening as Narman stuns him and Shad gets an ultra kill.
And this was a team that just took Aegis and Cheese. Did it look like it? Man, how quickly did tables turn? Now there is no Warlock ult to reset that fight, to punish Team Tickles for clumping up there. And instead they just get the supports first. As you said there, the Ghost Scepter is doing a ton of work as well. Nesphere's damage really not looking that impressive versus the cores. Still like the positioning on Rain here though. Like this could be fantastic if only there was any follow-up, but they don't have that anymore.
A lot of it is on Nesphere now, right? Because you really have to find the right time to jump in on the fight. Now more than ever, right? He's gonna be having the Aghanim Scepter and the Shard, but he's not gonna have a Nullifier. And I feel like the Nullifier might be better so that you can destroy a support, at least if you're going for that approach. But I think a better approach would be wait for the fight to brew up a little bit and then jump like in the last one and just cleave everybody, not just focus on bringing down that one target.
But that all relies on Team Tickles to actually take the bait, and we saw them do it one fight earlier where they all went for Erase, but Erase was the last one to die in the fight that we saw just now. And it is really that simple. Just don't focus the guy with the heart, because he doesn't actually deal that much damage. And if Team Tickles holds on to that, I'm not sure that Nesphere gets that option anymore.
We'll see if maybe Race starts doing a little bit more in terms of damage, or if the Beast Smash can do it. But now with the Golem being up, it is a different story, right? We have seen it so many times in this game, completely change the fight. But has this lead now become a problem for Team Sibe, or is it still execution-wise how the fights will go?
I think the real problem in the net worth here is in the tankiness of the supports. This PA, the fact that the Sven is an item ahead, Sven needs to be an item ahead, right? That is the Sven gameplay. But the fact that the PA can't kill these supports as easily, like even outside of her itemization, it's gonna take time. I'm not sure you have time to wait. The rest of your team is not that tanky. I guess you at least have the BKB on.
Oh, Shad found Nesphere. Did he know that Nesphere was there? I guess yes, because he did pop the glimpse. Oh, it was a little bit too early, but you had to use it at that point. Actually, no, the glimpse worked out.
Yeah, dude, it did. This BKB.
Yeah, but it looked to me like it ended
nowadays.
there. It looked to me like it ended. I'm not sure why, but he still got brought back. Kips is confused. Kips
No,
is,
I'm not confused. I know
let's see a
perfectly
replay.
well what I saw.
Yeah,
The glimpse get put on him just before he TPs out and his BKB ends.
let's see.
While he's in the fountain.
Yeah, you see it disappeared there. You saw?
Yeah.
But why did it disappear? You usually have that ball. Oh, it disappeared because he got away and then it had a different trajectory from which it was coming. Oh, okay. So I got juked there by the glimpse moving around the map. Okay, my bad.
They're projecting.
True.
Anyway. Oh, that was the worst possible person to be found. I guess not in the worst possible place, but it does cost you an equalization in towers now. And Shad nearing level 25.
That's gonna be a lot of damage coming out from the Sven. I'm looking at this 50% God strength increase, and that's like another level of your ulti. But I also would be a big fan of another second of the Stormhammer. How do you feel about those level 25s for the Sven? Are you all in for the damage?
I'm all in for the damage, yeah, because he doesn't really have a secondary core on his team, right? Atlantic is pretty useful to deal damage with in a fight, but it's really not the same as a secondary right clicker or like a big scaling spellcaster like an Invoker or something like that. You are the damage, you can become the damage, you will become the damage.
And Sibe, they don't want to be the punching bag any longer. They want to be the ones making the move, going all the way around. Team Tickles are in a good position to wait for the smoke.
But Ducalis in a very nice place to break it. Even if they lose him here, I don't think they would be that upset. Has a buyback as well. Very nice ward here.
Oh, he knows.
They are so ready for this.
It feels like he knows where they're coming from. He has used the Solar Crest onto his Sven. Okay, now that's a little bit too deep. Ducalis will be found. Ghost Scepter has been used. It's gonna be a little bit longer before he dies. He gets the ulti off and the vacuum to all of them. Where's the Sven? He used the Blink Dagger earlier, so really can't go in. But it did connect onto a lot of heroes. Loader, so protecting the Darkseer, trying to run away. The Guardian Greaves, keeping him still alive. Dies. No, he survives. Still, they see him on the high ground, finishes him off. But the Sven has already killed the two supports. Now the Yules onto the PA. He's all alone as here. He needs help. He is surrounded by so many stuns. He will not move at all. He's a ninja, and now he's gonna be moving around, dodging everybody. Vibes from the smarts, keeping Shad in place with BKB. He needs to come and help his team finish off Nesphere, who with the blur will get himself away, just getting out all of those fan of knives out. How many knives am I holding up? None, because you are dead. The blink out from the Sven, he'll be getting himself away. The double buyback from Team Tickles, and boom, he just came back to the world of the living. He doesn't want to die again, running away super speedy. There will be a Fissure covering for him, and the follow-up stuns from the Shaker can be there as well. There it is. He gets the blink dagger out. Team Tickles, how many buybacks did they use? I think it was 2, right?
I think Tickles used 2.
And Sibe 1.
No, 3. 3.
Oh,
Boom, Narman, and Ducalis.
If the Sven hadn't blinked just before
Yeah.
that vacuum, that would have been the fastest,
Massacre.
easiest fight ever.
And
he
instead, he's stuck on the high ground for the longest time. Sure, he's waiting there patiently, but since he's not there, that also gives Narman the time to wait. And they actually get to do the whole support trade there, which you like as a bursty carry, right? But
Yep.
in case of sibe, that nearly got them to fight. I think if you get a little luckier there with the PA dodges, she comes out of that alive.
He really did get close to dying here, and he
Yeah,
got
I mean,
a couple more.
I can't complain about his luck. I gotta say, look at this.
Yeah, the lifesteal from the Helm of the Overlord really did come in handy there for him. Oh, meanwhile, we are seeing things happening on the map, but the PA wasn't alive. So without her, I don't know how you're actually thinking about fighting Shad. As alive there, Shad did get himself a double kill, and that just before
Okay,
the PA came back to the world of
erase?
living. And they're getting more. They want to erase as well. The Echo Slam keeping him in place. Actually, he got the BKB off just in time. And with the Onslaught, he'll get himself away.
That was a little close for comfort.
Very close, very close. If he dies there, it is a problem. It is a genuine problem because he does not have a buyback.
Exactly. Like I think that's. I guess I still have some outer towers up even, so I wanted to say that should be 2 sets of racks, but no, mid tower has not been taken and bot tower hasn't either. Roche on the menu though.
Yeah, I remember when you said they're gonna equalize the towers now, and the creeps were on that tier 2 in the mid lane, but Team Tickles never committed. They just let it go. So yeah, it is very weird that that mid lane tower is still alive for Team sibe.
I already wrote it off.
Yep. For a good reason. I thought it was gone as well. Definitely no problems there. As the Roche will be going down, that is gonna be the third Roche. So the Refresher Shard currently on the Sven. Though I wouldn't mind seeing a double Fissure, double Echo, or even a double Wall in a fight. Though I guess the Wall isn't that big versus sibe heroes, right?
No, it really isn't. I like this choice. Especially with the Satanic, it's going to be like you have 2 lives on that Sven anyway, and he is not spending all of his mana on much else.
So who got the shard now? It was Atlantic on one side and Erase on the other, so the mid laners. Now the Primal Beast will be rocking Kip, so only 30 minutes after what you hoped for.
Yes. I am ready to throw the Devil Horns. He's got a pretty metal outfit as well, I gotta say.
True.
This was the second time I complimented skins. And
You just like those badass looking things, I think.
I do, yeah. Like, you're not gonna fuck with that thing.
True.
Yes, sir.
You see that in real life? You maybe just accept death, right? I said yesterday I fight a bear, Primal Beast, not so much.
Good position holding there. Like, Erase is in the prime spot there to cut off any possibility of Tickles actually going for that tower. And they're going to respect that as well. You'd think, okay, we're nearly 40 minutes into the game. Surely we just got 80s cheese Refresher Shard when immediately press that advantage, but they still want to have a positional advantage as well. So storming up to the high ground from the back.
Moraes breaks the smoke, gets stunned up immediately after. He's still fine, threatening there with the pulverize. Doesn't go for it just yet. They only went through the shield that he had. Sven jumps in, destroys the Shadow Demon, and now wants to get something more, but he's not sure if he should continue. They have found the Warlock. They need to kill him. Threatening with his ulti. He's gonna be stunned up. He really needs to use the goal. Won't be using it now, but really the Fatal Bond's not that big. Now the PA has got
back.
their backline, but the Ghost Scepter doesn't do anything. The PA is in so much trouble, doesn't have the goal, jumping left and right, trying to crit, trying to get something out of this fight, but he will lose the fight versus a Sven. Flasno Kruto goes for the roar. He pushes the Sven away, but he still stands his ground, turns around and finishes him off too. That is 3 heroes without buyback, and with this, it seems like Team Tickles will be able to do massive structural damage, if not win the game as well.
And that PA right there is just made out of bullshit. If you are not this far ahead on Team Tickles, there's a reason why they were playing it very carefully. Sure, they have still an Aegis, they still have the cheese in hand, right? They didn't even use a Refresher Shard there, but on the other hand, if she gets those crits off, you might never get the opportunity either way.
and get the opportunity in the race, is throwing rocks, but it just seems like pebbles for Team Tickles, as they are not going to be phased by it even one bit.
Not any longer.
They can get
Strategically, a
megas.
very good fight from sibe though. Very restrained, a lot of patience, really waiting for them to high commit onto a race. But Team Tickles didn't quite take that bait.
Yep. They played really conservatively as well. Even though they were running onto the enemy high ground, they approached it with a lot of caution. So they never really committed. As you mentioned, sibe didn't do as well, but Tickles, they did a lot of good poking there.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
So what now, Kips? What's the comeback potential for sibe?
Well, if they would just play better.
Oh, okay. Okay, did you read that in the chat?
I don't read chat during the games, so
Oh.
who knows? If the man's still out there, believe him. Shout out to him.
Yep. So 2 lanes of racks are taken down. Tickles now 25k gold lead. You mentioned if the gold lead wasn't this big, the crits from the PA could just end the fight right there and then. But the crits, the gold is on the side of Team Tickles, and now even more so. The Aegis and the Cheese still available, but only for 40 seconds for the Aegis.
Yes. And if they play this very conservatively now on Tickles, they might still allow the PA enough time to get to this rapier that she's got queued up now. She's a long end away from it, and I'm not sure she's going to get that time, but PA rapier, we have seen weirder things. Now, look at this smoke up for Tickles. They're not... You'd better sell the Battle Fury, girl.
Can you disassemble the nullifier maybe?
You see, that's something that, you know, even if I was still playing, I wouldn't know that because I don't buy Nullifier on as support.
Hex? Oh, that's gonna be a good way to start out the
Yeah.
fight. Finish off the Shaker. They will bring
No
down the
Echo
Shadow
Sun.
Demon. Both of them don't have buybacks. Shad getting nullified, turning around, fighting Rain, and will be able to bring down another support. It is a 2-for-1 for now. The Aegis has expired. We still have the Cheese on this Darkseer, and it is a fight between the 2 carries. Now the help is coming from. Where are my teammates? What's happening? Why was I left all alone? They will call GG, hoping that the Sven doesn't annihilate them all. But that is gonna be it for the competition of Team sibe. They were ahead in the groups, but it was only one game that they have played here in the playoffs. They will be eliminated by Team Tickles, a directly invited team, for a good reason, showing why they were directly invited into the playoffs here as they annihilate the top spot of Group B.
Yeah, very convincingly so as well. sibe had some good moments, and especially once they really get to leverage their Primal Beast in this game, it also looks like they're having fun, and there's vibes going in this team. We like to play Safrine. I think the timings on the Beastmaster are pretty much perfect, but in the end, strategically maybe a little bit behind Team Tickles, and I guess also a lot of this game is on Nesphere. And while I don't want to hate on him too much, I think the decision to not go for a nullifier earlier on and instead try some other ways around his problems was just not reading the game correctly. He had to deal with those supports. How many beautiful Echo Slams did we see this game, right?
Yep, and
It would have definitely been less if he has threat against him, but he didn't, and it forced him to play too conservatively while the Sven was slaughtering his team in the meanwhile.
being greedy with the BKB early also didn't help. Those were his timings, and they just kind of slightly missed them. And yeah, a little bit of a mechanical issue. Maybe his items would have worked out if those moves did work out for them as well. But unfortunately, that was not the case. Kips, Team Tickles, they made us be on schedule, and we have one more game. So it is gonna be Storm versus Team Arava. You said that this is gonna be the closest one. Do you expect a lot from these two teams? Do you think that this is two Eastern European giants taking us full 3 games deep into the night?
I mean, giants feels really weird to say when we're dealing with, like, you know, it's Zayats versus Soneko, which is a really good matchup, but their compatriots aren't exactly of the same level of fame, right?
Okay.
So yeah, I think they're very well matched here, and I think there's some interesting dynamics going on here, like one of the old tryhards versus one of the new guard. But I want to just sit back, see this one happen. I promise you all I'm going to be very biased for Arava. Just getting that out of the way right now. I don't care what you think. And we're going to have ourselves a really good time once that one comes up.
Okay, Kips, I care what you think, just so you know. Like, I really do, but it's fine
Thank
if
you,
you don't
Harry.
care
You're a good
what,
friend.
if you don't care what I think. With that being said, guys, we are going to be taking a short break, and then we will be back with the last match of the day, and we'll be finding out which team is going to be going through. Is it going to be the representative, the last remaining of Group A, or the last representative of Group B? Stay with us to find out.
Oh, esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. And some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
and welcome back to the Pinnacle Cup Malta Vibes 3. I'm Harry Freak, joining me is Skips, and we're watching the last series of the day. We have already seen 3 teams leave the tournament today, Kips. LevelUP, KZ Team, and Team sibe are not gonna be with us any longer, but Team Arava versus Storm, it is their time now. And your bias towards the 5 Wolves, I kind of just want to see good Dota.
Yeah, I mean, ideally, of course, the good Dota comes with that, and I do think that Arava are maybe a little bit the underdogs here again. Pun not intended, I guess. But if you look at the roster over on Storm, we've got Soneko. No need to explain anything more about the man. We also got Nicky Cool, who had his stint on Navi, of course, and some other decent names on there as well. So this is, to be fair, I wouldn't rate Storm over Vivo Keyed either. I would rate neither of these teams over them, but Arava did kick their asses yesterday, so here we are.
Yep, here we are. Nikki Cool, Dominic, 1J, Soneko, and Mitra Fanushka. Mitra Fanushka joined at the middle of the tournament. They had a different carry called the Youth, and he had some internet issues one day, and then they didn't play with him any longer. I don't know if those internet issues have been fixed. I'm gonna assume that the answer is no, but we mentioned the Storm lineup. What about their opponents? Let's see. Team Arava here, Kate, Zodiac, Blizzy, Zayats, and Max are going to be playing for this team. Still, now the only national team left. We did have the Romanian boys, we did have the Brazilian boys, and now only the Kyrgyzstani boys are left. And it's always nice for me to see a full national lineup do okay in tournaments.
Yeah, it can be really hard in Dota 2 to source, just to have a big enough player base in one country to source like a big enough crop of talent that you can actually pick and select a lineup with good chemistry and enough skill on it, right? And I'm just gonna throw some shade at the Dutch community here, but there's there are 3 Dutch relevant players currently, and they mostly skipped the entire rest of the scene where everybody knows everybody and they all dislike each other, but if they want to make a national team, they have to play with each other anyway. So I'm very glad that Kyrgyzstan has completely seemed to have dodged that issue. And they have some talent to spare, because Dream is not on his lineup either. And there is another Kyrgyzstani player that I'm forgetting about right now who is also not on this lineup, who is also an internationally relevant player. So they got the talent to spare.
When you started talking about your countrymen, I kind of thought you were talking about mine, because that's what it feels like currently. Though we have recently had 3 of our most relevant players, being LeBron, Mixa, and Alexo, playing together in the team, but always there's a little bit there missing, then they fall apart, somebody gets kicked, and so on and so forth. And a full Serbian team has very rarely had much success, apart from maybe the start of Dota 2. After that, international competitions, very low success, unfortunately, even though we did have a couple of good players at some point, even now high MMR players, but competitive wise, even those high MMR players aren't doing that well. But let's focus on Team Arava and Storm here. Storm, well, Soneko, when this tournament started, his first draft was a classic Soneko draft. An awesome draft, right? Ideally, if it's played well. But if a small mistakes happen, then it doesn't work out. But then he kind of humbled himself. I don't know what happened, but he toned it down. And now he's drafting easy to play drafts. And they have been winning ever since. So I'm glad that is happening.
Yeah, and I feel like as he has been gaining more experience, that shift has happened earlier and earlier. Soneko sets a very high standard in the very first place for himself, right? We're talking about somebody who has been extremely high rank, like top 10 as a support since, before anybody else did that.
Yep.
And he has the same tendency as more recently Dahak, right? To set that same standard for his teammates as well. And it's been a long journey for him to recognize that maybe he is actually exceptional, and that you're just setting yourself up for disappointment if you do that. So I'm a big fan of the continued development of Soneko as a captain.
Okay, let's see how well he's developing and how well he will be drafting in this series that we have in front of us, because the draft has started. So let's get into it. Currently, I checked, Soneko is currently rank 51, which, to be honest, Kips, nowadays, rank 50 is really good because you have so many good players in Europe at the moment.
You do, but to hear Seneko in rank 50 is like, man, that's got to be a low in like quite some time.
I don't think
Is
he
that,
has been.
I'm expecting to look up Seneko and like see 21 or something.
I don't think he has been top 30 lately. I'm not sure. Though, but yeah, he.
I guess I'm old.
Yep. Those times are kind of out. Last time I remember seeing a support player rank 1. It was Taiga, and he was playing a lot of mid back then with the mid earth spirit. And Saksa is usually up there as well.
Yeah, isn't Kataomi super high ranked these days?
I'm gonna check. As we are looking at the draft, there will be a warlock yet again. Are you happy that you're seeing the warlock here, Kips?
I mean, the warlock is fine. This is very much a Seneko hero, and we just saw the power of it in these high commit team fights in the previous game. But what I was really looking for, and what I sort of distracted myself from here, is that I think you gotta take the Dark Willow out of the hands of Zayats in this game. Because Zayats is a +4 captaining, and what you need to understand about people like +4s and offlaners captaining is that they run into trouble when they can't physically lead. They want to lead with their moves. They want to be setting the tempo, not just with words, but also with their own movements, which is a very effective way to lead. The problem is, of course, that if you don't have a good game on that player, if you don't have a high impact hero that can make that happen, then your entire team might just run into tempo and playmaking issues. And the Dark Willow has been way too good for Zayats. I think you should see if his team still runs as smoothly if you take that hero out of his hands, because it is too powerful as a single entity to build drafts around and just allow him to captain from that position.
It really is, and I agree with you. He really did shine on the hero, and I checked the leaderboards. Karaomi is rank 109, so
Wow.
not that high. But in terms of supports, it's currently Tofu rank 12, if I've seen correctly. And to be honest, for me, the main reason why Gaming Gladiators are looking as good as they are is Tofu and Ace, right? I think those two have improved so much comparing to the previous DPC season that it is actually insane. But currently we're not watching Gaming Gladiators. We're watching Arama and Storm.
Yeah.
And they definitely have a lot to give as well.
They do, yes. I mean, I still love to see my boy Max Verstappen on here. That is always always nice. I encounter a bunch of people who can do really good Dutch accents nowadays just because they mimic Verstappen's accent, which is always really weird. They are like a Finnish guy speak English with a Dutch accent because he's mimicking. It's really throws you for a loop.
I'm watching 24 Kitchen, and there's some Dutch guy cooking, and I just always wait for him to say chocolata, and I'm just
Chocolade.
there. Yeah, that. And he says it in a very funny way, and I'm just sitting there and I hear it over and over again. And I actually can't believe that I'm being amused that much by it.
It's a barely respectable language. Barely.
Okay. If you say so, it is bringing joy to me. So I don't really care.
I'm glad.
As there will be a Faceless Void. This is the way that they drafted yesterday as well, right?
Yep.
Early Faceless Void pick with the Dark Willow. It really makes a lot of sense. You have so much damage in the Chrono. A lot of combo breakers on Storm, right? Okay, a lot of combo breakers on Storm and a lot of burst damage as well. I really like what both teams have, and I think it is in their comfort zone. Plus, it's easy to execute, and it does give you a lot of kill potential. So no matter how far behind you are, you actually might be able to get kills.
Absolutely. With the burst potential of the Skywrath Mage plus the range of the Earthshaker, and this Shaker is by now most certainly a core, you're always going to have the potential to kill anyone and to have threat on the map, no matter what the rest of the gameplay situation is. So that is always really good to see. And yeah, Arama going into a fairly defensive Plus
Why?
5 here immediately after.
But why? There's only magical damage on the
I
other
know.
side. I don't understand it. I'm completely baffled and surprised. Could it be a misclick? Is there another L hero? No, I'm not talking about a loss,
no.
but this seems really weird.
No, I mean, I think it is very reasonable to assume that physical damage is going to be incoming at some point. But
Okay.
yeah, as far as like the mid game goes, it's really if you're looking for like a protective hero or a team fighter, Liches, because this is not even that grouped of a lineup yet either. Like the Shaker Skywrath Mage combo operates at range.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I don't know. It's a lot of damage in the chrono. I can say that. Arava
Yes.
have 3 heroes that dish out a lot of damage in the chrono. Queen of Pain has to be careful sometimes not to push people out of it, which can happen. But overall, if there's a multi-man chrono, you can assume that all of those heroes are just gonna die.
Yes, absolutely. And with the Quap and the Faceless Void, we now have 2 cores that can make use of the Dark Willow's Bedlam, and I would not be surprised to see a third one coming out as well, because that's just how Zayat's been doing.
Arava, they ban out the Slark and the Sven, leaving the PA in the pool. So it feels like this Lich is a pick that is something they picked versus the PA, and they are trying to force Storm into it. But I still think you might just be able to kill the Lich before he gets the Frost Shield off.
Yeah, the Lich is not that high range of a hero either. He has quite a lot of trouble actually hiding in the bushes. There's a bunch of heroes on Storm that can just sort of walk up on this Arava lineup right now. Or well, I say walk up, the Tide can do it, and the Shaker can jump in, because again, Core Shaker is going to have an Axe. It's risky.
There's one thing, only one thing that the other MOBA has that Dota doesn't, and you took that away from them as well. So the bushes have been taken away.
Yeah, there she is.
There's the PA. You do have magical damage to kill her. Tidehunter, I guess, would be the best one to lane versus the PA, because you don't really care about her much. But is there any other offlaners that you would like to see here for Arava?
Yeah, I mean the Tide is unfortunately on Storm, so that's versus the PA. Normally I'd immediately go back to the Beastmaster, but he is also sure not appearing in this game.
Underlord, is it a good pick here? I feel like something that builds a pipe would be nice.
A pipe would be nice, but also something that isn't as hard commit and a little bit more utility than that.
Arcseer?
Yeah, Darkseer. I feel like
Not a lot of
Centaur
good choices
doesn't
though.
really... Yeah.
But they did play a Centaur Arava in one game, so I wouldn't hate it.
Yeah, how about something like way weirder, like an I don't know, a
Night Stalker.
Jakiro or something?
What about a
Night
Night
Stalker?
Stalker? It's really good here, right? If you look at its kind
Yeah.
of Mage Warlock.
AoE Silence? Oh, how could we forget?
How did she get through?
How dare we forget about thick Mommy Thunder Thighs? My goodness.
I mean, the teams forgot about her as well, because she has been
Yeah.
completely untouched, which is very weird.
And she makes so much sense. Like, the heal coming in versus bursting attempts from Storm, the fact that she does in fact build mobility and can go in with a Dark Willow spell. She really benefits from the area control on the slows that Lich and Dark Willow provide as well. Deals a bunch of damage. Scales, like this is, I think, the greediest draft that we've seen from Team Arava so far, because they have 3 scaling cores right now, and Storm can't really say the same this time.
True, but how do you feel about the Shaker versus the Queen? I have no idea what to expect from that matchup in the mid lane.
I would expect that the Shaker gets quite rumbled indeed.
Okay. I guess you get early CS, it's still in your favor, but the harassment is going to be way too much. Every single second, you're just going to be right-click, Shadow Strike. It will be hella annoying. But the big question remains, Which lineup do you prefer, the greedy Arava or the less greedy Storm?
That Lich pick got me doubting, man. That's
Yeah.
It might actually prove to be the trump card. We've seen the ridiculous range on the Lich Axe. We know that the physical damage reduction can do huge work, but he's got a lot on his plate this game. And how do they make plays if their lanes don't go well? Like, I'm Arava biased. I'm just gonna go with them because I can't see how it works, but they have to out execute once again.
The game is ready and both of the teams are smoked up, so let's get right into it immediately, as we might see a 5 versus 5 engagement here, Kips, and yeah, everybody is just a coward staying on their high ground. Ooh.
I mean, very few of those, like, I'm gonna brawl early and just immediately win it heroes here, right? It's no clockwork, no primal beast, no Bane. Do people play Bane? I haven't seen him in a long time.
I have seen a couple of Banes, and then after that, no. So I think there's way too many AoE spells that can randomly hit a Bane, and then you just don't feel like your ulti is that good. But
yeah, and it's just like, and you're in a meta with a shaker, so Valve can keep on giving you stats until they go through the roof, but it doesn't really matter.
still, the Enfeeble is stupid strong, right? It lasts for 9 seconds and it has a 7-second cooldown on last level, and it's 70% damage reduction, and that can be problematic. But I think with all of the Battle Fury heroes now, and the cores are less fighty in the early stages of the game, I think that makes the Bane just not as good.
Yeah, well, we'll have to wait for him to make his appearance some other time. We are going to be watching, well, first off, I guess for me, this Earthshaker versus Queen of Pain mid. He can lengthen his time in this lane to actually be properly getting experience here by getting the right amount of denies off and just really slowing down Zodiac as much as possible, as opposed to getting his own CS, etc. in, right, and trading with the quap. I don't think that you're ever going to succeed in doing that. All you care about is slowing her down, and yeah, that's exactly what he's doing here. 3 denies in the first wave.
Yeah, 0 CS. He's putting more emphasis in the denies, which is not something that we see too often nowadays, but we will be seeing it now. Bottom lane, we know the Lich can be hella annoying, so it should be okay for the Faceless Void. And top lane, can Blizzy and Zayats actually threaten the PA in this one?
The range on Fatal Bonds is just stupid.
Yep. Stupid is the right
Look at
word.
this.
Zayat's just dead. They can attack Blizzy and possibly kill him. They're just attacking the creeps at the moment. He has the Fairy Fire. Luckily for him, he will survive because of it.
Yeah, and at least there's a little bit of a cooldown on Fatal Bonds, but really, this is a duo. They can get kills eventually with Zayats and Blizzy here, and that is certainly what they're going to have to do. Like, you're going to have to kill Seneko if they want, like, proper lane presence here. But up until that point, yeah, there we go.
Yep. Seneko is dead. Maybe Zayats does fall down, has the Shadow Run on 3 stick charges, so he was never gonna die from Mitra Fenushka there. But Seneko is dead, and you called it. They're gonna have to kill him. They see an opportunity, they go for it, and they will be successful.
Yep, and they're going to have to continue on doing that, because every time that they step back and take the lane easy, like, okay, we've won it now, they're going to get out-harassed again by the fact that they really just don't have the range versus both the PA daggers and the spam coming out from the Warlock.
Nicky Cool did a really good job in the mid lane in terms of CS, but it is still a freaking quap, and he is going to be harassing you so much. So I'm curious to see how long he can keep himself in this lane without being pushed out at some point. But for now, if it just comes down to the CS, everybody on Storm is happy.
Yeah, it's the time bomb. And what I'm curious about for Zodiac is if he can avoid taking the 3rd level in the Shadow Strike for himself here. Like, I know that that means that you definitely win the lane, but I feel like that's, in most cases, a self-defeating kind of trap where then you don't have enough levels in the screen to actually make your rotations count, you don't farm fast enough anymore, you don't push waves fast enough. I want to see if he can avoid it.
I've seen a lot of people now go for the 3rd point anyways, just because of the heal. It allows you to be a little bit more tanky if you're going for rotations. So I'm curious to see if maybe you can go for that 3rd point and still try to rotate. Obviously not going to work out versus a Tide, but versus some other heroes it might.
Yeah, very possible. Let's see. So far, 2-0-2.
1J, still level 1 on this Skywrath mage. Really hasn't been taking anything away from his Tidehunter. Now just puts himself in a very uncomfortable position. The time dilation not going to be doing that much now. Slowing him down. Blood Grenade onto Max, who doesn't have that mana either. Has the Healing Lotus, however, which will allow him to live. Dominic just not doing that much damage. And Kate, this is just a lane where people are just going to be punching each other and doing absolutely no damage.
Yep. Although 1J is showing that he knows where the limits of the range of the Dire lie here. Oh, it's a level 1 hero, not dying, although maybe bit off a little bit more than he can chew right now.
Yep, now he's looking pretty dead. Max doesn't have the mana, and let's see, the movement speed of the Skywrath mage should be higher. Does he kill the courier? Oh, that's the ultimate BM move. Actually, thinking about it, but Max doesn't move that courier away. He just wants to kill Blood Grenade. He might have to use it. He's going for the clarity. It will get cancelled out, the Blood Grenade, finally. That should close the gap, or the Blood Grenade itself should be enough damage. Tries to deny himself. The creeps, they are the ones that bring him down. And it is 1 for Arava, 1 for the creeps, and 0 for Storm at the moment.
Still winner, chicken dinner.
Yep.
For the Skywrath in that position.
Making mistakes is the path to wisdom.
Literally a chicken. A flying chicken
Yep.
at that. You don't see those.
You can see to the ends of the earth.
And from his vantage point, it is currently 1-0. But I have to say, despite only 1 kill, at the moment, the laning stage has been has had some turmoil. It was fun to see the players poking at each other. But looking at 5 minutes in, any favors? Do you think anybody's happier with how the lanes go, or is it pretty much even?
I think Dominic's having a really fun time on the bottom lane here. Like, he has a little bit of catching up to do on Katie, Kate, excuse me, but Kate's supports have already left him, and that leaves the Tidehunter in a very favorable lane where the Faceless Void really can't do much to him at all, and especially with the Meteor Hammer coming out soon, there's going to be pressure applied there that at some point Arava is going to have to answer.
We'll see if they do. We're seeing that Kate used to be part of Storm. I think he had a different nickname there. Oh wait, I'm gonna check. Wait.
Yeah, that is interesting actually.
ICQ. Yeah, that is the.
Yes.
He was a part of Storm,
Right.
and
Mickey
so
Cool about to finally lose his
alive.
equal position with Zodiac.
Yeah, it was bound to happen at some point. He really did do well in the early stages of the lane with the denies and everything, but the Queen of Pain hit level 6 earlier, so they were able to get that kill. And now Soneko is in trouble as well. He'll be using the Shadow Word. That's gonna be giving him a little bit more life. But look at the crits from Blizzy. They really do hurt. With Mitro Fenushka coming in, he's put himself in a really bad position, but nice Fatal Bonds, as well as the Blood Grenade, will be doing a solid amount of damage. Can Mitro Fenushka get himself away? Can they both really survive all this one? The Blur onto the side, goes to the creeps, and the creeps! They have 2 kills as well. Really have been murdering everybody, and Soneko lives. I don't know what the hell and how the hell he survived that, but he did.
Yeah, that's a hell of a lot of time and resources wasted over on Arava. Then again, I suppose going to base with 2 heroes isn't exactly ideal either. But so far the moral victories are certainly on Storm.
Imagine if we were casting a land right now, what kind of ovations the neutral creeps would be getting from the crowd. Would be amazing. And they really do deserve it, because well, they've been bringing in more kills than Storm. Storm currently have 0 kills, and this is the classic of Eastern European teams. For the first 7 minutes, you don't get anything done, and then, only then, people start falling like flies.
Well, let's see. Soneko's certainly dropping.
Yep, he's not getting out of this one. He survived barely earlier. This was not even close for him to get out.
And Kate already made the rotation over, Chronosphere in hand. Wasn't actually necessary, but I can see why he was up top, because there's nothing for him to do bot at the moment, really, except look at how this Tidehunter has the time of his life.
Yeah, the Tide is literally bullying him. He can't do anything about it. It's one of the most frustrating things when you're a carry and you just cannot fight the enemy offlaner. And he's denying the creeps in front of your face like that. It's so freaking annoying. And here comes the Meteor Hammer. You would maybe hope for a bash, but he doesn't even attempt it. Being level 1 wouldn't be...
Yeah. And it's like, and you're supposed to be happy because you're free farming, but you can see that this guy is getting more than you and he's going to be active earlier than you. And it just feels so bad. Like, are you going to call people to the bot lane and draw attention to the fact that you're there? I don't think so.
Yeah.
So instead, grab our mid.
Draw attention to the tide. That would be bad. Yep, they're trying to do something else. They're trying to force the tide hunter to come here, and that is a smart move. Though I don't think that he's really gonna be responding to this, especially with the siege creep dying. Why is there a siege creep alive 8 minutes in?
Your guess is as good as mine, honestly.
Okay, there's the Chrono Solar Guardian as well. This is what they were trying to do. The TA dropping low. Sorry, the PA dropping low. Mitro Fanushka, he needs somewhere to jump to. Does have the blur. Let's see what he's gonna be able to do. At the... well, he did have the Spark of Courage, so extra armor was there, but he was never gonna live through that.
I think Blizzy was trying not to take the kill and got really fed up with waiting.
Yeah, the Faceless Void does need a little bit of a boost towards his Midas, but, well, unfortunately, it would have taken too long. So you've gotten the kills.
Yeah, it leaves us in a curious stalemate once again, because the only tower in the game has been taken by that Tide Hunter so far. So he is currently the tempo decider on this map, and it's really the question where he's going to go first, because over on the side of Arava, they cannot hit towers for Jack.
Yeah, but now I think the Tide now just moves to the mid lane. I don't think you can do much versus him, right? Because big thing though is that Storm supports, especially the Skywrath Mage, are really low in levels, and that is one thing that Arava can utilize. But can you kill the Tide or at least push him back? That is the real question, and a very tough thing to do.
Yeah, I think you need 6 on sides. That is
okay.
That is the key here, and he is a fair bit towards it. But the problem is that the lane where he was supposed to get a fairly uncontested 6, that's the mid lane, is currently being shoved in. So he has to share that experience.
Yeah, with Zodiac. Still, I do want to say that the Rava are having a really good time here. That's gonna be another neutral creep kill. 3 neutral creep kills for them, and Storm, they still have 0 kills. They cannot even win versus neutral creeps here, but despite all of that, they're 1k gold ahead, so they are farming better than their opponents at the moment.
Yeah, I guess that's the pact with the neutral creeps. That's what you get for that.
Shaker finished off the blink now. He used the echo there on the camps, destroyed them completely, but he's not gonna have it now for his first rotation with a blink.
Zayat has 6. Zodiac actually stepped out of the lane specifically to go and farm camp. Let Zayat get 6. Oh, was that a smoke pop? That they immediately... maybe I saw wrong.
I didn't notice it, but I was checking on the items a little bit, and there it is. Attempting to kill Dominic. The Ravage will be used, but at least they've protected their tower. Now, going for the Meteor Hammer onto it is going to be a little bit tougher when you do not have the protection of the ulti.
Absolutely, so that's the moment we were waiting for, and now Zayat has his ultimate at the ready. A lot shorter cooldown than that Ravage, so there is even a kill threat on Dominic here, because they didn't actually use the Solar Guardian to bring Blizzy to mid. He just walked there.
Yep.
So this Tide can die.
They still have the Solar Guardian, the Soul Ring on Dawnbreaker as well, so he's not going to have any mana problems. Mitchell Fanushka has a lot of troubles. There's the Mystic Flare, and Blizzy is not going anywhere except for a one-way ticket to the base, and the mid lane tower did fall. They're probably thinking that Blizzy was going to be able to connect there, but the reveal of the Blink Dagger 12 minutes in finally brings the kill to Storm.
And that gives Storm yet another tool to decide the tempo with here. Very good. Ooh, Seneko gets murderized.
Yeah, I mean, it's his own fault of being in that position. The Chain Frost not doing that much damage to the Tide Gate. He's tickling this Tide Hunter. This is not Team Tickles for you. He wants the bash. He needs the magic damage. Come on, it's still not doing anything. 6 stick charges now. He's gonna have 7. What the hell is going on? They're not doing anything to him, and now Solar Guardian, it will finally bring enough damage. That looked so funny. Oh, mid lane. Sonic Wave being used. Bishop Fanushka dead yet again. He's really not having a game. The Faceless Void is at least participating in some kills, but the PA is just dying all around. Nicky Cool, on the other hand, he is making plays happen. Finds Skate and gets another kill into the pocket of his team.
So both carries going down, but that was a real assassination on the Phantom Assassin, because there were several teammates sitting around that could do absolutely nothing against the onslaught of magical damage. And that's where having your Tide and your carry in different lanes really hurts, because sure, the Tide's going to have a pipe, but you're not the one that's going to be attacked.
Benefiting. Yeah. Nobody cares about you. This is going to be one of the latest, if not the latest Battle Fury of the tournament. Mitro Fanushka, he only has the cornucopia. He went for both the Orb of Corrosion and Power Chest, and he lost the lane. And usually when you're losing the lane, you just get the brown boots and start rushing your Battle Fury. This is gonna be like 17, 18 minutes. That's really late.
Exactly. We had 16 in the previous map, and that Phantom Assassin already had some issues starting up, and he had the benefit of having, of course, a full-on helm of the Overlord Beastmaster at that point in time. Whereas here, I mean, your Tide's looking fat, your Shaker's looking good, but they better keep on looking good because you're going to need that time on your carry.
Shaker bought the Ogre Axe. I feel like this game, I don't know if you get away with going for an Axe. I think that because he's so farmed that Nicky Cool might decide to go for an Axe over the BKB. And it is the standard way to build the Shaker nowadays.
Yeah, but I share in your doubts here, because the magical damage is the stuff that's going to kill you. Now you can say, okay, but we're going to be playing with 4, the Tide's going to have a pipe. I'm going to live that, and I would much rather be able to actually get on top of the supports, which, fair enough. But then you can't play solo. Absolutely not.
True. Very true. We'll see what he's gonna decide to do. Still not deciding on anything. He has 1500 gold on top of the Ogre Axe. Blizzy is the one topping the network chart. He was the one that got a couple of those very important kills. And once he has the Deso, that's gonna hurt.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I'm just very surprised because Blizzy sure he has been participating well, but that's not exactly a farm monster, but he is equaling Zodiac in levels as well. And this greedy lineup so far, like, I was worried about how the laning stage would end up for Arava. Well, I'd say they passed that with flying colors.
Yep. But also, if we look at Greed, it's not like Storm don't have any. Their supports really do scale really well into the late game. And then you have Shaker, Tide. I mean, these heroes can be problematic for anybody. Imagine if you do not get your spells off. That is pretty possible to happen versus so much lockdown.
Radiant's top tower has been denied.
Absolutely. And now the timings, I think, for Arava are really very clear. You were talking about the Desolator for Blizzy. After that is going to be the Aghanim Scepter for Zodiac if he wants it. So far, keeps it on the side of the smaller items with the Witchblade queued up right now.
People aren't going for the Axe. They're not going for the Axe all that much. I don't know why, right? I love the Campaign Axe, but they have been... I've seen a lot of people dodge it.
That's wild. The damage is ridiculous.
Yep. It really does do insane amounts of damage. Smoke from Storm, not going to be finding anything. Same is true for Arava. Let's see if Storm might get themselves something from this movement. Mystic Flare, Zayats will be fine. Oh, he's going to be completely okay. The Science does go through. He's going to have the Shadow Realm in a second, but the Meteor Hammer he cannot dodge. He's going to die for it. Healing Lotus, not going for it, accepts his death.
Yeah, that is also the standard Zayat's gameplay we've seen, right? First, integral in a couple of really big rotations with the Bedlam, and then immediately after starts being the one in front of his team, baiting and dying. A lot. It's been working out for him though, but yeah, that's I think that's the first of a couple more deaths that we're gonna see.
I'm always a fan of these games. They can get a little bit snoozy in the start, but when you look at the teamfight potential for both teams, it's gonna be amazing. And they found Blizzy, the highest net worth hero on the map, will get taken down. Both of the ultis used, and they bring him to his knees. Dominic, well, he's just gonna purge off all of these slows, stuns, roots, and doesn't really care much about them.
Oh, he does not. He's got that pipe complete. He is not quite immortal, but I do want to say that the amount of spells that they would have to spend over on Arava in order to actually take him down would cause them to lose the fight anyway.
Yeah, he's as close as you can get to immortality in Dota. Closer than the
Functionally
Aegis, I think. So
It's like,
what's-
yeah, he could die, but his enemies
Yep.
don't actually want to make that happen.
Yeah. Is it really worth it, right? Yeah, it's not. You're gonna have to give all of your spells, maybe a couple of your lives, and then you put it on a paper. Pros and cons. Pros, you get 300 gold. You feel better about yourself. Cons, you lose the game. Yep, it definitely does trump towards the other side.
That Blizzy death though, like, you know, back when I worked with Blizzy, he was a very aggro player, and we really had to really had to shift as well. They found Dominic. Are they really gonna try?
They're running away. Okay, they're trying to give silence onto the queen.
Zodiac.
Oh, they did have the Mystic Flare, so could have attempted to go for the kill there on Zodiac. Decided not to do so, as he does have the Sanjin Kaya and of course the Solar Guardian to protect him.
Yeah, and Seneko was waiting on the high ground there, so really good patience coming out from Arava.
We still haven't seen
engaged
a
there.
golem, right? Okay. Let's see, Zodiac, he's farming towards the Witchblade, and Storm are going for a smoke. Who do they want, and who will they find? That is the question, as they have the Echo Slam once again, and they want to make something happen with it. But on the top lane, no one will be found for now.
And I do think that the big winners in all of these are both of the carries currently, because these are heroes that can really struggle if their team gets a lot of pressure applied. And I say that Kate gets, well, not found. It's actually Max who was caught snoozing.
Yeah, a really good positioning for the two supports of Arava to protect the Faceless Void. The Lich was at the Twin Gate, and Zayats on the Dark Willow was on the other side. So they were just protecting any kind of angle that would have come towards the Faceless Void. I liked it from the start, and really the smoke from Storm getting a position 5, it doesn't matter that much, and especially with this Lich not having anything. He's 1800 net worth.
Yeah, we thought that we saw some people dangling at the bottom of the charts before. This is setting some... I mean, Seneko is on the other side, but he'd be proud.
Yeah. And that's his first death on the Lich as well, so I'm kind of surprised why he's so poor.
I mean, he just, like, Lich doesn't really touch creeps, and I don't think this lineup leaves any space for him to get to touch any anyway.
And buys mangoes, a ton of mangoes as well.
Oh man, what a trooper.
True.
Salute your heroes.
Yeah, Lich is one of those guys who doesn't save up for retirement. I mean, it makes sense. He's a skeleton. It's not like he's alive for it anyways. So, but the gold lead for Storm is quite high. They might be behind in terms of kills. Mitrofanushka now with the Battle Fury has overtaken the Faceless Void, has overtaken the Queen of Pain, and all of that early lead that Team Arava have gotten with a couple of kills, it has completely went the other way now.
Yep. It's been trickling away steadily for a while now, and a lot of that has to do with the fact that they haven't been able to take any towers, which means they haven't been really getting to take any terrain. And Storm has just had more space to farm in, literally more camps at their disposal. As I say that though, the mid tower is exactly on 3 HP. Will not fall the creeps just yet, but it's a bit weird, not gonna lie.
Yeah, there's
Somebody
no
should
siege
breathe
creep
on that.
siege creep 3 minutes after it has spawned still in the game as it was at minute 8. And Storm just walking into the Roche pit, it does seem to me that Team Arava cannot fight this. If they would get a perfect chrono with the Lich ulti bouncing around, it could be nice, but through the pipe I still think you lose.
Yes, interesting build up from Zayats found them.
Who found who?
We already know what Zayats' MO is, right?
Yeah, but he does have that shard, so the brambles on the ground, kind of annoying there for the Tide, but he does get the blink out. Pretty nice, just standing his ground, not getting poked by those at all, and they go for the Roche yet again. Arava, they have no intention of defending this one. It was Zayats like, guys, they're Roche, which nobody cares, Mr. Captain, just let them have it.
Yeah, they're really not in position. They're also behind a little bit. Like the gold counter is immediately ticking back. You see that? It's just all map control.
Yep. And it will be an Aegis for Nikki Cool, meaning that the PA still wants to farm. The PA is approaching an Aghanim Scepter as well, so there's gonna be a lot of jumping around, hardcore ninja being played there by Mitrofanushka once he does get it.
Exactly, yeah, he does not have a lot of defensive capabilities right now, just his wits and his reflexes, which is, I'm excited to see that. I'm always hoping that people find ways to play PA as an actual, honest to god, 2-item build-up hero, as I say that.
Goodbye 1J, the pipe won't help you versus that, but there is an anchor onto this Dawnbreaker right now. She's pretty strong, so she's just gonna destroy that anchor. What now? Well, nothing, now we run away. Sorry, and Storm, they just pulled themselves out.
Yeah, and it looks like the golem is actually too big to fit through the gap in between two brambles. His model just can't handle it.
Yep.
So that's gonna be very annoying for Seneca.
I don't know. I would love to be big, not to be able to go through the door, right? That's kind of the goal of going to the gym always, but kind of tough to make happen. I need to have some smaller doors.
Yeah, that works. And you gotta... Oh, never mind. I found Seneca.
Yep. Yeah, well, he seems to be big enough to go through the brambles, right? As well as he will get taken down. Zodiac gets the kill. They bring him down easily. Nice turnaround here for Arava as they're bringing down some supports, buying time for them. And time is something that they definitely need.
And the attitude that I get from them is very chill. They are not in a hurry to do anything in this game. And it doesn't mean that I think they're taking like that they're taking it too slow or anything, because they're clearly still, they're mopping up all their waves, they're going for kills when they can. It's just they're not in a hurry to force anything, and I do really like how relaxed that feels. But then again, Storm has exactly the same attitude right now. I haven't really seen them make any mistakes brought on by them crushing themselves either.
Yeah, everybody is chill. Nikki is cool. Everything is fine. And Storm do have a 2k goal lead though. Yeah, I'm looking at Kate here. He still has Storm on his name. That's pretty confusing. But he has BKB as well. The Queen of Pain is close to hers. And, well, the Dawnbreaker is farming one as well, but has the shard at the moment. So some magic immunity, or debuff immunity to be more exact, is there, as they would like to kill the Faceless Void. Echo Slam, Mystic Flare, bye-bye. Solar Guardian, way too late. Atos not going to be connecting. Shadow Realm protecting, and Nikki Cool in trouble, but he still has the Aegis to play with. Blink Dagger out, going to be a little bit tough, but he will have the Enchant Totem. Can they stop him? He tries to go away. Not going to be happening. Nikki Cool stuck in a really bad position. Mitrofanushka comes over to kill Zayas. Now he's trying to run away, but the Cursed Crown keeping in place, and he does get taken down. Mitrofanushka wants another crit, but look at that, the Frost Shield coming into play. Who has something to say about that one? Atos onto the Queen, coming off cooldown. They finish him off, and it could have been a 4-for-1. Ended up in a 3-for-1, but still an amazing fight for Storm all around.
Yep, that was really good for them. I mean, the Faceless Void died in the blink of an eye. I am very surprised that they still decided to take the fight. I mean, I suppose Blizzy knows that he's top of the net worth. Don't ask me how he's doing that, by the way. I think it's illegal, personally. But I'm like, that our carry died? What are you talking about? I'm still alive. Let's take his Aegis.
The Face Void not even close. Kate comes over, got him stand up. He has the BKB, still threatening, has the chrono, goes with the bashes, does absolutely no damage to Dominic. Okay, let's kill the guys that we can't pick on the small guy. That's what their approach is gonna be. Blizzy taking a lot of damage. Here comes Mitrofanushka with the Chris, protecting himself there with a Glimmer Cape, and Max comes over as well. Nice terrorize. They're all afraid on the side of Storm, thinking, why should we be afraid? These guys, they are weak. Let's just murder them all. And Dominic jumps in. Mitrofanushka follows immediately. You're still versus the chrono, so have to be careful, especially with the Queen of Pain coming back to the world of the living.
Exactly. And that is the reason why they didn't commit chrono right there. It's because they don't have the Queen of Pain. They don't want to spend the chrono on a fight where they are afraid that they don't actually have the damage to follow through. So that is why, even though that looked pretty decent from Arava, they're not actually going to hold on to this tower. They're just going to retreat, and they're going to wait for another better opportunity once again. This time with Zodiac up and in full possession of all of his powers.
Okay, I didn't ask you why Blizzy was topping network chart, but again, I'm gonna ask you why Blizzy and Zodiac are so high in levels compared to everybody else.
Yeah, they've just really been allowed to play solo a lot. And I guess that is one of the things that I guess I would have to knock Storm a little for. You do have Shaker Skywrath. We've seen it be very impactful in a couple of rotations, but not nearly as much as you could.
Yeah,
That's not a combo with a very long cooldown on it at all. And we've seen it, what, 3 times?
yeah, I expected more from them. It just didn't happen.
I don't begrudge Nicky Cool's farming time. I mean, he's ahead of Zodiac right now. That's fine, but you know, there were options to play this game differently and, you know, show a little bit more muscle.
They could have punished the enemies more. Now the gem will be bought by Storm, and they do have the gold. Atos, Silence, Mystic Flare, and the smack to finish it off. That's a very satisfying way to get a kill.
That animation, like, and the sound design as well, like, there is something about Dota's sound design that's just so crisp.
Yeah, especially those blunt strikes, right? I like the sharp ones as well, but the blunt ones, when you get a kill with those, it's just so nice to go for that.
So I think right now, I don't want to say we're waiting on Zodiac. Like, for sure, with his BKBino at the ready and his combo, they're going to be looking for kills, as they're doing right now. 3 chords in the same lane, which is rare, with Blizzy having the Solar Guardian being able to join from anywhere.
They have 3
I guess he
BKBs
doesn't.
though.
Yeah,
They want to fight.
exactly.
Storm, they want to fight as well. Mitro Fanushka has the BKB too. It's a 9-second BKB PA. That's nothing to laugh at. He's level 18. Even without the Deso, he kills people really fast.
Is fresh.
Zodiac, he gets his BKB off. That is the thing, the Shaker, he cannot stun lock you any longer. Turning around there, trying to kill the Lich. Max, he's very low in armor. He will be dropping down there as Sonic Wave used on the other side to bring down the Shaker and the Terrorize onto the PA. They do have the Chrono still, trying to finish him off. The BKB has been used, jumps himself away, but will be caught inside of the Chrono. Can the Faceless Void do enough damage? Curse Crown has been used as well, and there's Ravage. Should I fight or should I go? I will kill them all. The crits and the cleave going through, and also the misses will be there. He has the blur, he has the Elven Tunic. He is so elusive. No matter how much damage you have, if you cannot hit him, it will not matter. In Muhammad Ali style, dodges everything and kills everybody as well with strong punches. It will be a beautiful fight for Storm.
Absolutely, and they do have the easier execution here, I think, as well. They stand their ground, the Tide can't die, you know they're going to have to kill the PA, and they get really darn close. She's lost half her HP before that BKB even goes off, but after that Chrono comes out, you get the press R, and Mitro Fanushka gets the cleave to his heart's content.
They have the same feeling that, like, Storm just are playing this so chill that they are not under any kind of pressure for the entirety of the game. I mean, considering that they couldn't get a kill until minute 12, you could probably see a lot of teams panicking at that point, but they just don't care.
Absolutely, not one bit, and I really like that attitude. To be fair, yeah, the same can be said from Arava, who also had a lot more opportunities to get kills. Like, they also definitely didn't go pedal to the metal with the Zayat's combo, right? They got 3 kills with that as well, and then it was good. Then it was all like core items items galore. But now I wonder if they took it too chill. I'm gonna have to bring the topic back to Zodiac's item build, I'm afraid. You could have had the axe.
Diat, no, that's Blizzy caught, Blizzy destroyed. This hero was topping the network chart. He's still at the top when it comes to Team Arava, and he just got destroyed, annihilated, killed super fast. No chance whatsoever to live even a second longer.
Well, to be fair, that is a PA and a hero with minus armor next to it, so...
Zayat goes inside of the Shadow Realm. That's the only thing protecting the Curse Crown. Will be on the PA. Actually, with the blur, he removes it. Of course, he cannot remove the Bramble right after it. This shield, Frost Shield, protecting the tower for the time being. But Arava, you're just letting another lane of Rags go?
It's really all about buying time. They don't have... they're going to actually go for the surprise?
Going Roche, I think. And Arava cannot fight Roche unless the Void... how do you get the Lich into a good position for him to be there once the Chrono comes out?
I think the Lich would have to, like, I don't know, be behind the pit or something. But I don't think it's possible to get a good chrono is the thing. Because as long as Nikki Cool is not in the pit, I don't think you get the chrono that you need. You're going to catch either the Tide or the Earthshaker, but never both of them.
Okay.
And it's going to ruin everything.
And there's also an upheaval in the pit, so even if you would get that chrono, unless you're killing everybody, you're not running away after it. Mitra Fenushka, he could have dealt with the Roche himself, but Nicky Cool comes over to assist a little bit. It's gonna be Aegis Cheese into the pocket of Storm, and now the push through the bottom lane can be easy, though they're looking towards top. They want to take that last outer tower.
Yeah, fair enough. That bottom lane will be easy peasy. Can get to it whenever you want. Top has some objectives left. Of course, once again, gives a little bit more time to Zodiac. I am watching this Aghanim's timing like a hawk. I think that it's legit the only thing right now that can actually save the game for Arava.
Did somebody eat the cheese? Like, what the hell happened? Somebody ate the cheese, 100%. It's not in the pit. It was picked up 100%, and it just disappeared. So I'm gonna assume it was a mistake.
Blizzy, please don't breathe. Don't you dare.
Oh, he started breathing, but he has the blink away. Okay, he'll be fine. Okay, I think that was the first time that someone was actually sweating in this game, because Blizzy, he probably felt like he was gonna die.
There's a clenching just a little there.
Yeah, pretty stressful situation, but he gets himself away. The gold lead, though, it is not diminishing whatsoever. It's just gonna be increasing close to 20k at the moment, and they'll get the Tormentor.
That's a Hex.
You were doing very well.
He's dead. He is trying to farm his Aghanims, though, at the moment.
Yes, desperately so. Which is the correct move, though. Okay, I'm gonna stop hating on him now. Once he gets that Aghanim Scepter up, and I think Storm recognizes that as well, the fights do become a lot harder because you actually are going to have to think about the fact that the fight is gonna go longer. There's not just a big burst damage output that you have to deal with, and after it, it's all you and your PA is going to start mopping up. Because the same is going to actually be true of the Queen of Pain as well. She is going to start to deal massive damage as long as she is alive, and it's going to keep on happening, and she is going to keep on healing off of it as well. It's like, it's remarkably like a PA. So that was a super important kill.
Mitra Fenushka doesn't find anybody. His blur, well, he found there by the structures, but let's see how long this Frost Shield can actually keep the Raxes alive. Not for long. It lasts just so long for well, nothing to happen, just a couple of more seconds away from the Queen of Pain coming back into this one. And I think Arava, they have one more fight left. I don't know how their buybacks are looking.
Do they?
Ooh, 70 seconds without the Faceless Void. What now, Kips? How do you even defend this at this moment?
I don't think you do, because you have the Quap. She doesn't have the Axe. She nearly does. Like, if Storm overplay this, and they go into the Quap because they think they've won.
I mean,
she needs to, come on, sell your wand, Zodiac, please.
They don't know that the Faceless Void doesn't have a buyback, but he just bought out completely. Mystic Flare, goodbye, Ravage gets used onto all of the remaining heroes as well, and that Fan of Knives just does way too much damage. 1J has put himself in an uncomfortable position, has the Overseal Totem to run a little bit himself away, and he has just baited the enemies. Yes, this is where we want to just let them go. The Queen of Pain screams from the bottom of her lungs, but Mitra Fenushka shows that it's not gonna change anything, as nobody will be allowed to live apart from the Queen of Pain herself, and that will be game number 1 for Storm, which looked like a really easy win for them, Kips. Not at one point did it look like they were behind, despite not having any kills for the first 10, 11, 12 minutes of the game.
Yeah, they were taking it remarkably easy, but I guess they had the correct read on the game in the end, where they have a lineup that can simply stand their ground and deliver, and it was up to Arava to do something about it. A little bit surprised that Arava couldn't outfarm them, but I guess they just didn't make enough use of the kill threat that they did have.
I don't know. I'm looking at this Lich and I still don't know what this hero was supposed to offer. Right? I think the verdict from us here is this was definitely a pick that didn't have a place in the lineup. It's not good in the meta. It wasn't good in the lane. It doesn't do too well with the Faceless Void in the lane either. I just don't know why they went for it. And there was no indication that that was gonna come yesterday or today. They just went for it, and well, this is the result, right?
Yeah, I do agree with you there. Like, you can say a lot about their itemization and the way that they played the game, but ultimately it's all built on that draft. And one of these puzzle pieces could have definitely fit a whole lot better. So I agree. I think that we're going to see a lot better out of Arava and a lot more contest out of Arava if they actually have a good draft this game. But they, there's something missing there.
Yeah, there definitely is.
Easiest fix too, though, because the problem is not their gameplay.
True. Kate also had 4.5k damage dealt on the Faceless Void, so that is pretty underwhelming. Hopefully next game it is going to be looking better for Team Arava, that they're going to be bringing their A game as they did yesterday when they won versus a TI qualified team. Here versus Storm, they didn't look like they could win, but that is only game number 1. Still more Dota to play, and it's coming your way after the break.
such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
After what seemed to be a pretty chill and easy game number 1, Storm will be getting a victory over Team Arava, and currently it's 1-0. Arava are only 1 game away from being eliminated. They've had their ups and downs in this tournament, but they would probably like to continue the competition, especially after the success they've had yesterday. I'm Harry Freak, this is Kips, and you're watching the Pinnacle Cup Malta Vibes 3. And Kips, after that previous game performance, do you think we're going to a game 3? Do you think Arava have what it takes to get themselves a good draft and actually equalize the series?
I think so, yeah. I think we just saw a Storm team that just had a better read on the game.
Okay.
But both of them really left a lot of space for the other team to get more movement out on the map if they wanted to. And instead, both of them were very confident that they had the better late game situation, and so they were just going to go there, and well, one of them was always going to turn out to be wrong, right? So that leaves Arava with good incentive to actually press their advantages next time around, even if they are sure that they've got this one in the bag once it hits like 45.
So the sides have been chosen. It's going to be Arava first pick and Storm on the Radiant side. So they're going to be swapping out their previous arrangements. Okay, that shouldn't really make all that much of a difference to the Kips, as you did mention that Radiant and the Dire side have roughly the same win rate currently in the meta. So what are we looking at? What are some big things that we need to keep our minds on? Is there any hero that you think could be amazing for one or the other team that most likely won't get banned out? Is there something that could switch the advantage after the draft to one side or the other?
And it's interesting that I think that if Arava would have won this one, for sure the Dark Willow would be biting the dust. But since they didn't, Science is probably going to get that again. And that means that we're going to see another lineup in exactly the same style as they've been playing before, with cores that can go in and can make use of that power boost once the bedlam comes in. But at the same time, that also makes them predictable, right? And I think Seneca had the correct read in that previous game with like, hey, they're gonna come at us and we're just gonna go stand there and be like, yeah, this damage it's a lot of burst, but once we're through, you're limited. And if they're going to bet on that, we're going to be seeing probably more Earthshaker, probably more Tidehunter. We could also see something like a Medusa come out, for example. Really suits that kind of playstyle as well. And yeah, I'm not expecting to see them change anything about that read unless the entire dynamic of the draft changes by the Dark Willow getting taken out.
That is one thing. I think that Storm have a wider hero pool here for sure, and that Arava are a little bit more you know, I don't want to say one-trick ponies, but they don't play way too many heroes, especially between a lot of them. And we've seen a lot of the drafts just be repeated from their side. So I'm hoping that they come up with something new, or at least change something slightly to surprise their opponents. Because it seems like Storm has actually did their research. The lobby did not start. There was a update of the Dota client, so yeah, there's probably going to be some issues with that, guys. Hopefully we do get ourselves into the game as fast as possible, but for now we are going to have to wait. But just so you know, you're watching the Pinnacle Cup Malta Vibes 3. It is a tournament brought to you by Gaming Malta, home of gaming excellence, and this is a tournament of a $50,000 prize pool, and the first spot goes to the 5-star bootcamp exclusive hotel, awesome PCs, awesome atmosphere, and of course Malta is just an amazing island. My brother went there this summer, and he says it's like the whole island is a fortress, and it was a pretty cool experience. So I'd like to be there at some point. I'm pretty sure that the players would like to be there, which is going to be even more motivation, Gibbs.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's a really good way to actually get some of that intrinsic motivation, because sure, the money is nice, but every single tournament offers money, right? And if money is all you're competing on, then you're going to always be compared to, well, previously it used to be TI, now it's going to be ESL and Riyadh, right? Like, you gotta have something that sets you apart. And if I'm a pro player and I'm doing decently, what's going to motivate me? Like another tournament that's, I'm working for my bread, or can I get the bread and go to like a really cool location where I'm just going to be hanging out with my friends? I'd say the latter. For
Yeah,
sure.
you know, when you're applying for the job, you also ask about the perks, right? Can I work from home? Do I have team building? Is it am I gonna have some food when I come there, or I don't know, maybe paid vacation? Well, you know, this is it. We have a lot of money here in the prize pool in the Pinnacle Cup Malta Vibes, but there's also this really nice perk as well.
I have never been to Malta. I would actually love if if at some point we could do a tournament there as well. That would be the stuff of dreams, wouldn't it?
Yep, most definitely would be. We are restarting the lobby over and over again. We'll see who is actually being a problem, as the players are just saying go over and over again, but somebody is not connecting, and I am gonna assume that somebody did not download the new patch.
Yeah, it's very possible that one of these guys is on definitely a little bit worse of a connection than the rest of us and just didn't actually either get the full package or didn't get it correctly at all. 3, 2, 1. That's another niet.
Yep, no connection just yet. We are probably gonna be trying again.
I mean, listen, it's like IT. You just keep on restarting it, and you hope that at some point it all magically goes right. And maybe we call Valve and ask them to like kick one of their server racks really hard.
It seems to not be the players. Everybody from the players is coming through, so it might be coming from our side. So we do apologize to the viewers that they're waiting for the match to start. But,
yeah. I mean, I'm pretty sure I downloaded just now.
Yep, I downloaded as well. I'm connecting too.
Up to date.
I think it was one of the observers. It's no issue. We'll deal with that as fast as possible. We are starting the lobby again, as production gave us a thumbs up that it's gonna work right now. And of course, our production always knows best, and we know that this next draft it's gonna be much closer. So let's see if Arava have what it takes to beat Storm in game number 2.
Let us see indeed. They were only one support pick off in that previous game, and I think they just got a little ahead of themselves with the mind games. The physical damage is going to come in. It's probably PA. We're going to already anticipate that, but sometimes these defensive moves, when you make them from ahead, I'm just gonna fall back to chess here. I think Soneko is also a chess player. I'm just mostly guessing here. Especially, of course, it's like your goal is to be ahead in chess. If you want to stay ahead, you're going to have to keep on making moves, and that Lynch pick was just a step back and a loss of tempo.
See Arava, they ban out the Chen, understandable. If you allow Soneko to get the Chen, you have lost. I think unless you are a really strong established team, tier 1.5 at least, you are you are not winning versus the Soneko Chen. It's just impossible. I've seen it so many times.
Respect.
It's just so easy for him to win versus you every single time.
Yep. I mean, to be fair, Zayats himself is no slouch either, so the Chen going through would be something that I was actually thinking that if he does not get the Dark Willow, he's probably going to try to get Chen. But since it sure does look like he's getting the Dark Willow.
Venge. I think Venge is a better pick. Okay.
Both wrong.
Both wrong. Double wrong, as neither the Venge nor the Dark Willow get picked up in the first phase. It's gonna be a Warlock and the Nature's Prophet that these teams do prefer, and I thought Storm is gonna pick the Venge into a Nature's Prophet. I guess the Warlock is fine, but when I see the Nature's Prophet, especially if you want to go for a hero, let's say like a Sven, you do want to have that repositioning tool.
Yes, you do, and I guess the Warlock is just a good all-rounder, but you're going to have to, because I'm thinking this is an indication of a switch up from Arava. You were saying that they looked very one-dimensional, a one-trick pony. They have been riding this one pony pretty consistently, dare I say. But if you look at how relaxed Storm played the previous game and how many opportunities Arava could have pressed, especially if they had a lineup with a little bit more active support, then I think it's a very natural read to say all right, fine, then we're going to go for a support that makes much better use of all the time that we're going to get, that is better at pushing on the map, and also that actually allows us to snowball harder in case you give us that much space again. So the Nature's Prophet from a strategical standpoint makes a lot of sense.
That definitely does. Storm, they have only one ban here in this banning phase. What is it gonna be? Are you afraid of the Dark Willow, or are you just gonna let it through their bans right now? Nothing too out of the ordinary. Maybe the Dawnbreaker you want to get rid of? No, they just get rid of the Slark, and it's gonna be a Grimstroke that they go for.
Grimstroke Warlock. I think Grimstroke actually a lot like the Dark Willow, right? You can be very empowering to other heroes that can go in with the Inkswell, as well as, of course, your own follow-up with the ult. On the other hand, also good wave clearer, very nice versus a whole bunch of Nature's Prophet treants, say, but I think that's not the biggest thing you have to worry about with this hero right now, I don't think. But in case there's push coming, with 2 spells from the support, Storm can just kill a creep wave outright.
Arava, they're gonna be getting a Darkseer now for themselves. So pretty early Darkseer pick. I think this opens up a Sven possibility now for Storm, but no, it does not, as Arava get that one for themselves as well. And with the Slark being banned out, I'm not really sure what you want to go for. Maybe a Bloodseeker could be a solid one, but a PA is still in the pool, so we have seen that work versus the Darkseer lane a couple of times.
We have, but the Sven's already got there's not a lot of options for offensive purges, for example, to come out here anymore, because both of the supports have already been picked by Storm. So that's no Shadow Demon, no Ench, And then also no Battle Fury problems because Nature's Prophet is on your side this time around, and you have the Darkseer to empower you. This is feeling a lot better for Arava. Though this Brewmaster has been banned first phase time and time and time and time again. I do think that the Sven is normally rather good at just clearing through every single one of these brewlings. He likes chopping them, but Brew does look really strong, doesn't he?
Yeah, and it does go both ways, right? If you don't get your BKB off, you could just get lifted up in the air. The Dispel is really strong versus the Darkseer. Versus the Warcry as well. So I'm liking this pick. They will go for the Puck, which is pretty solid in this game, as Storm have nothing to catch him. So I have to say that Arava's lineup, it is looking really, really strong at the moment. You have all of the heroes that the Sven likes to play with. You have a ton of lockdown, a ton of mobility, a ton of burst, silence, everything that anybody would ever want. I don't see any holes in this Arava draft.
No, and they did that versus Viva Kid as well, didn't they? It's like just 4 heroes down, like, oh, yeah, that's good. You don't need a 4th, actually. Or 5th, excuse me.
Yep. So, Arava, there was a bounty hunter banned by Storm. I guess they're like, Arava has everything that anybody would ever want. So let's just get rid of a hero that might increase their lead even further. I don't think I've seen a single bounty hunter in this tournament thus far. Now I have to check if Arava maybe played it, as I haven't casted all of their games.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they did, but certainly, you know, this would suit Zayats as well. And we are most likely waiting for his hero. And he's an annoying little guy who likes to, I say little, he's really tall actually. He's an annoying kind of guy who really likes to sit around in the shadows and, you know, be a techies, be a bounty hunter, annoy the crap out of you. So that's a good read. But he also does like farming. This is the Zayat's Doom Blizzy Darkseer lane.
Yeah, I like it. I think Doom is actually pretty solid here. If you find the Brewmaster, you might not ever let him go for the split. And somebody's gonna have to be the frontliner, Pango, Brewmaster. Somebody's gonna have to put himself out there. So good luck, really good luck versus that. I'm loving this Arava draft. I think they have outdone themselves with the pick.
Not gonna lie, looks really good. Bit on the greedy side here again. Like, Arava have been really good at getting out of the laning stage, especially with enough levels for their supports, but if they don't, Doom and P, whew, that sucks. And your Puck could run out of damage as well. They have a little bit of a tightrope to walk here again.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. So Storm, how do you end this draft? You need something that's going to be able to catch the Puck. Is the PA, the Troll were banned out. Those are probably the best ones. What's left, Kips? How do you play this game?
I don't exactly know. You have the option to go faster here, maybe, but there's not a lot of heroes right now that I would say are like the immediate. You want empowerment for a hero like that, like, you know, you run like an old school IO Chaos Knight or something like that, and you just start smacking people up the head. You could do that, but you don't have that. So instead, it's going to be Templar Assassin, which that does feel like the discount assassin in this game, doesn't it?
Yeah, for sure. I think they're just hoping for the timing hit in this game because they're aware that they've lost this game, this draft. I don't know. If Storm don't get all of their timings in order, I am very much favoring Arava.
Yeah, I'm very much in agreement here as well. The carry matchup doesn't look that good. Their playmaking capability, I mean, they have a Pangolier, right? That's going to be pretty decent, but I'm not sure if they're going to actually get to lock down people without dropping the Warlock column. And there are a lot of ways that Arava have this time around to just dodge out of the way of that, so...
There's this chance, you know, you have the Pango ulti, the Brewmaster ulti. Those should be the strongest spells at the start. Maybe we are judging this a little bit too early. Maybe they can get that early lead that is needed, get the Roche, and just completely overwhelm Team Arava. But you are relying on that. Yeah, so Neko knows that this is not going to be an easy game. He's just rubbing his face there like, what the hell did I draft?
Yeah, he picked both of the supports first phase and like really clearly not flexible. Like that's a little bit of a, I don't want to call it a rookie mistake, but that's certainly a little overconfident, I want to say.
Let's get ourselves into the game to see how that overconfidence will play out. In the previous game, Storm, they looked really confident going into the later portions of the game. I'm not sure if that's going to be working out this time around, but we will be finding out in the next half an hour or so when these two teams clash.
Exactly. This is my first time getting to actually cast this Brewmaster on this patch. So this is the ace in the hole. This is the guy who can make the entire early to mid game work. It's going to be brutally hard for the side of Arava to get anything done as long as this guy has his ultimate up. And, you know, really hard to get out of him popping his ultimate without losing a lot of heroes in the process. So Dominic is the man.
Dominic is definitely the man here, and we'll see how this man can do versus Team Arava. He really needs to be bringing a lot into this matchup. I'm guessing it's gonna be the Spirit Vessel that he's gonna go for, and yep, the Deern has already been queued up. Him and the Grimstroke actually can be a very hard lane to deal with. I'm curious to see how strong the Nature's Prophet is gonna be versus these two.
Yeah, especially because the Brewmaster trades very well. His move speed is good in the lane, right? You're going to be able to walk up. It's just, well, we do have Quelling Blade Gaming once again. And no spread on level 1.
So it is gonna be 2 runes for Storm. Don't be surprised that it says Storm 3 times there, as Sven, he was a part of the Storm lineup, not any longer. His nickname there used to be ICQ. Now he's Skate. He really likes these 3 letters, or now it's there. He has a number in it, but you get the deal.
I mean, short, memorable. I like it.
Yep. We'll see how the CS goes in this laning stage. Any lanes that we should particularly pay attention to, Kips?
For me, the biggest deal is, of course, this top lane. We're going to be seeing how much Dominic is going to get out of it, how annoying is Max, how tanky is Max. This is 2 of the more broken heroes on this patch, I want to say, up against each other.
Is Mitrofanushka dead? No, he's fine.
I don't know, B. Yeah, the TA is going to start off a little rough here because, of course, the Ion Shell and the fact that she is absolutely, well, ass for range on the early levels means that she's never actually going to be able to get the refraction, which means that she has meld currently, which makes her very vulnerable to anyone who wants to slap her around a bit.
I expected Psyblades just to push out the waves faster, but didn't go that route. Dominic on the top lane, gonna be slowed down. He went for the Thunderclap early on here, and he's most definitely gonna be losing his life. 1J could be the next casualty
nice
as well.
block.
Inksfell, I'm gonna be doing that much. And yep, the Sprout was amazing. Now Mitrofanushka on the bottom lane being chased down as well, but Storm, they're not gonna be dropping any more heroes.
But that is already the Brewmaster lane off to a, I don't want to say a bad start, but certainly a rough one.
Why did he start off with the Thunderclap? I don't like that, not one bit. That's, oh, nice hit there. No high ground miss. 4 armor of the Doom, not enough to survive with the right click of the Warlock. He actually does pack a punch on that Warlock.
Yeah, and it still feels weird, by the way, to hear somebody say 4 armor on that Doom. Just want to let you know. Anyway, yeah, the build of the Brewmaster also surprised me a little bit because the Brawler is incredibly important to survive the laning stage here, but I guess he wants to try and play it aggressive.
And it might work out right now. Max is in a lot of trouble. He will be taken down. Kate not having enough to save his buddy there, and Warcry armor not nearly enough added to allow Max to survive, but it is some damage into the Brewmaster. We'll see if he can heal before Max returns into the lane.
Let's see, indeed, and now, well,
Well,
was that Lotus worth it?
We'll see. 1J, he is caught. And actually, they're turning it around on Kate. Don't have enough damage. Dominic, he's going to have to run 1 versus 2. He's most definitely going to be losing this engagement. And Max is just continuing to put in the hurt. We'll be putting another Sprout. Not enough to get the kill, but enough to definitely make this Brewmaster even more uncomfortable in the top lane, where he only has 8 CS skips.
That is not the start he was hoping for. The most important part is his levels, right? But as I'm saying that, he needs to crack level 3 right now. The Sven's already level 4 right now. So that is a full level gap.
It really is.
You really can't get that much earlier than that. Also, I'm fully aware, by the way, that we're sort of missing the mid lane here. Like, this is just a Puck and a Pangolier pushing the wave into each other. You know, sometimes it ends up under the one's tower, sometimes it ends up under the other's tower. It doesn't really matter all that much. Neither of these two can kill the other, and eventually we're going to start seeing who gets the better rotation once both of them have level 6. And if the Puck gets the Pangolier first, he is sad, and if the Pangolier goes first, then the Puck can't really touch him.
Yeah.
Thank you.
What the Kips wants to say is that this mid lane is boring and nobody really wants to be watching it. Max does rotate to make it a little bit less boring, and well, it still doesn't change anything. Nicky Cool put himself out there. This is a little bit dangerous. If they connect with all their spells,
yeah. Well, you know what? I like being wrong. Hell yeah.
Okay.
Thanks, Max. Mid lane did need that.
Yeah, it definitely did. Spiced it up a little bit, and the Puck will be hitting level 6 after that, most likely before the Pango. We'll see if he'll have the resources to maybe go for a kill again, but overall, that was most definitely a mistake from Nicky Cole. He shouldn't have died there. He was safe, and he decided to just put himself in a bad position once more.
And afterwards, by the way, Max goes over to the triangle to immediately interfere with the Grimstroke stacking as well, so preferring destroying the TA's possibility of coming back here rather than aiding his Sven. That said, of course, the Sven might have... No, it doesn't have any stacks already. Zayat has been too busy bullying Seneko to make any stacks either.
Yep. Dominic, he is finally starting to get some CS going his way, but despite all of this, you know, problems in laning phase, Storm are still farming well on their mid laner and safe laner. As I say, their safe laner is dead, and Team Arava get themselves another kill, 5th one on the board for the Dire side, as they're looking really good coming out of the laning stage with a 1k gold lead already.
Yep, and the thing that I'm worried about here for Storm is that Zayat is going to be walking at you now with the Ion Shell on. That's going to be maxed out. He's going to be tanky, he's going to be high level, and he's going to ask you, do you want to drop any of those big ults on me? Do you, punk? And
probably nobody will want to do that. He also has eaten the zap creep, so the Harpy Stormcrafter, he has the chain lightning. That's even more damage that he's gonna be bringing into the fray. Luckily for the enemies, he doesn't have the arcane boots but the tranquils, but he still has some mangoes, so he can work with.
Depending on the farm distribution on Arava, Storm might be, I don't want to say literally looking at 5 cores, but certainly it looks like everybody over on the Dire side is going to have some form of items and some form of farm at this point.
Yeah, we kind of look at the net worth. At the moment, the Nature's Prophet and the Doom aren't that farmed, but that is going to be changing as the time progresses. I'm expecting both Max and Zayat to be having a grand time gold-wise, as both these two heroes are going to be able to get a lot of gold from the map. And it's not anymore in Dota that you're like, oh, they're taking the farm away from the cores. No, not really. There's so many camps to work with, so everybody's gonna get their fair share.
It's very hard to clear all the camps on the map right now, where before it was possible. Just an entire rotation, all the camps cleared, you could do that.
Yep.
And well, you have a Sven, you have arguably the hero that has been buffed the most by the increased map size, but even with that on your side, you simply don't have enough time to clear all of them.
Yeah,
Though
for
they're
sure.
going to be trying their darndest.
Yeah, I've still been waiting for the anti-mage to join the meta ever since 734 started to see a hero that is able to maximize these number of camps and get as much farm as possible, but he really hasn't become popular at any point.
No, even though people have been playing with his builds, right? And I do think that there have been several opportunities to play like a faster anti-mage, and some people have done that, especially Mage Slayer anti-mage, which I think is just... I mean, it's putting a hat on a hat, but it's putting a really cool hat on another cool hat, so...
True. But this gold lead, it's not that high. It's actually being... Storm is keeping up with what the Rava currently have. I don't know, have they been focusing a little bit more on stacking maybe? We do see that they have some stacks in the triangle, no stacks on the graveyard, however, so it's only one ancient camp that they're focusing on at the moment.
Fairly concentrated, and I'm guessing that the first action from Arava is now going to come on the Witchblade from the Puck. There just haven't been a lot of openings because I think the supports over on Storm have been very static. And to be fair, who is going to rotate with the Warlock? Like, he's just going to sit there. It creates very few
creeps.
Openings. First he is. The rascal.
Yeah, dirty Doom with an Iron Shell, taking away enemy farm and nobody to punish him just yet. Once there's the Diffusal Blade and the Pango, you can actually punish that. But as you mentioned, Witchblade on the Puck will be coming out first, though it is going to be the dire mid laner that has that capability for murder a little bit earlier than it is going to be the case for Nikki Cool.
So we have our Tire Iron. What is going to get lifted with that? What is going to get broken open?
Currently, Storm have been allowed to get to their level 6s. The Silence on the Puck, 1J trying to escape. The Inkswell does only stun the Doom. 1J dropping that, and here comes the ulties. Let's see what they're going to be able to do. If they can get the 2 supports, that's good enough. Astral Pull, Dominic doesn't want to use it. It's just going to be running down Zayats, and now turning around onto Max. There will be a coil shield crash to prevent the damage a little bit, but ultimately this Pango falls. He's going down. He's going to be losing his life. Here comes Mitrofanushka as well to make something happen, but it is a better trade, a much better trade for Team Arava.
Max is just stupid tanky.
Yep.
That's really unfair. I have to say.
I mean...
And a refill for Zodiac. Yeah, I mean, you're completely right in that if you spend both of the ultimates there and you get the 2 support kills, that is alright. And Mitrofanushka actually wants to know, he actually can kill Zayats here, they're dropping everything.
He's dead.
Okay,
Actually
well,
got the kill, but has he put himself in a very uncomfortable spot? There is no coil, so maybe they won't be able to finish him off as the vacuum is ready. Nice stroke of fate to slow them down, and that wall does absolutely nothing. He doesn't go head first into the wall, but finds a path around it, and Mitrofanushka lives.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
At the very least, that's a complete and utter stop to the mid lane push that I think Arava was fearing there, and you can see how much less chill they are this game. Did you see Blizzy move from his lane? Unless it was absolutely necessary in the last game? I don't think so.
No, but here he did, and, well, it didn't really work out, that first rotation of his, so he's immediately just gonna be going back to farming.
No, but they're valuing the existence of this mid tower as an offensive asset. Oh, this is already no.
I mean,
And Witchblade attack speed.
Yep. It's not gonna be enough. It's only level 1. Until you have level 3 on the Phantom's Embrace, I would just be very surprised if it goes down. Kate has been caught. He gets the stun on the Pango. Rolling Thunder. It will stop the TP. So the Sven goes down. 34 seconds on the sidelines, and he's gonna have to walk out of his base to get something done, as they want Nikki Cool dead. Does he know that he's being targeted? But there's 4 heroes here. I don't know if you're winning this one 4 versus 2. Going onto the Grimstroke, and the Doom will be used onto the Brewmaster. The Grimstroke is already dead. The Brewmaster running away. Here comes Max as well. The Sprout wasn't that great, but you can use the Quelling Blade through the Doom now. Still, he'll be going down. No chance in hell that he's going to be surviving that, as Puck gets himself away barely. Nikki Cool will go for a TP out. He was the primary target. He won't be going down, and Soneko gets himself away as well. So it is going to be a 2-for-0. Not a bad turnaround for Arava.
Dire's middle tower
Yeah,
is
I mean 0 if you don't count the Sven, right?
Radiant's bottom tower
Yep.
is under attack.
It's alright for Arava here. They are really meeting these early ultimates from Storm very well, and this is Storm's biggest tool. They're going to most likely be aiming to use these off cooldown, just running every single time, moving forward, and trying to get as much out of it as possible, because they know they need to find an opening in this game. They're not going to win it late game, not this time.
I'm scared for the Sven though. He's behind the TA. There's 1,000 gold between the two of them, and I'm not sure now. He doesn't really have those stacks. They were picked up by his teammates, so I'm not sure whether the comeback for the Sven is going to come through. Of course, you had the Great Cleaver, going to be fine. Meanwhile, we're not going to be talking much about the Sven, as Zayats is just being destroyed.
Of course, because there was a cooldown at the ready.
Is under attack.
Yep, whenever you have it, use
Brewmaster's
it.
not going to waste any time.
I think that's fine, right? He shouldn't. You should just go every single time that you can and
Yes.
get those kills.
Like a madman.
Top tower is under
As Max is going to get punished for trying to snipe a cheeky little rune.
Yep, the cavalry was ready there. It was actually the neutral creeps that finished him off, so overall he's not going to be giving any extra gold, and it will be one rune each when it comes to wisdom runes. But now Team Arava, they're going for a smoke. They want to use the doom that they do not have for another 17 seconds.
Radiant's middle tower is under
So
attack.
already moving in anticipation.
1J in a good position to not get caught, but on the other hand, maybe you would want to be the one to break the smoke, right?
Is Max going to get out of this? No, that was a very nice stun. Placed onto the courier, flown up there. That's going to cost Max's life, but
He might kill 1J. He's gonna be fine on 1J. Still, it does open up the path to this mid lane tower.
yeah, he once again lived way too long there, and that's a lot of damage to the mid tower. I don't think they're getting it though.
Yep, Dominic comes over. The drums have been used. They want Dominic dead. The Doom does come through, and the Sven coming in as well. But a very nice golem placement still. Dominic needs to run away super fast, so Nako's golem will die. The wall was placed there, but I think Dominic should live through this. You cannot heal through the Doom, but it doesn't matter. He's still gonna be alive. The Doom only brings him the tower, but no added kills. Is that worth it, Gibbs?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, because you have the mid tower down now, which is a very important tool for the side of Arava to keep a lot of pressure up onto Storm. They're going to have to clear this mid wave every single time and show heroes there, whereas there's a lot more freedom now for the mid laner. So for Zodiac to move around over on the side of Arava. And they have this TP point that is the farthest into enemy territory that you can go on the mid lane still up.
I really like
So it
that.
also presents this.
I really like that the
Hey,
observer
slow down.
showed it was Inkswell on the courier, actually.
Yes.
If somebody
sorry, was I
didn't
not
catch that. you didn't say it, right? So you're like, oh, that's a really nice stun, right? And this
On the courier.
it was.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. This is why you're the play-by-play.
Yeah, we can explain it to the viewers as well. But of course, if the viewers want to get in on the action, some really juicy odds are waiting for them at pinnacle.gg. So be sure to go there. Of course, you have to be 18 plus, and we do remind you guys to bet responsibly and not put down more than you are willing to spend. As Mitrofanushka finishes off the Roche, he has his net worth still around 1,000 ahead of the Sven, but now he also has the Aegis on top of it as well.
I'm going to go into the shard afterwards.
Bottom tower is
We are
under
going to
attack.
be enjoying that. I mean, the shard also in this game, you have a puck on the other side is... You can't skip this investment. You don't.
Yeah, is the only way that you're gonna be able to kill him. He's gonna go onto the Grimstroke. Let's see how fast he can kill him with the Nature's Wrath. Super fast. Zodiac, though, taking a lot of damage from the TA, but of course, the coil is there, so you can't go forward. Gonna be going over a trap there, Zodiac, but it is not a shard trap, so nobody will be seeing it as a worthy investment to chase this puck.
And now we're going to see Storm try and equalize over on these mid lane towers. Kane's very far forward.
Has to be KB to survive. That's an 9-second one down the drain. He just finished it off and has to use it to survive. This This Cinder Brew with the Spirit Vessel, it does so much damage, Gibbs. It's actually unfair.
Dire's structures are fortified.
It's the reason why we normally don't see him appear. I think that, and of course his laning stage prowess, which we didn't see that much of this time.
They're chasing
Max
down
legging
Max. Yeah, he is pretty speedy himself. We'll try for DP out. The damage, just enough. He was very close to getting himself out.
By the way, this is why I was not worried about the Sven catching up to the TA at all. She has an Aegis, she's had arguably a much better time, and the Sven is hot on her heels.
Let's see the Darkseer. Can he
faster.
survive
That's it,
this?
yeah, his team.
That's... Kips, you know what? You're a beautiful person with a charming personality, but yeah, that wasn't what I was gunning for here. The TA is way too farmed. The TA is way too freaking farmed.
Yes, yeah, I mean, she has a huge personality at the moment, and by personality I mean net worth. The Sven is close, as I said, but he is not currently leveraging it, especially not with his BKB on cooldown. Zodiac, though, we did like this man play before.
Yep, he is really doing a good job, and it was a perfect puck pick as well, as there's not really a lot of lockdown on the other side. But now the shard is done for the TA, it's being delivered at the moment, and that is the thing that could be a problem for him. And actually, Arava are going for a smoke. They think they can fight because there's no warlock, and they might just be correct.
Radiant are scanning.
Maybe, and it was Kate who drew the lines here. He is the one who wants to go forward. He is the one that's storming up in here. Cool.
Gets himself out. Very nicely done.
That's
The
already
split
popped.
was used. The split was used already. You have to bail. You have to bail right now. Blizzy running away. Gonna be purged off. Gonna be stunned up as well. Mitchell
So
Ferusha
deep.
coming from the side. 1J trying to escape it. He will be able to get away from the Sven. Now both of them are caught by the soul bind. Will expire puck. Caught by the stun. He'll still be fine. I don't think without the TA. Actually, look at the cleaves. Mitchell Ferusha. He's gonna lose his first life. And that ulti from Dominic, it is gonna be taken away. Soneko being zoned out by Max, not allowing him to bring in the golem. Nobody has died
not
just
waited
yet. I
long
heard
enough.
the coil into the back lines, but Nikiko gets himself away. He's still stunned up. The Doom does connect, and that should be the first one to fall. Here comes the goal, and the puck finishes off the support as well as Soneko is now being run down. A beautiful fight for them. Mitra Fanushka doing his best to survive. His own illusion is killing him. Soneko will have to give his life away, and Mitra Fanushka, lucky he has the blink to run for now, as the Sven, he is speedier than you.
Oh,
He
Max.
doesn't have the quelling blade. He has been caught. He just has to stand his ground and fight it. Guess what's gonna happen when you're 1 versus 5? You will lose.
Beautiful patience from Arava. They did this yesterday. They're doing it again today. They are just waiting it out, and it was this close. The puck got caught on the side of the soulbind there, but because Kate was actually flowing up in the air from the Brewmaster ult, he broke that tether again because the distance increased. Puck gets out, gets to dodge the entire ult of the Pangolier, and after that, Arava can pop all those spells that they've been saving in turn. Now is very close, but very well done.
I have to say Storm played that wrong, right? I think you need to use all of your spells around the TA and never chase away from her. She's your only damage that is sure to bring heroes down. You might poke at them a little bit with the Pango, with the split, but the one that has to finish them off is Mitra Fanushka. And if you're running yourself away from him and he's being kited, you are not winning the fight.
And especially in this game, you don't have to be that worried about holding hands too much and getting hit with big AoE. I mean, I say that the Sven is a problem. You can't stand too close. But there is a middle ground here, and they certainly were not approaching that.
Yep. And I feel like, you know, Rolling Thunder, it's not like you're gonna get vacuumed and stunned. You're still fine. You just need to be close to the TA. And chasing the puck with the Rolling Thunder, well, good luck with that being successful ever.
Ah, but it's Soulbind, man. He thought he had him.
Okay, my bad. I'm never gonna be saying anything bad about it ever again. Go on, try to kill the puck with the Rolling Thunder. It's gonna work at some point.
Harry, don't do me like that. The man had hope. He had a dream.
Yeah, well, dreams. Somebody makes them works. Somebody makes them reality. Some people don't. Zodiac has been silenced up. The Inkswell does connect as well, but he's not gonna die. He will be fine. Cool again with the Rolling Thunder, of course, does nothing versus him. The Sven lifted up into the air. He will be dropping down fairly soon. There will be a Doom onto the TA. How does he get away from this one? He's gonna try. He's gonna attempt. He's gonna run. No heals going their way. The Shadow Word doesn't do anything to the new Doom. They're just being completely overwhelmed. Zodiac, even though he's kind of low, the puck not even close to dying. And that's 3 heroes that easy fights for Arava. There might be a 4th one coming as well, but nope. The other 2 will make their escape. Storm, they just can't do anything in these fights.
They don't, even when they get the right disables on the right heroes, they don't seem to have the positioning or the damage to actually pull it off. The TA was not there when the puck could have died, and once she turns up too late, the fight has already scattered, and Arava are chasing them down in all 4 directions.
It's looking very easy for Arava. It feels like game 1, right? When Storm were playing, it was so easy for them to play versus Arava, and the Arava were a lot more chill in game number 1. I think they thought that the late game was theirs. I don't think the Storm has those kind of ideas in this one. So they're trying to make things happen, but it's not working out.
No, they don't have those illusions this time, and they're still trying to aim to use their primal split off CD, but now they're being met by significant resistance every single time. Dominic will die through that split if the Sven gets his BKB off, for example.
Have seen some comebacks in this tournament, but not a lot. 10,000 gold at 24 minutes in. It is a hard thing to fight against. Kate, he's level 18. We were talking about the TA being ahead. Mitro Fanushka is not ahead any longer. He's not even close.
Exactly. We're nearing the full icon ahead over on the Sven, which is the position that he rules supreme from. And it does sort of play itself right now.
They are stealing the Tormentor.
Yeah.
They have no shards to give to anybody. They have all 5 of them. 25 minutes in, they've bought every single one.
It's still resource denial, right? But you gotta also take your own.
I heard the Doom.
Max, these TPs.
Goodbye, Panda. He has the Storm Brawler on him, so a little bit harder to hit. And Zodiac comes over to kill secure. Guys, I got him. I got him. It's fine. It's fine. He will not escape.
So you just pick up a DD rune. That would be a waste not to. But Zayat gets ideas.
Overall, though, the goal lead, it is not diminishing here. Mitro Fanushka, he really wants his BKB. He really needs his BKB, as he has been having issues committing onto heroes in these fights, especially if he gets doomed. Max has been found. Lucky shot the Inkswell, and finally, it is a clean kill for Storm.
Yeah, he deserved that. And you're completely right about the BKB here. Mitro Fanushka had been playing up because they have the pressure on silence on the puck.
Oh, the Golem just not in time. They needed 2 more hits. He's gonna be able to blink out. No, actually the Golem overtime damage just keeping in place. The Sven now being connected. They're gonna be pulled back there, and they will just be finishing off the poor Grimstroke. Is Rolling Thunder now turning around onto the Sven. He's just keeping away so that Mitro Fanushka can escape, but I'm not sure that's ever gonna happen. Surrounded by the ion shells, the refractions don't do anything, and the Sven is just destroying everyone around him. 4 pandas, no issue. I'm just gonna kill them all. Where did the 4th one go? Why are you running away right now? Well, because he would just die immediately, and the tips are coming through, just showing him that he's a coward for not standing his ground.
And that was probably the best possible way that the fight could have started off there. Puck dying. I guess you really want to get him on the first one and not have to spend a little more time, because that exactly gives them the time on Arava to jump back in and make use of the fact that you're all on top of each other. And at this point, maybe it was true earlier that they could have grouped more on Storm and stood their ground around their TA, but that is really not the case anymore. You can just see him do the Delta split as soon as Kate shows up.
No, but it is too tough. Kate is very strong at the moment, and he's just ripping through everybody. The supports of Storm are like 1 or 2 hits at max that he needs to kill them, and that's very easy when you have an Echo Saber on you.
Echo Saber that is very soon to be a harpoon.
Yep.
And to make their kiting potential even less. Oh, and Blizzy has a Heaven's Halberd as well, so the only source of damage over on Storm is going to have an even harder time outputting all of that.
Okay, so we have been obviously stating that things are grim for Storm, so it is your job as an analyst to give me a light at the end of the tunnel for the Radiant lineup, and don't say that there is still a game 3 to be played.
Well, if you get the correct combo here on them, I can see a scenario where Kate completely overplays his hand, goes in like a madman, feeling strong as all hell, and draws his entire team in, and then you still have the team fight advantage over on Storm. You have a Pangolier plus a Warlock. You don't even need the Golem for the Upheaval plus the Fatal Bonds to do absolute work in combination with the Pango rolling around. And he's going to have his Aghanim Scepter very soon. Well, not super soon.
Nikki Cool. Buff away, barely. Nikki Cool, run away, please. He gets the blink out as one of the right clicks.
This isn't done.
For Seneko, gets taken out. At least they get something from their chase.
So it has to be the Wombo combo. They have to be together. And the really grim part is that it does mean Arava has to give them that opportunity, because you can't split push your way out of this. Max is too big. There's too much catching power, and this puck can be anywhere at a moment's notice.
Yeah, he's gonna have an Aghanim Scepter on Max in no time, less than 1,000 gold away. The Sven, that's a big hit from the TA, actually showing that you have to be careful. Even Blizzy now is gonna be taking some damage, and that's through the Warcry armor, with the Sven being level 20 already.
Yeah, Richard Furniture flexing his Enchanted Quiver a little bit.
Yep. It really does hurt, doesn't it?
And then again, this is the benefit of being ahead. You don't die fast, you have that Aegis over on Kate as well. He can just dip into another lane, and they can force Storm to spread out and choose where they want to defend. And this is a nice smoke.
Yeah, pretty fast as the bottom lane is being pushed in. So they're gonna try to find somebody. The Brewmaster, poor guy, he needs to run away. He needs to run away now, or his life is gonna be over. He has that Octarine core. Yeah, well, does it reduce your death timer? Well, he does go for the ulti. They allow him to go for that just to kill him a couple of seconds later. And this time around, all 4 of the Boozin' buddies are gonna be staying together. But it seems that the Sven is stronger than all of them.
Yes, he is. And this is one of those smokes that's just, if they're locked up in their base, right, and you're shoving in 3 waves, you're giving all the farm. So instead you shove only 2 waves, and then they're going to be on that last wave that you haven't pushed. And it gives you the ideal opportunity to smoke right into whoever is trying to desperately get farm on that 1 wave that you've been leaving alone.
Good thing for him is that Octarine core was just delivered, so he's not gonna be waiting for that cooldown for a very long time. Grimstroke has the Glimmer Cape. He has been dusted. He was under the dust all the time. So now, even if you purge off the dust, it still stays on you unless you have left the area, and he just hasn't just yet.
Very unfortunate for him, and I wonder if Arava are even going to try and push for the win here just yet.
Do they need to?
They're just doing their... Nope. No, they don't, because the late game is simply not in Storm's favor. And the high ground, on the other hand, is the one place where I could see that wombo combo scenario from Storm happening. So Arava very wisely respecting that as well. It's not just, oh, we're sitting back because we scale better no matter how late it goes. It's also, don't make any mistakes in the one area of the map where they could actually wipe us.
Did you see that screen shake? In Dota, it happened on both VMix and Dota for me. I literally felt Like lost for a second. Okay, and
That's for me.
then maybe it was just from my side. Maybe my internet lagging for a second. But either way, Stormer in a smoke.
Do you have someone near who can check you for a stroke?
No, but I'm still getting the words out, so I guess I'm fine, or at least that part of the brain is fine. Zayat has the BKB, goes for the Doom, and now let's see how the TA will be getting out with the Blink. Of course, is gonna be fine for now. Poor Saneko just gets taken down immediately. He already used the spells. There will be a silence on Max. He's a little bit too deep, isolated from his team, but they're not committing. They're a little bit too afraid to commit onto Max, and he's still alive. Wait to thank you. Talked about it. It's not fair that he just won't die. Nikki Cole, swashbuckle to the high ground. Not going to be happening. Up Kivo and Max. Finally, he will fall to the Brewlings, but the dive is on. Saneko protected by the Glimmer Cape. They don't have the vision at the moment. The gem is on the puck. Who's coming into base? No, he will not be following the orb. Now Zayat dropping low. Spirit Vessel might actually bring him down, and he gets pushed away. The Psychic Headband, but he's gonna be caught again by the Spirit Vessel. Has the cheese if he wants to use it, but there's no way that Zayat will be dying either way. It will be another one fight, making it a 3-for-1 in favor of Arava.
Yeah, I'm an absolute fool for thinking that Zayat was going to be the one baiting out all the big ultimates. It was going to be Max, of course. He's way tankier.
Yeah, he is. Speaking of tankiness, Sven now has the Satanic, so they were ignoring him already, but if you get an idea to kill this guy, it's gonna be very tough.
He can just say no. No, actually not.
Yeah.
I'm afraid that at this point Storm kind of have to deal with that because they simply do not have either the spells or the items to keep him zoned out with. And you have to really contrast that with how the Troll Warlord was kited out by Arava, for example, yesterday, like a whole lot of E-Blades and Halberds, and none of those items have been built on Storm. They're really just relying on not getting hit by the Sven, oh god, please.
I mean, they're so far behind that they can only afford the core items. The items to counter the Sven directly, I think they need another 15 minutes for that. So currently I'm looking at Storm and thinking they need the ultra late game to win this one.
Yeah, it's true that ultra late anything can happen.
Yep.
In that regard, Eternal Envy had a couple of really good ideas about this game.
See if they have an approach like the now retired, very famous player Envy, who had his ups, had his downs, but definitely he left a mark on the Dota community.
Absolutely.
Zodiac is level 22, has the overwhelming blink.
Yeah. I mean, level 25? Oh, well, they have found Zayat, the Heat Man.
Fine, he's speedy. Oh, Nikki Cool thinks he's speedy with the Rolling Thunder, not even close. Oh, now the puck has been found. The silence is on him. He's trying to get away. Dinkswall does connect as well. Where's the damage to the TA again? Mitrofanushka is late. They need him to do it, and the puck gets himself away. Will he finally fall? He does have the blink. Will be able to get himself away, going into the enemy base. Can he TP himself away? Going for it, and he will not be able to escape. It's gonna be a huge amount of gold. Finally, they bring this nuisance to death, and that is going to be his second one of the game.
Yeah, and much like with Max earlier, he had that coming. He had that coming for a long time.
These are the kind of things that can give the initiative for a comeback for Storm, and immediately they're going for a smoke. I like that move, especially it's 10 seconds before the Roche spawns. What a big mistake.
Very lucky. That is huge, and this wave is alive as well because of how long that took, and how there was absolutely nobody in the vicinity. And you can see Zayat hovering around the top side of the map, like he knows his team's supposed to be here.
He doesn't have a BKB,
but he's guarding alone, and he's going to get caught. No.
Inkswall doesn't correct. The Stroke of Fate does, though. They have found him. Doesn't have that BKB. He has been ignited. The roots from the Nature's Wrath coming through again to save Zayas, but this time around they will not be enough. Mitrofanushka in position to do the damage, and now it's time to go for the Roche. There is a buyback on Zayas, and he might have to use it if they want to defend the Roche.
Yes, you should add, like, if you want to defend this Roche, you should also be throwing Max in there right now. Take the heroes with buyback for the hero that has no buyback, which is the puck. Yeah, Zayat's back.
Can they kill it fast enough? They're going for it. Let's see, Zayat's coming back, going in. The soul bind was used, vacuum wall. They see clearly what's happening. Actually, they don't have vision in the pit just yet. And now the side blades from the Roche. There it is, Aegis cheese and the refresh shard. The golem was dropped. Maybe it's time to run for Storm because you've already lost your supports. And this Sven, he's way too strong. It will be one life lost already. But can he get the blink away? There's very low chances for that to happen. So much AoE damage there. At least they took away the Aegis and the cheese and the refresher from their enemies, but it will come at a cost. Actually, he used the refresher there to try to escape, if I'm not mistaken. Oh no, he dropped it into the fountain.
He dropped it. No. Still, that is... I don't want to say that is as big of a win as you're going to get, because clearly
Dire's middle tower
Arava were at a risk of letting Storm get a lot more there, but Zayat's really putting his own body on the line there to say no. Like, Max, if you're not going to do it, I'm just going to buy back. I'm going to do it.
Yep. Max has been pretty fearless in this game, but there it was Zayat that ran into that Roche fearlessly. It took too long for Storm, and that's just because they're so far behind. Actually, Sven now in trouble. The Inkspell does not connect. He pops the BKB. Doesn't have the ult at the moment, so it really doesn't do that much damage. The Rolling Thunder, he gets caught inside of a coil. It's not level 25 just yet, and Harpoon pulls in Dominic. He's in so much trouble. Pulled in again. He just cannot get himself away. Doesn't have a buyback. Grimstroke did use his double silence. Not gonna be happening. Puck does dodge it for now. They're trying to finish off Max with the search. He'll be able to run himself away. Upheaval slowing him down. They still haven't gotten the Rax's Blizzy. Gets the Hex onto the Pango. Dinkswell has been used. He's going forward. He's trying to get the mana and the HP out of this guy. Cannot be done. Okay, he has the ulti back up. It's not time to leave any longer. And the Sven is running in with so much damage, so much movement speed. You are mine. Are you actually? Mitchell Ferushka stands his ground and protects his teammates with the buyback of Nikki Cool. Now it is most definitely time to bail. Is it another fake back gips though? They can't turn around once more.
It could. It is only Max that TP'd out, but no, not this time. They don't have another God Strength to turn around for. That was almost a disaster.
Yep, almost a disaster. Sven now has the ninja gear and the blink dagger. He is just gonna be able to find a lot of openings in this one. He has just gotten rid of the boots. He has everything he needs.
He does, yes. And the other opening that he has is that there's absolutely no buybacks left in this game whatsoever. I mean, not in his own team either, but he is the one with the gold lead. He is the one with the power advantage. Storm is, unless something really disastrous happens for Arava, Storm is going to lose heroes first.
Storm still has a refresher shard and a cheese. Though when I look at their heroes, should you give the refresher to Soneko maybe? He's level 18.
Yeah, I don't dislike that idea at all, actually, because I was looking at the Pang and I'm like, man, there's just not enough damage now, is it?
Soneko wants a Midas. 40 minutes in, he's hoping for a Midas. So yeah, they're playing for the long game. They're hoping that they're not going to be losing this one in the next 20 minutes. Highly unlikely, Kips, but I like the idea.
So, yeah, he is that man, as I said, ice in his veins. He sees an out and he's playing for it.
And maybe even if it's 1 in 10 games, it's gonna be worth it. Sven with the DD is level 26 as well. You don't want to be on the receiving end of that. That's why they're running away. They're putting down traps, but they haven't stopped the Sven. He's still going in. Actually, the split has been used. Silence on the Sven. Uses the ulti. Nikiko being destroyed, but there will be a golem to protect him for the time being. The Doom being used by Nikiko. He's already with the Rolling Thunder. Now it's way too much damage. The Sven is just destroying everybody. He gets lifted up into the air, but that's only after he has slain 2 heroes. The third one will fall, and there's the GG. Soneko, he doesn't see an out any longer, and he will accept defeat and be going into the game 3, into the decider, and this series definitely deserves it because these two teams very close in strength.
Absolutely, and I really like how we're seeing the same vibes as the previous game. Like, neither of these teams are overplaying their hand because they're in a hurry, but now Arava has that draft that actually has the internal synergy where all the puzzle pieces fit, where there's not, that one stray lich wandering through like a man with Alzheimer's going like, what was I doing here? So, yes, this was the game that I wanted to see from them, and Storm now has seen that they're not just up versus a one-trick pony, so the next game is theirs to innovate in, which is something that I am really looking forward to.
And we're all looking forward to the decider. We didn't want this day to end with another 2-0. We wanted to see a real fight, and the only representatives from the group stages will be fighting to see who is stronger, Group A or Group B. We find out after the break.
Do you wanna be a bad man? Yes, you do. Do you wanna taste sweet salvation underneath the summer moon? Do you need another hand now? Yes, you do. Go see Miss Josie down on Columbus Avenue. Down in the city, there's a place that never sleeps. You can see it all up past 57th Street. Music is hot and the drinking there's free. It'll turn you upside down before you count to three. One, you're looking for a helping hand. Two, you need a friendly face. Three, feeling good you can barely stand. You're falling all over the place. One, you're looking for a helping hand. Two, you need a friendly face. Three, feeling good you can barely stand. You're falling all over the place. You own it, they got it, they flown it, you bought it. Ow! Do you wanna be a bad man? Yes, you do. Do you wanna taste sweet salvation underneath the summer moon? Do you need another hand now? Yes, you do. Go see Miss Josie down on Columbus Avenue. Columbus Avenue. Ha! Go see Miss Josie down on Columbus Avenue. Columbus Avenue. Ha! Go see Miss Josie down on Columbus Avenue. One, you're looking for a helping hand. Two, you need a friendly face. Three, feeling good you can barely stand. You're falling all over the place. One, you're looking for a helping hand. Two, you need a friendly face. Three, feeling good you can barely stand. You're falling all over the place. You own it, they got it, they flown it, you bought it. Ow! Go see Miss Josie down on Columbus
sport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
It has come down to a best of 1 between Arava and Storm. Who wins this next game is going through, who loses is going home and will not be a part of the Pinnacle Cup Malta Vibes 3 any longer. I'm Harry Freak, joining me is Skips, and we're going to be taking you through this series and of course all of the other ones that are left tomorrow. We have 2 semifinals, and then on Sunday we will have the grand finals, a best of 5 to see who's going to be winning the $22,000 grand prize and who will be going to Malta for a nice 5-star hotel with an exclusive bootcamp. Kips, you've seen game 1, you've seen game 2. Do you have a favorite? And don't just talk about your bias. I want to see I want to hear an unbiased opinion here. Who do you think takes it?
An unbiased opinion. I think that I give an edge to Storm here.
Okay.
Their win looked a little more dominant and flawless than Arava's did. And also, they won the first map. Arava gets to adapt for the second. Now we're in the third. And the initiative, like the most, Storm has the most information now. They've seen Arava do 2 fairly different things now. And they can decide what they are going to change this time around. So as far as I'm concerned, that gives them a little bit of an edge.
Okay, that does make sense. That is actually a really unbiased answer. Now, if you want to go with biased one, I don't mind. You can do whatever you want, Gibbs. But
okay,
overall...
where's my Team Zayat's cap, my trucker hat, and like my flag? I'm sure I have them around here somewhere.
Yeah, that would be fun if you could get some props here. You know, maybe those pom-poms for cheerleading as well. That would be fun too.
Listen, my Vegas Squadron T-shirt is in the closet, like right there with my name on it.
Okay,
Just my cable is too short, man. I can't get there.
Okay, yeah, we can't let you go. We have to keep you in the on the screen at all time. Kips, sorry, you should have thought about it earlier. It is what it is. Coming into the third game, one of these guys will get eliminated. Do you think the pressure is something that some of these players won't be able to handle, or do you think that everybody is pretty chill?
I think everybody's pretty chill here. I think if there was any pressure, we would have seen it earlier already, but neither of these teams has made the appearance that they're doing anything other than just, hey, this is a scrim, but we're taking it extra seriously. Like, nobody's at risk of winning anything big here yet. Like, maybe some of these people would be excited at the idea of going to Malta, for example. Like, that would certainly get me a little nervous. Like, man, I could be having a fantastic bootcamp there if we win this last one. But here, right now, no, we're just going through the motions, and all of the big teams are playing somewhere else. TI is only a month away, and we're just here, grinding. So no, I don't see any nerves coming into play. Not
Okay,
yet.
makes sense. And there is a solid amount of experience on some of these players. So even if some of the other ones get cold feet, I'm pretty sure that on one side Zayats, on the other one Saneko, they would be able to reassure them and make them more confident for sure. At least that's what I'm hoping for. We again are having some issues with the lobby. Hopefully we can get ourselves in, because nobody wants to wait for the game that long. Everybody wants to get inside of it and see who's going to be better, who's going to be playing better Dota, because these two teams have really been giving us a show, Kips. And they're going to continue as the draft is ready.
Hell yeah.
Go, draft.
Yeah,
my magic
there we
worked.
go.
My magic worked there for sure, right? The production just told me, like, we needed your magic to actually switch it to towards the draft screen, so it was my fault it didn't come out immediately.
Did you know that it's the same with automatic doors? Like, if you don't move your hands like open sesame, they don't go?
What? I mean, I always do it, but I just assumed I'm just the only idiot that does it.
I'm pretty sure everybody assumes that they're the only idiot who does it. I still find myself doing that sometimes as well.
What do you just like open sesame, like spread your arms around, or do you maybe go for I don't know, a punch in front of you or something along those lines?
I mean, it depends a little. If I'm annoyed, there's sometimes a very like sort of a sissy little hand wave, like open you.
Okay.
So not nearly as grand as that.
I have more of a Moses type approach.
Yes. I mean, you have the biblical hair as well, right? It fits, I think.
Yeah, I think. So I let my hair go, and then I find a stick on the outside, and then, you could say I could be cosplaying Gandalf, but then I'd be saying Melon rather than spreading my arms around the storm. Do pick themselves up a warlock again.
Yeah. Well, doesn't give anything away in that regard. Like, we knew that they were going to pick this hero, most likely. And Arava has access to both the Venge as well as the Dark Willow. Did not want to give up the Nature's Prophet. That one is banned. Brewmaster is in, but I wonder if he feels very imba now that we've just seen Sven chop him to bits.
Yeah, but versus the Warlock rather than with the Warlock, it actually does feel pretty good, right? One of the reasons that Storm picked it up were probably as a deny pick, so as that their Golem and their Fatal Bonds did not just get purged off and destroyed. But Arava just go into the Darkseer, and they really have been having a lot of success with this hero.
It suits Blizzy's farminess, but I also think that having a pipe hero really fits in with their strategy currently, as well as that you don't have to worry about having the best late game necessarily if you immediately get yourself some form of hard anti-carry on the board. And Darkseer is exactly one of those heroes, like especially of course versus the stat builds, but really against any carry, since that is what items are going to add, stats. You're always going to get yourself an opportunity to scale into the game, into the ultra late game, as long as you have a Darkseer.
Rava, ban out the Primal Beast, and they do go for the Sven. They really like this combo of Hero Storm. What is the right response to this? Do you just go for a PA now? Or, I mean, you can still get it as the fourth pick, right?
Yeah, you can probably wait with that just a little bit if you wanted to. I am thrown for just a little bit of a loop. Both supports again, and then the Pango. Why not? Like, you do still have amazing kiting potential with the Pangolier bouncing around in a fight. He is. And you do have the Skywrath Mage again this time, so tons of damage from the support side as well. You can get your mid game, your early mid game going with this. You have plenty of physical and magical damage, and I guess you get to see a little bit more of the enemy draft before you actually do something about the Sven. Bench too.
Orava's draft looks really strong. I like the Storm this time around went for the Skywrath Mage as to prepare for a potential puck, but Orava don't have to go for the puck. I mean, there's other heroes that can work in the mid lane.
No, and Venge can save anyone from that Skywrath.
Yep.
Like, drop that ult down, swap out, no harm done.
Same is true for the upheaval for the golem drop as well. Sven goes in and you think, oh yeah, we've baited you, now you're gonna die. Nope, swap comes out and the Sven gets himself out. Plus, Arava have done a much better job actually with matching the colors of their heroes. So even there, we have a lot of synergy.
True. You know what I would have wanted to see actually versus this Sven Darkseer, and I was thinking about the carry matchup, but it doesn't have to be the carry matchup. What I would have wanted to see, and we've seen that pick up, well, there's the Bounty Hunter.
Okay.
Sure, so that Zayed's ban was totally on point from Storm the last game. Anyway,
Mage Warlock, that's free kills.
Yeah. Oh, and it's food. Cat food. Bounty Hunter is a cat.
Dog.
Right?
He's a dog.
One of those ratty little dogs. Anyway, I was getting to Winter Wyvern. I would have wanted to see a Winter Wyvern instead of this Skywrath Mage. That's what I would have wanted to see.
Oh, wait, now I'm just imagining a Chihuahua bounty hunter like that's how I see him now. I can't take him seriously any longer, but yeah, that's just what he is. Slark is a really good pick, but you're gonna be dealing with the Iron Shells in the lane, so that's not gonna be too easy. I guess you have the heals from the Warlock, but the Shadow Word isn't the go-to spell nowadays. I think in this lane I wouldn't mind if the Warlock gets a couple of more points into it.
Yeah, we've seen just the 1 point in this series so far, and that's already felt like a little bit of a concession from the side of Storm, as if they have to go into that and not use the Warlock to its full potential because their lanes just haven't been quite working out the way they wanted them to.
The Queen of Pain is banned out by Storm, and really when we look at their heroes, they don't really deal too well with her. The mid lane would be a problem for the Pango. You hate playing versus the Sonic Wave, even inside of your ulti, you just get pushed back. So I'm so wait, when you're now using the Rolling Thunder, the Queen of Pain ulti shouldn't damage you, and the Timber comes through versus 3 melee heroes, 1 strength, 1 being universal. Not bad.
No burst magic on the board just yet either. Of course, Timber, if you don't scale hard enough, Sven only chops like 3 times. You don't build anything up. And yeah, I was about to say, this is going to be a Spirit Hero game. 100% for sure. They banned out the Ember Spirit here, but that just means that we are looking at his Stormy brother instead. Still not a lot of magic burst, I would say, but the pick-off potential really increased with that. And I have to say, Ion Shell Bounty Hunter roaming into a Storm Spirit lane where he's just got, level 6 maybe even. Yeah, that'll do the trick.
Every single time I look at... this is Zodiac, right? He's curling up his hair. Wants to be on our level Kips, but ours is currently curly. Curlier.
We have the best hair game in the entirety of Dota 2, bar none. Like, and Jenkins just chopped his off. Like, he gave up his throne, man.
But even before, he wasn't close. We still take the win. Anyways, though, 1J is gonna be so targeted in this one. The Skyret Mage will be on the menu every single time, and same is true for Zodiac, right? So it's just gonna be a game of cat and mouse. Who catches who first?
Yep, and Zodiac, if he plays a little overconfident this game, like you can get the entire kitchen sink dropped on your head, right? There is a warlock waiting for you. There is a leash potentially waiting for you, and a whole lot of burst magic damage. If your vengeful spirit is not behind you, you die. Simple as that.
So we do have a game on our hands. It's currently 1-1. Who loses is out of the tournament. Let's get right into it to see who's leaving this tournament and who is going into the semi-final skips. Also, I don't know if you noticed there, but Soneko has a mug that literally has mug written on it. And it feels like one of those situations you want to label all of the things in your house so that you do not have to disperse your attention. Think only about Dora, like, I need a mug. This says mug. I pick it up. I don't have to think about what a mug actually is.
You know what? If they win this one and he shows up again in another white wife beater for the next match, I will subscribe to that newsletter.
Okay, makes sense. As Mitrofanushka did take some damage, Bounty Hunter starting off with the Orb of Venom, so it just goes to show that that top lane, they want it to be a murder lane. They just want to make sure that people are dying there. Both Soneko and the Slark as well. Mitrofanushka will be on the menu too. Good luck, have fun. With the caps like this, it feels like it's not really meant, right?
Yeah, I taste a little, hey guys, who kicked me, good luck in there. But Soneka is not easily rattled. He's just gonna return it genuinely, or as genuinely as a man that focused on the mission can, right?
How often do when you know teams fall apart, how often do players stay on good terms?
It really depends. Like, one of the things that you can't afford is to get really salty about people leaving for better opportunities.
Okay.
You absolutely and it's very hard. It's very hard. I've had that happen myself as well, and you just have to wish them good luck, because otherwise you're going to make enemies so quickly, and those enemies are going to now be in a position where, you know, they could be taking you up with them if you were only nicer to them, but you weren't.
Okay, so at least the sarcastic good luck is the way to go. Yeah, good luck in your future
and
endeavors.
a little salt is, you know, that's fine.
Okay.
And it is also like, it's just genuinely funny. Like, he kicked me, now I beat you. Like, both parties should be able to appreciate that.
I think the one who, in those situations, the one who did the kicking feels he feels pretty bad about himself, but it is what it is. And maybe you didn't work out in a team together, and he still had the potential. Talk to me about the lanes.
There's lots of reasons to not stick together.
Talk to me about the lane skips, and let's focus here.
Let's focus. Well, I guess we can focus on this bot lane first, as we are seeing here. This one should be decent for Dominic and the Skywrath, especially once the level 3 comes in here. They have some kill potential, but no, the first kill is going to fall on top. Top lane has been an absolute mess.
Yep.
First of all, as I've been watching it, just ion shells pushing the creep waves ever which way. Zayats are running around, well, like a rabbit chihuahua, actually, just nipping at everybody's heels, but it comes at the price of Blizzy, who is still level 1 currently, and that's what cost him his land.
The weakness of the level 1 Darkseer, even level 2, until you get the level 2 Shell, you cannot really stand your ground versus the Slark. And I really like how Storm utilized that early aggression to get themselves the lead. We'll see if it does continue to go through, but Storm side lanes right now are looking really good, especially after Mitrofanushka gets his first blood into him.
Yeah, I agree. I think as far as like the laning situation goes, maybe they have the best lane here that I've seen them have so far. They're going for 1J though.
Same is true. They're going for Zayats on the other side, and Zayats does survive. 1J does survive. Everybody lives for now. Both the Bounty Hunter and the Skyret Mage pretty elusive early on. If you catch them with a stun, it can be problematic, but overall they are pretty speedy.
Yeah, and I do think that Arava wanted it a little too much on the bot lane. That was very optimistic, the distance from which those stuns were thrown out.
Yep. Overall, though, Dominic is not gonna be threatened in this lane. He is gonna be safe for sure. The Sven can enjoy his time until the Timbersaw gets level 6. Then things become a little bit tougher. But Sven is one of those heroes that can go into the jungle, so he should be relatively fine.
Yep. And that leaves us with this mid lane, doesn't it? We do have a lot of rotations mid actually this game, and this one doesn't quite pay off, but Zodiac's not happy that both of his side lanes are currently tied up because he has no bottle charges, just 6 charges in his stick.
And one of you newbie supports die so that I get a refill, and I'm pretty sure that the Skyreth Mage is going to be staying here. Actually, Max will be coming over to assist Zodiac because he needs it if he is going to be getting the water rune. They want to do their best, not allow him to have it, and they have done so quite well.
Look at how many stats Max. Look at that. 1J is just pop that fairy fire, bro.
Oh, he wanted the concussive shot onto the storm, but they were pretty close to the range of the Skyreth Mage. It just seems that the Vengeful Spirit was a little bit closer, and we know that the Skyreth Mage has a little bit of a hots for the Venge.
Just a little, right? It's only his entire story. I don't see what else he does in Dota 2 than just moon after Venge, really.
Like this is what you do. You simp for the Vengeful Spirit, and now you have to fight versus her. Yep.
But yeah, during that, by the way, we did see Nikki Cool get basically a full wave ahead of Zodiac, and they're just not stopping the harassment whatsoever. One guy is just laning mid now, and I guess Zayats is coming in to help out here as well. Deals a decent amount of damage, but you don't want to leave the Slark alone like that.
2017, 2018 vibes here with a double mid, right?
Yeah. Do you miss IO Tiny mid?
Yes, I actually do. Though that in that meta, that wasn't played all that much, if I'm not mistaken.
No, it's true. Was that like anti-mage and morphling and stuff mid?
I don't know.
Max is gonna pay for his hubris in thinking that it was not a double mid anymore.
Yeah, like he does have that range drop that is allowing him to live a little bit longer, but the next swashbuckle should definitely get the kill. I just want to see the